Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am. Here I am right here. And there you are right there. So here we are. Here we go again. Have you missed me? I couldn't come on yesterday just for reasons of, for reasons of sleep, really. I just had to, I had to cut it short, just take a break from it just for a day. But here we are, back together again. So did you miss me? So, Yendeba. So, Yendeba. So now, a lot has happened, of course, since we last convened, and plenty to go through. A lot of this session is going to be wrapped around a video, a clip that was put out there by Governor YAGU, the former governor of Bauchi State, who opens up the underbelly of the fuel subsidy narrative. Because you see, the fuel subsidy is the #1 central thing that has gotten us to where we are now. Nigeria is a wealthy country, as you know, an extremely rich country. And the pork belly fat of the country's wealth is that petroleum. It is. But then, of course, that's been stolen just in an ungodly manner. So Governor Yagudu, he unbuckles that space. So we found out exactly what he had to say and what has led us here. So he did a really expose interview with Channels TV. So we will be reacting to that quite heavily. So that's going to form the body of this session. So that's going to form the body of this session, but that's not going to be the only thing we're going to be talking about. We're certainly going to be talking about this. It strikes again. Don't degrade the prophet. Sokoto is Muslim dominated. Governor ALIYU tells Nigerians. So we have to navigate this particular storyline with some delicateness. So, I was going to say with some delicacy, of course, that's not the word. So we have to navigate this particular storyline with some delicateness. So what happened to Deborah Samuel has happened to another man now in Sokoto State, all for the same reason still. And rather than call it back and pull it back and assert the rule of law, this is what the governor had to say. Do not degrade the prophet. Sokoto is Muslim dominated. Governor ALIYU tells Nigerians. So Nigeria, to all intents and purposes, they will tell you it's a secular state, but that secularity apparently does not stretch to Sokoto, who are, to all intents and purposes, the governor is now declaring a single religious space. So a single religious space. So we'll certainly be spending time with that. So we'll be spending time with that, and we'll stay a little more with that storyline to take up this headline. Sokoto, police says blasphemy is a crime. Mob action is lawless. So blasphemy is a crime. I want to see an interpretation of that in the Nigerian statute books, because I am not aware that Nigeria especially confess, because we hear all manners of things said about our religion and religious leaders. So when quite did blasphemy become a crime within the Nigerian state? So we'll find out what the police had to say and what the governor of that state had to say as well. So we'll spend time with that. And then we'll touch base with this one as well. So this one is a case of swings and roundabouts. Do you get this headline is a case of swings and roundabouts. Obi article in sharp plummet as Tinubu gallops on Google rating. See facts. So Google rating, of course, a lot of you that know anything at all about that space, you'll be aware. Then it's essentially it's a popularity test, isn't it? The Google rating. So your search times, the amount of times you've been searched, is that Andrew Tate thing going around claiming that it's the most searched man on the planet. So Tinubu now more searched, I suspect, than Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. But then, of course, he is the president. So that somewhat explains that. But we'll see what they are wrapping around that. So we'll spend time with that as well. And then we'll spend time with this one as well. We may well just spend that time with this one now, actually. So let's just get through this one and get this one out of the way. Buhari did not fail to remove subsidy. So this is Garba Shehu, who though now no longer in situation, still continues to defend his principles. So this should be interesting. Why did it take the new Tinubu-Shettima presidency weeks to remove the petrol subsidy when Buhari did not do so for years? Fails to ask the right question. The massive electricity subsidy, the fraudulent fertilizer subsidy, the Hajj Christian pilgrim subsidies. Remember them? The diesel subsidy, the aviation fuel subsidy, LPFO, kerosene, cooking gas, and other subsidy policies we found in place and put them firmly And there it is. It's almost tradition now, isn't it, that I have these moments just as soon as I start streaming. I don't know quite know why it happens, but it never happens when I'm using my computer in everyday life. But as soon as I start streaming, that happens. So apologies for the break in transmission. It was due to power failure at our Tejo Show transmission station. That's what we used to hear on NTA back in the day. So let me take you from the top again and run you through it. Buhari did not fail to remove subsidy. Why did it take the new Tinubu Shetima presidency weeks to remove the petrol subsidy when Buhari did not do so for years? To ask the right fails to ask the right question. The massive electricity subsidy, the fraudulent fertilizer subsidy, Hajj Christian pilgrim subsidies. Remember them? The diesel subsidy, the aviation fuel subsidy, LPFO, kerosene, cooking gas, and the other subsidy policies we found in place and put them firmly on the ground. Remember them? For those with short memories, many of those subsidies were all in place when President Buhari was elected into office in 2015. All those in place were gone by May 2023, including the annual fertilizer subsidy that weighed 60 to 100 billion naira, which amounts to about 10 trillion naira a year, heavy on the federal budget each year. So, no, Buhari did not remove petrol subsidy, but in vertical importance stages, he removed every other budget-busting, egregious economic growth-crushing subsidy along the way. So far, I have refrained from answering those. Let's take that again. So far, I have refrained from answering these repeated questions on the removal in Nigeria of subsidies on premium petrol spirit, PMS, and that arising from the dual exchange of Naira in the central bank and the parallel market. Why did Buhari fail to do this? First of all, my thinking is that instead of the former president answering this question, it is the party, the All Progressive Congress APC, that is best suited to speak. And failing to do this, we are forced to say what will follow here. Secondly, we are mindful of the fact that with Tinubu Shetima presidency now in place, and for which there is a new sheriff in town, we do not want to distract them from the onerous task facing them and the nation. Neither is it our wish to take the spotlight away from them anyway. In terms of the timings of the decision to remove the fuel subsidy and unify the currency, the Tinubu Shetima administration has done overwhelmingly well. Even more importantly, they have been most dexterous in managing the aftermath of the decisions by successfully avoiding any crisis. To this extent, our wish and prayers are that fellow countrymen will continue to support the new leadership in these laudable decisions, and in particular, for the labor leadership and civil society to work with them to ensure that the palliative efforts as promised are successfully implemented. The decision to remove subsidies, as in our case, and we believe in all situations, was not for the president to take all by himself. That is why it is important to remind ourselves and all those that have conveniently forgotten that the Buhari administration had been on this pathway from the very beginning in 2015. Removing subsidies for the Naira and PMS was killed and put on hold. Look, for example, in the Petroleum Industry Act, the important decision was kept for a better time. It could not have come at a time when tensions were high in the country and no responsible leader would have added fuel to the fire. In view of many, including those in the security circles, only a new administration with a goodwill that fills a warehouse can attempt this. And here now comes in the wit and grit of the Tinubu government. So, finally, we must be politically honest with ourselves. So this is the part I really want you to pay attention to. Finally, we must be politically honest with ourselves. The Buhari administration in its last days could not have gone the whole way because the APC had an election to win, and this is really the meat of it. And that would have been the case with any political party that was seeking election for another term with a new principal as at its head. Polls after polls showed that the party would have been thrown out of office if the decision as envisaged by the new Petroleum Industry Act was made. So that's Garba Shehu then telling us then that they did not remove the fuel subsidy essentially to do Tinubu a favor. So they did not remove the subsidy essentially to do Tinubu a favor, but we'll be coming to this clip in the course of this session, because within this clip now is a different narrative on that fuel subsidy space. Yagudu reviews subsidy removal, says Nigeria's financial system deeply rotten. So this is a senior from the Buhari administration. So we see what he has to say. So plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. You know what to do with that. So do all those. And as I said about all those, let me take a micro musical break. You know where we're going, of course. We're going to the Kegai.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chief Wela ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mudode ojàre o. Erukulele Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. So let me actually kick it off with video clips. I want to kick it off with video clips. So this is a narrative of what went on in Sierra Leone. Just to tell you that how expansive and extensive the Nigerian reach is, the Nigerian political space. What this?
I have always referred to Peter Obi. When he lost the election, we all know the promise he held when the elections were being conducted, and almost everybody who is anything in Nigeria drew their support. But when the results came out otherwise, he didn't call his supporters to the street to wreak havoc. He took the legal path, and then by that way he was able to save his country from chaos. So we will encourage all of our politicians to learn from that example. Leadership is about self-restraint, and leadership is about selflessness. So we expect that our politicians will demonstrate this. I mean, the process has been peaceful so far, so let us continue to be peaceful and to promote the interests of our country. Thank you all.
All right, so that was a clip that one of the subscribers sent in, just to tell you the reach and followership of Nigerian politics. So that was a Sierra Leonean politician speaking to how, using the example of Peter Obi to try and orchestrate the politics of their space. And what he was saying, it was quite instructive actually, because it highlights what could have been. So if Peter Obi had thrown his supporters onto the streets, then we'll be speaking and we'll be telling a different narrative as we speak now. So that's a story of what could have been. So what could have been, but that didn't happen, thankfully. So let me play you now this next clip. This next clip now, a lot of people were saying that Tinubu did not attend the summit in Paris, but here is video clips of him attending that summit in Paris. So let me stop that. I didn't know that music was there. That's a copyright waiting to happen right there. But let me take you to this space instead. So it was the interaction between not governor, but President Ruto of Kenya and the French president. So what this?
By the way, France has been phenomenal. When it comes to SDR, they were right at the front, and we appreciate that. What we are saying is different. Is not what you're saying. You're saying is good, but it's not what you're saying. We are not saying that we continue to have what the taxes France is paying, the taxes Kenya is paying in the current setup. Those are national issues. We need a financial transaction tax at a global level where even countries like Kenya pay. We do not want anything for free. You will pay more eventually because you have a bigger economy. We will pay commensurate to our economy. And we want those resources controlled not by IMF and World Bank. Because IMF and World Bank, you have the final say. We don't have no say. We want another organization of equals, where you have as much say because you pay as much as we do because we also pay. That's the organization we are looking for. And that is why we are saying we need a new financial architecture where governance, where power is not on the hands of a few people. We can agree on the governance of the institution. We can agree on the sharing of power so that all of us have access to resources that go to making sure, number one, renewable energy. We invest in decarbonization. Number two, adaptation, mitigation, smart agriculture. Number three, restoring our planet, restoring our biodiversity, and making sure our carbon sinks work. This is what we are saying, and we would appreciate a little understanding. We want to be, we are talking the normal. If we continue talking the normal, Emmanuel, we will never solve this problem. Things are not going forward, they're going backwards. Tokenism, installment will not solve this problem. We have a much bigger problem than the installment we are discussing here will solve. You're not hearing us.
I will, if I may, I will answer you in 2 words to conclude. No, but
and let me just finish one more. When Ajay was saying 1 to 5 or 1 to 1, who is 1 and who is 5? Private sector versus who is 1 and who is 5?
$5 private sector mobilization for every dollar of money that comes in.
5 from private.
Surely, Ajay. how do you persuade the private sector to bring their money for public good? Private sector is driven by profit, my friend. I mean, unless you persuade me otherwise.
So we're going to run out of time, but there's a whole conversation to be had about what money goes into adaptation versus what goes into mitigation, which part of it the private sector is ready to go for, how they could be investing in renewable energy. There's a whole conversation, which I am relatively confident we will try and address when this group gets going.
At least my objective was 1 for 1. But it's feasible because I think the whole point is if you take the first loss.
I agree with you if that is the case.
But I mean, I love having bold people and.
All right, so that's the Kenyan president. What we are hearing, what we are hearing now in the international space is that Africa is no longer accepting of just this bottom of the barrel sort of treatment that traditionally is being dished out to us. And leading that charge seems to be the Kenyan president and the Rwandan president as well. So those were detailed sort of demands. And what he was saying, which you heard, was that the international community, they need a different architecture, especially around the finances, outside and separate from IMF and World Bank and those sort of spaces. Because those sort of spaces, the liver of those sort of spaces is held by this traditional traditional countries, the Western countries. So essentially, there's no equal footing in all of those spaces. And if you are already with your hands tied, then really you are in perpetual disadvantage. So he's asking for a different and a new architecture for the global financial space. So that was quite striking, because that's the second time now that he's pushing at that space. So how will that space respond? Because they're here, and by the way, everybody is making hue and cry about the fact that Tinubu did not make a speech in that space. We'll get to that, what that means and what that does not mean. And that was his first outing. But a lot of people are saying that was also President Ruto's first outing. But we'll get into a lot of that. But it was quite, because that's the second time now that President Ruto, at least to my knowledge, I'm sure he's done it more, that was the second time now that President Ruto is pushing back against that space. So it's quite instructive to note that. Quite instructive to note that. All right, let me give you a couple of readouts. There's still the video of Governor Yagudu to come, but let me give you a couple of readouts and then we get into it. Don't degrade the prophet. Sokoto is a Muslim-dominated state. Governor ALIYU tells Nigerians. So I thought Nigeria was a secular country. Governor Ahmed ALIYU has warned Sokoto residents to desist from any acts capable of degrading the personality of the prophet. Sokoto mob did away with, so we have to be careful with the wording so we don't trigger YouTube. Sokoto mob did away with Usman Buddha, a trader, on Sunday for blasphemy. The governor said efforts were ongoing to nab the mob that lynched Mr. Buddha. The governor cautioned the people against any act capable of degrading the personality of the prophet, especially in a state like Sokoto, which is predominantly a Muslim-dominated community. The governor said in a statement by his spokesperson, Abubakar Bawa, on Sunday, Sokoto people have so much respect and regard for the prophet. Hence, the need for all the residents to respect, protect his dignity and personality. So I wonder if this sounds like justification for mob action, whilst vowing that those behind the doing away of Mr. Buddha will be apprehended and prosecuted. Mr. ALIYU said, I want to call on the people of Sokoto State to avoid taking laws into their hands. Instead, they report any alleged crime or blasphemy to the appropriate quarters for necessary action. Our religion does not encourage taking laws into one's hand. Let us try to be good followers of our religion. So I'll leave that there. Let me bring the police response to this. Let me bring the police response to this. Police says blasphemy is a crime, mob action lawless. So the police have reiterated that blasphemy is a criminal act in Nigeria and that lynching is also a crime. Religious crises over blasphemy is rife in Africa's most populous country, as is the public lynching of perceived blasphemers. Mob action is common amongst adherents who take the law into their hands by lynching anyone believed to have insulted or spoken disparagingly about the Prophet or the Quran. Olumuyiwa Adejobi, the spokesperson for the police, disclosed this in a tweet on Sunday when a Twitter user tagged him to a viral video of Usman Buddha, who being brutally dealt with, let's say it that way, in Sokoto earlier today. Blasphemy, though an offense recognized by Nigerian law, is not subject to the whims of members of the public for enforcement, Mr. Adejobi said. The police officer explained, enforcement of all laws is by constituted authority through a laid-down procedure in the criminal justice system for possible punishment, not jungle justice. So it's somewhat the tepid response to this that I feel encourages that space. It's somewhat the tepid response to this, because of course we still have the case of Deborah still hanging out there somewhere. Onto this, Obi article in sharp plummet as Tinubu gallops on Google ratings. See facts. President Bola Tinubu has taken a galloping lead over Labour Party and PDP presidential candidates in the last election, Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, respectively, on Google search interest. While Obi and Atiku's rating plummeted sharply, Tinubu's ranking on Google has continued to soar. The latest ranking released on Google Trends shows that Tinubu polled 82% ahead of three others who contested the last election with him, Obi, Atiku, and Rabiu Kwakwanso of the NNPP. While Obi polled 82%, whilst Tinubu polled 82%, Obi polled 12%, Atiku 4%, and Kwakwanso 2%. So what this is telling us is just how frequently people are looking up these people, searching their names, etc. So it's quite it's essentially a popularity contest. So it's essentially a popularity contest. And if you look at this line right here, it's not a paragraph but a line. It says while Tinubu polled 82%, Obi polled 12%, Atiku 4%, Kwakwanso 2%. So that is to tell you then, just from this little piece of data, that is to tell you then that the sympathy for other contestants is starting to wane. In fact, it's dissipated. It's not starting to wane. Because if he's polling 82% and the nearest closest person to him is polling at 12%, that is to tell you that the support for other contestants in that election has, to all intents and purposes, totally dissipated. And Tinubu now, the bell of the ball, 82% he polled on Google Trends, as opposed to Obi, who polled 12%. So that's to tell you then that the world has moved on from the Tinubu narrative. The latest Google search interest was captured between May the 22nd and June the 16th, period of 28 days. So that's essentially the build-up to his inauguration, pretty much up to date. So that is to tell you then that it's an upward trajectory. Is that an endorsement? You have to tell me. The ranking is a sharp contrast from the ranking before the last presidential elections. 3 days to the February 25th presidential election, Tinubu led with 44, so he's always had the lead on Google Trends. Tinubu led with 45% search interest on Google, with Obi 29%, Article 26, and Kwakwanso 3. A month after the presidential election, Tinubu's popularity soared, polling 54%, despite his absence from public glare. He was still the most searched candidate based on Google search interest. Obi came a distant second with 36% search interest. Despite Obidien's rave on social media, his ranking had improved after the elections. Atiku dropped drastically because nobody is interested in Atiku anymore. When have we really mentioned Atiku in the course of this course? We really just mentioned Obi, just really waiting for him to clear out of the way with the noise making. However, the latest ranking captured 6 days to swearing in and post-inauguration of the president. His popularity galloped over Obi, Atiku, and Kwakwanso to 82%. His highest search was on the 29th of May during his inauguration as president, where he delivered his inaugural speech when he said, "For subsidy is done." Tinubu was being searched most in so this tells you where the interest is. Tinubu was being searched most in Benue, Sokoto, Gombe, Kano, Yobe, Republic of Niger, Bauchi, Kogi, Kaduna, Kebbi, Adamawa, Plateau, Akwa Ibom, Ondo. Look at that. Even his own stock, they are not interested in him. It's the northerners that are keeping a beady eye on the man from Lagos. Tinubu dropped drastically from 36% he garnered in April to Obi dropped drastically from the 36% he garnered in April to 12%, representing his all-time low. This stems from the fact that he lost the presidential election and the voice of his vociferous followers seems to have been swallowed. Those who searched for him in the latest ranking are from states. Okay, this tells us everything now that we need to know. So we know the states that were searching for Tinubu, but who were searching for Peter Obi? Those who searched for him in the latest ranking are from states such as Benue, Anambra, Enugu, Cross River, Abia, Nasarawa, Bauchi, Ebonyi, Plateau, Imo, amongst others. So as is everything with Peter Obi is essentially home stock. So as we and this is why everybody so this adds veracity now to what everybody has always presumed to be the case. Tinubu is essentially not Tinubu, Peter Obi is essentially a southeastern project, and the evidence shows that. Those who search for him in the latest ranking are from states such as Benue, Anambra, Enugu, Cross River, Abia, Nasarawa, Bauchi, Ebonyi, Plateau, Imo, amongst others. So that just tells you all you need to know. We've always said the Peter Obi movement has always been a rich mix, but the body of it, the backdrop of it, the heartbeat of it has always been its own stock. Article's 4% search interest came from Gombe, Kebbi, Taraba, Plateau, Kano, Borno, Katsina, Nasarawa, Cross River, amongst others. So again, everything reverts to but the only one, curiously, that did not at all revert to anything like tribe is Tinubu. Out of about 15 states that were searching Tinubu, there's only one Yoruba state there. So Tinubu was being searched most in Benue, Sokoto, Gombe, Kano, Yobe. But why are they searching Tinubu in Republic of Niger is the question. Bauchi, Kogi, Kaduna, Kebbi, Adamawa, Plateau, Akwa Ibom, and Ondo. So that tells you then. So the crossover appeal. And this also, this is really the election again, isn't it? The people that carried him into power are the people searching for him. Because, of course, the North carried Tinubu into power. Article's 4% search interest came from Gombe, Kebbi, Taraba, Plateau, Kano, Borno, Katsina, Nasarawa, Cross River. Also, Kwakwanso is being searched on Google in places like Yobe, Gobe, Katsina, Kano, Sokoto, Bauchi, Nasarawa, Ekiti, Republic of Niger, and Borno. So everything predictable apart from the Tinubu search, everything predictable apart from the Tinubu search. So we'll get into it in a moment. I thought I had a panel assembled, but we only now have we only have Thomas here. So Thomas, are you there, or should we go to the clip? All right. Let me play you.
Maybe we'll go to the clip.
Yeah, let me play you this clip.
The clip,
This is the new chief of army staff being inaugurated. So watch this.
Sorry, sir. Just the normal. I was saying you are going with my hand of body so that it will be different. So that will be fascinating.
So those are that's the new chief of army staff being given his wings. Building something or the other, his name is.
Okay. Okay.
In these very new insignia chief of army staff. At this point, since the command flag to the new chief of army staff.
You have to change. Okay.
Very senior officer,
I'm a good student, so I learn a lot from my leader. And I'm also an ardent observer of General Obasanjo. While he held sway as the President Commander-in-Chief between 1999 and 2007, he was awarded an honorary doctorate by the Binegon University. And some media practitioners went to the presidential villa to felicitate with him. And one of them asked him, the president, sir, you have so many titles, honors, and awards that we even find it very difficult on how to address you now. Should we address you as General? And General Obasanjo responded, for General, that one I am. Or should we address you as Chief? He said, for Chief, that one I am. And they also said, should we address you as a doctor? And General Obasanjo responded, for doctor, that one, na dash. Coming as General Obasanjo's response was, it went a long way to drive home the fact that there is a need to give honor to whom honor is due. And that is exactly what I intend to do in the next 5 minutes or thereabout. The outgoing Chief of Army Staff, sir, Lieutenant General.
All right. So that's the new Chief of Army Staff taking his spurs, being instituted into position. So, but I'm hopeful that we have conversations around this clip that is on the screen now. But before we get into conversations around this clip, let's have conversations first around the readouts, and let's kick it off with Hassan, who joins us. So Hassan, are you ready, Hassan? Hassan, look at this guy. All right. Let's kick it off then. Let's kick it off with Bishop then. Who's with us? Bishop, are you there?
Hello. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Good to have you, Bishop. So good to have you, Bishop. Let's kick it off with this rather curious piece of statistics that is coming out of Google Trend. As I'm sure you are aware, Google Trend, what it essentially does is it does a search through of names being searched with what frequency, etc. Then to do a hierarchy of which names are being searched by whom. And the most searched name, by the way, is Andrew Tate, as you know. But within the Nigerian space, amongst the political space, the name that is trending the most by 82% is Tinubu. Does that surprise you?
Well, let me start by saying good evening, fellow Nigerians and compatriots, wherever you may be listening from. Welcome to another scintillating session. Please do the needful, click on the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, please kindly do so. I would say, honestly speaking, it's not a fair contest. It's not a fair comparison. The elections are over. The president has emerged, and obviously all attention has shifted. It's just in Nigeria at the circus or the comedy that is going on in the court. Ordinarily, people are not interested in who are the other contestants. They are interested in who is the new president of Nigeria. So whether it is locally or globally, the attention has shifted from the election itself to governance. So I don't think it's a fair contest. We are beginning to compare who is it that is being more searched on the Google search engine. I think naturally it's the president of, he is the president of Nigeria, and as such, it puts him on the spot and in the limelight. I don't think comparing 82 plus 12% is a fair comparison on the other contestants. They've contested, the elections are over, and now he's governor. So I don't know how they arrived, how they are making that comparison, but I don't want to see it as anything.
All right, and I'll take that because, of course, he's the president, so there is no surprises that he will be the most searched. But before the election, he was also the most searched. He had 45% of the search interest, as opposed to Peter Obi's 29% and Atiku's 26%. So what we're seeing on this Google trend, it was essentially what played out in the elections. Tinubu all the way through had always been the most popular.
Okay, now the one that you just quoted, the figures you just quoted, is a little bit fair. By you yourself, your own assessment and the team, because I listened to all your permutations, practically all of it, all your the spreadsheet and the rest. By your own permutation and the conclusion, the consensus on the platform, on this very platform, it's not far this figure you just ruled out is not far from your own. In fact, it's almost as accurate because practically everybody gave it to Tinubu. Forget the playing around we are playing now. Practically everybody that I listened to then months ago before the election gave the election to Tinubu. So that rating is not out of place, but that's a little bit more fair than now saying somebody is rated 82% by the way, because people that were very analytical knew that, especially because of the division and the within the ranks of the PDP, then Peter will be pulling out that they technically gave the election away by themselves, and that's one of the more reasons I'm always very surprised with all this cry of rigging when you yourself gave away the election. Yeah, that's by the way. We've gone past that past stage now. But this figure is more, looks more likely. That's what it was before the elections. So I'll go with this.
What surprises me is this line right here. It says, while Tinubu polled 82%, Obi polled 12%, Atiku 4%, Kwakwanso 2%. So this really surprised me because, of course, if you spend more than a minute on social media, you think that the whole country is still raging and riling that Obi is not their president. But at 12% polling on Google Trends, it tells us then that it's a very tiny little microcosm of people with very loud voice. So all the noise that we're hearing in the Obi space is just a tiny little bunch of loud mouths. This is what this tells us. Only 12% trending on Google Trend. Does that surprise you for the noise that we're still hearing?
Well, you just summed it up by yourself. You used your words are very apt. The noisy, is it noisy or a noisome minority now? The lousy minority, I'm sorry if anybody feel offended about that. But that's exactly what it is. People are rallying. You need to read some analysis, and I just like when I read some of it. If you live your life on social media in Nigeria, you would think the court will even ask Tinubu to come to court by himself so that they will lay him down and give him like 24 lashes of koboko before they ask him to go back to Yerabeji. That's what you will think. Because the way they misrepresent the facts or the ongoings at the tribunal, except you are analytical, you can look and can read in between the lines. So like you said, yeah, the minority can always have, and our own minority are not only having their say, but they are so loud about it. But it's okay. You cannot flog a child and ask the child not to cry. Let them continue to build up the home. Sooner than later, the chicken will come home to roost. So you are right. Noisy, very lousy minority.
One man, I think would be wrong to describe the obedient, or should I say the
anybody's name or Professor Ajale Koko.
Hold on, let Ajale Koko interject. Come in, Ajale Koko.
Oh, I only answered him what he said. I did not say you should not interject.
Hold on. Let him have that say. Come in, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, I said it'd be wrong for us to describe the obedient voice on the internet as just the voice of minority, because the election result did not indicate that. The election result shows that their voice was well heard by a lot of Nigerians, considering the number of votes that they got. Just keeping in that voice, that point that they are not minority vote.
No, it's the data, Ajale Koko, that is indicating in that direction. Before the election, Tinubu was trending by 45% on Google, as opposed to Peter Obi's 36%. So you say that was a push, and maybe that's even reflected in the results. But then post the election, Tinubu is now trending 82%, Peter Obi 12%. So the language of we are going to reclaim our mandate and all of that is not resonating on Google Trends.
Well, you know, Tinubu voice, I mean, Tinubu name will be trending more than Obi's name now because once and considering the fact that the economic measures that he has rolled with regards to what the trillion subsidy and the sacking of Emefiele, the sacking of the DSS director, the sacking of all board chairman and members of the board, federal agencies, and all the rest. So those are the things that I believe are push up, and the traveling to France. Those are the things that are responsible for the push of his name on the internet now. So the facts are clear. The factors that are responsible to why his name is trending higher than other names are very clear. He's number one, and he's pushing out some controversial measures that are making people search for his name and making loud voice around his name. So we should use that to want to rubbish Obi as if
it's not rubbishing Obi. We're just going with the figures. If you look at the 12% that Peter Obi is trending on Google, and that tells you how often his name is being, because Google, as you know, is the #1 most preeminent search engine in the world. So if only 12% people are searching for Peter Obi's name, that is to tell you then the level of interest that space still sustains. But then, of course, if you go on places like YouTube, the sort of vociferous energy that you see there, it belies the statistics. It belies the interest that people still have in Obi. So what Google is telling us is that people are no longer interested in Peter Obi. That is what Google is telling us.
No, I think that is wrong judgment by Google to say people are not interested in Obi. He is pursuing an election matter in the court right now, and for the fact that he still have 12%, I mean, he's not the president. He's not making any news are not coming around his name like Tinubu, who is the president. So Google judgment, I think, is wrong as far as I'm concerned. I can't say people are not interested in him anymore. That is totally wrong. Tinubu's name is ringing bell because news coming out from Nigeria are wrapped around Tinubu's name because he's the president, making taking a lot of steps, reversing a lot of economic policy that the previous administration have done. So that is making the news. That's why his name is ringing bell. So we can. The Google is wrong as far as I'm concerned. I'm not. They have to back it with factors that are responsible for Tinubu's name being #1 name that is trending in Nigeria. They have to give us the factor. They can't just give us a blanket statement. Oh, his name is ringing more than any other person. The rest, people are no more interested. I think it's wrong judgment as far as I'm concerned, one man.
But Adan Lekoko, Atiku was also polling 4%. Would you say that roughly represents the level of interest that people still have in Atiku Abubakar?
No.
You don't think so?
Look, let me tell you this. Like I said, every 95%, or let me say 90% of the news coming from Nigeria are wrapped around Tinubu's name, being the president. So that is what is responsible. So Google have to tell us factors. Maybe they mention it, I don't know, in your readout, maybe in that article you read or whatsoever. Maybe
No, they just presented the raw data. They just presented the raw data.
They can. That is wrong. If they are not backing it up as to why Tinubu's name is #1 name coming out from Nigeria, that means they didn't do their job. They didn't do their job well. They need to let us know what was responsible for it.
They just gave us a data based on the, I don't know what you people call it, from their, it's not anybody that's calculated how many searches. If there are 1,000 searches, 840 people are, they are not looking at why are they looking for Tinubu, what is doing, whether it's doing A or B. Of 1,000 searches, 840 people are looking at making search about Tinubu. 40 people are making search, or 800 people are making search about Peter Obi. 200 people are making search about Atiku. 10 people are making search about Kwakwaso. Irrespective of what they are searching them for, they are not saying for A or for B. They are just telling us these are the number, and that is the data they have given. It is us now that cannot attack or adduce reason for the search. It's not. I mean, I don't think it belittles anybody. That's what I said in my initial response. That it's not a fair comparison because it's the president that is adducing a reason to it. So it's not like a popularity contest. They are giving us raw data. So for you saying they are wrong to present what the search people have searched and the result they are giving to us because of your own sentiment now. I mean, I don't think you can say they are wrong. I don't think that is correct to say they are wrong because it did not suit what you expected it to be. They are not.
Bishop, what I think Najanle Koko is saying is that the data it doesn't tell the full story. That's what he's saying. Yeah.
That is wrong, and I said I don't agree with that. That data is wrong. They are not giving us any.
I think they are talking about Google Analytics. I think it's Analytics. I did a moment, don't you think?
Yeah, Google Trends. Google Trends, yeah.
Yeah. You can even do it on your own Facebook page. If you want to look at how people are, how you are trending, and on YouTube also. The people normally call for it. You can call for it even on your page and other pages. Probably that was what they did actually.
If they are making it a subject, for to justify one thing or the other, I think they will do us good to back it up with factors.
Ajahn Lekoko, let me just say this. You see, the Google Trends, they're just readily available data. You can do Google Trend on your name as well. So they're just readily available data just to show you what is going on Google. So it wasn't as though Google published anything. I think it's actually the author of this piece that has gone to do the search to then pull out the data.
Who did the search?
It's a newspaper called PM News.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it wasn't as though Google published it. They just pulled the data to make the point.
Okay. I thought it's Google that that did it, and that's why I was trying to fire.
Yeah, but you are still right though, because the data in itself, they say statistics, and damned lies. The data in itself, it doesn't tell the full picture, as you've just said. Tinubu is the president, so who would people be looking for? But you know what really surprised me in that data though is actually where he's being searched. That really surprised me. So they were looking up his name in Benue, Sokoto, Gombe, Kano, Yobe, and this really surprised me. Republic of Niger, Bauchi, Kogi, Kaduna, Kebbi, Adamawa Plateau, Akwa Ibom, and Ondo. So the people that brought him into power are the people that are showing the most interest in him, Bishop.
Okay, you're back to me. Yeah, I mean, it's just he's been in the news. Maybe some people just want to find out what is new, what is the latest. There's always, I mean, it's always exciting if you are, you are anxious, looking up forward to something. Okay, there must be some news today. If that we can maintain that trend, then it will be a shift from the lethargic kind of thing that we experience most of the. So if people are, that's a certain, the places that the search is coming from, all the searches are coming from, is also relevant. Now maybe, okay, we have voted. What is coming? What is in? What's happening today?
Does it surprise you? 95% of the search is in the north. Nobody is interested in Tinubu in the south.
I don't think so. I think the reason is that most of the South are sufficiently aware of Tinubu. I don't need to search. If you ask me 10 questions today, I probably need to search him because of what Tinubu did in the past 12 hours. I don't need to search Google to tell you a notebook full about Tinubu. I mean, from beginning. So probably because people in the South are a little bit more informed about the personality and the whatever surrounding the person of Tinubu. So they don't need to go Google search him to be able to answer basic questions about him. I think maybe people from the north that it was marketed to them and they voted for him and they are now curious in knowing, okay, who exactly is this person? What has he done before? What is he bringing to
do you think the trend, do you think it's indicative of concerns about that the North is a bit concerned about Tinubu's governance?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I rather think that it shows maybe expectation. Maybe he's done some things and it's exciting. Like you put some you give some people something to taste and they are not looking for more. You have say, oh, this one can do this. Oh, he can do this. He can do this. So they are not expectant. Because quite a number of things we have been dilly-dallying about. And I did say, if you remember, we had conversations over it, that look, we don't need a president that is going to be a nice person. We need a president that will be bold enough to take difficult, painful, but necessary decisions. Except we want to deceive ourselves. So maybe he's done one or two things that excite them and they are looking out for more and they want to know, oh, it's like this thing they talk about this man. It be like saying not true. So they are curious. They are curious. They are anxious to see more. But basically, people in the South, I mean, how many people will be searching about Tinubu in Lagos? How many people will be searching about Tinubu in Oyo? How many people will be searching about Tinubu in Ondo? How many people will be searching about Tinubu in Ekiti and Kwara?
If they are not searching for him, then what are they searching? Is the new president is making some seismic moves, which is shaking up the country. So
okay, go ahead, please. Sorry, I thought you finished.
No. Yeah, no. That's what I'm saying. That it's a new exciting time. It's a confusing time. People are somewhat they are flummoxed and somewhat in anticipation of the direction of travel. So all of that should lead to. So if they are not searching for Tinubu, then what are they searching?
No. You are missing it all. In give me a minute, please. You are missing it all. In Lagos, if you are discussing in a group of persons, people will be able to give you sufficient information about Tinubu. That's how much is well known. So the chances
it's not well known now. We're not talking about well known. We're talking about his new incarnation as the president. That's what's leading to the search. Everybody knows Tinubu, even in the north.
No.
One man, excuse me, one man. Can I say something about why Tinubu is being searched in the north?
Yes, and Niger Republic as well. Yeah, come in, Hassan. So, sorry, one moment, Bishop.
Hello, everyone. Bishop, good evening. Ajanli Koko, Darati, one man, Ekene, and all the people that are listening. So essentially what I think is happening with the search of Tinubu in the north is two things. You will recall that Kwankwaso is now a full-blooded Baptist, and Kwankwaso has significant following in the north. And these people are kind of new. It's not even the traditional people that even voted for Tinubu in the north. Those ones, at least they know him quite a bit. And then those all who also voted for Atiku have made the switch already, and are already supporting Tinubu. Nobody is, expecting that Atiku would win any case, any court case or anything like that. So those that voted for Atiku are searching for Tinubu and are trying to, look at him and see and understand how he works, what are his priorities, and what to be expected, and especially the way he started, just like Bishop had said. So those things, that is from those that voted for Atiku. And on the other hand, those that follow the Kwankwaso space too are kind of trying to understand the new president and his legacy, what he has done in the past and things like that. And for the people of Niger, we've already been talking about why they are concerned, and their own is coming from Niger is so much affected by all the policies that Tinubu has taken recently with I know that there is this currency that they use. I think it's the CFA or something like that. Since the naira adjustment with the dollar, there were some issues, and then there were issues too with the petroleum and things like that. So people in Niger have legitimate concerns to search for Tinubu because they are anxious and they don't know what to expect going forward.
The free food is over, Abi. The free
yeah. It's obvious. It's going to be over very soon, even if it's not now. So I think that is what is responsible for the searches, really. And there is a lot of internal behind the scenes politics that is being done right now. People are jostling for positions. Those are trying to be ministers and things like that. So people are trying to see, who are Tinubu's allies in the north, and how engaged, how close were they to him, and who would, be favored when it comes to this, the ministerial position and all the important juicy positions. So all that, they coalesce and, form the mix of the searches that will make so and then it's true what Bishop said, that just by the fact of him being president, that will also add up to why he will take over that space.
What about Peter Obi showing 12%? How does that tally with what we are seeing on social media? You cannot switch on your computer without being warped.
Two different mentalities. One manner in the approach of politics of people in the north is completely different from the approach of politics of people in the south. Power is quite well understood around here. So it's not a zero-sum game. When it is done, it is done. People understand. What they need to do, and they don't waste emotional energy. So it reaches a space where it's no longer worth it, and you just let the sleeping dog lie. So Atiku supporters, I know they have gone past that like 2-3 months ago. They are not expecting anything, no miracle, no. They understand what is happening, and isn't that what a human being is supposed to do? Use his brain to analyze his reality, and then so that he can be able to predict quite accurately in a rational way what is going to happen, and then he can prioritize and structure his behavior in a way that is going to suit him in the long run. That is just what the Northerners are doing. I don't think it's anything like different, but of course in the Southeast, it's different. So different approaches, really. That's just what I think.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, back to you.
Yes, sir. So basically, that's what I was trying to explain. That it's not, thank you for shedding more light to it. It's added flesh to what I was saying. That there's more curiosity coming out of but it does not mean that the South are, but it's just that the information is readily available. You might not need to go to Google. So we are on the same page. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you out of Nigeria, Bishop, and take you to Kenya. So hopefully you would have already seen that, because it's all over the place, the exchange between Emmanuel Macron and the president of Kenya, Ruto. It wasn't so much even the exchange, because the beat that the Kenyan president was beating is already an established rhythm. But it looks as though they're hammering down now on that space. So what it was inviting is some sort of a harmonized tax system for the globe and a new financial structure that gives everybody an equal say in global financing. A condemnation of IMF and World Bank, because of course, everybody knows it's a portal for colonialism. So we're hearing this language increasingly. We're hearing it more so from President Ruto now, but we've been hearing it for quite a while from the Rwandan president. So is it now a pivoting in positioning by Africa? Is this the beginnings of enough is enough?
Number one, Africa and the European space, especially as it relates to France, it's been a very lopsided relationship. Of course, we know that between Africa and the West, it's always been like that. And one of the section of Africa that is actually dragging Africa down is the Francophone affiliated, countries in Africa. Of course, we know the origin of the direct and indirect system of administration and what have you. But hey, it's been the last of the countries. It's been more than 50 years. And the number of them are still tied to the apron strings. And anytime there is a pushback from any of the Francophone countries, one calamity or the other befalls them, whether it is orchestrated, whether it is masterminded, whether it is planned, whether it is, but it's become a pattern. We know how many countries have tried to push back against the French, and we've seen the results. So they are kind of dominating. So now, what should be instructive, or what is instructive, that stands out to me, is the fact that it is the Anglo countries now that are pushing, that are making this push now against against France, because others are not really fighting tooth and nail to retain their influence in Africa. But because every time there is a pushback from those, we saw what happened in Burkina Faso recently, and we saw what happened in where it was in Senegal not too long ago. So so what is interesting is that now, if William Ruto, is it William?
Yes, I'm not sure what his first name is. Yeah, William
Ruto and the other guy, the only three of them that have spoken so far. The other time too, Ghanaian president was pushing very hard. Same thing for Uganda. They are pushing. Their voice is becoming loud now. That means they are. It's like saying, look, somebody must of necessity be able to speak up so that we can reduce the influence of the Francophone country, because like with style and some manipulation, France seems to be wanting to expand their hold beyond Francophone countries in Africa. They've tried that before a few times. Unfortunately, they failed. But now the fact that some Anglophone countries are speaking up for their Francophone sister, that is African countries, it's very instructive. Now,
Bishop, I'm not sure that they're necessarily speaking up for the Francophone countries. I think what they're speaking to is the lopsided relationship between Africa and the Western world, how everything is leveraged against Africa. What particularly struck me was how detailed and science-led their argument is. So it's not the usual pedestrian stuff that please and really it's to the quality of African leaders that are emerging now, educated, sharp, very contemporaneous and global. So the language has changed because the quality of leadership has changed.
See, what I'm saying is this. I was going there. What I'm saying is that we have not had a fair and balanced representation from Africa, because the voice of the these topics they are discussing, Obasanjo started this when they started that AGUA, whatever, many years ago. And when they transform OAU from OAU to African Union, to see that, look, we should be able to sit at the table with the European countries when they form the European Union. African Union sits on one side and the European, and we negotiate as equals. Those were the things there, but unfortunately we cannot, because the Francophone countries, especially the Francophone countries, were majorly subdued. I am not a diplomat and I'm not into international relations, but these things have been playing out over time. So the voice up now is ultimately to be able to put Africa on a table. That look, you guys are the one that are subject. So let's be on the table. You negotiate for your own continent. Let us negotiate for our own continent as equals. Not as somebody you are doing, how do you call it now? You are dishing handouts to, or you are just doing favor. No, let's negotiate as equals globally. Whatever belongs to us, I mean to everybody. Let us be able to have a say. The Francophone countries were the one that were slowing African countries down before now. That's what I'm saying. So this voice up now, one, if it's able to wake some of them up, we are able to shake off some of the lethargic nature of especially the kind of people that I was reading something, the longest rulers in the world. I mean, I think majority of them were from Africa. We have people that have ruled some African countries for 43 years or 45 years, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that's nonsensical. And they are old, they are senile, they are not even, they are not in tune with the happiness of the day. And unfortunately, more than 60 or 70% of them are from these same so-called Francophone countries. They are the most unstable state. So what we are saying here, exactly those words are perfect, but it's going to boil the interest or the confidence of some of our African brothers. And if you can speak with the same voice and the same push, I think with time, somebody will have no option but to grant Africa their right place. We're not competing to say that, we are saying, look, give us the same opportunity so that we can negotiate our rights and get at it.
All right. Bishop, I think Ribadu wants to come in. Ribadu, good to see you. Ribadu.
Hello, good evening, all.
Good evening, Ribadu.
Yeah, I hope I'm very clear today.
Yes, you're clear. You're clear. Carry on.
Yes, I would only be brief because in my area we are battling with electricity crisis. I think till after Salah they will fix it. So I just came in, though I have heard the previous speakers. I think Mala Hassan too is here today. So what I want to really talk today is about the subsidy review by Malan Yuguda. I think you have played the clip.
Yeah, we've not played it yet. I was just saving that for the latter half. Yeah, but comment, it was quite. I sent it to you, didn't I? It was quite explosive stuff.
Okay, I wish that. Okay, let me see if I can get energy source somewhere. I will still try to, because I would love to hear the take from Ajali, Koko, and Bishop and the rest. You see, what's happening in the global stage, especially from the Kenyan president and the South African president, is quite commendable. But I don't know if we all realize that we have a very serious issue in the country here in Nigeria. And what Malan Yuguda talked about today about this, the oil subsidy removal and the finding, it was quite shocking. Even though most of us, I believe, we expected something like that to come to light. But I would like to take us back immediately during Sunusi, former emir of Kano, during his governorship of CBN. There is one particular moment that he said, any government that will come after Goodluck Jonathan administration, he said he is pitying that government because he did not see how they can run the country because there was absolutely no finance for it. So all throughout today, my thought was on that angle actually, because you see, Tinubu as he proved to, or as he's begin to prove to Nigerians that he really mean business. But the question is, this new administration really have funds on the ground to finance the government? How broke are we?
Well, we're not as broke as you think. You know, Nigeria is under borrowed. That's what the international community tells us. We're actually under borrowed.
I don't know.
You want one of these back?
No. Sorry. Carry on, Ribadu.
Yeah, one man. Do you know that 97% of our revenue is being spent on service debt?
Yes, we had that from the governor.
Yeah. So I mean, we are only left with 3%. That is a very dangerous situation, you know. But also, the angle I want to emphasize today is he talked of the corruption of the financial system. Okay, how corrupt it was, it is rotting. He painted a very gloomy picture of it. But my mind is racing from the suitability of the system itself, you know, and I would like to give some examples here that will drive the point home. You see, wherever people find themselves as a nation, there is history. There are some action and reaction and decisions that bring us to the present condition. For instance, prior to independence, we have a lot of railway networks that are doing just very fine. Okay, we have cotton industries that are producing one of the best cotton in Africa. But immediately after independence, in few 2 to 3 decades, all these systems that were working perfectly begin to deteriorate. The question is not because we lack management, no, because those systems were mainly designed for extraction only by the colonial masters. And after we gained our independence, we did not review those policies, we did not change those structures to suit our need as a nation. So that is one of the reasons that caused the collapse, among many others. So what I was left thinking is this: if our financial system is this very bad, that we can spend 97% of our revenue as a nation to service debt only, meaning it's only the interest of the loan we are getting outside that we are paying with our almost whole generated revenue, then we have no future if something is not being done. So the question my concern here is, I don't know what Tinubu regime have in mind, because I think from what he says from the in the initial stage of the clip, something drastically need to be done, because we cannot keep going to IMF and World Bank and these people, they keep killing us with their policies and all the rest. If you follow the history, of IMF and World Bank, you know, they were designs interests institutionalized by world power to keep us Africans, you know, in perpetuity of debt regimes from here to there. They forced down on African throats their structural adjustment programs and all that. So if you take all these points into consideration, you will find that up to date, we as a nation, did we ever sat down and said, okay, this system that we are running is not suitable for us? How many administrations come with its own new initiative or try to gather the country from angle to angle, north to south, east to west, to say, okay, come, If this formula, if this system that we have been working since 1960 is not working for us, what are we supposed to do? What is going wrong? Just like the way he said, I think almost most of the previous administration, they lack the political will, they lack that willingness to fix the problem. So where are we heading from now? Are we really aware of the seriousness, the gravity of this problem? Because to me, I think it's one of the most major thing that will take us in depth of chaos. Even this subsidy removal, because if he did not remove that subsidy, where will he get the money to run the government? So mostly when something, I'm not saying he because he doesn't have option, because even before he come into power, he has been saying it, he has been singing it, and glory be to God, he did it because he come from a different mind perspective, the rest of the leaders, But most of the changes that administration are doing that are acceptable by the population, you'll find out they only do it when they have no way to go. There is no option. Is the last thing to do. Everybody it has become a general knowledge to people that this is a problem. This needs to be taken out before the government will initiate a change of that. It's a very rare thing in Nigeria that you will see a government will come its own policy willingly without any pressure from the finance system or the well-being of the society or a protest or something, that they will come on their own. They say, okay, this is good for the country. This is what we are going to do. Most of our
excuse me, one man, can I just say one or two things to Ribado?
Yeah, come in.
Ribado, Ajamuna. Wala code me. Sorry.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. Ribado, I quite like the fact that what you are bringing into the discussion today is about something that you've been reflecting on, and because you are a family man, you have 5 kids, you are in the trenches of what is happening in Nigeria. For the most time that I've been on this platform, I have noticed something, and one man, please take note. On this platform, it seems to me that apart from Ajali Koko and some few people that come and go most of the time, there is, the assumption that the pure capitalist model is the only solution for, development and progress. I mean, we have to understand that you also have to understand that Nigeria is structured in such a way that there are 2 classes of Nigerians. There are elites and, there are the commoners. And within elite cycles, when you go and you hear them discussing Nigeria's past, its present, and its future, you can't help but to take, this, that they are operating from a position, of some form of, how do I do this to Renchi? They just believe that, they don't just take, the commoner into the equation. If you look at Nigeria, say, the past 24, 25 years, before the coming of democracy, you see that Nigeria has some socialist policies inbuilt. Now, since we came back to democracy, and when they created this BPE, Bill of Public Enterprise, and they sold off NEPA, they sold Nitel, they sold Nigerian Airways. Anything that was giving the common man respite in this country, has been sold off, and it's been sold to capitalists who have nothing else to think of apart from making money. And on who are they going to make this money? It's on the commoner. You see, so these kinds of things, have been happening, and the common man on the street, has no respite. He has no, wiggle room. Nobody considers him.
Hassan, the best form of welfareism is capitalism. That's just
No,
it.
no one man.
And
You cannot sit down in Kent in the UK having access to the NHS and on the ground, train stations at a subsidized rate. The UK is not even in the prime example to say that you guys are operating something. I mean, the Americans are. And go and look at the level of homelessness in America, and their drug problem. They have a lot of problem in America. So I don't even think that that is the right model, for Africa. We as Africans, we have our own economic philosophy, that is drawn out of thousands and thousands of decades of continuous living in harmony, with our people in a social communal setting, that everybody's problem is being taken care of.
We've tried.
The direction. No,
Sorry,
okay.
Hassan. We've tried subsidized living now. Look at where that got us.
No.
Subsidized living.
We've tried subsidized looting by the elites. That's just it. We have tried. We've been trying it, and we are on that route, really. I am not saying that the elites, do not understand Nigeria's problem. I am saying that everybody is looking out for his own interest. The elites have managed, to spoil the educational system such that the common man, does not even understand his left from right. He cannot articulate his problems. In fact, he does not even know where the problem is coming. And they have, planted the seed of hatred and, mutual hate between tribes and religion within the society, and the oga patapata of them all, poverty, so that people are confused. So while we tend to speak big grammar on this platform, the biggest problem that the common people in Nigeria has is they do not have a common ground. They cannot congregate, articulate what they want. Platforms like the NLC, ASU, they've all been broken from within. It is poverty and lack. The elites have won, but I am not somebody who likes to give in to the idea that there is no hope. I am a hopeful person. So I anytime there is a new dispensation, I believe that something may be done, to correct all these things. I think it's wrong for us to just assume that importing ideologies, economic ideologies from other countries will just work for us like magic. There is no one established route to get to development. We can tweak, all those models, and then at the end of the day, we can find a formula that will work for us. However, we must have class consciousness in this country. The common man must have class consciousness. And ditto, Ajali Koko, the best thing that can be done, to ensure that the interest of the common man, is for us to get good education down to the grassroots. I think that will stabilize this country. And I know it's not an immediate an immediate thing. It's going to take like 10, 20 years, like 2 decades at the minimum. Let me not over talk. Sometimes I tend to lose my patience on these issues.
I don't agree with you, but let Kenneth come in and then we get back to Ribadu.
Okay.
Yeah, Hassan, I love your last point. I love your last point. I made this point last time on this platform that the educational system is one of the problem we have in this country, because our society is becoming too. They are not being educated the way they are supposed to be. At least to our secondary school education, our government should have done something drastic to make that space very affordable for every citizens of this country. Then to this university, you can make a choice to go to university or not. But at the secondary school level, I made a point that space, government is supposed to do something that will get everybody involved in education, at least to get a YX certificate. So I agree to that last point, but I disagree when they say that we borrow, and Borrowing is not a bad idea. The issue is that we have irresponsible leaders in this country. They are not putting our money where it's supposed to go. They're just using it for their selfish interest and all that. Like this education, the percentage that education is getting in our budget is very low. It's very, very low compared to other societies. So it's not that the borrowing is bad, but they are not using it for what they are supposed to use it for. They're only allowing the masses to pay the price. And I'll be asking this question: what are the price they are also paying? Will everything be laid upon the masses? What are their own price? What are the price they are paying? Everything is the masses should tighten up their belt, this and that. But how have they tightened up their own belt to suit the narrative? So you say the elite has won. That's how it look like, but I don't believe that. We'll continue to fight on until we get it right. I still believe that we have not gotten the right leadership to give this country a good direction. We're still looking up to this administration. It's still a new administration. So we are not writing them off yet. We have been able to see most of their policies, but what we have just seen is just making a policy. But how are they going to implement it to suit the masses of this country? That is what is left. So going on, I expect the new administration to have the masses at heart to change the narrative, especially our education system. I really want it to change. I really need a government that will put a very good emphasis to begin to educate our young ones. The society is becoming too old. The youth are becoming something else.
Can I just look at what happened in Sokoto yesterday or the day before yesterday?
No, we're coming to that. Save that. You're going to lead on that. But so because
Okay.
I want that. Yes. So yes. I'm glad you're here because I want you to lead on that. But back to you, Ribadu. But very elegant. All of the things that Hassan said, but not vested in practicality. The country cannot afford subsidized living. So it has to be the free market enterprise that can propel the quality. If the country grows up, if we generate more wealth, then the trickle-down effect will, by osmosis, cascade down the food chain. And that's how it traditionally works. We've tried subsidized living and it has failed. Ribadu.
Yeah, I like the discussion of today. You see, definitely, free market is the surest way to national success and individual. But I think what I want to say here is this: all these things that we are labeling now, we are only talking about the problems and trying to find the solutions. Nobody is talking about what are the root cause of the problems. See, in the 1960s, immediately, even though we had civil war in the early 70s, but that was the era Nigeria got it right. That was the era that most of our major infrastructures were built. The dam, the hydropower, the national. That was late 60s, 70s. Things begin to go bad in Nigeria, early 80s to date. The job of a government is to provide the enabling environment and the strong institutions for the private sector to thrive. That is the job of a government, of any country. Either they are democracy or dictatorship. When the government did not provide enabling environment, strong institution to police the activity of the country, we will never get it right. See, from 2000, I think from 2009 to, was it 2009 if I can recall very well? Yeah, from 2009 to 2020, NIFDA, they said we lost $46 billion to oil theft. That is, we are losing 619 million barrels of crude oil every day. Can you imagine that? Well, how can we allow something like that to happen in a sane country with sane people, for heaven's sakes? 40-something billion dollars. I mean, from 2009 to 2020, 9 to 10 years. And Obasanjo, during Obasanjo,
you know, you have to look at the value cost of that as well. So that money, that's hospitals, schools, roads, everything is, you know. So that's the value cost of that money.
That is what I'm saying. Understand? And Obasanjo left this country debt-free. We all know that. But now, how much? How much are we owing? How much are we owing? If Obasanjo 2007 will leave this country debt-free, how did we allow that to go wrong?
Technically, that is not correct.
Okay.
Yeah, technically, I mean, I'm not going into the details. We got debt pardon from the European Union of Borrowers and the Paris crop. It's not all our debt, but let's leave it. It does substantially well. But say debt-free is not correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's a relative term now. It's not absolutely completely debt-free, but the books were certainly, yeah.
What I mean, when 90%, when you're 90% debt-free, you are, what is the 10% with the capacity of Nigeria?
90% is not correct. 90% is not correct.
All right. Carry on, Ribadu.
I don't want to go into details, okay? But what I'm trying to say is this. The way and manner we are managing ourselves, we are not going anywhere. We are heading to to our doom. And also, the best strategy or the best policy is often the simplest one. You see, the incumbency of government structure, the way the government is structured in Nigeria, if not a president that have acumen in leadership and politics, a lot of things will be going under your nose you don't even know. You understand? A lot of our system need to, our ministries, our staff, I think I've been saying all this. It needs to be simplified. It needs to be centralized so that at least transparency can come to bear. It's all these loopholes, all these agencies and parastatals that they are so cumbersome that they are building that is bringing about all this corruption. And for heaven's sake, I think by now I can say with certain confidentiality that it's a common knowledge in Nigeria that most of this oil theft that is going through in this country is being perpetuated mostly by the military brats. So imagine if we can say, okay, Nigerian army, stay away from all oil installation. Take an agency like civil defense. Make their primary responsibility just guiding the oil installation in Nigeria. We have Nigerian Navy for heaven's sake. They can patrol our coastal lines. Make 1 or 2 ports. Designate 1 or 2 ports in Nigeria that are purely meant for shipping out crude oil. How much money we can make? We can make a lot of money. It's a human problem. It is people that created that problem. So it can be solved. It's not rocket science. We can still get it right. Today, Nigerians are one of the best.
Sorry, Ribadu. You know, there's an easy solution to all of this. Just sell it off. Sell all of the oil stock off and get royalty. A lot of people have felt that because of course then it's down to private enterprise to protect and you
one man. It's not all the time that trickle economics work. I don't fully believe in trickle economics, man. It's not all the time that it works.
If there was one thing that Atiku has ever said that I've ever agreed with, all the way through from 2015, he has been saying it that we have to sell the oil industry off and collect royalty. We clearly cannot manage it.
One man. Why is it that others are doing it, we cannot do it? What is wrong with us?
Hold on for Ajale Koko, and that's a point, by the way. The Saudis manage it, but we cannot. Yeah, Ajale Koko, yeah.
Obasanjo actually sold those refineries to Dangote and Otedola. It was Yaradua that came in and reversed that that license that he gave them. He revoked it, and then he took it back from them. So Obasanjo already took in a permanent solution to it by selling those refineries to Dangote. If Yaradua did not revoke that license and took it back, Dangote will have owned that, what do you call that reverse refinery, and he will have been making that oil since for several years now. He wouldn't have built the one that he built in Lagos. But you see where we are today.
But it's not just the refineries though. The whole stock of the oil industry should be privatized, to be sold off. Let the Saudis come and manage it for us, since we cannot manage it for ourselves.
But at the same time, I remember the year when that the thing was sold by labor, civil society organization. It was the cry, oh, he sold it to his cronies, he sold it to his friend, that made them Yaradua to bow to the pressure then to reverse that sale. You remember they sold Nitel too, and they reversed Nitel. And eventually, instead of 750 million, they now sold Nitel at 242 million after they paid back the people that bought it before. So it was the pressure and the noise from, I remember Labour then as civil society organization took the front and said, no, he sold it to his friends and the rest. So it was the pressure that made him to bow to the pressure and reverse those sales. Sadly so.
All right, back to you, Ribadu. Bring up your thoughts, and then I want to go to Hassan for the Sokoto goings on. Ribadu, back to you.
I think the point is the situation. Our current condition is we lack the technical capacity to do anything meaningful in that aspect, in that industry. That's just the fact. And we already have, if not 30, at least 20 years gap of technical deficiency. Technical know-how, technical knowledge, we already have that on the ground now, okay? Look at common Ajakuta. Ajakuta alone has the potential to give at least 10 to 15% revenue to Nigeria. Look at Ajakuta is there rotting away. All the appointed sets there, they are busy dismantling the generators and parts of the plant and selling it off. So really selling it to the private individuals is not a bad decision, as far as we will do it in a manner that it will benefit the country. Okay, what I really come here purposefully today to talk about is I am so scared that we don't have funds to run the government. That is my greatest fear now.
No. I think the fund might be available from the subsidy removal, but carry on.
Well, only God knows for how long it's going to sustain us. I just hope the guy will have a very good team that will come and turn things around.
The former government is still owing for subsidy removal. They're still owing the. Where is the fund?
It's just very unfortunate. It's just very unfortunate what is happening, man. We did not have heavy investment in education. We don't have heavy investment in health. All these development indices are neglected. it would take us more than 8 years to put them into a place that we will start seeing the fruit. You understand what I'm saying? So if we continue to go as confused as we are going as a nation, I really don't know where in next 10, 15 years where we're going to end up. So this is
Ribadu, you know that the government can borrow against that subsidy removal because the international financiers, they are now aware that the country now has about 10 to 15 billion dollars, which is available for them to as a surety for loan repayments, etc. So they can actually leverage that fuel subsidy removal to borrow maybe 100 billion or something.
One man, that is what we are trying to get away from. Huh? One man, do you know? I don't know when last you were in Nigeria. Do you know that the middle class is no longer? We don't have middle class in Nigeria now. Do you know that?
Yeah, that happened. That happened a long time ago. But carry on.
Okay, I mean, for how long are we going to live? Can't you see what is happening to Pakistan? I don't want us to go to state of Pakistan, even though we have more resources buoyancy than Pakistan. But look at it, Pakistan is a nuclear power, but they are in bloody mess. The issue is every government, when a government come, they rule out a new policy, and after the administration, it will be truncated. There is no continuity in government policy. This one will come and hit direct, go to left. The other one will come and go to right. The other one will come and reverse the whole thing. I say no, that is not good for us. This. I mean, we cannot continue at this pace. We cannot afford to. Our population is growing. Okay, our population is growing, and the growth of population is putting stress on all the amenities that are available. These are amenities that are dilapidated already. Today, it's only university that you will send your child to public school and study. It's only the university level. There is nothing like primary. There is nothing like secondary. You cannot send your child to public school now to study. It's better you even keep him at home. Why do you think we were? Is people asking why? Why our public primary school and secondary school are vanishing? They are not functional. It's just building, just obsolete building. I mean, this is places I go. Ask Mala Hassan, he knows. You go, you find a teacher in secondary school. He cannot speak good 5 sentences. What is he going to teach that student that is going to sit for YAGU? For heaven's sake, West African certificate YAGU is the requirement for running for presidency in Nigeria, to tell you how the value of that certificate. But we are bringing public schools is producing children from secondary school that they cannot even write one full scap. What are they going to study in university? How will they even start? How will they cope? And how many of Nigerians can afford?
Hello, Ribadu, sorry, good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody on the platform.
Good morning, Simba.
Is that? Yeah, okay, Simba. Yeah, go on, Simba.
Yeah, you've been talking since, and I've been listening to you. And in fact, that was why I'm trying to join. You made mention of something, but you're also going the same direction. You said we have been mentioning problems. We are not providing solution. But everything that you have been doing since you start talking, it's just problem. You are not also telling us the solution. So
no, I did.
We know the problem. Let me tell you one thing that struck me yesterday. I was in the market yesterday with my sister-in-law, and I saw a group of people. They were running. I thought, what is happening? So she was laughing, and I was scared. So she now said, do I know why they were rushing? I said, no, I don't know. He said they were rushing for tomato, ordinary tomato. You understand what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I asked her, I say, why are they rushing for tomato? She said that's the way they always rush for tomato. Sometimes they also rush for vegetables like that. I said, why? We're in the rainy season. And it's rainy. It's not as if God did not give us rain. Why are our people not productive? Why are they always looking? And what I'm saying now, some people will come out and just come from my head now. I say, why am I always talking about the people? You know,
Simba,
if you have, yes.
I so much appreciate this example. Malan Hassan will bear me witness. This year, I pilot study onion farming. Okay, it's just a small pilot study. I invested just 55,000 naira. Hmm? At the end of after everything, I got 16,000 out of the farm. And it's not like the farm did not produce. No. What happened is the price of the fertilizer, the price of the parcel of the land we rented, and the cost of watering it because it's a dry season onion. The cost of watering it and then waiting it out and paying for the labor. At the end of the day, when we removed the onions, they have grown. I think I will send one man or any of you on the platform the pictures to see how big those onions are. But what happened when we removed them? The price has crashed. Okay, so the issue is this: uh, the price of farming in Nigeria, if you are not wealthy to do it in large scale, it's not sustainable. The fertilizer is one bag. I bought one bag around 41,000. I have to share it with one of my friends. He's also Dr. Raymond. We did it together. 41,000 per bag of fertilizer. It is called Golden. Okay, so imagine just fertilizer 41,000. It's gone. And this is a piece of land that is just 120 feet by 40 feet. I end up getting, how much was it? I think is 7 bags of onions. So that is it. So if you see them rushing, is the scarcity of the goods. Okay, that cause all this and the high demand.
That is very, so. Now can we now look at the solution? What are the solutions to this
Yes,
problem?
we will look at the solution in a moment, but I want to pivot the conversation to the goings on in Sokoto. But land your thoughts, Ribadu, and then I want to take Hassan to Sokoto.
I think, in my humble opinion, the solution to this serious problem we are facing is this: is for our own government to start using our own institutionalized think tank to provide concrete solutions to our problem. For instance, we have to look inwards. We have to design our own systems of administration in governments, especially in federal government. Okay, we have to simplify the department and agencies. You understand? We have to give them specific functions and make sure that such functions are not being duplicated by another state agency. That is one. Then 2, we have to look inward in a sense of developing our own technical capacity like the way India did. Okay, we have to do that. And then 3, we have to, the most important thing is we, the people, need to talk serious talk between ourselves, just like the way we are doing now, and try to put in power people that we know they have the will, the political will to take on the serious challenges that in this country. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Ribadu, I wanted to try and see if you can charge your phone because because we still get to the Governor Yagudu's expose, and then I also want your commentaries on the Sokoto space. But I want Hassan to lead that space for the Sokoto narrative. So, Hassan, so Hassan, you're up next. Don't degrade the prophet. Sokoto is Muslim dominated. Governor ALIYU tells Nigerians. So, is that Deborah Samuel sort of narrative that we're back with Sokoto again? Another unfortunate feels the brunt of it. But the response of the governor, a lot of people feel is somewhat tepid. It wasn't sort of the fire and brimstone that you expect to hear from him. And of course, we have the banner that Nigeria is a secular country, but the tone that the governor is adopting now does not recognize that. So, what are you making then of the goings on in Sokoto, which seems to be a recurring decimal, and how the authorities are handling it there, which is not to the satisfaction of Nigerians, Hassan?
Yeah, one man, this is a very sensitive topic. But nevertheless, this is a topic that needs to be discussed. You will find politicians, it's like trying to walk around eggshells with this topic. If you are in the north, you understand how sensitive it is, to discuss these things. And even though the Deborah and the Deborah thing and this one, it's still the same mob action, but two different circumstances. This recent one, the one the governor was talking about, and you would notice that anytime our leaders try to talk around matters like this, they try to be as neutral as possible, because they don't want to fall into the same pit hole. And I will continue to talk around this issue the same way, but I just hope that whoever is listening would understand. So what actually happened is that there is an imam, an Islamic preacher who is based in Bauchi. His name is Taishi, something like that. So he did a sermon, not I think it was during Ramadan, like 2 months ago. And in that sermon, he alluded to some things that had to do with the prophet. In fact, he is now being charged by the Gombe State government, the Sharia court in Gombe State himself. He is a religious leader. He said something about Prophet Muhammad, which a lot of people found distasteful. And among the cycles of preachers, his head was being, everybody was calling for his head. Not everybody completely, but people who are from the opposite, Islamic sect, because we have two major, the main ones, Tariqa and Izala. So that imam is actually Izala, and he said something that that people felt was too sensitive and was kind of almost insulting to the prophet. You see, and that sparked up the hornet's nest. So while some preachers came to his defense, others did not. So, but what actually inflamed everything was the fact that the other rival sect, the Tariqa, saw an opportunity, because usually they throw blows at each other during their sermons, because there are two competing narratives and they are trying to get people to convert into their own sect. Even though you are a Muslim, all of them will want you to join their sect before they feel so. There is this internal competition within the Islamic space in northern Nigeria between and the Tariqa and the Izala. So while this was happening, he had a devout a student who was based in Sokoto. Now, that devout student made the mistake of, I think, defending his preacher, his imam, and so if I were that student, I would have not done that. I would have been, conscious of my environment, especially because what has happened to Deborah and things like that. But he decided he felt safe enough to, chorus and repeat what his preacher said. And seeing that uh the Tariqa people saying that he said it, and of course, they have the bad blood between them and the Izala, and then him standing by that, and then they descended upon him and jungle justice, and they killed him. But the problem with this jungle justice is that nobody can even prove that the guy said anything wrong. People can, accuse you wrongly and say you said something that you did not even say. And that would be all. It's too barbaric. Professor Mansour Sokoto, a very respected Islamic cleric and an academician, wrote a post early yesterday about it, and he was saying that it is unfortunate that northern Nigeria has been left in the darkness, because in Arabic there is this common word that will say al-jahil al-murakkab. What that means, al-jahil al-murakkab, is when you have people who are ignorant. Too much ignorance it permeates a society or a community, then ignorance can be a threat to social order, and it can be a threat to harmonious living in such space. So Professor Mansour Sokoto said that that there needs to be a total reorientation of the way Islam is being preached in northern Nigeria, and that people need to educate their children, and that he also cautioned the preachers themselves that they should find a way to preach in such a way that they are not encouraging jungle justice and things like that. So that is for Professor Mansour Sokoto. Another person who actually defended that preacher was Dr. Mahmoud Gumi, Dr. Gumi, the popular Dr. Gumi. What Dr. Gumi said in his own submission is that because he is from the same sect with Tenshi, is that he sees nothing wrong with what the preacher said, that the preacher is only being persecuted because he's from the other sect, he's from Izala, and that he brought some examples and talked about why what the preacher said is not it's not anything for people to be to be riled up about. And he said during the time of the prophet, okay, this is what he said. In Islam, the whole Sharia that people hear about is gotten from three sources: the Quran, the Sunnah of the Prophet, and Ijtihad. Okay, so the Quran, the book, the traditions of the Prophet, and Ijtihad. Ijtihad is a method of reaching to creating an Islamic law, which the imams come and stay, and then they reach a decision.
Sorry, Hassan. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think states like Sokoto State, and especially Sokoto State, do you think they recognize the secularity of the Nigerian state, or do they see themselves as a single religion state? And also, what is their concept of freedom of speech and all of that? Do they have any grasp or any time for all those libertarian sort of underbelly of the constitution? Do they recognize the secularity of the Nigerian state?
I don't think you can detach Sokoto from their history, of that is the seat of the Islamic Caliphate, right? So even though, and when the white man came and established this country, they did the indirect, rule in northern Nigeria, completely different from what they did in some part of the south. So, the local, the emirs were still allowed to continue. And so even though the country has changed and on paper it's supposed to be secular, what was happening at the grassroots was not totally secular. I would say that, the elites of Sokoto understand perfectly what secularism means, but The problem, I would say, is just as I said, if there was enough Islamic education, good Islamic education, that would not happen because people will understand that what they are doing is not Islam. There are moderate interpretations of Islam that will not allow you to take laws into your hands. It's anti-Islam.
No,
That is
should I tell you where the fear is of a lot of people, Hassan?
Go ahead.
The fear that a lot of people have is that there's excuse the language, but there's a monstrous going on within that SOKOTO space, especially that will be near on impossible to tackle. Because if you go on head on with the authority of the state, then they will use religion to rally people, and then you don't want to take on that fight. But then, of course, you cannot let this continue to be a recurring decimal because it's just happening with too much increasing frequency. And because there are no repercussions, it happens, and then the authorities cannot take a stance because that would be like taking a stance against religion. And the people that do these things, they're somewhat celebrated within their own community. They're idolized and deified, and then that incentivizes another set of people to do it. And then we're seeing it with increasing frequency. The government cannot come in at the federal level because they don't want to rile a religious standoff off. The state government, who is central to that space, it is not taking an aggressive stance for whatever the local politics there is, but then the rest of the country looks on in alarm as we continue to hear these stories.
You see, one man, there is this saying in Islam, "Anna masail ad-dina al-ilmiya wal-amaliya mabaniyatin ala kitabillahi ta'ala wa ma fahmi min ahadisi rasulihi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ala wafqi fahmi as-salafus salih ridwanullahu alayhi." What that means essentially is that anything in Islam that is called religion, it has to come from the Quran, the Sunnah of the Prophet, and based on the interpretations of the people who saw the Prophet, execute what God has told him to execute. And even those people, they have to be people that God has already, agreed with them. And when you go back and look at what the Prophet has preached, the Prophet preached knowledge. Islam actually, structured the modern Western education that we have today. There wouldn't have been, modern medicine without Islam. Astronomy practically was Islam gave it a lot of boost. There is no field that you not go into. You see this, your glasses that you are wearing, Islam is the basis of it. At least the technology was improved, during the golden age of Islam. So Islam is supposed to be a religion of knowledge, of understanding, of rationality. Mathematics, name them, everything that we are enjoying today. But what we actually suffered was
the numbers 1 to 9. They came from Persia, and optics,
0 to
no, 0 came from India.
Arabic. No, India borrowed it from Arabic.
0 came from India.
No, India from Arabic.
Optics. The word camera. It's a Persian word. You know the word camera, so they invented optics. So, but I'm not sure if it's the religion or the culture, but I know that a lot of science came from the Arabian coast.
What builds civilization? Civilization is only built when you can find people of diverse backgrounds and you can unite them around a common cause. That was what happened in the Islamic civilization. That was what happened in Rome. That was what happened in Persia, in Babylon, in Egypt. It's not a homogeneous society. Wherever civilization rise, you have to see that people from all different backgrounds, they come and then they rally around a common idea. That is where the human genius, meets, and creativity will get into a melting point. And from the top down, knowledge can be controlled, policies can be formulated. Even bureaucracy is somewhat of an Islamic, invention. This one that we are using today.
That was
One man, go and do your homework. Go and do your homework. No, go and do your homework.
Or you are laughing. I'm not in jest, but carry on.
All right. Okay. Anyway. But see, the solution.
The solution. Yes, that's what
The solution, I think, is still knowledge. One man. We cannot escape educating our people. Though. You don't find people who are sufficiently educated, engaging in those things. We have over 18 million people that are out of school in northern Nigeria. 18 million children out of school with no future. No future. They are just like time bombs.
Sorry, because I may soon go any moment, so I will still leave you in the platform.
Okay.
And
come back.
Carry on.
Come back. Charge your phone and come back. But carry on, yeah.
See, I don't have a deep standing in Islam or religion knowledge like Mala Hassan does, because I'm a Fulani man and westernized one for that matter. But I think in our previous we won't discuss something like this, especially about this Al-Majri issue. So what I want to say about this, you see, when the Deborah case started, it was quite unfortunate, and it was really, really horrible. And now it has happened to a Muslim, fellow Muslim. You understand? So you see how the dimension of the issue is. And I think if we know the history of Sokoto or northern Nigeria in general, even when Benifodio came with his jihad, there were Islam existing in the Hausa land. But it's because of this fusion of culture and religion that is creating hybrid Islam, that he decided to wage that jihad upon the Hausa land. So I think we have to, especially we, the Muslims, I think number one, it's our own responsibility to try as much as possible to divorce religion from culture. Because if we cannot do that, a lot of things like that will keep repeating itself. Okay. One thing, we have to have the buoyancy or the courage to screen the imams that are going to preach. They have to be screened by the state. We have to know where they went and get their education. If it's in Nigeria, who were their tutors? If it is outside, we have to know what type of ideology they are coming back into Nigeria with. Because, yeah, he went out and studied abroad, but who knows what ideology is coming in? And for heaven's sake, he's going to come and gather innocent young boys, preach to their virgin mind, and put all sorts of things in the name of religion. And these are children that they don't have the black and white understanding of if this man is misleading us or not. So I think our previous thing, I'm telling you that the religion is gradually being hijacked by some actors. When we were discussing Kashim Shettima issue, I think I made a point like that. So you see, even the elite, as you can see, it is obvious that even the elite are kind of afraid to view opposition or condemn it, or it's only the few of the Islamic clerics that are condemning what has happened. And though I don't have deep knowledge of Sharia like Mala Hassan does, but you see, it is very clear. They said, if somebody commit a crime in Islamic perspective. For him to be judged according to Islamic law, the state that he resides must be a state that is governed by Sharia. So today, by extension, what that means is, today if you catch a thief in Saudi Arabia that he is supposed to get his hand cut off, in Nigeria, you cannot do that. You know, unless if that state is being wholesomely practicing Sharia law, which I think we were not, if not of our Zamfara. Sorry, I don't have a knowledge of all these things here, as I told you.
No, even if the state is practicing Sharia, even if that person is Muslim, that person has to agree to be tried in an Islamic or Sharia court. If that person says that he doesn't want to be tried in a Sharia court, even if he is Muslim, then he is taken to a civil court. That is the way it is done.
All right, let's bring it back to the goings on in Sokoto State, because the fear is that this is only going to happen in a couple of months' time, and then in another couple of months' time, and because of course there was no repercussions for the Deborah one. Do you think Sokoto State should be declared an Islamic state within Nigeria? And then people then know to accord it then that you know that deference that you know should it be ring fenced? Should we have no because at least if we know that it's an Islamic state, then you know that you are not accorded and afforded the liberalism of cosmopolitan living. So you kind of think that you're in a secular state and act as you will, only there to fall foul of some religious doctrine that you might necessarily not be aware of. You know, so should they just declare it? Should they surrender it to the religion, Sokoto State, and then we know that it's a special case, and then you go there and then you abide by their rules?
There are indigenous Christians in Sokoto.
One man. I think you did not get it. You really did not understand the situation. What we are saying, the treatment that guy got, it's wrong in Islam itself. That is the point. Killing of that boy and previously of Deborah, it is wrong. You understand? It is wrong. Islamically, it is wrong.
But what one man is pointing at, sorry if I'm butting into your thoughts, is that when it happened before, there were no consequences, there were no repercussions. Everybody is afraid to call them out or to met out adequate punishment to the perpetrators. So it's happened again, and it's still going to happen again. I don't know if that represents what one man is saying. So what do we do?
Broadly, yeah. So if we then say that
one man, I get you now. Okay, so you see, I don't think we should, just because it is something that has got to do with Islam, all of us should just wear our tough faces and begin to say two-country solution, whatever. Jungle justice is not just uniquely a northern Nigerian thing or a Sokoto thing. It happens more in Lagos than it does. Just because this one has religious connotation, that should not make everybody just bring out his arsenal and start to shoot left and right.
The law can respond.
Sokoto is a secular. For how long has it been happening in Lagos? Has the law, suppressed it?
Yeah, but the governor himself is saying it's not a secular state. You see the headline is telling us.
No, he did not say. He did not say it's not a secular. Muslim-dominated state. Muslim-dominated state. One man, of all the bragging you do about the white man's language, I don't think this is intentional. You know what it means.
White man in black skin.
Well, you one man, don't twist. I know you have a journalist in you, but these things you don't need to brush them.
Hassan,
Yeah.
the concerns that I'm expressing,
Mm.
they are the concerns that are widely held by a lot of people. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, I
Yes.
do, and that is why I'm trying to treat it okay, as the best way I think the problem can be solved. You see, even that of Lagos, do you think brutal punishment? Because at the end of the day, you don't even know who actually did it. If 100 people kill one person, wait, and what actually should be the solution? Because sometimes all you need to do is reorientate people. Like what is happening in Lagos, if you do your homework and give people the orientation that they need, better policing and things like that, maybe you can solve it. It's no different from, and that is why I'm saying education in the north.
Hassan, let me say this.
Okay, Ajani Koko.
I think in the case of Deborah, there was.
Let me make.
There
Okay.
Was,
the issue is this. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The people that were supposed to enforce that law are politicians. That's the truth. Okay. And no politician will go against the masses' emotion. Because tomorrow, who is going to vote for him? Is it me or one man that is in UK? Or me that I'm here in Maiduguri? Who is going to vote for him? You cannot.
Okay. So if that is the masses' emotion, Ribadu, there is actually nothing wrong in recognizing that that Sokoto State, especially, it functions under religious rules. So if that is
I don't know what type of English I will use to explain to you. What I'm trying to tell you is,
I know. You are saying what they did is actually even against the religion, but they are doing it under the banner of the religion, and the authorities are not able to respond, really, for reasons of religion as well.
It's not really for religion. They are not responding not because of religion. No, they are not responding because they have their own interests. That's just the truth. Let's call a spade a spade. If because of
Azan, you can't say it's not because of religions. They did it because of religion, based. Okay, it is based on their own understanding. You started very well by saying that because of lack of education, but they were convinced that what they are doing is right because of religion.
Yes, but that is ignorance now in itself, isn't it?
It's only you that knows that what they are doing is against the Islamic religion. But what they did, they think that they are doing the right thing. They are doing it for Allah, and that is, and they have reward for whatever they are doing.
Which is unfortunate.
Let me ask you a question, Hassan. Is it time for the Sultan to define the doctrinal line that he once preached in Sokoto and then in Nigeria, and then find a mechanism to ensure that all of the imams, it is imams that preaches in the mosque, correct me if I, that all of the imams, they adhere to that doctrinal line, so that somebody cannot then come with some rogue radicalized teaching that turns people's heads. So is it time for us to define the strand of Islam that we're practicing in Nigeria?
Yeah, let Ribado talk, then I'll come after him.
All right.
1 month. Okay, let me speak to you the way you will understand. Okay. Do you remember what happened in 1400s in England during the Protestants and the Roman Catholics? During was the father of Queen Elizabeth? Okay.
Well, as old as I am, I wasn't born there, but carry on. I don't remember.
I know the history.
I know. I'm only joking. Carry on.
Okay. Imagine, it wasn't a doctrinal issue that make Protestants separate from and make England separate themselves from the Roman Catholic. It's because of the tough war the king was having with the Pope at that time because of his marriage. Okay. he was eventually excommunicated by the Pope, because I think I know more of a Catholic religion than Islam itself. But you see, when you have Izala sect in Sokoto and you have the what they call the Malans and Jania sect, okay, you as the what they call the emir of Sokoto, my God, you
Second Muslim.
Yeah, you as the Sultan.
Sorry.
Okay, is he back?
No, I'm back. Sorry.
I think the system is having. Can I say something? One man.
Yeah,
Okay.
carry on. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Okay.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Are you okay to discuss this topic, by the way, Ribadu and Hassan? I know it's a delicate topic, but
In fact, that's what I want to say, because I don't know what you want to.
We're already deep into it. Okay.
One man.
But let Ajali Koko talk so that I can come back.
All right.
We'll discuss it.
Okay, so I think that more orientation has to be done by our political leader, or let me say, our political leader should lead in that effort by mobilizing all the imam and let them start to preach that this kind of jungle injustice against anybody that say anything against Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is wrong. If they were given all the resources and all the support by political leaders to start preaching it, I think that can help. And if you may wish to recall that when the incident of Deborah happened, Sadwana of Sokoto spoke against it. And one person that I did not even expect that will speak against it, Gumi, he came out openly and spoke against it. I don't know if you remember one man. We treated it here.
Gumi spoke in length against it.
He spoke
in length.
strongly,
Yes.
and never expected him to even say such thing. I thought he would keep quiet, but he came out strongly. He condemned it, and he said it's not in line with Islam. It's un-Islamic to take human life like that. And he stated clearly what the scripture said, in the Holy Quran. So, and to say that maybe there has not been repercussion for this kind of treatment. The last time, the case of that young lady, Deborah. Some people were arrested. They were charged to court, and we don't know the outcome of the case. And we had some lawyer that stood up for them to go and defend them at the court. So some arrests were made that time, and So I want to agree with Hassan that more orientation has to be done for our people to know that this is not the right way. They shouldn't, treat their fellow citizens for just making a blasphemy statement against holy prophet. So what do you call him? Sadwana of Sokoto, he came out strongly the last time. And I believe this time that it happened in his own domain. I want to hear from him once again to condemn it. And maybe he will start doing something to correct.
Ajali Koko, one thing that surprises me during military regime, people don't behave this way, because the military are not waiting for you to elect them. They will shoot
Azan,
you guys.
Azan,
Nothing more like this
Azan.
was happening. Yeah.
Yeah, let me say this.
Okay.
And because whatever we are saying about we need more education, we need to enlighten our people more, it cannot work. I'm very sorry to say it can only work to some extent. There are two problems I identify in this case.
It's
One,
your
we have
opinion that it will
no
not work.
no just wait, let me land
Okay.
because this
And by the way, sorry, Simba. And by the way, we have to be delicate in the language of this topic, but carry on. Yeah.
okay, so the having different sects within Islam is as old as Prophet Muhammad himself. Immediately the Prophet Muhammad left, that was when this sectationalism started in Islam.
Then it's
And
not
it has
as
been
old
there.
as the prophet himself now. If after he left that it started.
Okay, just because what I'm just trying to be mindful of what I'm saying, because what I'm trying to say, you know the origin of the Sunnis and the what's it called now? This other
That one is the
the
Shiite.
Shiite.
It's a
Yes,
completely
yes.
even different thing that is
No,
happening in Nigeria.
I
But go on.
know. Those are the major ones, and we know the problem that even these ones are causing in the world today, and there is no solution to it. It even brings war between countries, talk less of even within people. So, and the way they curb this kind of problem, even in the Middle East, because they have strong institutions, they have strong government, their citizens they cannot dare to take law into their hands. Even if anybody make any blasphemy, the person will be arrested and the person will be taken to court. But in Nigeria, one, we don't have strong institution like government that can take this, because you see the kind of government, I mean, that we are practicing this democracy actually weaken our politicians, because they prioritize their electionary process above every other thing. They can trade anything for them to be elected, and that is one of the major problems. So we cannot actually say that because even these people that we are talking about, even the so-called religion, all of them, they have where they belong to. They also belong to different sects. So I don't know how these two problems we can solve it, because we have weak institution that's supposed to actually be firm and make people to pay dearly for whatever offense they have committed. We don't have that. Then even the so-called leaders, even the governors, even the leaders within even the religious itself, they belong to different sects. So how do you think we can tackle this?
All right, Hassan, bring that
Okay,
topic. Hold on, Hassan. Hold on. I think we're tipping on the edge now. So Hassan, bring that topic to a safe landing port, and then I'll move it to another space. So bring us home.
Okay, so let me just say this. What has happened in Borno State is a testament that radicalism of any sort, can be dealt with deliberate action and policies from the government. But it took us to a horrible experience before, Borno did its homework. Now in Borno, you hardly hear of any religious preacher, trying to even be controversial in any sense here in Borno, because it will not be tolerated. You know yourself that it will not be tolerated. Everything, you have to go through the Ministry of Religious Affairs to be cleared before you are even allowed, to step on a stage and say you are preaching to anybody within Borno State. But that is only within Borno State. I believe that what will happen in the future is that people will begin to copy from the model of Borno, and then implementing it in other parts of Nigeria. If Borno, which is, the first place that Islam came to, as far as Nigeria is concerned, can adopt a system like this, then I don't think even Sokoto has any excuse, because Sokoto are babies in Islam compared to Borno. There is a significant 800-year difference from when Borno took up Islam and when Sokoto did. So that said, and another thing, because Simba talked of Saudi Arabia and Shia and all that, and he's saying that
I didn't mention Saudi Arabia. I said Middle East. I'm not specific.
Okay, no problem.
All right, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not an inherently Islamic thing. Any belief system, anything, any religion that is faith, because anything that is faith based, because if you believe, to have faith is to believe something without evidence, and if you believe something without evidence, you're no longer liable for somebody to come back at you and say, hang on a minute, let me argue the case. You say, no, it's private, it's my religion, you just have to accept it. That is the way of the world. That is the freedom that everybody is given if he believes in a religion. So I don't think that just looking at it from a narrow view will solve the problem, or if we just keep sending accusations. I am more aligned to what Ajanli Koko said, and I believe reorientation and people having good education and moderate Islamic education really can help, from the preachers place and then down to the people who listen and the students too. I think that will help us because we are now practicing democracy. During military regimes, these things do not really happen the way they do now. So let's leave that space.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you then to the Google Trends, which you gave us a snippet earlier on. But to that space, there's been a consistency in Tinubu's popularity from the data that is coming out of Google. Even before the elections, Tinubu was a good 45% surged, as opposed to Peter Obi, the mid 30% surge. But now that it's in situation and is administering the country, Tinubu now, in terms of Google trending, is 82%, Peter Obi 12%, Article 4, Kwakwanso 2. Just from this little data, it is consistent with how people permutated the election, how the election played out, and what happened subsequently. So this data is really yet another validation that the will of the people is what is in situation. Because from all of the pushbacks that we're hearing, okay, you say Tinubu is president, so of course his name will resonate a lot more because people want to find out what he's doing. But if you look at the margins and if you look at the antecedents of him constantly being more popular than the rest of the field, then and also if you look at the 12% surge for B, so that's just to tell you that's a story of one, validation, and two, abandonment. Hassan.
One man, you really like political discussions. But yes, I think apart from just like what Bishop has said and what Ajali Kuku was saying earlier and what I had said earlier about this space, yes, it is true. But I would say that a lot of people who, even in the North, did not vote for Tinubu, we are seeing crossover. People are beginning to, like his policies. There are people who are liking his policies. There are people who are giving him grace, buying into his policies and keying into them, because we have seen different leadership styles. This is something different, and it's giving people hope. So I am also hopeful that this is, what will take us to the promised land. So a lot of Atiku supporters, of course, would naturally want to. A lot of them have switched. I know a lot of people on Facebook who actually voted for Atiku campaign for him, and now are hailing Tinubu. And I know almost everybody that was in the Concourse spaces now with Tinubu. So it is only natural. One man, Tinubu seems to have solidified his base, his stance in the north, if not anything. Because most of the data I see is coming and the trend is coming from a lot of northern states. So it is expected. It reflects the reality on ground.
Hassan, as yes, hold on, Pansat. Hassan, as time continues to evolve, we're having to revise some of the lazy assumptions that we make about our brothers in the north. Because it's a sophisticated move, this data. And when I was looking at the data, I was expecting to see that it was being searched in Abakaliki or You Are Laughing, certainly not in Gombe, and places like that. But then, of course, we are having to revise to revise some of the lazy assumptions that we make about our brethren in the north.
Yeah, you see, those assumptions. Let me bust your bubble a bit. So, if you look at the population spread in Nigeria, and you look at say states in southeast or southwest where there is so much population density, but then the states are little at least by land area and by population, there are a lot that there aren't a lot of people compared to the north. So say for example you are from say a state in the southwest that has say 1 million people, and in that 1 million people, let's say 70% of 1 million, that would be 700,000 people are educated. So then you go to a place like Gombe. No, let's not take Gombe. Let's take a place like Borno that has like 7 million people. Okay, and then in Borno 7 million, let's say 45% are educated. Now 45% of 7 million, is equal or even more than the 70% of Ekiti. Now consider these two, that there are more northern states, 19 compared to just 6 in the southeast. So if you put together the brains of the north, they may, if not equal, they may even, supersede or exceed that of the south. But the northerners are very, very, home-loving people, and they are not as adventurous as the southerners. And they kind of like to be humble about education or their stance in life. So they don't usually put themselves out there such that you know them. If not that they get one opportunity or the other, one platform or another, you hardly know that this guy is this good or that guy is this good. But it's all good, no problem. You see, in life, it's always better for somebody to underestimate you, so that when it's time to, do the right thing, you can win.
All right. Okay, Pansat wants to come in, but Pansat, please, don't turn it into an ugliness.
No.
Don't, because you do.
No,
please,
that's not necessary.
Don't in this instance. Don't turn it into an ugliness.
I wanted to say to
yeah.
Has Valiant, I think you call him Hassan.
Well, that is his name. That's why I call him that.
Right. And I was listening earlier, not particularly to his last remarks there, but earlier he was on point. We talked about education for the North. And he was making the salient points. And I said to myself, now this is the kind of person that should always come here, because I know one man is yearning to have the Northern voice. A lot of our people in the South, they want to see Northerners participate. And Hassan has the accent. But he was also very smart and in articulating his points, the solutions. At some point, somebody was demanding solutions from, I think Simba was demanding solution from some other northerner here. I don't think it was Hassan, it was another one. And, you know, it takes quite a gall for somebody to come from the north to come participating in a modern forum such as this one. Because, Hassan, you have to understand that most of the people here, from one man down to Simba, they're Muslims pretty much, if not by religion. Hold on.
I thought I
No,
was a Jehovah's Witness.
by culture and by fancy, by style, by preference, right? You may not be a practicing Muslim, but these, like Simba, it's a Muslim. Now, what you've done here goes a long way.
For the
to
record,
solve...
I am not a Muslim. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No. You say you're Jehovah's. You say you're Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, that's because I am. Yeah, but carry on.
Right. Okay, but so the point I'm trying to make is that there are people, other Nigerians, who don't even have the kind of exposure. This group you have here, maybe Ekene is in Lagos, so I'm sure is also exposed. You have to understand that terror is nothing but fear, intimidation, fright, trepidation. It doesn't have to be somebody carrying AK-47. Just the word Muslim itself, Islam, puts a lot of fear in people. Well, you see what happened to Deborah and others, and the recent one here. And the randomness of it, it could happen to anybody. Now, you point out to the 16th century some time ago, and I can help you by adding the French Revolution between 1793 and 1794, when you had the ruling Jacobean factions, Robespierre, where they ruthlessly executing anyone who they considered a threat to their regime. Christians have undergone that. So I come in here, it's a mixed bag for you, Hassan, because it really takes a lot. If I'm a Muslim, I cannot show my face here or in public.
Why not?
From Nigeria. The reason being that, right, practically, there is terror coming from the north.
No,
just
no.
name. Hold on. I'm not trying to start anything. I'm trying to give him credit where credit is due, and for him to show.
No. You can't say that though, can you? Really? That's your subjective view.
One man. Let him land. I understand the context.
That's not a universal statement. So
yes, I will respond.
Okay, yeah. Let me land. I'm not, because when I saw this program, it was just like the other program we had last week. It's got its role. We need this kind of discussion. We need this kind of person here. Hassan is not a Muslim. He's a human being. He's a Nigerian. He's an African. He's smart.
Hassan, can you confirm that you are a human being?
No, if you can, please, one man. I enjoy your humor.
I am Abiku.
Look at that, Abiku.
So what I'm saying basically is that if you look at Ministable, that kind of person on the comment section, he doesn't want to show his face here and make the kind of defenses you're making. And if he does, he doesn't want to live with the reality. So I'm cheering you on. I'm your fan, but your last statement began to worry me. You cannot be making those population arguments, knowing fully well that Nigeria has not conducted a single census, knowing that in every other country in the world, the more you go to the desert, the less populated it is. As you go to the coast, you have more population. Nigeria cannot be an exception.
All right. Put a position to Hassan. Let him respond. I want to bring Collins in because we've not heard from Collins in a while. Yeah. But I still want to hold on to Hassan because I want to hear about Ruto from him. But put a position. Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that succinctly puts what I'm saying to Hassan. Like if you take, say somebody like Ekene here, right? He's not in demand right now, but he's just as smart as you, or smarter than you are, as a matter of fact, in his contributions here. but we're valuing you because it's rare that you have somebody from the North who's universal, who's making sense, who's bringing solutions. Hold on, it's true.
You can't say that.
No, but it's true though.
What do you mean it is rare? Some of
how many have you had this year? How many?
Quite a few.
Give me a number.
They come intermittently.
Have you had 50? Have you had 25?
What do you mean?
I want to nail you down. I'm saying that maybe you had half a dozen, 6 at the most.
All right, put a position to our son.
So
let him address it.
My position to him is that we have to deal with reality. The lagger in the country is from the North. It's not. You don't have 19 northern states.
You mean the unknown? You mean the unknown gunmen in the North? Is that what we're worried about?
No. I'm worried about all of them. All of them. That isn't even. For example, Hassan barely scaled through. And if I had heard his last comment before, it's just that I'm in already. I wouldn't have come back. I wouldn't have come in. What I'm saying to you is that I am worried about all of them. You don't have 19 northern states. There are places like Benue that are under attack, that are being wiped out by those people. Those are not northern states.
Is there a question, or is it a TED talk?
It is his position. It's what he thinks, But
I hope you are familiar with Pansat, by the way, Hassan.
Yes, I am. I've met him.
One man is trying to push me into one of those sessions. This is not a session that calls for that. This is a session that we should get educated, get some positivity out of it. I'm build on it. So let me land.
Land it in a couple of minutes.
Let me respond now.
Okay, it says 2 minutes. Let me land that before you respond. I don't know what you're going to respond to. I haven't given you an opinion. I'm telling you the facts on the ground. So what I'm saying to you, basically, it's stay on that narrow path, an arrow. Don't mix it up with all that jargon about Northerners doing this. They're not going to school. They hold no patents. There is no super brain from the North. We have to be all Nigerians.
Lamido Sanusi is not a super brain.
Who?
Wow.
Rufai is not a super brain.
I don't want to make it personal, but if you want me to tell you why he's not a super brain, I'll tell you.
Tell me.
Have a problem.
Hold on.
Yeah,
sorry, Hassan. And then in 2 minutes you get to respond. Tell me one name in the Southeast that is half as clever as Lamido Sanusi. One name.
Philip Emeagwali.
Who's that? Is it one of those container economy people?
No, Google it. Philip Emeagwali. But 90% of people from the Southeast are smart, up to genius level compared to Nigerians in general.
All right.
I want you to know that. But anyway.
All right. Let Hassan respond so that we can move the conversation on.
Sure. Sure.
All right, Hassan. So all of that, pick it out and then respond to whichever part of it you feel.
Okay. The last census we conducted was in 2006, and Obasanjo was the president. I think that's the basis of all the estimations that we do on our, population and all that. I would say that that is, fairly close to reality as anything that anybody has in the deepest trenches of their minds, because that is based on facts and data collected in real time. And I was counted in that census. I participated in that census. And as far as there not being a desert where there is nothing, there is a difference between the Sahara desert. Where we are is an arid region. It's a Sahel savanna. It's not the desert, because right now I'm in Borno State in Maiduguri. Everywhere is green. Everywhere is green, like green. So I don't know where Pansat, the way he speaks, that he left Nigeria for long, and maybe he's never stepped foot in the north. And I don't know what drives people to think people who marry 4 wives and then have like 16, 17 children in 8 years, are going to be the same with people who just marry one wife, and at that, give them pills to swallow so that they can space their children, and they have 2, 3 after 40 years of marriage. That does not conform to rationality. That said, and as far as brains and minds and intelligent people go, well, I am not the kind of person that will brag about the people that I know that are smart, right? These are that. The Philippe Miguel or something. I think the guy just went and learned some coding, and he participated in the creation of a certain computer in the United States. That is a very low standard to say that the whole race, that is the most intelligent person, unfortunately. But I know my people, it does not, just because you have a big memory and you can cram things does not make you intelligent. But on the other things that Pansat have said about northern Nigeria and all that, I hope and I invite him one day to come and, expand his horizon, understand people, because you cannot judge human beings based on material positions and, a narrow prism or the, narrow interpretations of, your sources. Let me just leave it at that. He talked well until at the later stages that, you begin to feel, the extremist view coming out of
Okay,
him. But let's just
let me give
close
you a
that
rebuttal.
space.
Let me give you a rebuttal.
No, don't give him a rebuttal.
Just a couple of minutes and then I'll leave. Let me just say this.
We are just going to be going in cycles.
All right.
That's just it.
All right. Let me bring Collins into the conversation. We've not heard from Collins in a while. Hang around, Hassan. I'm well handled, Hassan. Let me bring Collins into the conversation. We've not heard from Posh Collins for a while. Probably sleeping already. Collins, are you there? All right. I wanted to okay. Let's hear from Ekene. Ekene, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Yes, Ekene. So it gets like this sometimes. It starts off smoothly and then it deviates into whatever. But let me bring you to the expose by Governor Yagudu. Who tells us that the system of the subsidy is so rotten. In the clip, and I'm going to play it maybe later. He told us that the subsidy system was so rotten that people were claiming subsidies on well pipes that did not even exist. And it's told us that the system is so rotten that if Tinubu does not actually, rather than just stop it, if it doesn't attack it frontally, then it will struggle to govern. So what are you then making them? We're back at the fuel subsidy scam again.
Well, man, this is what we know for a very long time. Subsidies, that oil sector is one of the most corrupt sector we have in this country, because that's where a lot of big men in this country put their interest. And that's where they get their resources to suppress the common man on the street. So what their liberation is not new to me. It's not a new thing to me. It's just what I want is a government that will definitely deal with it and put other ideas that work for the country. It's not only oil. We're talking about oil. It's just like people are talking about oil because our government, I don't know to say they are lazy to think or to know how to put other resources together and make a revenue for the country. They're just focusing on the oil. So if I were Tinubu, I would like to go into a much fight with them, because the cabal in that environment is a very big one, which I don't think a single person can deal with it. So people like me will support him to deal with it. But if he can't, I wish he can have the capacity to think on other areas and garner our resources more. We have more resources than oil and make our revenue from it. So even though it will take him some time, but I just think he will have the capacity to do that, so that this country can move forward. That environment has been bought over by a lot of evil politicians. So I'm not. It's not a new thing to me. Not a new thing to me. I know that oil environment is not it's no gay area, unless Tinubu has the capacity. If he can fight, if he can fight, because we are talking about resources. This country, I used to say it. There is no money to govern this country. There is no money. The corruption is too much. They have stolen many things, and the only focus where they are stealing that money is from oil. So Tinubu needs to change strategy and find other ways to raise revenues to be able to govern. So it's a very difficult task for him. I know that, and that is why people like me is giving him that kudos of removing the fuel subsidy. So if you see a lot of Nigerians are not complaining, even though we are finding it very difficult, but we are just believing that he will do the right thing for the common man on the street. Because my only concern is the common man on the street. I don't care about them. What they need to do is to do the right thing for the common man from every part of this country. So so our educational system is very bad. Everything is very bad in this country. So when we are talking about all this issue we are having both in the south and in the north and in everywhere, it's all about education. It's all about education, and nobody can tell me that it's not about education. It's all about putting a good standard of education and educate our young ones. None of our young ones are ready to go to school. One man in this country, it's a fact. They don't want to go to school anymore because they are seeing our politicians making money just within few days, and they see Yahoo guys making money just within few days. The corruption is eating up not only on the politicians but even in the life of the citizens. People find it so they now choose the illegal way of making wealth than following the legal way. But if government can put a good policy, make out a good environment, very conducive for the young ones, give them education, make them understand the need for this education, I think we will still get it right. But for now, when people find it difficult to feed, when people find it difficult to, they will find other options, because you cannot die of hunger just because of the government, or you are waiting for the government. So I wish Tinubu would do more. I wish he would do more. I wish he would have the capacity. But that environment is stolen. A lot of evil men has taken that space, and it will not be an easy task for him. So if he is expecting to get resources from oil, it will be a very difficult task. I wish he would do other things to make his government work. So any other thing, one man.
All right. What are you looking at in the news today? What's been trending in the news for you today?
Well, the news, nothing much. It's just about Tinubu's government and all that. Just like
what are people making of his performance in France? What's the sentiment? You know, that's his first official outing as a president. But what are people saying? And especially, what are you making of Tinubu's outing in France?
Well, for me, you know, people say that he didn't perform, he didn't speak, but I didn't follow the space very well, so I just see some pictures. So, but I didn't follow the space very well. But people, when I was in Twitter, they were commenting that he didn't come out to speak. Other people that he sent a delegate, something like that. But for me, anybody talking about that would have known that he already said it right from time that this is his style. So for him to say that that is his style and Nigeria accepted it, then there is nothing bad with it. The only thing I want is a sincere leader. Just what I want. I want a sincere leader. That's for me.
All right, let me play you this clip, Ekene. It's consistent with the clip that you sent in.
You see the foundation. Yeah, foundation. Yeah, pass swamp. They move good feeling with the swamp. No child. You see the foundation. Look at the foundation. The way Henry move good. Me right back. Which channel has swamp? Where the foundation? Look at the foundation. Yeah, swamp. Far around your foundation. You feel there. That's not one day China. China can be with it.
All right, so Ekene, that's additional proof of just the justification for what happened in Alaba market. I mean, what do you make of that? Digging foundations into a swamp, it's quite a thing to say, isn't it? The words fail me, Ekene.
Yeah, I already said it in the video I sent to you. So I found it very disgusting. People building putting foundation inside swamp. I don't know. Is it money checking them, or I don't know. But the issue is this. My only problem I will have with the government is after pulling out those pieces in that swamp and still sell it back to the Chinese, which I have understand that decision has been taken by the government. So that's the only problem I have with the government. But if it is only to clear that space to have to make that environment or make it clean or open up that swamp and all that other things that will make that area to be full, then it's good. But giving it back for foreigners to take over is what I don't like. That's my take on that.
All right, I'm going to play you another clip. It's only 50 seconds. But before I play it, you know, in the cut and thrust of the Nigerian politics, we are very critical of each other, and we don't actually recognize how we have advanced as a people in terms of the way that we politic. So I'm going to take you to Sierra Leone, Ekene, and I'm going to then play you the words of one of their presidential candidates who is campaigning, but in the course of that campaigning, he's referencing very heavily Peter Obi and how Peter Obi has conducted himself so far. So that's the backdrop to it. Ekene, watch this.
I have always referred to Peter Obi. When he lost the election, we all know the promise he held when the elections were being conducted, and almost everybody who is anything in Nigeria do their support. But when the results came out otherwise, he didn't call his supporters to the street to wreak havoc. He took the legal path, and then by that way, he was able to save his country from chaos. So we will encourage all of our politicians to learn from that example. Leadership is about self-restraint, and leadership is about selflessness. So we expect that our politicians will demonstrate this. I mean, the process has been peaceful so far, so let us continue to be peaceful and to promote the interests of our country. Thank you all.
Also, Ekene, that was Abdullahi Bangura, a leading politician in Sierra Leone. What are you making of his words? Pick it up from there, and then we'll carry on. Yeah, Ekene.
Yeah, he just he was expressing what he experienced in our last election, and it's a very commendable one for us as a Nigerian, unless if we don't want to tell ourselves the truth, because we know what would have happened in this last election, if not for the conduct of most of our politicians, including Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar. So if they have not conducted themselves very well, you know what would have happened. We will not deny the fact. Especially, when Obasanjo came to read out his letter, and the people's mind were already puffed up to go to the street. It's a fact. So I read it those days. Those time I read an article from Charlie Boy, was shouting on P2P why he didn't allow them to go on the street. So, but I know P2P very well. I know him very well. I know he's not a troublemaker. I know he will not fancy that, and that's the only thing I like about him. Most of those are the characters I love about him. So it's good to promote peace in our country, especially our politicians. So it's good that other countries are referring to Nigerians as an example. So, and people saying that
for all of the criticism that Peter Obi has gotten, and a lot of it is just politics. He's conducted himself very much like a gentleman. We have to say that he's conducted himself very much like a gentleman. And this Sierra Leonean politician, he really highlights then just how much of a gentleman Peter Obi has been. Because he doesn't even have to tell them to go on the streets. He only has to act in a funny way, and then that would have triggered, because he has such a mass following. If you have thrown them on the streets, I don't think the Nigerian state would have been able to contain them. And that's just to show how advanced we have gotten in our politics, and especially how much of a gentleman Peter Obi has been.
Yeah, one man, just we have to give honor to whom honor is due, no matter what happened, no matter how you hate the person. Just like if any of our politicians does anything that is commendable, we have to appreciate it. It's also build our nation, because for me, seeing someone from either southwest or north commending a politician from the southeast is an encouragement. And I don't think anybody from southwest or north would not like a southeasterner commending a politician from any of their region. You understand? So it's part of building national unity. So we give honor to whom honor is due. Obi has conducted himself, and I know he will not do anything outside the law of this country, even as he is still in the court. So whatever the court says, at last, I know he will still go towards the direction of the court. So I know him for that, and I believe him for that. So I love that other people can refer to him, even when most of us here cannot refer to him. So
no, they say a prophet is without honor in his own home. That's just a good example right there. And it's also interesting how other spaces, other countries, how they actually view us. Because sometimes we're so locked in our Nigerian nest, we don't actually see that there's a world outside of us. And a lot of these countries, they look up to Nigeria as an example. And in this case, they are using Peter Obi as an example of conduct.
Yeah. It's a very good development. Nigeria is a very big space. We are giant. I think other African countries will develop when Nigeria start to develop. You see, we look down on our nation very well. But I know me living in this country, I know what we will achieve, being a good model to other nations. I know what we are going to achieve. We are the largest in this continent, and we have one of the most brightest people all over the world. So what are you telling me? We need to be an example. So if we begin to lay good example, especially starting from our political class, just think about how the other nation will take us. I pray for every administration to represent us well, to have good conduct, to have good manners, to always take this nation at heart, build a very good and united nation. That's the only thing I desire. So if our politicians can understand that and play within the rule, not disorganizing us, not putting disunity among us and all that, using other religion and ethnicity to disorganize our dear country. Who will achieve? They just check the time of when we are the fastest growing economy in this continent in Africa. Just check that how Nigeria was. I wish we have maintained that standard, but quite unfortunate we couldn't. So we are still hoping that maybe this administration will do better. So this country is one of the best. It's one of the best. When we do well, other people recognize us. Even people from Europe, not only Africans, they recognize that they know when we are doing well, and they are pointing at it. So thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put by Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So let's take the conversation to Ajanle Koko, who are hopefully still there. Ajanle Koko, all right. I think Ajanle Koko may not be at his computer at the moment. So
space before Ajanle Koko.
What's up, one man?
Oh, okay.
Yes, yes, I was coming to you, but I think Bishop wanted to come in. Bishop.
I just wanted to chip in one or two days before, but now that he's back, they said
no, chip it in, and then we go to Ajanle Koko.
I actually made an attempt when you were talking about the unfortunate Sokoto incidents before. I think the incidents in Sokoto is a tragedy that is a common tragedy with every part of Nigeria. A few of those mob action, the one they called jungle justice, came to my mind very quickly. One that stood out was the ALIYU 4. That was a university community, very educated, the Christian community, yet they dealt with those 4 boys openly in such a despicable and abominable manner like they did. There was a young boy that was accused of stealing a phone somewhere in Ibadan, and the same thing, the same fate befell him. I mentioned someone that Showore will know very well. I don't want to mention his name here. I know Ajanle Koko can get that information. That was almost, gotten rid of because somebody claimed that he touched him and his manhood disappeared. That did not happen in Kara Namoda. It did not happen in Bremen Kebi. It did not happen in Geshua or Zungeru. It happened right there in Lagos. We had security men that were lynched openly in Asaba. Somewhere in Warri. In that they killed a young man because they accused him of what? The ditto people that they have killed because they accused them of witchcraft in somewhere around in South. So this culture of lynching, I don't know if people are just waiting for the next victim they will vent their anger on, and the only way to do it is to be destructive I don't want to use that word, to eliminate innocent people just because they have seen many people. When you bring them and ask them, they do not even know the origin of what is happening, because they just see other people say, oh, and they shout, yeah, and they join the mob, and before you know it, they left in their trail. So we need a serious reorientation of our mind. Religion might be contributing, whatever reason might be contributing, but the fact of the matter is that it goes beyond those things. It goes to the fact that we have a lot of depraved minds in our society. And I believe when it happens, if we look for 10, 20 people and make them an example. We saw the perpetrators of Deborah, she's in Deborah or Rebecca. We saw them on video. The fact that they lack the political will to bring them to justice is what has encouraged this. In this era of video, something everywhere, all you need to do is pick 2 people, even if it is only 1 stone that you stole, you are there, and let us make an example of them. While we are trying to, re-educate their mind, we should make example of the people that are caught in the act. If the state fails in doing It's just a matter of time. Because before we come here and discuss this again and say, and express regret. But oh, look, another soul has just been lost to this mindless and senseless mob action. And I think that is what we need to begin to really re-examine. How do we want to go? So it's not just about religion, it's about the kind of young people that we have now. God will help us.
All right, thank you, Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. So let's come to Ajande Koko. Ajande Koko, I don't want to over-labor that Sokoto space because it's such a delicate topic, so that we don't spill over. But let me take you to where Ikene left off, the commentaries by the Sierra Leonean senior politician using Peter Obi's conduct as an example of the direction that his country should follow. Do we have a full enough appreciation of Peter Obi? We often mock him, but he has been exemplary. It's within his right to do everything that he's doing. But the one thing that he gets bringing endorsement for is not throwing his followers on the streets. That's been acknowledged in Sierra Leone. Do we appreciate this man enough, Peter Obi, Ajande Koko?
Thank you, Woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see that statement made by that chairman of the ruling party in Sierra Leone can be interpreted in so many ways. Some can interpret it as being selfish because their party is the ruling party, and for him to call on others to emulate Obi is an effort for them as the ruling party that have been accused of perpetrating electoral malpractices.
Do you follow the politics of that space?
Oh, yes. So there have been a lot of...
All right, carry on. Yeah.
So the opposition party, the strongest opposition party, were attacked. The secretariat were attacked by the police. Some people have been killed. So I think his statement, as good as it sounds, I think it's just calling on an opponent not to foment trouble and to allow the process to take the full course, and to urge them to go to court by emulating what Obi did if they have any grievances against the process. So to me, I think on one side we can say, yeah, it's a selfish, it sounds good, but it's selfish because they are in control, and for the process to take its full course, it will favor them. We know the way it play out in Africa. The ruling party doesn't lose the election. Already, they use the police to attack the opposition APC party. Unfortunately, the name of the opposition party there is APC. So that's on one side. On the other side, I think we can interpret it that Nigeria is a very strong power in Africa, particularly in West Africa. If we really want to really be objective and fair to us, that statement tells us that they recognizes the political power and the economic power that Nigerians occupy in West Africa. So they can make reference to Nigeria in the course of doing things in their country, just as we Nigerians make reference to America, that, oh, in America, so thing is done. Why can't we do
Sorry, even we make reference to Kenya. So can we look at it the other way, that I concur with your first assertion that we are just politicians, or generally we are just scavenging for political relevance and looking for things to support our whatever this thing. Yes, because if we are making Nigerians are making relevant to Kenya, we make relevant to Kenya, especially in this last election, they lost. Can we say Kenya is in the same class with us, that we are making reference to them? You know?
Well,
the whole thing is
so one on one side, it can be interpreted as being selfish, is calling on their people to stop, not to foment trouble, to go through the process, challenge it if they are not satisfied, because it favors them. So on the other side, it's a recognition of Nigeria as a strong player as far as politics of West Africa is concerned. It's a big brother, so they can emulate.
But is it especially a recognition of Peter Obi, even though if you're saying that he's using it for selfish reasons, but really a good example to cite in terms of not just Nigeria but Africa, how politicians should conduct themselves, because Peter Obi has been impeccable in the manner that he has carried himself.
Oh yes, so well, not only it is good that you mentioned Obi alone. It is not Obi that went to court. Atiku went to court as well. Atiku did not call on people to take to the street. So it's just good thing that he mentioned Obi, because Obi, during that contest, before the election, Obi's name was very popular around African country as a politician, a presidential candidate coming from nowhere, challenging the power that be and shaking them to the ground, almost torpedo them. So Obi's name was, it was it spread like a wildfire across Africa, particularly in West Africa. A lot of people monitor Nigerian election. They monitored that politics before the election, and Obi names was the top among them all online. So you talk to Sierra Leoneans, you talk to Ghanaians, you talk to all of them. Obi names was the one ringing the bell. So I'm not surprised that they mentioned Obi, because that is the super name that came out from our presidential last presidential election, that he can make reference to. That look, this super name, this super presidential candidate in Nigeria, with all the waves, it did not win the election. What did he do? He didn't call for violence. He went to the court to challenge the process. So we have to give it to Obi, and Obi make us proud, whether we like it or not. He should be acknowledged as a politician that played the presidential presidential contest well, and at the end of the day, unfortunately, he couldn't win, but it made us proud by going through the court process to challenge the election. So the statement there by that guy is a recognition of us as a power that be, as far as politics is concerned, in West Africa. So that is two ways I can interpret it: selfishness and recognition of Nigerian state as a force, a power, a political power in Africa. So that's my take on that, woman.
All right, brilliant. And to the to the back and forth between the Kenyan president and the French president. So we're starting to, are we starting to see a bit of backbone amongst African African leaders now? And are we also now starting to see a better crop of leadership in Africa? Because, of course, a lot of them highly educated, well-traveled, so there is no bamboozling them anymore. And they have the data, they have the language, and they have the confidence. So the authority with which he took on the French president, he didn't quite know where to move. And then we've seen it with the Ghanaian president as well. And of course, we routinely see it with the Rwandan president as well. So are we seeing some sort of a renaissance? And is this all about the quality of leadership that Africa is now evolving into?
Look, one man, that what we are seeing playing out with African leaders challenging Western power, the way they are manipulating us, is as a result of the level of education that those leaders got. They are well-educated people, well-exposed. A lot of them were educated in the West as well. So they have a very clear understanding of how things work, how IMF operates, how United Nations operates, how World Bank operates, how those international financial organizations operate, and others. They know how they operate. They have a clear understanding of how they operate and the manipulation behind their operation. So that is why they are challenging them that, look, you can't continue to treat us like this as if we are nobody. I mean, if you listed the one in the world is educated in US as well. The Ghanaian president educated in US. The Kenyan, I don't know whether he got his education in US, but the one before him, what's the name of that one? That one that was challenging Obama, that was telling Obama, don't come and tell us.
Is that Kenyatta? Is that Kenyatta?
Kenyatta, educated in US as well. Even if you listen to him when he speaks, his accent is very, like, very, I mean, sounds like American accent. So
Americanized.
Yes. So, and, so I'm not surprised that they are challenging. This is what United States give everybody that's cool here. They give you that freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and they empower you to speak when...
Baba sorry for can I interject?
Yes, sir.
This is not the first time we're experiencing this kind of thing. If you remember, even the pre-colonial and post-colonial era of both Ghana and Nigeria, Azikiwe, Obafemi Awolowo, Kwame Nkrumah, even the late Nelson Mandela, they did the same thing. And the 80s, we have this set of military head of state also, who also challenged the likes of even our own today, YAGU and BUHARI regime, Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso, Muammar Gaddafi of Libya, and all those things. What became of all these leaders that we're talking about? We still, what we require is not a frontal challenging of all these Western people. What we need is actually to start our orientation of our people, good governance within our own space first, before we start doing this. If they don't have the required effortry to do all these things, because the people have done in the past, what became of them? And to me, I don't like the way you are just abusing it to being educated in US. That's what is giving them that freedom of speech. It's not about freedom of speech. What have they done locally to improve the lot of their people? That's the question we're supposed to ask them.
Okay, so I want to tell you those leaders that I was referring to have done a lot locally for their people. The one in Rwanda, we saw the way he has built Rwanda to the admirable of the world. The one in Ghana, we saw the great job he's doing in Ghana to the admirable of the world, to such an extent that all the
Ghana, Baba Kuku, Ghana. Are you talking about Ghana? This is our own Ghana.
Yes. Oh, yes.
What has he done in Ghana?
Okay, let me tell you what he has done in Ghana. A lot of foreign investors in Nigeria left Nigeria and moved to Ghana. That's
when they move, Baba Kuku, don't let us change history. It was what he's doing in his own regime.
I think we're losing you.
You
Or are you
listen.
losing me? Can anyone hear me?
I think it's you that you are. Simba, am I the one? Am I? Can't you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you very well.
I think it's one man that is dipping in and out. Yeah.
The few companies that left Nigeria and went to Ghana was not during its own regime. Go and look at the debt burden of Ghana presently, and go and look at the economic crisis that is also going on in Ghana presently. It doesn't. I don't think you have a full grip of what is happening in Ghana, and that's why you are saying this. Ghana is economy is as worse, if not more worse than Nigerian economy. I'm telling you, I'm giving you that one for facts. So to me, apart even the Rwanda of a thing, the kind of this freedom of speech that you are telling that maybe that is why he went to school in America. Did he even allow freedom of speech in his own country? He doesn't allow that. He's a dictator. This Rwanda guy is a dictator in Rwanda. And he's just like a military junta that has been ruling them, want to rule them forever. It doesn't allow for democracy. So to me, these are your arguments. I don't understand where it's coming from. I'm very sorry.
Can I add something, please? This is one man. Greetings, one man, and greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I think Simba has a point. I would like to add that there are other geopolitical reasons why African leaders seem to be emerging right now. And this can be accounted for by the emergence of the Chinese and the Russians, and let's put it this way, the BRICS nations. And if you look at what is going on, even Americans are doing everything they can to buy India over to their side. If Nigeria had just obtained, or Africa, any African country, got what India, just one of the items India got from America this week, Africa would have been a different continent. But yet, India got multiple different agreements with the US, from space technology exchange, building the jet fighters in India, servicing their warships, just name it, quantum technology exchange. They've signed agreement with this in India. African countries, we go there, we ask for trinkets. And this is why I support what Simba is saying. Because what we do is, we go there like people with low self-esteem and ask them to remove debt. We dance this stupid dance that they dance, and we still lose out again. This lack of boldness in our leaders, we think that this is boldness, just going to talk smack to people's faces. That's not bold. Ask them for something that you've never asked before. When Mao Zedong walked into Russia, Soviet Union then, and met Stalin, the first thing he asked Stalin was, we need your nuclear technology. This is the most advanced technology the superpower of the world had. And he's asking them for it. He didn't wait for, let me take the missile first. No, he wanted the real deal. Otherwise, there's no point. Stalin refused. Khrushchev came in. It's like Khrushchev knew that he cannot get past the Chinese without giving them something like this. He had to concede. And even then, the Chinese didn't relent when the Russians told them, don't worry, slow down. No, they didn't relent. They went ahead and built it. Within 10 years after testing their own nuclear thing, America is going there again to offer them goodies again. And look at where China is today. That's what they are doing with India now again. Because we as Africans, what we do is we go there, argue for trinkets, like our forefathers used to do. We get to Gogoro, we get mirror, umbrella, and we give them our people for in exchange. You think when they forgive you the debts that they were going to forgive us, they are going to ask for something in return. What is it? Something in return? Something that is going to tie our hands for the future. No, there's no free lunch in this world. And these are our leaders. They talk smack right now. In reality, they have not elevated themselves to the level where they are going to actually change things. To change things, they are not going to like you. This one, we are trying to do it like they are going to like us. They didn't like India when India was emerging. They didn't like India. They didn't like China. It's just the name of the game. If you want to take money from some other person's mouth, you want to take power, they are not going to like you. This thing, our leaders think that there's a sweet way to do it. Maybe there is. I don't know. I've never seen it happen in the world before. But these are tactics I don't think it's going to work. It's not going to work until they start demanding some real stuff. Debt forgiveness is like poverty from one poverty measure to another poverty measure. We've done it all before. They forgiving our passenger debt. What did he do for us?
Sorry, to Niger. What would be the leverage for Africa making a demand? Because you can only make demands from a position of strength. So what would be the leverage? What would you lever to embolden the demand?
Long-term strategic relationship, alliance. If you want to build an alliance with them, that's what the Chinese offered to the Russians. It's not like China had any way to defeat Russia then, the Soviet Union then, I mean. So they offer them, okay, you do this, we are going to be your partners, and we are neighbors anyway, so you can see that. And Africa is right next door to Europe.
These people already own Africa, so you're not in a position of strength. China is in a position of strength. China is an ancient, advanced country.
But so is Africa, though. Let's not sell Africa down. Africa was where all this emerged from.
No, it's not advanced, though, is it?
That is our mistake now. We've never. No. To be fair, we were the most advanced ones. We were so advanced, we conquered nature and spread humanity all over the world. So let's not this thing. And if you look at the emerging this in evidence,
that's a function of biology, though. Spreading humanity is a function of biology.
We invented the technologies that led them to survive everywhere else, spears and all those things. So those technologies we conquered. The conquest we had.
Don't you agree with one man? What one man is saying? One man is right. Even this India that I said they are now bargaining and requesting for something from America, they are requesting based on their strength. I think India now, I think they are the third or fourth largest economy in the world, and America cannot just abandon them or say they don't. So they are requesting from the position of strength. They develop to a certain extent that they have to make a request and they have to listen to them. But in Africa, we have been colonized in everything, and we don't have that strength. So, in what way? How do you negotiate when you don't even have anything to offer?
That's what I'm trying to say. If they don't give you what you want, you go into the wilderness and develop yourself. That's what happens. That's what the Chinese did. That's what the Indians did.
And that's what I'm saying. That we have to go to that first. We have to develop ourselves first before we start making all these things. Just talking in a gathering does not make any sense as far as I'm concerned.
When you say
they're just making noise.
When you say develop yourself, what you are talking about is security development. Because if you don't have that, that's what the others did. You have to go into the wilderness to do that. Are African people ready to do that? When they are ready to do that, you will see that the change will happen. And besides, you don't even have to do that to get there, to be fair. Because after all, the Japanese were defeated. Then look at Japan today. You could create a situation whereby you say, okay, you know what? If you don't do with us right now, I will throw the lot in. As a matter of fact, African Union, they are quite organized right now. And we will throw our lot in with China. And the reason why America is going for India is not necessarily because India is too powerful, because India is very, very important in terms of tipping the scale in the world. If India decides to go full on with China and Russia, It's over for the West. It's just over, period. And they know that. Hence why India now is like the kingmaker in the world, whereby it's sitting there. But Africa can also be that kind of kingmaker. If India is misbehaving, but Africans, that's the problem with Africa. They don't speak with one voice. If India is misbehaving, Africa would be like, you know what? If you don't want to do what we want to do, what we are asking for, we are going to throw our lot with bricks.
So sorry,
then let's see how you're going to do it.
Sorry, Tunaja, did you acknowledge at all anything that Simba said? Simba just explained that India is one of the top 5 largest economies in the world. Well, in India, in terms of science and technology, is one of the most advanced in the world. India is a nuclear power. India has political leverage by association because all of those strengths, they're using it to negotiate spaces. Now, look at Africa. Africa, it doesn't have any advancement in science and technology. It's the poorest as a continent, not even a country. Remember, India is just one country. It's one of the poorest countries in the world. We have resources and all that, so I'm not talking about that. It's in perpetual flux, always on a tribal fight or the other. You know, it's always dependent on aid and all of that. So what strength are you taking to go and make demands? What strength?
One, the strength is the power, the potential, not necessarily this. It's like when you have
the potential, they
credit.
own you. Do you realize that Africa is owned by Europeans? Do you realize that?
Right now, no, I think every day their power is winning, their control over Africa is winning. This is why you are seeing the leaders emerging right now, because the Chinese and the Russians, they are weakening, including the Indians. To be fair, Indians are also causing trouble because they are playing both sides. So they are weakening their power. That's what you are seeing now is the same kind of movement you saw in the 60s, maybe even in the 50s, where the West became weaker because of the emergence of the Soviet Union and the Chinese during that period. So now the cycle is repeating itself again. Remember, during when the Soviet Union fell, you look at what was happening in Africa. That was when it decimated us to this point, because the West was extremely powerful during that time. They were the ones controlling everything. But now the environment has changed again. The West is not as powerful. They are desperate. I saw the way Macron was speaking to African leaders. He was there, oh, we are putting billions on the table. He's just printed that money. What is that billion going to do for? They are not willing to exchange real stuff that is going to change our strategic relationship with them. They are not offering us anything tangible. They're just offering us money. Trinkets. This is the trinkets they gave to our forefathers, and on these are our leaders. They come and sell it to us. And sometimes I fear that some of all the things they are doing is just theatrics. They do this stuff, make it look like they are challenging them. Then they sell us.
We know that, but what has been explained is that we're not in a position to be deserving of anything other than trinkets, because we're not bringing anything to the table.
I get what you're saying there. We don't. The truth is that we really don't have a lot. I've been saying it. We need to do a serious work on our security so that we have a punch to offer. However, given where we are, because we are a massive resource.
How do we work on that security? We don't have an armament industry. We go and buy weapons from them to threaten them. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't threaten them. You just let them know that this is what you want to do. You can decide to go your own path. And it's almost like you are taking something that they have on the table away from them. So, and if they want to come and start fighting you, they know they have a lot of big problems, because the Chinese is on the other side, the Russians on the other side will come and support us, and they are going to weaken them even further. So, and that makes India even more powerful over them. So you see now the chess game is moving all over the place. We in Africa, that's the advantage we have. We have a large population. We have a large continent. So it's not an easy thing. We're right next door to Europe. So strategically, we are also quite important that they treat us. We have some leverage there. That said, I know we are extremely
we've always been in all of those positions to Nigeria.
Yes. See, okay, the point I'm making is that it's not entirely hopeless. Because when the Chinese went to the Soviet Union, they didn't have much to, other than, okay, they came out of a war and they reorganized themselves. In terms of
don't drop. Sorry, Tunaja, but don't draw parallels between Africa and spaces like
the Chinese,
China, India, etc. Because those people, they've been an advanced society long even before the Europeans. And when we're talking about technology, we're talking about civilized living, we're talking about all of those things. So they are not on a par with Africa.
You're at risk of acting that saying that we were not civilized. We were actually quite civilized. We were one of the first to start using iron tools.
We're civilized, but we're not potent, is what I'm saying. We're not potent.
Because we're not involved in the global geopolitics.
China.
We were not involved in global geopolitics at that time.
Yeah, that is because we are not potent. We're not potent. Are we potent?
Our geographical location, they didn't give us that. However, other Africans were, like the Egyptians and the Kush Kingdom, they were making a lot of impact in the world.
Well,
remember?
The Egyptians are a different race from us. I'm talking about black people.
They don't even, they don't even see themselves as African.
They don't.
No, those ones there now, the ones that founded Egypt, if you go and look at the Nema tablet, you will see the clear difference. The ones that are there now, the black ones that used to be in the north there. Okay, look at Kush. Kush is clearly black.
No, leave Kush. Let's stay.
Okay, good.
I want to come to. Sorry, Ajale Koko, you still have the floor, but Atunaja has been laboring this narrative for far too long. You're saying Africa should militarize itself to get respect. So how do they do that? How do they do that?
You just recruit. You have people. You already have the people already on the ground, and it's creating jobs. It's stimulating the economy.
No, don't do all of that. Just stay with the topic.
Okay.
Okay. They recruit, but how do they arm themselves?
You make the guns and you buy the guns like everyone does.
You make the guns.
Dingon. One man, Dingon. He's talking about Dingon.
Nigerians can make guns. You can even 3D print guns, for crying out loud. You can make guns.
To Nigeria, you cannot get that kind of thing in a society invested with poverty. It's a society invested with poverty can easily be divided. With little money, they are going to look at what is happening in Russia now. Even Russia, as powerful as they are, look at the effect that the Western world is having on them. Putin is about to be overthrown.
Who told you that? This kind of stuff you say.
No, let's not go to Putin. I want you to stay with because people are now mocking. They say we have witchcraft. So that is to tell you, this because I'm a huge fan of yours, and anytime you speak, I listen. And it's only really the things that you say, it makes my eyebrows, it makes them rise up a bit. You're saying Africa.
Tell me how the Chinese did it now. How did the other people do it?
No, but you cannot. That's a false equivalency, isn't it? That's a false equivalency, is it not?
It's not, because they are human beings like us. I don't know why we also think that other people are some kind of some kind of superhumans. We are even more capable than they are.
We advanced differently. We did not advance technologically, did we? Did we advance technologically? Not because. Did we advance technologically?
No. Why do you think I'm here?
But that's the Achilles heel, isn't it? And that is where it all vests on. Is that not the Achilles heel?
Hold on. You see, this point is very, very important that you just
you know what, an import-dependent continent for virtually everything, especially technology.
Yeah,
and armament. So you are saying you militarize yourself, you go and buy.
Let me explain before we make the mistakes of our forefathers.
Carry on.
So this is the single most grievous mistakes our forefathers made. Not to industrialize or this leverage technology. They didn't do that. We have the capacity to do that. We don't want to make that mistake again. When you want to militarize, there's no reason why making a gun is not sophisticated technology. You can make bullets easy. In terms of this thing, the manpower, we already have them. And Africa has the youngest population in the world, a large one that is still growing. So that is a big asset. And if they want to mess with such a population, they are going to have a big problem on their hand. And secondly,
they don't have a problem with genocide, I'm not sure how much of history you know.
I know they don't have a problem with genocide.
Yeah,
that's true.
No. They don't have a problem with genocide. But
you know what I'm saying?
We are still here. They
are still there.
The reason why
one man, you're right.
You know, the Americans, they don't have to leave White House to wipe
They,
out the
they
whole of
did that to the
Africa.
See.
Hold
Let
on,
me.
they don't have to leave White House to
Niger,
wipe out the
Niger.
whole of Africa. You are saying
Are
you're
you
going to be buying
aware?
guns and you recruit 1 million.
Even the people that lost war to
are
them
you
are doing better
aware
than
that
us.
the United States has missiles? For example, there's one that's nicknamed Dark Eagle that can strike from 1,725 miles away. The distance, like from Washington D.C. to Salt Lake City, right? So you say you're gonna make guns. Now listen to what one man is telling you.
Hold on now. Let me say something. Let me say something now. Let me say. Hold on now. Let me say something. If they are so powerful and they have everything, do they own the ground? Is America not on the ground? You are connected to that same ground. If you have capacity, you could cause serious problems. So that's how I'm going to leave it. Point is that if you keep thinking that you don't have capacity, you're not going to have capacity. Remember, there are 4 foot, 5 foot men out there that fought them to a standstill. They needed nuclear weapons to stop the Japanese. And look at the Japanese today. All the people they fought, even if those people lost, are doing better than us.
Hold on. When they needed, and by the way, again, force equivalency, Japan. Japan was in the position to take on the world in war, so they're an advanced society. We're not. But then you said they needed nuclear weapon to stop the Japanese. So what did they do?
They used it.
So there it is. So
no, but they didn't use it. But they didn't use it against it.
You don't get it, do you?
One man, you
found I get it.
One big blow.
I don't know why you are using fear. You can't run your life with fear because you know why.
Leave all that. Stay
okay,
with
let
the
me
logic.
stay with the logic now. Let me talk, please.
Yeah, go on.
If you run your life like that based on fear, then you're already dead. Because what you are saying is that when you act, you'll be dead. When you don't act, guess what is going to happen? You are still gone. So better to take your chance now. Because what is going to happen is that they're going to just get stronger and stronger and stronger, and they don't even need to make effort to just woof you away. That is the point. That is what the Asians understood, that they had to stand their ground. Do you think the Chinese, they were threatening to nuke them all the time when they were building their own? They told them, can you imagine? America just used the nuke barely 10 years, and they were threatening the Chinese to use it again.
Do you think that any African country, and I'm saying Black Africa especially, do you think they have the technology or the wherewithal to go to nuclearize?
Yes, Nigeria already had it once, and we gave it away, the small plant. And secondly,
we did not. Are you talking about Bolaji Akiyemi, the
former... no. I'm talking about the one that they had in Kaduna that they gave away to the Americans.
They had nuclear weapons in Kaduna.
No, not weapons. Not weapon. Nuclear. This is a reactor, a mini reactor. But my point is that we have more technology at our. Let me explain that we have more technology at our disposal today than the Americans had when they built their first one. Let us sink in. We have more technology at our disposal today.
We have their technology at our disposal. Their technology
that we can use. They got it from somewhere else. So that's how it works. If we have the technology that they used to build it, why can't we build it? The only reason why we are not just willing to do it, so for some reason, just like our forefathers did, we just didn't do it. What the Japanese did, what other people did, we didn't do it. And if we carry on in that direction, we know the direction is going to go. It's our demise. It's not. There's no two ways about it.
Allow me, please. To Niger. We can carry on with the discussion we're having here, or you could just keep putting all those fanciful stuff out there. Right? We all love Africa. We want them to be the way you're talking about. But we have to have soft power. We have to unite that continent somehow. Yeah, if you're right. If we unite the continent and we are all Africans.
I think this may be the first time I've heard you speak sense, Pansat.
One man, please let me have this matter.
No. Hold on. Let Pansat land. I think we might hear. We've known him for nearly a year, so now we'll hear sense from him at last. Pansat, carry on.
All right. So that's the way we should be thinking. We have to unite our country. For example, in Nigeria alone, if we can unite Nigeria, remove those who feel they're Arabs or they're just different, they're superior to ordinary indigenous Nigerians, either by education or whatever it takes. Let's say we do a 5-year good education from, especially in northern Nigeria. So they know we do have enemies outside, like Nigeria is talking about all the time. But you're going to have to let them know that your problem is not your fellow Nigerians. We need to bring in good leadership, people who could secure that country, that the resources, whatever model we're going to take, it has to be an honest model. It could even be communism. It doesn't matter. I prefer capitalism and the markets, and try to have education, people's lifespan. You know, earlier when we had a conversation with somebody here called Hassan, and he was mentioning how you marry 4 wives and you have more kids, and Nigeria always talks about that as well. But you also have to look at life expectancy. What is the life expectancy in the North? So we have to bring education, because he also mentioned education in his remarks, which is the key. If these people know that we have enemies outside and that we are a unit and that actually integrating the rest of Africa is the goal, yes, we can do those things.
Please, one man, let me come in here and also say something.
Yeah. Hold on. To Nigeria, we're never going to outgun them. The only thing we can do is to outmaneuver them. But coming Midwest are coming.
Okay,
the Chinese and India did it without firing the shots.
That's exactly what I said. So we are not going to outgun them. So we have to outmaneuver, which is what Ruto and Kagame and the guy in Ghana, this is what they are trying to initiate.
But that's not what the Chinese and India did. That's what I'm criticizing.
Hold on, let our Midwest come in and then you pick it up.
Midwest. Okay, one man, you see the greatest problem we have. Pansard is an Igbo man, but he sees Northerners as his problem. So, and he's talking about unity of the country. You talking about Northerners should be educated. Are your people educated than Northerners? What is education? Every time you come here to praise your people and you create problem. I want to quickly say something here. I hate. Wait. One man. Wait. No, we're talking about Africa should unite. Yeah, but a country that has lasted for Nigeria is more than 60 years.
No.
Nigeria is more than. Wait, Pansard, wait. Yes, the problem we have lived for 60 years.
Hold on, Midwest. I want you to navigate it back to what the conversation was. Carry on.
Yeah, okay. Now we live for 60 years and look at the way we address ourselves. Talk about the problem of your own people first and let Northerners talk about.
Okay, so
their own people, then we can settle it. Problem.
Let me respond. Let me respond, because I think you're taking me out of context.
That would the world.
Hold on, Midwest. I did not come here to promote any particular.
Changing, and the Europeans are losing, and they need the continent of.
You're breaking off, Midwest.
Yeah, he's coming in and out. Okay, can I respond now?
Go on, but don't turn it into.
No. Actually, I'm gonna.
Okay, sorry, he's trying to cut me. So the Mama, what I want to say here is this, we. Oh yeah, Pastor.
Midwest.
Continue.
You're breaking off. You're breaking off.
Okay. In order to make this job easier for one man, and also.
Yeah, but I don't want it to go Igbo though. Don't take it Igbo.
That's why what I'm gonna do is I'm not even gonna take a bite at all now. What I'll do in order to have this conversation, because it's a very important conversation. So I'll go ahead and I'll let him continue. I'll come in on a more substantive issue. Okay, we'll leave that alone for now, because I didn't promote any tribe. I'm saying that in order for us to have unity in Nigeria, there has to be that. What would I use there? There has to be people coming together. We belong to the same country. First, not religion. You don't see anybody from the Southeast rubbing their Christianity on anybody's nose. You don't see that, right? Or lynching people or just cheating because of their religion. There's nothing like that. And Midwest, you have this thing against if somebody does well in the Southeast and somebody talks about it, that person is being tribal. No, it's not. You have, even if somebody's doing well, even if they're from the Southeast, a Southeasterner can talk about it.
Oh,
So
all right, brilliant.
The bigger conversation we have to have, which I really am interested in it tonight, because how do we unify Nigerians under one umbrella? How do we do that?
All right, we get to that in a moment.
One man, please.
So sorry, thank you. Let's get back to Niger. I don't want to go ethnic because the conversation that Niger was having, Niger, what Pansat was saying was that a soft power, which is somewhat of a negotiation into a position of strength rather than this military option. I think that's a more plausible pathway. I would suggest.
Sansu. I mean, the art of war. This in technique that I think the Chinese employed, and the Indians technically used to. They accomplished what they did without firing a shot. So what they did was you prepare for war and hope for peace, plan for peace. When you militarize, what you are doing is that you're giving yourself room now to think clearly and negotiate cleanly, letting them know that, okay, this is what we want. If you don't want it, we'll go on our way. We start doing our own thing. We don't use your dollars anymore. You can't force us. We can't subscribe to your patents anymore. You can't force us. We can't subscribe to your monetary system anymore. You can't force us. We might decide to pull out of ICC. You can't force us. You see what I mean? That gives you freedom in this world. But if you do that now, penalties all over the place, you are not able to own your own thing. We don't necessarily need them. The Chinese will trade with us. The Chinese don't care about any of these things. The Indians will trade with us. They don't care. They want to make money. And if we decide to go and join BRICS, that's even more dangerous for them. If Nigeria joins BRICS, Kenya is in BRICS, all the major nations are in BRICS, that is a big problem. Even India will start thinking twice that maybe this is over for the West. So this type of negotiation, if you want to start using your own brain, because there's always a way if you think about it. It's just if you are not looking for it, you're not going to see it. You don't need to fight them. I think some people think that there's going to be a war. No, it doesn't have to be a war. You have your soft power. I can assure you, soft power has never saved any nation before. The only thing that stops them is when they know there's real power behind that soft power. Because then when they test it, they know that it's going to bite them and it's going to cause problem for them. They're going to stop. And that's why I say we should militarize, and our security forces and this intelligence, all of them should be more than
what is
upgraded.
The GDP of the United States? What's the GDP of the United States?
Trillions at least.
No, you have to know what it is. What is it?
I'm not in an exam. It's
not an exam, but in essence, the point I'm trying to make. Okay, United States, like the BRICS, all that shenanigans that do, they're wasting their time. Sometimes you see China threatening the United States with the money they hold in their treasury. The US can print one coin, give it to Germany to pay China any day, right? So the might of the United States dwarfs all these people put together. You're talking about people with $30-something trillion GDP, and that's just what we know. It's not,
China's economy is it not larger than that of the US?
But one of the most indebted country in the world. One of the most indebted country in the world. Talk about that.
Let me finish. That doesn't mean anything. Okay, don't let the United States fool you. What they've done is unprecedented. There's nothing any of these people can do, not even militarily. Look at what's. Remember, before this Ukraine battle with Russia, you would have said, "Oh, Russia could take on the United States." They can't. Their tanks are melting away when they line them up, going to Ukraine. Ordinary Ukraine melt their metal, right? So these guys, they have space force. They have all the technology. They have a lot of leverage over the world.
You think Russia is using all their weapons against Ukraine?
They don't even have to print, right? So let's leave that aside, because the point that we're making, what I want to ask you to Nigeria is this: how do we unify Nigeria? Because it's very key in everything we're talking about. In the unity of Nigeria, if Nigeria should think one way, patriotism, we want Nigeria to fail.
But one man, you are shaking me here. You allow Pansa to be talking, but you don't give me chance. Why?
Hold on, because you are taking the conversation away from where it is. I don't want it to go Igbo or anything.
Yeah, he wants to go clannishness. But anyway, to Nigeria, tell me, how do we unify Nigeria so that every Nigerian think we're Nigerians and we're going to have to lead the way to emancipate Africa. Tell me, give me practical suggestions how to unify Nigeria. How do you do that without
You
war?
know, they said something about the self-exiled ones are the ones that should be spearheading the change that is going to be coming. To most of these nations that we mentioned earlier on, we that are in the diaspora eventually will realize that we are the ones that will have to change the country, and we have to return back there and make the changes. First is nationalism. Anybody that is not nation first, we have to make sure that we sideline them, and the ones that are for the nation first should be the ones that should be ascending. We should be supporting them whichever way we can. The ones in the military, the ones in the societies, politics, local government, every angle, through funding, through a presence, whatever means, marketing, education, name it. You have to go in that, travel in that direction. And if you start having people that ascend in offices like this in the House of Assembly, the Senate, all of them, you start seeing the change start happening. When the people start changing and putting nation first, like in the case of where we had that, people are doing tribalism, Erofa and all that, when you put them down, people will start understanding that the nation comes first. And we need to have leaders that are saying those things. And I can't even remember any leader saying that. They will say, okay, yeah, they want patriotism, but they don't say nation first, above all else. And that's one thing our leaders need to understand. If you don't let the people know that is the most important aspect, they will put religion first. They will put tribe first. Because when you let them understand that when you put nation first, your religion does better and your tribe does better. That is how it works. That's how all nations have done it. And our leaders don't do that. And those type of leaders need to start emerging. We that are the
nation,
exiled
the
ones are the ones that should bring that back
nation
into the
itself
country.
has to be sexy, right? You just don't arbitrarily impose a country
When
on
I, when I,
somebody
when
to
I say
embrace.
something,
The country itself has to be sexy for people to embrace it. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you come to me and you're making a case.
Hold on, tonight. Let Ekene come in.
Okay.
Yeah. I think everybody has made a very nice contribution. I've been listening. So, but in terms of the unity of this country, which is paramount, and what I talk almost all the time, one man, your platform can do a lot, and it has begun to do a lot. I'm beginning to enjoy your platform more than before. So, another thing is this. Our political class is still the problem we have in this country. And the way the citizens are following, most of us are following towards their direction. If we begin to give them the right narrative, begin to jettison most of the things they bring out, they throw towards us to disunite us, we begin to get it right. But most of the time, the citizens are the real problems. Although I don't blame them the much, because the type of hunger they are vested upon the masses is so bad, it's very terrible, that they can't reject an offer of either 1,000 or 5,000 naira to be compromised. And the political class are enjoying it. But most of us, the educated ones, we have to come out and begin to educate those ones that need to be educated in our society. We need to begin to tell them the truth. We need to release the facts to them. Help them the way that we need to help them. Then they begin to come in, understand themselves, so that whenever they want to make a choice, they make a good choice. Because it starts from leadership. You understand? So I used to say that Nigeria is still one of the best in this African continent, but we are not laying that foundation that we need to lay. And most of our leaders are not thinking towards the right direction. Just like what Nigeria is saying here, what is difficult for us to develop this country? Nigeria is made of is combined with a lot of brain from every part of this country. Think about the Hausa, think about the Yorubas, think about the Igbo. Think about what we're going to bring out if we come up as a united nation. And you say we are supposed to rely on the United States to do this for us and to do that for us. There are a lot of things we can do for us without them coming in. It's just that we have not recognized ourselves. If we recognize ourselves very well, as a nation, we have a lot to do for this country. Even those ones are the ones to come in to say, let us join you people. We have the capacity. It's just that all this old military legend, all this old brain that have been ruling us, especially the military allies, they have not been able to come up with something tangible to offer this nation. We have a lot of talent to develop. We have a lot of talent. We have a lot of industry.
But one man, please, let me just put this one in. One man, my permit, please.
Yeah, but it has to be consistent with the conversation.
Man, if we want to unite Nigeria, yes, I want to put this one. If we want to unite Nigeria, the foundation is respect. We are diverse people, and we must go back a drawing board to recognize that diversity, so we can learn how to respect one another. You can't leave your space and insult other people, king, and you can't leave your space and tell others they are not educated because the way they reason. It cannot work. European Union is a different country. I live in Sweden. I see a place where in southern Sweden have a way of calling northern Sweden a certain name, but they still work together. Because why? The northerners have rights over their land and resources. There are things they can stop. There are things they can decide we don't want. They have the right and they believe in their country. Like, don't leave your space. Ahmadu Bello said we must debate our differences. Let's know them so we can unite. All these things, nothing we do in Nigeria cannot unite. We are well educated enough to forge a way to unite the country. Today, I believe a Yoruba man believe in a Yoruba nation before Nigeria. Igbo man believe in his Igbo nation, in his heart, more than Nigeria. Hausa man believe in Hausa nation more than Nigeria. But we can still come together only when we learn how to see diversity. That is the only thing I want to put in here. We should stop deceiving ourselves.
All right.
The unity, we can't just come together once. Mistake balancing.
See, maybe this is why Kagame is holding on to office for a bit longer, because people like that, their generation needs to go away, because they don't understand the concept that, okay, you have a national identity, you have a tribal identity, you have a continental identity, like when people call you black, you can operate at a higher level and still be consistently tribal. Sometimes some people use their tribal identity to override their national identity, and that is the problem that the gentleman that just spoke is demonstrating, really. And we need to start moving away from that and move to the national identity and use it to strengthen ourselves. And if we can leverage the one of the continent, we use that too, because this world, you need to pack a punch to be able to make a difference. And Nigeria is well placed to be able to leverage that. That's what we are talking about here. We have a position. Look at when I was saying this stuff before, you saw what other countries are saying about our presidential candidates now, because they are all looking up to somebody that was at Tinubu's inauguration was saying that. I was shocked to be seen on TV. The guy was like, everybody I spoke to in Africa, they're saying they're waiting for Nigeria, they're waiting for Nigeria on TV. An official was saying that other officials were telling they're waiting for Nigeria, they're waiting for because they know there's an opportunity right now. There's a window that is open. And Nigeria just seems to be absent from the scene. And we, the people, have to start making demand. Like Tinubu did promise us. If Tinubu fulfills that promise he promised on the security forces alone, that would make a massive difference. And that is something you can hold him accountable on. Because he's the one, nobody forced him to make the point. He made it. As a matter of fact, Aerofy made a big deal in Chatham House to say that this is what they're going to do. So why are we not demanding that they actually do that security, this reform that they said they were going to do, instead of talking about synergy between the security service, synergy between, that's not what you promised. You promised that you're going to increase the size of our security forces from police to defense and all of them. Get it done. And that is kind of, Pansat was asking, how do you make a change? These are the kind of things, the pressure groups, all of them, within you start running
Niger, don't you think we are already... Hello, to Niger.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah,
we're already shifting away from our discourse. All this one that we are talking about, what he promised, even if he promised that, do you think that one is visible immediately like this? Where is the money to pay for all these things? So don't let us go to what Tinubu can do. We are not talking about Tinubu here now. We are talking about Africa.
Because it's
Don't let
linked
us
to,
worry.
hold on,
No,
hold
there's not link. There's no link.
hold
Then
on now.
one man, can you
If you
take?
say,
Yeah.
let me explain the link.
Hold on. Let Simba land. So Simba, yes, because Simba has been quiet for a while. Simba.
I think we should let us get back to our discussion. We are discussing Africa, and now we are going another another direction. Now we are now bringing it down to Tinubu, what he promised and all those things.
Hold on. Let Simba come in.
So I don't think
come into the conversation fully. This concept that Tunaja has been promoting. Is it idealism or is it vested in realism? Is it just pie in this? Is it just wishful thinking? All these things that he's saying.
It's all of
No,
the
to me, I don't quite agree. I think I started this thing. I don't quite agree with the way it's handling the situation. I think I believe in the way you are doing, one man. As Africans, we should see ourselves as one first, develop, make this cooperation among Africans should be the first thing we have to discuss before we go out of Africa and make demands. Because if you cannot make yourself as a unison, as one African, and talk as African, then whatever demand you have, because we don't have that strength, individually, even as African together, we don't have that strength. So that is what we're supposed to build first. We have to build that one first, develop our own local economy, develop our technology and all those things. Then that is when we can now be in a position of strength and make demands. But now we don't have anything to make that demand. So I think that is what we need now.
Can you give a time scale to that pathway that you've just described? Can you?
We are not even ready, one man. That is the problem.
We've not even picked up the tool. Never mind making
exactly.
We should have
we are not ready.
A million armies, and then they'll be afraid of us.
Yeah, please let me interject for a minute, just for a minute.
No, hold on, Pansat. We have a new voice joining us for the first time, and we always like to. So Deji, come in. Deji, let's hear from you. Unmute, Deji. Deji, unmute. Or did I mute you? Yeah, Deji, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much.
We can barely hear you, though. You need to make adjustments. Deji.
Oh yes, I can hear you clearly.
You sound distant and.
Can you hear me?
Yes, a bit. Now.
Can you hear me now, one man?
Yes, I can now. Carry on.
Oh, thank you very much. Good night to you. Good night to everyone on the panel. I have been listening, and I want to appreciate the intelligence with which everyone has spoken. What I think,
sorry, are you including Tunaja in that intelligence? Is it included?
Everybody. I've listened to everybody, and I've tried to understand their viewpoint.
Hold on. Tunaja, you're going to let me get away with that. But carry on. If you let me get away
don't
with
worry
it.
Now. You're allowed one or two here and there.
All right. Carry on, Deji.
Okay. You see, what I believe that Nigeria needs right now is that the building process. We need to consciously look within, develop ourselves. First of all, education, as I've been said, infrastructure, as we need to build ourselves from within and then outwards. We need to be comfortable with ourselves, the different regions, the different nations within the Nigerian state. We need to be comfortable with ourselves, and we need to begin to speak the truth and be comfortable hearing the truth. You understand? So this is where I think we need to start before we now start to go and broaden our chest in the international world. We need to first of all begin from home and then begin to build the sense of nationality, the sense of nationhood We need to strengthen it before we can make that huge launch. And you ask a question, how long is that going to take us? I'm saying, I would say, let's say in the next 16 to 24 years from now, begin to build from now. The journey where China is today, they started long before now. India, the same thing. They started long before now. So we too need to take that baby step from within and then build and grow to the point that we will now have a voice at the international stage, at the world stage, and then anything we want to achieve will be possible at that time. But without doing that from within, settling our educational sector, our health sector, doing all of these necessary things, put them in place, strengthen our ethnic relations, our embrace our diversities as a nation. Until we do that, we cannot, our voice will not be, we can't really make that impact at the international level. This is just my view based on the contributions from the gentlemen so far, sir.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant output. So let's bring Prince Dad into the conversation. So let's bring.
If you don't mind.
Oh, Dewale, we've been waiting for you to come in. But before you come in, can I ask that people push up the like button? So just to help us out. So please click on like. Yeah, come in, Dewale.
Thank you very much. Simba, thank you for tonight. I think the other day, like 2 days ago, was it day before yesterday, one month, if you can remind me, when we discussed this issue about it was the Paris summit that we discussed that snowballed into the role of Africa and how Africa can liberate itself, from the grip of the Western countries. Everybody have spoken. We talked about it and we flogged it, the issue 2 days ago. But my own point is this: we can talk about the economic liberation from now to tomorrow. It goes beyond economic liberation. It goes beyond economic freedom. If you look around the entire continent, this is a country. I mean, this is a continent that has been ravaged by the political instability for years. I mean, most of the countries that came into being, perhaps their beginning started from coup plotting. I mean, somebody referenced, I think it was Simba that referenced this guy from Rwanda. What is his name? The big-headed guy. Kagame. This is a dictator. I've talked about somebody spoke about the theory of when you put a bandit, but you're also giving incentive to your people. You're a dictator, but at the same time, you're trying to do good by your people. You impose yourself on them. So I believe Africa needs to look inward and find a system that works for them. Even the government system that we're using was sold to them, they bought it. But we all knew that democracy and most of the African culture doesn't really go 5 and 6, because that's why we have all these differences. Yes, we may say democracy is the best, but is it in true form? Is it truly? But until we have political stability where each country in Africa can speak in one voice, but we just talked about the election in Sierra Leone. Everything that is happening in Sierra Leone is very similar to the one that happened in Nigeria in February. So I believe that the political stability in Africa will guarantee this long way to freedom. Never any time, especially in the the western part of the continent, most of their head of state were actually being imposed by these western uh, countries. They always have a say in who becomes our leaders. I mean, if you come to think of it, where is Tinubu today? Is Tinubu in Nigeria? Well, that speaks about the long journey that the entire continent is going to embark on. Forget about the rhetorics, what the Ruto was saying, and all those was just showboating, playing to the gallery. And I told you guys, the francophone countries will go behind and start talking to their paymasters because they know what is coming to them. So Africa need to speak in one voice. I think it was one Nigeria that talked about building weapons and all that. Look, weapon is for destruction. I think the biggest weapon any reasonable countries in Africa can build is to empower the people economically. When people are well fed, there's no amount of enticement that the Western world can bring that you cannot control because they are well fed, they are well taken care of. You have good health system and all that. So the journey to freedom is still long. And the Western countries, because whether we like it or not, Africa is their cash cow. And they hold Africa by the balls. And they will not let go until they're able to find alternative. And it doesn't seem there's an alternative. It's not gloom and doom like Babandale could make me feel the last day I was, he was like he wasn't having my own submission. But that is just the reality. It's gonna take a long one. I don't think the generations upon generations to come. I mean, look at it. What everything they've been doing, even right from the day of slavery up to this moment, was a systemic way of controlling. First and foremost, they invaded the land. They took the resources, they control your economy, and then they say, you know what, you can have your freedom. But guess what? They planted those seeds that makes them to control the continent. They have their companies, subsidiaries here in Africa, right? And with that, if today they take all their companies away from Africa, I don't think Africa can survive the economic collapse that will happen. But that is the way they control. So once we have stability in terms of our uh, 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 government, with sound policy, with economic, and the entire Africa see themselves as one, speaking one voice. Somebody, I think it was Panzer that talks about patriotism. We're able to, you know, look inward and understand that this is who we are and embrace it and give it all to it. Maybe Africa can eventually set itself free. But for now, nothing.
What if I told you that the Chinese, when they were building the nation that you saw today, they were living on rations? What would you say to that?
Well, it has come with sacrifice, right? They did it.
So what is wrong with us? We can't make the sacrifice that is required.
Because the Asian countries you just mentioned have a very, very good culture that today their system of government is more or less like a dictatorship, even though they practice communism, but it's about one person control everything,
Then
right?
isn't that what you should be trying
But
to
no,
inspire the people to do instead of telling
well,
them that?
if that what works for them, fine, but not necessarily that is what is going to work for Africa until Africa is able to define their
If you
own
can name
self.
one nation or one region that that method you described worked for, I will
Okay,
consider it.
what to Niger? Here's the point, right? You see, what you're just saying there doesn't follow what Adewale stated. You notice that you make that mistake all the time.
Okay, then
It's
you better
called.
nail it
Hold on,
now
please
because I'm
hold
not
on.
going to let you get away with it this time.
Yeah, hold on, because it's called non sequitur. It's not. It didn't follow. Not even the larger conversation, nor what he said. We were trying to build off of what Simba raised here, which is how do we unify our country, right? So that we can be strong. I believe it was Aristotle, a philosopher, that said the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Going and bringing in China, India, one man already admonished you that you're comparing apples to oranges. Nigeria is not China. China is an ancient civilization. And of course, Japan, that you also referred, Japan is like a first world country, even before the war. So you keep harping on how do we make Nigeria to advance to the States to be able to challenge Europeans or Asians, you're going to have the house in order. You have to build that country to be a nation, a country, truly. So when I try to have you elucidate how. Now, you had people chime in, Midwest chime in, trying to make it a tribal affair. You're going to notice something in these platforms. Is those people who don't even have a tribe, such as yourself, to Niger and Midwest, always bringing in tribal issues because you want the Yorubas to be fighting the Igbos or the Hausas. Okay. When we say we want to make Nigeria one, you benefit from that. When all of us focus on building a very strong country now. I know I can't go on forever, so let me just say this. In the United States, because I mentioned something about education, which Hassan said earlier in his speech, that they need education in the North. He said, I believe he used the number, 18 million people are not even attending to any education. I'm not even talking about orthodox education. I'm talking about even unorthodox education. Like in the United States, they use their public television. If you're going to be broadcasting, you have to make available some time to use puppets, all kinds of things, bring in black children, white children, because they also have this kind of primordial problems that we have in a tribal form. There was in the form of race and color and creed and stuff like that. So you're going to be able to show to these people that we are one. No matter, you see puppets, mopeds, trying to anthropomorphize human beings and try to make kids get along, because that's how far we have to go back. We have to start from the very, very young. Somebody just stated something from 24 years, 16 years to 24 years or something. Yeah, that's true. But we need to start, because that's the only way until you bring that country together. Once we do that, now remember this, if you can magically make the Northerner, because I'm not going to assign equal moral this thing to this thing. We have a problem in the North. We have a problem in the South too. But it's not on a moral equivalence. Hold on, let me land. It's not a moral equivalence. If you have to tell the truth, we have problem in the South, but we have severe problem in the North. They're not going to school.
There's no Northerner here to push back against you. So
no, but they don't have. I'm on their side. I'm a Northerner. That's the kind of person I am. I'm a Northerner. I'm a Southerner. I'm a Nigerian. I'm an African. Right? So they don't need to be here to be represented. They definitely don't need to be here for me to tell them what's wrong with our country. We cannot survive unless this particular truth is said and enforced. We have to have a unified country. Once we have that, we can set our prices. That's another thing. So when you hear, let me conclude by saying this to you, to Nigeria. I hope this is not a waste of time, because you really have to listen. You have to listen to what we're saying. Else you're gonna keep diverting, trying to force yourself to be equal to the Europeans or the Chinese. You cannot do it by fiat. So how do you get there? You have to get there by starting from the children today and let them know the mission is to be equal to these people or surpass them. So that's it. So when you hear soft power, don't go. For example, Saudi Arabia has soft power. They have gold-plated ammunitions and jets, but they don't have a military power. So they have soft power. They have their oil. They control the prices of those oil. They invest. They go outside.
That's a good example of what we're talking about, by
exactly.
the way, to Niger. But
okay, I'll end it right there, since you seldom agree with me.
You respond to Niger, but before you respond, I'm just conscious of voices that have not been heard. So let's bring Prince in, and then you wrap up what Prince has to say with what Pansat just said. Prince, good to have you.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I kind of joined later, but let me just chime in a little bit. I think we guys are talking about our Africans' unity somewhat, and I'd like to submit also that a group is only as viable as each member state. It's always nice to bring say the group to sing kumbaya, but the reality is that everyone has to have something to contribute to the group. Quite frankly, competition is always good. Fair competition in good spirit. See, at the beginning of Nigeria's inception, the system of government that we had, the original form of government that we had was actually the best because it separated the country into different regions and brought about ingenuity from different parts of the country, and that spurs competition. Um, Even the European, it's always nice to reference the European Union as a model for unity, which is true. But you have to look at the history of the Europeans. They're nothing more than warmongers killing each other and ravaged by diseases and all kind of stuff in their past. But they've come a long way. Africa too can come a long way. In the European Union, not all member states are equal, just like you guys probably know. The Scandinavian countries and the British, they occupy, maybe the British not anymore, but they occupy a special position. The Slavic nations, they're not equal as the Scandinavian nations because they don't have as much to contribute to the pot, so to speak. So in Africa case, it's too complex. A country like Nigeria itself, we can't bring it together. How much more joining, Ghana, Togo, and these other nations, and divided by our official languages, English or French, or even Spanish in some countries or one country. It's very complex. It's very complex. As far as I'm concerned, I think we need a model country, and a lot of countries do look up to Nigeria. Sometimes if you can have a model country like Nigeria, the best way we can put it together, and other countries can emulate or copy from us. But Nigeria does have a special position, a special place in Africa and in the world for that matter. What we can do would definitely be a plus to Africa in general, I would say. Do you have a question, Woman?
No. I was only really going to agree with a lot of what you said. And that model country, it has to be Nigeria. It's the only one positioned. They've often said that if Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right, and then the black race gets it right. So it's still that.
Yeah, I believe that absolutely. See, someone was saying earlier, all these small French-speaking countries, talking to their master. I mean, I think I listen to Adewale a lot, and I always like Adewale's approach because his approach is always more like practical. It tries to interpret things in the real sense of how the world works, not just flimsy things, kumbaya, let's come together, we can do this and that. No. There's always resistance, even just like, in electricity, there's a natural resistance, just like gravity in everything we do. There's always going to be opposition in whatever we do. We can't say, well, let's break away from the European masters or whatever and go do our own. Well, he said, weapon is for war, destruction, just like he said. And also, if you try to beat yourself militarily, if you're not as strong as you should be, you will be overwhelmed. Your economy can be turned inside out. There's so much opposition all the time. How are we going to play the game? How are we all going to come together and do it? It's not a mystery because it's been done before, but it's something we have. See, commitment and sacrifice, those are the two attributes or characters for any strong nation. We Africans, I said it before, we die a lot from all kind of crazy stuff. Like malaria has been eradicated pretty much over 100 years ago. We still dying from it. Simple stuff like that. So coming together it's going to be really tough. It's not
we're still dying from malaria, and Nigeria is asking us to go and take up people who are trying to colonize Mars. Look at that. It's unbelievable.
Well, see, I like optimism. I like people being bold. It may sound kind of funny, but hey, I believe it's doable. Absolutely, anything is possible. But again, it's going to take a lot of sacrifice from us, and we Africans. I mean, I have a frame of reference in a sense of looking at how to do it in China or Asia or in the West. these people, they do sacrifice. I don't think we know that. These people, they sacrifice a lot. They do sacrifice. We always see the nice, beautiful, shining glitters about these nations. But if you want to go in depth into these nations, they do sacrifice. We've talked about China and when they closed their doors and what Mao did, and all kind of stuff. They sacrifice a lot. Are we Africans? We suffer a lot as Africans, but do we sacrifice? I don't think we sacrifice Africans. We don't. We just suffer a lot. We don't sacrifice.
Well said. I didn't need to repeat that. I think you couldn't have made a better point. This is the problem. You notice that whatever solution they often advocate is the one that doesn't require sacrifice, but they want to suffer for nothing. This is the dream that many of these people wish for us. If you run away from the sacrifices your forefathers didn't make, believe you me, they will visit it on your children. And when they visit on your children, God forbid, it's not going to be the one they can come out from. Because not everybody comes out of this type of problems. And this is what I'm trying to highlight, that running away from a fight doesn't mean the fight is not going to come to you anyway. It will come. No matter where you hide, you are just going to be weaker when it comes.
True. That's true. Yeah.
And I've never seen a waffle as much as Panzers has waffled this today. Went on from we need to unite the country. As if I didn't know that. What did you think I've been talking about? When I talk about being nationalist, that's what I've been talking about, that we need to unite the country, put the nation first. And you have to put your defenses up. No matter, they may not like you, no matter what. If you don't do it, it's going to come back to haunt you. And I'm saying it because if I'm the one sitting on the other side, the only thing a bully understands is if you are able to hit back. If you don't hit back, you're just going to... Saudi Arabia that he's using as an example doesn't hold water. Saudi Arabia is a very, very strong country. Compared to Nigeria, one Saudi Arabian soldier...
Is it strong militarily?
Yes. One Saudi Arabian soldier is required to defend about 110 or so Saudi citizens. Guess how many people a Nigerian soldier has to defend? 1,000 and plus. That is the kind of security infrastructure we have. I don't even know what our DSS and secret services are doing, or the police. Those ones are just all over the place too. I'm not even asking for something exceptional. We just need to get to maybe where Brazil is. Brazil is commanding over millions of these soldiers. We just need to get, and we are practically the same size as Brazil.
Hold on. You say I'm waffling, right?
You waffle a lot. You talk about unity, then from there talk about education and all the stuff that doesn't require you to do anything. You want to pass this weakness like venereal disease to our children.
Okay, hold on. You are like I said, you're taking us back, right? I told you what the topic is, what we're discussing. I asked you what is the GDP of the United States. You didn't know. Let's use 23 trillion. You and the United Kingdom, what is the GDP of United Kingdom? Do you know? Do you know that one? Where you are?
See, some
do
things
you
are
know?
more than money.
Answer me
I
yes
don't
or
need
no.
to know. Do you know?
Don't need to know. Okay.
Because you just go and check. You just go and do a Google check now. What is the big deal about that?
No, I'm going to tell you what.
I know it's bigger than ours. What is the point?
It's 3.1 compared to 23 trillion. Right?
I don't know what point you're making.
The point I'm making is that these are what you have to fight in order for you to go out there in the world and start making trouble. What is the GDP of Nigeria?
You are fighting it because you are fighting them in their currency.
Billion, hold on, please. The GDP of Nigeria is 400 billion, right? Slightly higher than that of South Africa, which are the largest in Africa, both of those. So when you even combine the entire African gross national product there, domestic product of Africa, it's woeful. You have to. Please hold on. Look,
you told me hold on until you waffled into the wilderness. Let me make one quick point.
Hold on.
15 seconds. You 15 seconds, Pastor, before you start rambling on. 15 seconds.
I'm rambling on.
China was an agrarian society when they built their defenses. They didn't have anything to call a nation, an economy then. So don't start using an economy as a recipe for progress.
You know that paper was invented in China about 1,000 plus years ago.
Oh goodness! So do you know how many things that was invented in Africa too? Why do you always put our people down?
So look,
that got human beings all over the world.
What you have to know is that China's GDP is $17 trillion. That is huge, right? But it's not comparable to the United States because you have to look at the GDP per capita.
You are looking at it today. That's not what they had in 1950 something.
Will you please? You always try to someone.
I don't just
An
want you to waste our
intellectual. You
time
want an
because you wasted
intellectual.
another
You want
about 5
an
minutes the last
intellectual
time.
debate, right? You want an intellectual debate. This is what it looks like. You have to deal with
Sorry, Pansat.
Yeah.
To Niger, let me ask you a question, and then I want to get Joel of Nashville into the conversation as well. But to Niger, do you think Africa is in a? But don't make it long-winded. Do you think Africa is in a power position? And if you do, what is that power?
Geopolitics. If we use our leverage, the size of our population, youth, and the ability to secure ourselves, yes, and we can choose to switch sides. Like if we want to go towards the BRICS or not. That the BRICS one is the biggest leverage we've got, because if we swing behind the BRICS, that is a big problem for the West. Because now the BRICS is so strong that because there's China there and there's Russia there, if they come after nations that are in BRICS, that could be a serious problem for them. So it's a big one.
All right. Let's bring Joel in. Joel, what are you doing up so late? Joel,
Before you bring Joel in, please, one man, let me just respond to Niger, then I'll give it over to Joel.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Joel, how are you? Thank you for the courtesy. Now, to Niger, I said you want to have an intellectual debate. You have to deal with the facts.
Okay.
You're threatening Nigeria. I don't know if you mean by us joining BRICS. Are you talking about Nigeria or Africa?
Africa, the major nations in Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa is already part of BRICS. Ethiopia, Egypt is already looking to join anyway. They've already applied. It's only us that are just standing here.
I would just chalk that on one of those fantasies you're talking about, because you can't even bring Africa together. So
Egypt is already
hold
joining.
on, if you think that if Nigeria decides to join the BRICS, then it's going to drag along all these other countries. You can't even get Africans to agree to integrate. So how is it magically going to be able to say, okay, look, we're going to join BRICS, so come along Kenya, come along Ethiopia, come along. They cannot do that. So we want them to be able to do that. But if they can do that, if Nigeria has that kind of command, yeah, then they should use it. Why is that thing? Right?
Let's do a quick run through. Let me just do another 15 seconds again. Let me just do another 15 seconds. See, the shape of things that could be
and then
viable.
Joel comes in after that. Yeah.
The shape of things that could be viable is how Asia is today. China is, for the Asians, like the superpower in their region. Basically, it's what is protecting China, South Korea, even if Americans are their allies. So Nigeria might be part of the BRICS, Ethiopia and all the rest. The other countries don't have to join. But the power that Nigeria will wield will be an umbrella for all of them. Like China is for the Asians.
Southeast Asians don't like China. As a matter of fact, their worst enemies, for example, is India. And so
no. I'm talking about Asians, not Indians.
Okay, I'm talking about Asians. Vietnam, all those people, they don't like China. So
of course, they don't have to like China, but China is the reason why their region is progressing right now.
But listen again, you are wrong. You are actually 100% wrong this time. China has enemies with his neighbors. They're fighting over land and water and everything else. So don't go doing racial politics thinking that because somebody's Asian, they're going to like China. No, it's not the way it works in international relations.
No, I didn't say they're going to like China, but the reason why they are progressing is because of the presence of China there. It's just like Europe now. The reason why Europe is progressing is because of NATO there. India, the subcontinent of India is doing well, and Malaysia, all of them, apart from China and Pakistan that they're having trouble with, they are doing well. So the presence of a superpower in your region means that the superpowers, the Western superpowers, are not just going to come there and start do what they used to do before, carrying out the kind of stuff
not true,
on the continent.
This is what happened. It's called bandwagoning effect. When you are a superpower, then the small powers bandwagon against you, even if it's your brother that's running the next country. So you have to understand how international relations work. It's not something you're just going to come off the cuff. You have to study it.
Let's let other people talk, otherwise we are just going to make it about us.
All right, let Joel come in. Let Joel, and Ajahn Koko still has the floor, by the way. You'll be surprised to hear. But Joel, good to see you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Morning, afternoon, evening. What are we discussing today?
No, we were discussing Africa and its role in the world. Two Niger feels we should be certain about authority, and everybody else is asking him what authority.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I would agree with Tunaja. You see, it's about time. It's about time Africa takes its place. And we can see what presidents of Zambia, Kenya, those East African countries. You see, when Mugabe was doing his stuff, when he was doing it, people were like, hey, what is going on? You know, that Mugabe is this and that. But as time goes on, we are now understanding the reason why the West is against people like, or were against people like Mugabe, Gaddafi, and all that. Even up to Idi Amin. When I started reading about these people, I found out that their simple crime was that they stood against the West. And the next thing the West will do is to place sanctions. Then the people start suffering. Then we start blaming the president of those nations, for the suffering of the people. But in the real sense, if the West actually cares about the people of Africa, or the different countries where they place all these sanctions in order to hurt a few, probably the president and his crew, his ministers and all that, then the entire nation has to suffer for that. I don't think that is smart. I don't think that is governance. I don't think that is leadership. So I agree with Tunaja that Africa has to, somebody said in the past that we are the only people that has a product and other people will tell us how much we're going to sell it. Oil, they will tell us how much they will buy oil. You have gold, they will tell you how much they will buy gold. But when they build their cars, you go to the parking lots, they will tell you how much you pay for that. It's not based on international whatever. That is what they have. That is what they are selling. Why is it that we have this wholesale sense of selling things in Africa? Africa got to do better, and we have power. Any person saying that which power are we going to swing? No, we do have our own power, self-preservation. We can still do things with every country that is out there while preserving our respect. First and foremost, let us stop this idea of taking any form of aid. In fact, if we could stop taking the loans, that would have been better. It would have been good, because what happens is that he who pays the piper, they take the tone. So what is happening in Africa today is a question of greedy leaders going out there, so changing the future of the people and maintain their relevance in power. That is not how it should be. If Africa is about the people of Africa, then we have to start thinking differently. We have to start doing things differently. So, that is the way I see it.
All right, stay with us, Joel. I've got 2 video clips to play you. One you will enjoy and delight in, and the other one you may not. But stay there, stay steady. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course. Needs no introduction to anyone. Joel of Nashville. So let's see if Ajanle Koko is still there. He yielded the floor. It was meant to be an interjection. And by the way, Pansat, you see how smooth and elegant the conversations can be if it's not cantankerous and combative. What would you rather, Pansat? This sort of elegant conversation or the ghost bars that you sometimes bring, Pansat? You won't answer that one. All right. Let's get to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yes, one man.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of noise making. It was meant to be an interjection, but I think we already.
Yes. It was a very good debate from between Pansat and
Tunaja.
Yeah, and Pansat, I can say that he did very good, and he was able to punch Tunaja in the face very hard.
Oh, that's easily done.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's hold him accountable. He can't just say that. He has to qualify it now. The press him to qualify how. This is how you catch people when they are trying to be facetious. You see how he's laughing? Let him point it out how.
He said for the first
Let
time,
the viewers
for
know.
the first time, you are pointing the face hard here. Passad did that, when he took it on the economic perspective of it, when he was talking about GDP, to support his position that look at the GDP of the United States compared to the whole of Africa, that is nothing to that of the United States. Look at GDP of China. Look at the GDP of Europe. You see, he was able to make the case to tell you that, look, when you don't have the economic power, you don't have the military power, you don't have the financial power, how do you want to confront those that
Yet I repeated
have
several
those
times,
things?
China did not have economic power when they built their defenses. I told you that China was an agrarian society. How can you run away from that? They had zero GDP. They were a communist nation.
But let me tell you this: China did not face the kind of problem and challenges that we African nations experience. They were not colonized.
They were invaded and decimated by Japan.
Yeah, Japan is the only, and they have similar culture.
I'm sorry, Angelica, what about the British?
What about the British? What do you mean?
They did not colonize Japan, China. They took Hong Kong, though. They took Hong Kong.
They were into mainland China also. They pretty much colonized them for a while. Actually, they did.
Well,
I thought what they were doing was to try and use opium to break down the country, which they did not succeed in, unless I misread my history.
Yes, and they were not able to take away from them their culture, their tradition, their religion. But in our own case, they took away everything that we had: culture, tradition, religion.
And our brain,
thousands of years.
That's not the reason why we never recovered. I can give you the reason why we never recovered.
So what we went through, they never experienced this. They had time to develop at their own pace. We were never left alone.
Angelica, how did they take away our culture?
Angelica, you're making excuses.
Yeah, it's just look, Angelica, sorry, let me just interject a little bit. Look, Angelica, they did not take away our culture. We exchanged our own culture for theirs. I like us to. Look. We exchanged. Look. Hold on. Hold on. Can I hold on? Can I just say something, right? If we let me use nobody manipulated you. Hold on. See, let me tell you something. Let me give you a simple analogy. Let me just give you a simple analogy, right? If you come to the United States right now, for instance, right? You stay here. When we come here, we tend to, push our culture and imbibe most of the culture of our of our hosts. But you have people that come from China, India. When they come, their culture is still being preserved. So that is why I said, show me where ours is not working. I will show you where it is working. So I always talk about personal responsibility. So when you talk about culture, we are the one exchanging. You see a Nigerian, come on, you go to Ghana, you come back, you start speaking for them. Did they manipulate you to do so? You will come back from this thing. I was even talking to a friend that said, look at our musicians. How many of them these days put on our normal African clothing, projecting and selling our products? The more people see it, the more they appreciate it. The more people seem to look for styles. that can fit with those attires. What do we do today when you see the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, all of them? Even Burna Boy now is even wearing woman clothes. I don't know what that one is trying to become. But you look at all these people, what they are putting on is that normal t-shirt. So they're even imbibing the culture of the West. So don't tell me that they are taking our culture. No, nobody is taking or manipulating us. We are readily, happily, ever ready to exchange our culture with any culture at all. It does not matter. It does not matter if it's America. You want to just show that you have been away from that environment called Nigeria. And this is where you're coming from. Even people from Gabon. You went to Gabon. You went to common Saudi Arabia. So, Angela Coco, that's the aspect I want us to take personal responsibility other than shifting blames.
Yes.
Thank you.
I agree with you. We have to take personal responsibility of our failure. And most important point is that we Africans are enemy of ourselves. Whenever you see any African leader that is trying to develop his society and trying to push back against the West, you will see within that society, some people will be used to kill that African leader. We saw the way that Lumumba was killed. It wasn't the Oyibo, it wasn't the European that came to kill him, but some of his men were used against him. We saw what played out in Ghana. We saw what played out in what happened to Gaddafi. When you see people in Benghazi saying that when they were calling for Gaddafi's head, and when he was finally toppled, their country, became a place of a no-go area, a no-go country. We saw all that happened across Africa when people within will bring down a good leader that is trying to uplift them and make them relevant in the world. So in the case of these people that we saw in France, that the president of Kenya, president of South Africa, I think they make us proud. We should be proud of them. We should not condemn them that, they are toothless dogs. They cannot do anything. Look, for you to fight for your freedom, the number one strategy is talk. You have to talk. You have to confront your enemy first with talk, with your mouth, and then action will follow it. We saw the way we got our independence from them, even though we are not totally sovereign, but some people fought hard, they lost life, they started with talk, they demonstrated on the street, and they pushed them out of their homeland. So now that they are talking, I think that talk can spread around African country. Other African country leaders can buy into what they are saying, and they can then come together as a common, as one continent to now push back. And when the West sees something like that, they will start to adjust. Obasanjo did that in the 70s when he was fighting for the freedom of South Africa and Rhodesia, Zimbabwe today. He led African country as a military leader, and he took a lot of action against them in Nigeria to tell them that, look, we want freedom for our fellow African countries. That was when Nigeria was the leader of African countries around the world and Caribbean. Every day, all of them saw Nigeria as their leader. They took Nigeria as their leader back then. So don't say that anything cannot happen or the talk is just for nothing and it cannot achieve anything. It will surely achieve a lot of things. And number one, the recent.
John Legogo, can I just ask something briefly?
Let me make the you will come. When he became the president in 1999, the same thing he did. It led Africa to confront the West on the debt issue. He was in the lead. And he was able to convince them. He was able to convince them that you must write off this debt. If you are talking of democracy, if you are pushing for democracy in Africa, now that we are in democracy, why don't you want to support this democracy? Our democratic decision.
Ambassador is always begging.
Hold on. And democratic process to succeed. If you can, he was making a case. I am talking about talk now. Talk and achieve a lot of things. He made a case before them that if you can support Iraq that have not even built any democratic institution, you are raising funds for Iraq. Why on earth you don't want to support African countries that have democratic institutions on the ground already? Why can't you support them? So he was able to convince them, and they wrote up that debt. And we saw what he did. The economy, what we recorded on our economy.
Angelica, quick interjection, please.
When somebody is talking, and you should run down, then you can interject. And he was able to build a very good economy for us that people that came after him were not able to sustain. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that we have to give kudos to these leaders for standing up against the West, telling them to their faces that, look, you are not treating us right. You are not treating us good. We want to be partners. We don't want to be at the background. We don't want to be followers. We don't want to be second fiddle in the scheme of things in this world. So we have to give kudos to them. And the question we have to ask is that, look, our own president was there. We didn't see him in this discussion. We didn't see any video of him.
I've got a response to that, but carry on, Ajanle.
Okay, yes. So we didn't see any video of him making case for our country and our continent. I didn't see anyone. Maybe they are. Maybe they are still holding it. Maybe his communication team will release it later. But I haven't seen it. Or is it operating a strategy?
He still has a legitimate issue, so he wouldn't want to take too much side. I think that's what it is.
That has nothing to do. He was there in the first place. So, and he was welcomed by the president of France. We saw the video when the France president.
You still don't get it. I'm saying that the reason why someone like Tinubu will not talk for now is that he still has a legitimate issue in the court.
Well, what is legitimate?
I think. His case is still in court, and it's a strong one. I think she really tried to back.
Don't worry, Joel. I have a gift. I have a gift for you. Just stay there. Yes, I have a gift for you.
You know the reason why I used to. You know the reason why I used to, right? You know the reason why I used to, right?
Yes.
It was a joke. I don't know. All right, go ahead, brother.
We have not seen him. We like to see that video. We want to see how he He presented his case before the world, how he marketed the country, how he make demand for us. You know,
but what,
Ajale Koko,
Baba
can I
Jai,
make it
Baba
1
Jai,
second, please?
Okay.
1 second. See, Simba, go ahead. Yeah.
but as that one become an
Simba
argument
is not
that
here. Do you still want to talk?
Hello?
Okay, continue.
Yeah, I say as that one become an argument, must every head of state or El president that went for that meeting talk? As it become an argument that we have to be debating on
Okay,
and
But
on
that's
and on
not
and
the
on?
thrust of his argument, though. I needed to respond to the thrust of his argument, which was we should praise these leaders.
Yes, respond, but let
Yeah.
Prince
let me
go.
respond to this thing. I will let two Niger talk. Let me respond to Simba.
Let Prince come in because he was a gentleman just then, yielding about carry on Ajande Koko.
Okay. Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world. Nigeria is the biggest economy in Africa. Nigeria is a country that a lot of countries in the world are looking up to. They want to hear from us. If you want to know the problem that is confronting black race in this world, then Nigeria must speak. If Nigeria doesn't speak, I don't think it will resonate. Whatever all these people are saying, I don't think it will resonate much today. But when Nigerians speak, they know that the black power speaks. The most strongest black nation in the world speak. So that is why it is important for our president to have spoken over there. And that is why, and that is why I'm asking to see his video, see what he said. If he didn't make any statement, if he didn't, deliver a speech there, I think that's not good enough for us at this time.
It's a no-brainer. It's a
Can I say
no-brainer.
something? I think you just keep interrupting me whenever I want to respond to that. You're not responding to his
Okay,
statement.
Niger, say something. Niger.
I'm trying to respond to the thrust of his argument. You spent quite a long time arguing against your own argument. You just said that this thing was great and the talk that they are talking was great. And you went back to 1960s and 70s about what Obasanjo did and all the rest. Guess what happened after that? He failed. You look at what he did again in the 2000s. It failed. It matters nothing.
What do you mean by failed?
They all failed. Everything he did didn't. Look at where we are. Life expectancy 53.
Hold on. What do you mean? You have to make clarification of your statement.
Okay.
He did what? And
everything
which
he
resulted
did amounted to nothing.
No. Just make it clear. Mention
how.
Incidents.
Okay. Let me. Yes. Everything you said. Let me put it that way so that you know it's your own word. Everything you said he did amounted to nothing in the end.
All right, tonight just cite one example and then let Prince come in because Prince wanted to come
like
in.
The debt forgiveness, what he did in the southern region of Africa, where regarding Zimbabwe and all those things. Everything we've achieved is because of talk. Actually, there's a reason why they said talk is cheap.
Hold on.
First.
Hold on. On the issue of South African countries to get independent, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Mozambique, all those countries, his talk and action gave them independence, so it did not fail. I don't know what you mean. Fail. Hold on. So I have countered you there. If it makes speech.
Yes, he has. He just countered
let me tell you. Hold on. Nigeria imposed sanction on Western nation. That's to tell you how powerful we were then. Nigeria imposed sanction on Western nation. So go and read your history. I'm telling you this. Nigeria imposed sanction on Western nation. We changed their banks. We took some economic measure against them.
And there's a lot of things that Obasanjo did that they responded by, relaxing their effort.
In nationalized Shell, didn't it? Remember,
In nationalized Shell,
you know the petrol station national. It was Shell,
yes.
and then he nationalized it.
So he took an economic measure against their interests, and then they backtrack and relax all their how do I say it? Their colonization of those South African country, which resulted into those people getting their independence. So
I
and
regret
hold
to
on,
bring
that is
it.
number
Baba
one.
Jale Koko, why
That
did
is number one.
you think he was able to do that then? Why did you think he was able to do that then?
Because he was a leader that
No, it's not because he was a leader, because of the economy of Nigeria then.
Yeah, that is number
Oh,
one.
good.
He was a leader that he speaks and then backs his talk with action. He spoke against the apartheid regime, and then he took action against those power behind apartheid regime in South Africa. So, and like I said to Simba, our economy was very strong as well. So that is it. Then on the issue of debt, he talked, he negotiated, he led other African countries, and they wrote off all those debts. So he achieved on that too. So you cannot say that
A debt, you cannot, Baba Jale, debt forgiveness to me is not a good economic measure, because he also paid almost $40 billion then. It was even US doesn't pay debt, Europe doesn't pay debt, no, none of them pay debt. So talking about debt, payment of debt is not a good economic measure in all ramifications.
I don't
Let me just say, I think today, a moment ago, I became emotional that we are in trouble if this is how we are thinking about these things. These things are trinkets. They did the same thing to our forefathers. We kept accepting little things. They are not strategic. You get one. It's like a playing chess game. We are playing 2D chess. They are playing 3D chess. You give you a bit of debt forgiveness, and the people that they gave independence, they gave us independence. Did we fight? What are we talking about here? It didn't matter. Look at the continent. Look at the black African continent. Not Africans. Look at the state we are in.
They were persuaded to give us independence.
Oh,
okay,
God.
they didn't want
come
to.
on, stop.
We didn't have to fight them.
Carry
That's
on.
why you have to respect the power of persuasion, even though it's a soft
Okay,
power. Right? So
oh my God.
Wait a minute.
Oh my God. I just can't.
Hold on. Let Pansat land and let Prince come in, and then you pick it up to Niger.
Thank you very much. So because we keep skirting what we actually should be talking about, we started off very well, right? So you have to know that our forefathers, like you say, people who worked on our independence, for example, it's not just a Nigerian phenomenon. It was something that was all across Africa. Ghana, so many other countries got their independence the same way we did, by persuasion. After the Second World War, Britain was weakened because the United States emerged as the sole superpower at the time. So our people were able to take advantage of all that. And so many other people, India, so many other people got their independence. So now let's fast forward. Now, because nobody disagrees with you, we want to sit at the same table with these people as equal partners. But that is methodical. You have to have a method to that madness. You can't, by fiat, say, okay, we're equal to you now. These people will destroy you. You can't compete. You will have to be able to compete. That is where this discussion should start. You say, look, for debt forgiveness is not an economic measure. I mean, that's nonsense, right? If you owe to the hilt where your GDP is not even able to pay the debt you owe, how are you going to build infrastructure, educate your people? So to make it short, what we need in our country, we need to unify that country, put emphasis on education.
Pansa, before you go on, The reason why I said this, how much did we pay? Even the one that it was forced to pay that time was actually more than what the money that we borrowed. What accumulated was actually the interest and everything. What I'm saying, what we sacrifice to get that forgiveness is actually more than what we require to even improve our economy.
It's not true.
Why is the Western world, Pansa, wait, the Western world, why are they not asking for forgiveness? Why are they not paying their debts? US is the highest, they are the most indebted country in the world. They are still borrowing more and they are not paying shishi.
No, don't.
Who told you that America doesn't pay her debt? Where did you get that from?
You have to pay your debt, right? Now, that argument you're making is we're rational actors, right? When that deal was made, it was a very good deal. It worked for us, right? Because when the Africans are paying those debts, they're just paying the interest on the debt, and it almost consumes the entire budget that we have. So that debt forgiveness that they got by persuasion, people walked over there at the United Nations and other bodies, NGOs, and they got that deal. We're happy for that. We're past that now. That's not to say that your other points are not proper. They're proper points. So let's move forward. That's the point. Don't let Nigeria keep taking us back to our forefathers and the mistakes they made and how we want to leapfrog. If you look at Asian tigers who we started with, even if we could be like South Korea, that's good enough. We can't even do any other. You can't even challenge the Asian tigers. How much more? Talking about world power such as China and United States. So let's not, degrade this conversation. It should be what can make Nigeria unify. I wanted him to elucidate that point. What is it? Because if we unify, have education, unorthodox education. I'm not talking about people going to the classroom to study physics or chemistry. People should know where they are. People should embrace technology, embrace our differences, know that that's what makes us strong, right? To develop that country from north to south, east to west, everywhere, uniform development.
All right,
that's what we need first.
All right, Passat, let Prince Daddy come in. He's been waiting patiently to insert something in there. Prince, let's say, who's knocking at the door? Prince, let's hear from you.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah, I'd like to second on what Simba said. I don't think debt forgiveness is a measure of a successful economic barometer. I don't understand that. I mean, just like if you file bankruptcy, it's like pretty much filing bankruptcy. You don't get good recommendation because you filed bankruptcy because you're unable to pay your debt. Of course, it makes your GDP looks better in terms of the ratio and all your other economic metrics. But it's not a good thing not to be able to pay your debt. Now, it shows how poor you're managing your country and how you're not innovative enough to create activities or economic buoyancy in your country. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing to have debt forgiveness.
No, but if you file bankruptcy, if you're bankrupt, that's fair, right? If you say bankruptcy is a bad thing, it's only if you're not bankrupt. If you're bankrupt and you file bankruptcy, that's apropos. That's the proper thing to do. So you have a fresh start. It doesn't. It wipes off and give you a clean slate to then start afresh. Because the way this capitalist countries have it structured, it's unfair. If it's fair, fine, but it's unfair. The debts.
Well, of course,
the dictators, they loot the money and they're gone.
Well, that is all story. Say, of course, anybody would want to take bankruptcy and have that debt wiped off, so they can start from zero, start from scratch, and be debt free. But again, it's really and sometimes, of course, it's okay. There's capital business bankruptcy that you can file, which is okay. It doesn't mean that you're poor, but it just means that you unload certain burdens off your books. But anyways, for a nation, not able to pay the debt is not okay. It's not the best thing, I would say. And I'm not going to go around to. By the way, if you go to the court to file bankruptcy, you are at the mercy of the judge and the bankruptcy judge. So Obasanjo was going around begging, not like he was going there telling them what to do. So I'm not sure exactly where Angelica was coming with that. Like he is going around the world begging for debt forgiveness, and that's supposed to be something of credence. No. And when it came to the independence, see, countries that are able to come to the table and negotiate and talk are countries that have something to offer militarily. Either they have nuclear weapon, or they have economic power, or they are strategic to the West, be it Saudi Arabia in the Middle East or Israel in the Middle East, maybe South Korea in Asia. Strategic countries can work with the powerful nations. Nigeria has a lot of benefits for its size and for other reasons as well, maybe natural resources or human capital. It does. But so far, we've not been able to showcase what we have as a nation. And that's why we can always be sidelined and be told what to do like little boys. We're not that strong. We can't go stand in front of China and America. We know the deal. That's not the way it works. And to Tinubu's approach, see, every time you turn on the television during the UN national or that annual conference or whatever, you see all these African leaders from the time of Robert Mugabe with all this flowery, what do you call it, speech and all these other things that do nothing. It doesn't give them any power, make them any important. They can go there and talk. Talk is cheap. Okay, but I think Tinubu understands. See, there's no need to come out to the world stage and show up your masters, so to speak, talking to them like you're equal. You're not equals. Don't kid yourselves. Tinubu, if you're able to go to the back room and negotiate with them and reason with them, then they will listen to you. Not come and tell them, oh, we African, put us on the same table. We're equal. You're not equals. We're equals in what regards? You're not. Let's not kid ourselves. But when you go,
that's a realization that Two Niger doesn't want to take on board. That you are not even anywhere close to these people.
I'm saying that we should do our security first. And we are saying that we should just stand down and just leave them. If you do your security first, then you can be able to go there and say, what, we are going to align with other people if you don't want to work with us.
Yeah, but even our security is still at their largest. Do you not get it?
Okay, let me
Can we make AK-47? Ordinary AK-47.
No, exactly.
Yes, we can.
Oh, says who? Can you make the late machine that you would need to produce?
Yes.
We can't, bro. We can't.
You keep saying we can't. Maybe you can. I can't.
Fooling us. I'm sorry, we can't. I'm an engineer. We can't.
One man. Can I say something, please?
I can.
Can I come in, please? Can I come in, please?
Who's that?
It's Joel. All right.
Yeah, of course, Joel. Yeah, come in.
See, guys, let me tell you this. That is the problem I keep hampering on. Sometimes we look for inspirations outside of our continent. We do not look at ourselves and examine us and look at us and see what we can do, or look at what our potentials can do. Look, see, we fought a civil war. Remember, because when I keep saying that, we are our own greatest problem. We are the one killing ourselves. We fought a civil war. There are many technology that was bettered during that civil war, which some of the generals recommended that it should be improved upon. What is in AK-47? We have been doing Oka has been
Hello. You know what, please? I don't want us to probably go that route, because we knew which country were really backing the civil war. So trying to bring it as if it was the ingenuity of those people fighting the war. Please, let's respect history.
Yes.
No. What I'm
Let's
saying is this.
let's
What
not
I'm
open
saying
up
is
the
this,
civil
right?
war, though. It's a big
No.
topic. But yeah, carry on.
One man. It is part of our history. We
Yeah,
must
but
talk about it.
no, we will never live here if
But
we
not on
open
this
the civil war.
In,
platform. Not
in,
on
in no
not in
uncertain
this.
term. No,
That
we
would be a
cannot
separate.
argue.
That should be a separate topic. Let's move on.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is this, because I'm trying to make a case for someone that said
And
that
besides,
we
I'm trying
cannot
to
make.
get my Igbo followers back. Now the elections are over, so I don't want to upset Igbo people anymore.
No. It's okay. But what I'm
But
saying
one
is,
man,
I was trying to respond to someone that said that we cannot build an AK-47.
we
I am
can.
trying to say that we can do these things. If we can build these guns that we call Oka, Oka is over 50, 60 years old technology. What are we talking about? It has been existing in the Southeast forever.
But
So,
one man.
so
Bro,
the issue there is
we
that
can
we have
say
to learn.
anything to satisfy our ego and make us super feel good.
No.
But we should know the
It's not
extent
satisfying
of
our
our
ego.
strength.
It's not.
Some of these things
Hold
are
on.
not good.
Oh, sorry. Somebody. Everybody mute. I think it's you, the prime. So I think you need to mute the YouTube because we are feeding back. Yeah.
Okay.
Just mute it. Yeah. And then not you here. Mute the YouTube so because you can still hear us on the studio. Let Patrick come in as a
One man. I think there's an argument that Ajaleko made, and everybody just took his hook, line, and sinker, and then we started arguing around it. That statement was wrong. That's not true. Obasanjo didn't go leading African leader and persuading world leader to forgive their debt. No, that is not true. The debt forgiveness was a global decision made because the world were going into a new millennium. It was during the time they developed the Millennium Development Goals. They said that African leaders or developing countries that are under the burden of debt should be forgiven. It was an argument that was made by Professor Jeffrey Sachs. It was supported by this rock star Bono. It was supported by Bill Clinton. It was supported by Billy Graham. It was supported. I'm just trying to remember a number of people. And they made that case. And all global leaders, not just Africa, developing countries, underdeveloped countries, under the burden of debt, started taking that opportunity. It was not Obasanjo.
That's
And
true.
I'm
I
surprised
remember.
that
Yeah.
nobody's corrected him and we were all arguing around
Well,
it. No.
you're right about that.
Hold
It
on
didn't come to
right there.
mind. But I just look
Hold on right there.
every opportunity.
Hold on, people.
Yeah, you know, there are times when we argue, the adrenaline is flowing, and then you don't know when something wrong just flow into it.
Hold on.
You build a case on it.
Oh, hold on. The way you are presenting it now is as if they sat down. The ambassador did not make any push with other African leaders.
I am telling you, sir.
Hold on now.
Go and read it. That was what happened.
Hold on. As if they didn't make any push for it. They didn't negotiate for it. They just sat down, and all those names you mentioned, they just, came up and then wrote off those things.
Let us educate. You see, when people come here, a lot of people don't know some things. And we don't know all things. Some people have read certain things, and I'm trying to bring out what I've read. You see, Professor Sachs was a United Nations advisor to United Nations.
That was Jeffrey Sachs, right?
Yeah, he did some work in Malawi. He did some work on HIV/AIDS, malaria, and polio in Africa. And he saw the poverty. And that was when he said that people were living under $1 a day. That was when $1 a day argument came up. And Professor Sachs was thinking that one of the way to end global poverty is to forgive the debt of the underdeveloped countries. That these people have even overpaid their debt by paying the interest. So he was now thinking, how do we make this happen? And somebody suggested Bono. And he was a rock musician in Europe. I never knew a rock musician could have that amount of influence. So Bono sat with him, and Bono didn't know what to do. But Sarge felt that, okay, Bono, I will tell you what to do. Let's use your influence. So Bono was able to reach world leaders because he has a connection. Talk to Clinton, talk to people in IMF, talk to people in World Bank. And then when they made all these arguments, it was going to be difficult to push it through Congress. And so when they got to the US and they were making this argument to push it through Congress, somebody said you need to talk to Billy Graham, that majority of the senators and people in Congress listened to him. That was when Billy Graham came in. And in that book I read, End of Poverty, go and read it. Billy Graham was putting calls through to people in Congress. I read it, End of Poverty. I read it in one of the biography of Bono. I read it in some other places, including Eugene Peterson. You see, these were people who made that happen, and they wanted it to be part of the millennium, like in Jubilee. They wanted to separate, they tagged it a kind of celebration of Jubilee, that as we are going into year 2000, a lot of things they promised were wealth for all, life for all, and that was going to be part of the Jubilee celebration for year 2000. And they developed the Millennium Development Goals. The MDGs we are talking about today was the brainchild of Professor Sarge. So I've come to you with facts and I'm giving you the truth. Now, they've thrown it up. It's just like the bank saying, we have these products, leaders, different countries, apply and make it happen. So Obasanjo prepared his book for Nigeria. With Okonjo-Iweala, they reach a deal and they say, okay, pay this portion, just like any bank will say, pay this portion, then we'll forgive the rest. That was what he did. That was what he did.
Look,
That's the information I want this platform to have. Thank you.
Yes. I'm not saying what you are saying is entirely untrue, but do you know how long before that time they even came to that conclusion of forgiving African their debt? African nation, even as at the time when Obasanjo was even a military head of state, they've been pushing for some forgiveness of debt, which the Western nation did not even listen to them. They didn't want to listen to them. So in year 2000, when he came back as a civilian president, well, like you said, West started thinking of doing something about it, and he jumped into it and make a very good case as well. So don't say that they are the one that came up with the idea of, oh, let's forgive their debt. No, African nations have been calling for debt forgiveness. Even during our civilian regime, they were calling for it. They weren't even listening. So it has been on the ground before Obasanjo came in as civilian president. So let us get the fact right. Don't let us just
my
second.
issue with all this minutiae discussion is that we are not looking at things
by the Western world.
We are not looking at things on the macro level. This stuff doesn't help us in any way. In the end, we look at where we still are today. We are spending over 90% on servicing debt. We are back there again. One of the African leaders just this week or last week made the argument in Europe that these things were set up for us to be in debt. We are already back there again, and we are not generating wealth. The problem is endemic. I've been telling you the solution. You will keep circling around. You're going to come back here. Can you believe that somebody's arguing the other just now that Africans cannot afford $1 a year? Like the African Union now gets over $300 million from the non-African countries, and they spend about $600 million. When in Africa alone, we make up about 1.4 billion in population. If one person donates $1 a year to the African Union, we can run the entire continent ourselves. We'll double the budget. But the reason why we are not doing that is the same reason why Nigeria is poor. We are being stood down by all these type of things that are going on. It doesn't make sense.
That debt is just an instrument of colonization.
You see, the problem is that time we make some money. That your math is wrong. That's one. If everybody donates $1, That's $1 billion. Can you run Africa on $1 billion a year? What are you?
Right
What
now,
argument are you
they are
making
running
now?
it. Right now, they are running it on 600 million. That's what I'm telling you.
No,
And out
no,
of that 600
no.
million,
Do you
half
know?
of it is given to
Do you
us.
know the budget of Nigeria alone? How
Hold
can they
on
run
now.
No,
Africa
no,
on
no.
$600
You're
million?
not understanding the African
It's
Union.
the
The
Union,
African
African
Union
African Union.
is just an office now. It's just
Hold
an
on
office.
now. Let me explain to you. They are the ones determining the peace forces that are going to nations. They are determining the priorities of Africans because they are donating the money to us. When we could just donate the money get the money by ourselves, we have
Okay.
the capacity to do it, but we are not doing it.
Okay. Whoever is talking, see,
All right.
hold on one
Let
second.
Prince come in. Come in, Prince. Yeah.
See, okay, I mean, I hear your argument about the African Union, but it's not the same African Union building that the Chinese spent $200 million to build for us. See, we Africans, we don't like to take responsibility. You know, we always are wolf and free things all the time. Okay.
But that's what I'm
See,
trying to say. You are just bringing it.
yeah,
Yeah. Hold on, Prince. Yeah. Go on, Prince.
yeah. So, um, see, this is the issue. Of course, if you go to a bank or to whomever to borrow money, you know, it's a transaction in which, you know, it has to be repaid. So we cannot fault the Europeans or the Western world for wanting to for the debt that we actually signed on to. It's not their problem. If we can't pay the debt or we don't have enough revenue to pay the debt, it's our problem. Why do we take the debt in the first place? Because, you know,
Say,
in most
Prince,
African,
Prince Daddy.
yeah.
Sorry for interjecting. I just said something now that this debt of a thing, this loan of a thing, is just an instrument of colonization. I was saying it that even US doesn't pay debt, but Baba Jericho was mad at me. You know presently how much US is owing. Even an average US citizen is owing $100,000. And I can't remember when US is paying those debts. Where are they getting those money? You know, it's very easy for all those countries like UK, US to just print money, get money from anywhere to push into their economy, which we Africa cannot do. There are so
Exactly.
many things
Why
that
do you think they are able? Let me ask you now. Why do you think they are able to sustain that much debt?
But number one, they have a really large
Because they can
economy.
defend it.
Well, they have a large economy,
It's
and
because
also,
they are the one controlling the financial system, not because they have large economy. They collect that debt to build the economy. And that's why those leaders
well,
are saying
they
we want
sell the
to
debt
be
instrument
strong.
to China and the rest of the world because
Yeah.
they have a strong currency also, which
No,
backs.
which currency? Fiat currency. That's why
Well,
That's
but
why the Kenya president is saying we want an institution where we will be equal partners. You are shareholders in the institutions. We should be shareholders and they will control it. But
why?
currently,
All right.
Hold
Hold
on.
on. Let's hear that Kenya president, and then you pick it up from there, Prince Daddy. But because that was where the conversation actually started, however many hours ago. But Prince Daddy, listen to the Kenyan man.
By the way, France has been phenomenal. When it comes to SDR, they were right at the front, and we appreciate that. What we are saying is different. Is not what you're saying. You're saying is good, but it's not what you're saying. We are not saying that we continue to have what the taxes France is paying, the taxes Kenya is paying in the current setup. Those are national issues. We need a financial transaction tax at a global level where even countries like Kenya pay. We do not want anything for free. You will pay more eventually because you have a bigger economy. We will pay commensurate to our economy. And we want those resources controlled not by IMF and World Bank. Because IMF and World Bank, you have the final say. We don't have no say. We want another organization of equals, where you have as much say because you pay as much as we do because we also pay. That's the organization we are looking for.
I think that's the point you were making, Patrick, but pick it up from there, Prince
yes,
Daddy.
exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, That'd be a new dawn for Africa. Yeah, I mean, I see what he's trying to propose. Let each member country or around the world, I guess, just donate to a bank or an organization whereby they can borrow from. Well, yeah, nice and beautiful. But see. Maybe Adewale can speak to this also. According to Noam Chomsky, it said, look, Africa and the rest of the developing world, they are supposed to be a source of raw material to the rest of the world. Okay, so as nice as sometimes these African leaders, they talk in a naive way, like like that, like the West don't know what is going on. And I mean, they orchestrate these things, and the people that work with them also are their fellow Africans. I mean, it's the interest of the West for the African nations to be in debt. It is in their interest, because when they are in debt and they spend most of their revenue to pay off the interest, well, they can't develop the economy. So they can always go around in circles to always want to borrow money from the West. They can't invest in simple things like vaccines or develop the agricultural sector and all these things. This thing is a part of a game. It's nothing. There's nothing new here. I mean, what the Kenyan Ruto is saying, the Kenyan president sounds almost simplistic. Look at Macron's face. Look at the rest of the guys just looking at him like
Like an
dude,
adult
stop.
listening to a child. This is what our people don't
Exactly.
understand.
Like dude, stop. Like we don't know what is going on. See again. I don't know what to say. When these people talk, they talk very nice. It makes a lot of sense. But then we beg the question: how come nothing ever works? How come we don't know these things in Africa? See, Africa by itself, just like somebody said earlier, 1.4 billion in population. We have diverse economy. We have almost everything we need. Africa, unlike China, quite frankly, can be independent if they want to. So, but this tells us at the end of the day that it's not about how much or how many different natural resources that you have. Is the one that's able to organize its people. Okay, the one that's able to strategize wins at the end of the day. Many of these countries, and they always talk about Japan as a good example, that Japan does not really have a really known natural resource, because Japan is built on strictly on innovation and creativity. It's not about having all these natural resources. If we can get a leader, I talk about maybe Nigeria or one African country being a model country that the rest of African nation can emulate. It's all about having a model for the rest of Africa to emulate, to copy.
Yeah, I wanted to address Simba for a minute here, if it's
Pansa,
allowed.
before you go, I just want to corroborate what my brother just said, Prince Daddy. I want to take it maybe a different direction. What if Ruto was trying to play to the domestic politics, trying to sound tough at the international arena so that he would look good domestically? Remember when the news broke that Tinubu did not participate in that section, some criticized him for not showing up, but at the same time, you want to be, saying the global stage that yes, you have interest of your country. So I'm also thinking from that prism, what he is trying to, use that as a, for domestic purpose.
Yeah, but
knowing, what actually, is happening, but just want to play to the gallery and use that for political advantage.
Well,
So,
it sounds good, and once it sounds good, and that may work in Kenya, but again, I'm not sure exactly what Tinubu's approach is, but I think he knows better. So he knows that when you deal with these people, like the Chinese, you have to go behind closed doors and negotiate. You don't show up your leaders. Don't be telling your see, it says in the Bible, the servant cannot be greater than the master. If you want to take it or not, that's what it is. So don't go to their face and tell them what they should be doing or what they shouldn't be doing. Go behind the doors and negotiate and talk.
Can I come in, please? Can I come in, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
And they are not our masters.
Okay.
Yeah, I will tell you that for free. They are not our masters. The only reason why I don't know. I think you were the same
There's
person that was
someone who
talking.
lives someone who lives in abroad. If
Hold
you're
on.
Nigerian now, we'll say yeah,
It
they are
doesn't.
not
It
your
doesn't matter. It doesn't. It's still the same. It's still the
They are your
same thing
master. You live in
we're trying
their
to talk
country.
about.
They are not our
But
masters.
but
They,
but
at
the,
the
They
church
are
is
your
their
master.
masters.
You live in their
Come on.
countries.
oh
They
God.
are nobody's masters, except you if
So
they want to
Then
have a
go
master.
home. Leave their
so
country and go
so
home.
they are not our masters. There are still white people in our own
They're your
country too,
landlords.
right?
They're your
So
landlords.
I mean
Exactly.
They host everything. They host
but
African balls,
ho-
including your
ho-
balls in their
hold
hand.
on, hold
Go
on,
home
please,
if
hold
you
on,
don't feel
please.
that way.
There was something understanding that you said earlier on. You were talking about what we are going to do, which was what I was talking about personal responsibility. When Ajele Koko was trying to push the blame on the West, I said no. It is not much about what the West is doing, but it's much of what we are not doing as a people. So whatever we are trying to do, whatever institutions we are trying to build, whether we like it or not, Obasanjo played a part in their forgiveness, at least taking it to whatever amount it got to at that time. Obasanjo played a part, giving his flowers. However, the problem is not on the debt forgiveness. It is what happens thereafter. The successive government, what kind of institutions do we have? That is what we're talking about. There is
Well,
no
yeah,
institution
yeah, I
in
agree with you,
Africa
and
that
that's why.
guarantees up at least 60 or 70% good governance.
Well,
Even in the
I agree
West,
with you. Hold on, see, they will always forgive you. They're always going to be. They always will be ready to forgive you for your debt because they know you don't have institutions and your continuity in your government is poor. So they know you're going to come back to square one anyways. So forgiving the debt. See, if you had told me that Obasanjo did something in the country to make sure we don't go back to debt for borrowing and we improve our economy in different ways as opposed to being a champion or forgiving debt, then I would accept that. There's nothing to be glorious about when it comes to Obasanjo running around the world to forgive our debt.
Okay, so
It's,
let's avoid a circular argument there. But the point I was trying to make to Simba, I want you to understand that, for example, a platform like this is not just a travel platform or even a Nigerian platform or even an African platform. Anybody could be listening to us all over the world. All races could be listening to this platform, especially if they just stumbled on it and it's interesting debate. So when you
And
make
they are.
statements,
You'll be surprised that some Sierra Leonean came in the other day and they come. But carry on, yeah. So
yeah.
carry on, Pastor.
So
Yeah.
bearing that in mind, so factual basis and talking things through. If you're not gonna take the whatever is already out there, you have to do your own research before you speak. A country like United States, if they default on their obligations, such as a loan, it's going to be catastrophic. Not only in the United States, I mean, the economy, everything is going to go haywire. Just the act or even thinking about to default. So I don't believe the United States has ever defaulted on their loan or obligations. They've never
no,
done it.
no.
Why
Okay,
would they
one
default
second.
when
Let
they
me land.
pay
Let
the
me land.
dollar?
No.
One second.
Hold on. What Simba was actually saying to you was that they don't even owe the money to anybody. They just print money
The,
into the
no,
economy.
yeah,
Yeah.
the issue additional debt instrument. That's what they do. They sell more debts and people buy them. That's what
No,
Simba was alluding to.
no, I'm sure Simba is very eloquent. He knows how to express himself. All those terms mean something. When you say the United States does not pay its
Well, it doesn't mean the
obligation.
default. It doesn't mean the default if they don't pay. It's trying to explain, unlike we Africans, all our pennies, all our little naira we make, we turn around to pay debt with those
Okay,
monies.
it's
Okay.
it's it's half a dozen on the one hand and six on the other. It's the same thing. What I'm saying is that even the concept itself is just a wrong thing to say. Now, arguing about debt forgiveness and how we're back to square one, are you saying that if somebody is owing, let's try to make it personify it. You're owing debt, and then you ask for But it wasn't Obasanjo alone. It was like people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and people like that that took advantage of that program. Somebody talked about the Millennium Development Goal stuff. And those, if you're given a clean slate, but you incur more debt and then you continue to have problems, it could have been cumulative. You have to then add what your position, what it would have been. If you were owing $1 billion, it was forgiven, then you borrowed another 2 billion. You would have then had a debt cumulatively of 3 billion, right? So we know those loans are given as a way to hold us down. A country like Nigeria, let's say I'm in charge, I'm the president of Nigeria, I'm able to solve all those problems in weeks, because the problem is that they're setting our prices. In order for you to get a lick of that oil, you know, Brent crude, sweet Brent crude, is a totally different animal. We have leverage there. I will nationalize the whole oil. Now, economic systems and philosophy has its place. But also, before you set all that mechanism in place, you do have to get full control. I may not be the president that's gonna, I may be president for a year. But within that 1 year, I will set our country on the path that it can be democratized. I will seize that entire oil, every square inch of that land and the oil. I will seize it and jail everybody who owns any part of it right now. I would take care of Dangote. I will remove him from our country, be on exile.
So you want to you're trying to acknowledge yourself. Hold on. You're trying to acknowledge yourself from the world economy. Is that what you're trying to do?
What I'm trying to do is to set the bottom and the platform for us to spring and go forward. Because in every country, if you take politics 101 or if you teach it, you're gonna what you're gonna find out is this a common thing that is known. It's a known phenomenon. In every country, you have these people who come and seize all the processes that the country needs to move forward. Mode of production and everything is seized by cabal, by a few people. We have to get, if you don't produce anything else, you don't manufacture anything, the little resources we have, you have a few people controlling it. Where are you going to get the money? We have to take charge of that, all that oil, and then actually make sure that any country that's going to be buying oil from us complies with certain things. That, you see, that's what it is. We have that leverage, but it's given away by a few bribes here and there to a military dictator thugs that rule the country, and they have that stuff given away all over the place.
The leverage you're talking about, I don't think is that apparent. I should make it sound to be. Trust me.
No, but ask me, then I'll tell you. What do you mean? What exactly? If you have oil and the volume and quantity that we have in Nigeria, some other countries have the same thing. Like P2B says all the time, you go and you find out how they did it. How does Saudi Arabia do it? Their oil is nationalized. They you can't just go taking that oil.
Find out to win an election first.
See, Pansat, the idea is not going to hold because one, they could easily sanction you. You can't fix your refineries. You just have oil, you sell it, you back in square one again. And Dangote, you say you're going to get rid of Dangote. What refinery are you going to use to refine the oil?
Let me answer you. Hold on. This is not guesswork, right? Let's employ our brain here. Why do you think our refineries are not working? Why do you think we don't have power? It's a few people who don't want us to have it.
It's not because of the kind of argument you are making.
Hold on to Nigeria. Pay attention to what Pansat. It's almost. I have to look outside if it's a full moon because our Pansat is making sense for the second time.
Thank you very much.
You know, it's an act of. It's a You can poke back at me now. You're a big universe. It's more an act of sabotage than that's what Pansat is saying, isn't it? There's a few people
one man, I agree, and I said the same thing before, and other people see it's
Why is it happening?
Is it
It's a
the
question.
interest?
Let me
Is it
tell
the
you.
interest? Hold
I
on. Is
want
it
to
the
respond.
interest of certain people or groups to make sure that is such institutions do not function at optimal level? So the notion about the refinery is not working, electricity. See, is the interest of those people that have contract with German companies, for example, to import this industrial size generators and these other generators into the country for them to be profitable. See, everything is every nook and cranny of Nigeria's economy is circumvented for the interest of a handful of people. We all know that.
And it's
Hold
not
on.
something to be
So
cavalier about.
when we
Hold on.
call hold
Just
on
hold
when
on.
we call our
It's
politicians stupid or silly or they dumb, I just crack up and just laugh because they're not. They're
right. It's
doing
not
everything they're doing is
cavalier. It's nothing you say and
You
move
say,
on to the next thing because it's so
sorry,
wicked.
sorry,
Yeah.
Pansat. There is absolutely categorically no reason. We have four refineries in Nigeria. There's absolutely categorically no reason why not one, but all four should not be working at optimal level, except, of course, except it's sabotage.
Exactly. And
What will stop
How
it?
do you prevent
It,
it?
that's why I wanted to say, well,
it's
obviously,
sabotage now.
most
Like
of
that's
us
why I
here,
say we can circle
99%.
round and round and round until
No,
you
no,
come back
but
to the solution I
yeah,
talked
but
about.
I'm gonna give you
How
the
do you
solution.
think four refineries are not working?
Hold on.
It's
Look,
sabotage because vested interest, the
Uh-huh.
oil
I want
importers,
you.
How why is sabotage able to happen?
Let me tell you. That's what I'm saying to you. First of all, next door, Ghana used to have the same problem we had. So what did Jerry Rawlings do? He had to retire all those old politicians and the cabal that were dealing with them in their case. Now he went too far. I don't subscribe to that kind of method, right? But it should be the same goal. We have a problem where they're being very wicked because they don't have to be that greedy about the whole thing. But they're dealing with us where our kids are infant mortality, we have no power, we have no light, we're backwards, and we're going back at a faster rate than almost anybody else in history. So we
I'm
have to
sorry, they are
solve that
not being
problem.
wicked,
The
Bansa. They are not
way
being wicked. They are just being good people to their
no, they're
people.
being
Your
wicked
problem is that you
because
are the one being wicked to your people because
listen,
you are not willing to do what it takes to
no,
fix that for
listen.
them, but they are willing to do what it
Let
takes
him
You have
to
to
maintain for their
Let him
people.
you
finish.
start by listening,
Okay.
right? One, two, Niger.
It goes
The
on for
first
quite a
thing,
long time. That's the
the
problem.
first thing you have to do is to listen.
Yeah,
That's the point.
but condense it a little bit,
Yeah,
sir,
let me condense
Pansat.
it by
Yeah.
I just say it because 99% of us agree on this. To generate electricity is not rocket science. Now we had an election where we had a candidate who went around, find out how it's done, how's Egypt doing, getting their power doubled in a short period of time, how South Africa doing it, and he came home and he told us, look, we need to go from consumption to production, and we need power. Told us the quantity, magnitude, whatever we need, and we had an election where the old cabal that's holding us down continue to do so. So the first thing we have to do is to make sure that the result of this election is sustained and obtained, no matter what it takes. We have to start that revolution by going to work.
One man, see yourself.
We have to get Peter Obi
How market
to
one
be
man?
the president of the country.
What's that? What did I
Because
do?
he has the mandate.
He
He
make
went
See
from
where your man is going.
Hold on. He went
out
from
to the
north.
south
He
side.
asked for the solution. I'm trying to tell you, the fastest way for us to
Sorry,
begin.
hold on,
Yeah.
Pansat. What did I do?
You didn't get my gist. I said, listen to Pastor. See where Pastor is going.
No, but Pansat is going to take us into a cul-de-sac. That's what he usually does.
Just goes on and on, arguing against himself and pro and
Tell me
against
how long
for
I
how
should
many
take. Let
minutes?
me just condense it to that time.
All right, you have
2
2 minutes, and then after that 2 minutes, Prince Daddy comments, Ajande Koko runs off. I'm keen to play a clip for Joel because I think he will delight in it. But to you, Pansat.
Okay, that will take us to the top of the hour. It's exactly 9 o'clock over here right now. So by 9:02, I should be done. So what I'm saying is that we are now talking on the national stage, even international stage, which is quite, invigorating for me on this platform. We're talking on the international stage, and then how do we come up to go and confront our true enemies, or at least our rival? So what we should do, we know who Peter Obi is. We know who Atiku is. We know who, we should know, I guess some people do, I don't know who Bulaba is, right? So we've had an election. The courts are looking at it. They should make a determination who won this election. And once we find out that the courts are corrupt, we should go into a revolutionary stance. We have to take our country back.
You just can't help it.
So it's a must that the court must award the judgment to Obi.
All right.
Unfortunately, the solution goes
Pansa,
Yeah.
I don't agree with you with everything. But if the court decided to, uphold the status quo by making saying that Tinubu wins the election, that means the judiciary is corrupt. But if they award it to Obi, that means they're doing a fantastic job. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly true, because some things by observation.
Hold on, Pansat. We are going to open up that space with the clip that I'm going to play Joel in a moment. But let our Prince Daddy let him come in and let Ajande Koko wrap up that space, and then I'll play that clip for Joel.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm not sure how we ended up with Peter B again, but nonetheless,
I don't know, man.
But nonetheless, because we're not like what you call it, we're not, I guess, prophets. We can only go by people's antecedents, and production to corruption or corruption to production that you're talking about. Peter B has not shown Nigerians.
Did you say corruption to production?
I don't know, whatever it is. Whatever it is.
Was that a Freudian slip, or was that deliberate?
No, that was deliberate. That was deliberate. That was deliberate. So, if Peter B has shown us a model of production as supposed to be the chief importer of Nigeria, then we're like, hey, this guy, if he became the president, absolutely, you can show us how to get it done. But this is not the case. Now, people can always go around and talk about what they would do.
Well, can I just come in? Can I just cut you a little bit on this one? You see, many times we are too fast, to knock on people and say they didn't do this, they didn't do that. Look, if you were in that business of production in the past, during the 80s, during the 90s, you would have realized that we didn't have the infrastructure to sustain. Look at to sustain most of those production centers. How many companies have we lost? Why would you wish him to invest in a sector?
Yes, you're right. And that's what it's called. Hold on. It's called taking risk. It's called taking risk.
No. Look.
He was a state governor for 8 years. Did he build the infrastructure?
He wasn't a state governor, anyways. But the issue is this. How would you? My own mom did did importation of shoes. Where was they be made? She wanted to trade in Aba. If she goes to Aba, they will be able to give her the quality that she needed at that time. So how would you want her to succeed? So it's so easy to just sit down there and say, oh, Peter B was doing importation. If he does not do importation, what will he do? What were you producing as a nation? Do you have power? Do you have roads?
Excuse me. As at the time he was importing goods,
so sometimes
there were a lot of industry, manufacturing industry in Nigeria. So that's not an excuse.
Is that what now?
As at the time you're talking about in the 80s and early 90s, there were manufacturing companies in Nigeria. They were flourishing. So that was
don't mind you. Even now, people are still.
Let me tell you
Manufacturing.
something.
People are doing manufacturing, so why can't
we
they
like
do
to
it?
lie. We like to lie to ourselves. How many
If you
companies have
consider
we
his
lost?
proximity to
Hold
the
on,
power
please.
that be
How
there,
many companies have we lost in the past, even the past 2 years?
we
We keep
started
lying to
having.
ourselves.
Hey,
We keep lying to ourselves. That's the problem.
Joy.
Let's tell ourselves the truth. The issue here is that we do not have the infrastructure to keep these companies afloat for a long time.
See,
We have
I
lost many
see.
companies in the past.
I agree with you that a lot of our manufacturers in Nigeria have a lot of challenges. There's no doubt about that. But the notion that and just like Simba alluded to, there are still manufacturers in small scale in Nigeria, and they still continue to manufacture.
And
See,
they manufacture for how long? And the company dies. They manufacture for how long? And the company
sometimes when you do so, if you start a business and fail, we can learn a lot from the business that failed than the business that never started. Now, if Peter B had done it and shown us that, hey, this is what I did, and these were the challenges, and this is what I'm going to do to make the country better, to be a great manufacturing hub, then we're going to listen to Peter B. But we don't have that. He's just a talker. He talks a lot. He talks about all the good things he's going to do.
Psyche in the realm of international and national politics like we're doing before. Don't let the mention of P2B invoke tribalism in your thoughts.
Where did that come from? Where did tribalism come from?
The tribalism comes from somebody
because I'm criticizing a fellow Nigerian. That's tribalism.
Let's listen to what I'm saying. You have been very reasonable so far. So, but once that name was mentioned, then you start making improper argument. Right? Are you saying that production is not better than non-productive economy?
Of course, production. That's not the argument. Production is better. Of course, is better.
So, listen to what I'm saying, because we don't have a disagreement here when we're talking on the international and national level. We don't. It's a matter of choice. Right? Do you want a productive economy or you don't?
Simple.
So whether P2B used to be a banker or he was distributing beer or whatever, that doesn't mean, let's say, when Ronald Reagan was president of the United States, that he wants to turn, he should be an actor. That an actor, because he was an actor, he cannot be a real president. That logic just doesn't make any sense.
No,
even the president that we have today, even the president
P2B's production, he's talking about there's a lot of land in the north that's lying there dormant that they could feed themselves by using those land. Only the government could make a policy that's going to bring the people in to buy into those kind of things. So what
I accept that argument. Hold on, I accept that argument, but the problem is that
relax for now. Let me just land, because once we have our psyche on the national level that we want to build our country and that we want to build our continent, and as a matter of fact, all Black people at large have to get some respect from these Europeans, then and a good idea could come from anybody. You don't try to look at P2B to invoke anything. I mean, when you put P2B side to side with Tinubu, let's say in the conference that we just concluded right there, we know who's going to be able to talk to Macron face to face. Do you think Macron could come to P2B with a ridiculous proposal? No, he can't. He's not going to let it. Right, so that's
okay. Let's not get too deeply into that.
Okay.
Hold on. No, he's saying the truth. But if Macron had approached Peter Obi, this is how Peter Obi would have responded.
By the time you start this production I'm talking, you start managing the quality. It's time you have local demand by trying to create. The purpose of government is to care for the poor. Start pulling people out of poverty. As you're doing this, you start raising it up again. Government start getting more income, and you start caring for so many things. You're dealing with an established criminalizing structures. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy to remove structures that have been built over the years on wrong things. They're not going to go away easily. They're going to fight. And I believe that
I've also read through your manifesto. To me, it's a bit light on quantitative performance indicators. But I also know that in your campaign, you use a lot of data points to buttress your point. What would be the top 5 quantitative performance indicators by which Nigerians, if you are given the opportunity to lead this country, should judge your administration? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've answered maybe 3 of them, so I add more. Well, you know, Charlie, the reason why it is not fair, at least thank God they said it's the best manifesto among the others. So, but the reason why I didn't go into that, I was waiting to come here and learn more of what I'm going to add. Because if I put everything, I don't know what is going to happen. I'm serious. You must leave room because.
A very funny man. A very
Why,
funny man.
why does Peter Obi reminded me?
One man.
One man.
You have to. You always refer to this. You
Why
always
does
refer to this one clip.
why
This
does he
one clip.
remind me?
I have about 10.
Come
I have
on
about
now.
10.
One man is just trolling now. He's
That
saying
is
what
that is
I have 10.
One man.
that
Why
is was
does
came from there.
Obi reminded me of Jonathan? His body language, his approach to, have a grasp of, the subject matters, usually trying to dance around it before, circling back. It reminds me of Jonathan a lot. You could remember the frenzy around his candidacy when he was contesting then, during the election between him and what is this guy's name? The Adamawa guy. Atiku, yes. It was, but by, I don't know, maybe the power that be, or by the fact that it was the incumbent, he won the election. But even despite that, he's, has a doctorate degree. He sometimes the way he expresses himself is just like me, like ordinary person like
It's
me.
not. He's not
I
eloquent.
expect,
Look,
I expect
Obi is
more
not eloquent.
somebody with, talking like the kind of language that you hear from me, not like one man that always come with the grammars and all those big words. Till today,
Look,
your word
somebody
is still
communicating very well. It's not grammar. A lot of big words, right?
Adewale,
Obi's
Adewale,
communication. Hold on, hold on. Obi's
Adewale,
communication was
Fansad,
shown
hold on, please.
in this election, right? He was
Adewale,
able to.
do you think Peter Obi is dumb or he doesn't know what he's saying?
No need
it's
to
not
answer that kind of
dumb.
question. Don't worry. Look,
No, it's not
the
dumb,
thing
but it's
is that
just that his level of
communication, Obi was
understanding
able to
is expressing
bring a lot
himself
of people to his
at his own
camp.
level of
Obi
understanding.
was able to win 12 states, just like
Hey,
Tinubu and the rest of them, right?
hold on
Please
1 second.
hold on.
Let me speak to that angle of that you just correct.
Hold on.
Winning 12 states.
Pansad, let other voices in.
Hold on,
but I'm just trying to say
you've
that
been dominating this discussion so far. Let me speak to. Hold on.
the
I
point is that
admire. Hold on,
communicating with the
Pansa.
people, there's no match to
Hold on, Pansa. Hold on,
in the
Pansa.
last election.
I admire Peter Obi very well. I admire his tenacity and doggedness. But the one thing we should understand is this: the election of February 25th of this year, right, was not about his person. It's about the revolt against the party, the incumbent. That was the reason why he was able to gather that 12 state. Remember, it's all about religion. It's all about ethnics. Everything you can find. That was the reason why he was able to get that 12 state.
No,
That's your opinion. You didn't
that's
do the study.
Well,
You have no
that's
record
your
to back that
opinion,
up.
please.
Hold on, everybody. I don't want us to legislate that space too heavily because we've done it countlessly. But let's get back to Ajanle Koko to round off that space, and then so I can play the clip that I've been meaning to play to Joel. Ajanle Koko, are you still there?
Yeah.
We were with the Kenyan president and it's back and forth with the French president.
Yes. To me, I see him as a great African leader. He makes me proud as a black man that
once again, an African leader at international stage is pushing for the interests of Africa. It's not speaking for Kenya alone. It's speaking for the interests of Africa. Why we must be taken as partner in the scheme of things in this world and not as subordinate or as second class, citizens in this world. So I wish other African leaders can join this guy in this push. And let me tell you, once Africa can unite and speak in one voice, the world will listen, because they know that the resources that drive this world, that make this world to be a better place to live in, 65% or 70% of it exists in Africa. So when Africa speaks in one voice, they will listen. So what I'm looking for is for other African leaders to join in this effort so that we can push our interests to international stage. And I will wish our own leader, Nigerian president, to use his next outing in international stage to speak for Nigeria and the entire Africa, because Nigeria have that strong voice. Nigeria have that strong diplomacy. Nigeria is they respect us when we speak. Wherever
Aja Lekoko.
Oh no, let Aja Lekoko land.
Let me just ask Aja, can I interject you just 1 minute? Maybe
then it will respond and then
no,
okay,
Aja,
go on.
I'm agreeing with you, but could you give me just 1 second to make it? I will insert a sentence and then you continue. Is that okay?
It's okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that you have to know who these Europeans are. They're advanced. America, China, England and France and all that. They're very, very advanced. When you have our president go and lay down and they will perform intrusive surgeries and everything with your head of state, that is a monumental national security problem for everything. I mean, even going back 100 years, if you go and look at declassified stuff, to go have our president go lying down in one of these European capitals for some weeks, months, and they go intrusively into there. But we're finished. You don't have it. We are nothing. You can't say Nigeria, they respect us. They can. I mean, when they see that, they laugh. That goes to you too, Nigeria, just so you know. When you have the president of Nigeria,
why do you try to educate me on things I am being complaining about?
Hold on.
I don't
when
understand
you have
it.
an American president,
This is gaslighting.
in Russia,
don't
to go lay down and have surgery done on him, right?
All right,
you don't have anything. It's done. The country is done.
Johnny just come on this issue and you're just educating me on it. I don't get it.
All right. Incorporate that in your remarks, Ajan Lekoko, and bring it home so I can play this clip to Joel.
Passata to Nigeria go fight quench for this platform tonight.
If one of them was a female now, we would have been.
Some people are just pretentious. I don't like pretentious people that is acting as if he's conscious about security. It's because somebody's talking about it, suddenly he becomes conscious and he wants to start owning it as if he knows about these things. People don't. When I say that we need to go full on and do this stuff, he will hedge his bet. and then he still acts as if he's conscious about security. How are you conscious?
No, if
you
you're
want to be
saying
conscious,
we should have
you
a
should
lot
be
of
completely
army,
conscious
it's
about
totally
it.
different from what I just said. It's not the same thing. You say we should go and recruit. You want a president that will recruit soldiers and have 1 million soldiers. I'm saying that our president should be conscious of national security. You cannot go trusting these people. They've been advanced for a very, very long
How
time.
can you be conscious of that? You're not conscious that you need to defend your country.
All right, tonight, let Ajan Lekoko carry on. Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
Yes, I think what Pansa said, I think is right. Even the health of our president can well be taken as part of our national security if our president should go out and take his medical treatment outside the country. So I agree with Pansa, but as I was saying, I wish my president, Tinubu, or whoever, that the court decide and pronounce as the president of Nigeria. I hope that person will go to international stage, present a new Nigeria, a country that is ready to lead other African countries, put the best of the best brain in his team to transform Nigeria. We can do it. We have the capacity, we have the resource, we have everything that it takes, and we can re-emerge as one of the power that be in this world. Once upon a time, before United States come to Africa to push for anything, they will consult Nigerian first, because they know that where Nigerians stand, that is where absolute majority of African countries will stand on any international issue. But are we there? Are we the same country today? I don't think so. We have lost our leadership. But can we take it back? Yes, we can. The new president, Tinubu, I don't want to underrate him because he's schooled in the United States. He worked with one of these best international firms, Mobile, and some other international accounting firm.
Deloitte and Touche.
Yes. So he knows how this world operates at the corporate world, in the politics of this world as well. So, and I
But I don't think there's anything. Sorry, I will talk 2 minutes. I don't think there's anything in that profession that actually prepares you. I'm telling you. All those companies, they just carry name for nothing.
I'm with you, Ola. I'm with you on that one.
Nothing. It's not like Patrick. There's nothing
International
in
relation
being
is
an
good.
auditor. There's nothing being an auditor in Deloitte. It's just auditing papers, reviewing financial statements, and auditing tax. That's all. And being in Mobile as a treasurer, it's just trading. It's just trading funds, hedging risk, trading forex, and making investment decisions. That's all. That's not.
Well, it sounds simple the way you.
I think Patrick is being sarcastic.
No, I'm not being sarcastic. It doesn't prepare you for this.
He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth.
Well,
you know, I'm just telling you.
Working in a corporate doesn't prepare you for diplomacy. It's different ballgame.
Well,
and for those who believe that Tinubu should be out there yelling and shouting, having megaphone, no, he should be quiet, because now they are reading his body language. Get the money you needed to get your country out of this economic doldrum, then you can now start having megaphone in your mouth and start yelling. That's my take.
All right, back to you, Ajan Lekoko.
Well, boardroom politics is one thing. International politics, another thing. A lot of politics at different level, at societal level, at corporate level, and but I don't want to underrate him, I don't want to see him as a man that doesn't know how the international politics play, because he has addressed some issue that has to do with international problem, and his opinion, maybe I should, or his position rather, on those issues tells me that yes, that man has something in his head. He know how international world operate. I wish we can remember what he said on global warming in Kano. It shows that he have a clear understanding, and he knows what to do to address it. So he knows the international politics, international issues, and the politics around it.
Babajale Koko, what he said in Kano was just
no, hold on, Dewale. Let Ajale
domestic
Koko just
audience.
sorry.
Okay, don't
beg
worry.
your
Once
pardon.
it's done, we can respond.
Yeah, no. Once it's done, I want to play Joel's clip and then open up the space again.
Okay.
But
In conclusion, this one is over. Maybe there is video when he delivers speech there. We would like to see that video. If he didn't deliver any speech, yes, I want to see.
We will kick him out. We kick him out of the Aso Rock.
If he doesn't make any speech, well, we have to wait till next time when he embark on international mission, and that is when we will start to speak. If he doesn't speak that time, that will tell us this man.
Abajayeko advise Ruto to go back to Kenya and go and fight for those guys that are suffering the coffee farm there and the tea farm. The guy was just blabbing there, just making sensation.
So what you guys are saying is that all African leaders should just keep quiet and not make a case for Africa. I don't get what you guys are saying.
Which case is he making? Which case is he making?
All right.
Okay, let me leave it there.
I'm going to play this clip to something you just said. I'm going to play this clip to something you just said there. When you were saying when America comes to, before America comes to Africa, they consult Nigeria. So when you said that, I immediately had in mind this clip. So let me play this.
Concerns. Yes, I've known the Nigerian army for the last 25 years. They're very professional, they're very serious, and they do good work. They intervened in Liberia to settle the civil war there in 1990. They intervened in Guinea-Bissau to stop the drug trade there. They're really good people. Boko Haram is their biggest challenge because these Islamic terrorists, they mix with the population. They're in the refugee camps, they're in the villages. And when you see teenage girls as suicide bombers, that's very, very difficult to cope.
What would you say, sir, to critics who say they've also made some pretty catastrophic mistakes? Civilians have paid the price.
That's right, but look at U.S. bombing of the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq. They've made mistakes too. They've bombed refugee camps.
Or have a domino effect. Can we have Chad, Cameroon, and Niger coming to the United States and saying, you know what? We need those planes as well to fight Boko Haram.
I don't think they'll do that because they don't have the capability of operating these aircraft. They have good armies on the ground, but only Nigeria in that region really has a decent air force.
And do you foresee any kind of hurdles?
How pathetic. Oh my God.
All right. So when you were saying that, it put me in mind of that clip. So, like you said, the only potency in Africa, especially in our sub-region, is really just Nigeria, and that's how the world sees it. So when you were saying they consult Nigeria before they come into Africa, that was once upon a time. Or I don't suppose that's still the case.
One man. This is the issue. You see. When sometimes when you want to read an animal, right, you read an animal based on what that animal can do, and what is the potential that animal can even ought to in the first place. Now, if that animal has lost that physicality, of attacking you,
you are still afraid of, this animal can still do something bad to you. It has the capability of doing something bad. So Nigeria might have lost their bite, but we have everything within us to switch it. And
all right.
So it starts with leadership.
All
we
right.
have the possibility of switching
We
all of this.
haven't lost our mojo at all.
All right. Let me play this next clip, which speaks to the space that Ajane Koko was speaking to Tinubu's interaction with the Paris summit and his performance or lack thereof. Sorry, I can't play that. There's music there, so that will catch me out immediately. This one now.
Mute the music. Mute it.
No, I can't because I've uploaded it. If I was playing it directly, then I can't mute the music. This next one here, this is the one I've been keen to play to you, Joel, because of course, Nigerians are, they say a prophet is without honor in his own home. So Nigerians, there's nothing Nigerians love more than to point and laugh at Peter Obi. You've seen them do it endlessly. Just point and laugh at the guy. I'm not sure that we should be pointing and laughing at Peter Obi because if you take away the politics, it's actually a very civilized gentleman, who conducts himself in a proper manner. If you take away the politics from it, you have to say that because he's never put a foot wrong, in terms of his public presentation and in terms of his public utterances, he's never put a foot wrong. I think it's just the partisanship of politics that makes people mock him. But we may mock him in Nigeria, but he commands enormous respect outside of our shores. This for you, Joel.
I have always referred to Peter Obi. When he lost the election, we all know the promise he held when the elections were being conducted, and almost everybody who is anything in Nigeria do their support. But when the results came out otherwise, he didn't call his supporters to the street to wreak havoc. He took the legal path, and then by that way, he was able to save his country from chaos. So we will encourage all of our politicians to learn from that example. Leadership is about self-restraint, and leadership is about selflessness. So we expect that our politicians will demonstrate this. I mean, the process has been peaceful so far, so let us continue to be peaceful and to promote the interests of our country. Thank you all.
I'm not surprised.
So Joel, that was the chairman of the ruling party in Sierra Leone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and they're in the cut and thrust of an election. And the example that he is citing for conduct is Peter Obi, and we cannot see why, because and it shows the advancement both of Peter Obi as a person and Nigeria as a democracy. In a different time or even in different places, somebody like Peter Obi that commands the vast swathe of people that he commands, he would have thrown them on the streets and asked them to burn the country down. But no, he conducts himself in a proper manner, exemplary, to the point that the chairman of the ruling party in Sierra Leone is saying that the Obi template is the one they should follow.
Yes, one man. Thank you very much. Morning, evening, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Like, share, subscribe. So, yes, one man. And I am not surprised that this thing is happening. You see, there are certain expectations we have of Peter Obi. No matter what, like there are certain things that happens and we want him to respond. But the other side of us says to us, we pray he does not respond. Right? And when he eventually responds, right, it is so soothing. And we are like, okay, so we have certain expectations of Peter Obi as a leader, as a person.
the way you present yourself, the way you talk, the way you have to respect the process, submission to the rule of law. So you see, you draw these things, you draw this inspiration from the kind of leaders you have. You see, there was one thing that happened when Buhari came in, and they were talking about body language. You see, that body language worked in Nigeria for some time until they now saw that Buhari was now appointing people that weren't really fit for certain positions. We started seeing the despotic manner with which his appointments were made and all of that. So we started seeing certain corruption. But for some time, that body language works. A country usually is formed like a country. A country's population usually follows, the character, the way the president presents himself. You see, so there's power in the way the president presents something for his country, which makes me tell. Somebody was talking about Tinubu not saying anything in France and all that. I don't know how true that is, but if he did not, these are platforms where leaders go to present, if not for anything, hope, opportunities that their country present. You don't have to be confrontational, but there is this power that comes from a president that people look up to. You are the president of Nigeria. Some people were saying that he dedicated the speech to somebody. I don't know how true that is, but if that was the case, then that shouldn't have been the case in the first place. That is so wrong. It's wrong at all levels. Nigeria, I don't care what terminology you want to use, whether you want to use the slave master scenario and all that. I don't care what it is. We are not slaves to nobody. The problem that we have is that we have a problem of leadership. We have a problem of leadership, one man. If we have our leadership right, we have the tools. We are talking about gun production. What is there in gun production? Like I said, you see, we are our own biggest problem. I think as a nation, one other thing that we have to eradicate from our national life is envy. Envy. If any person from any part of Nigeria is doing something, let us support that person. We saw the issue of Hilda Baci. We saw how people were behind her. That is nationhood. We need to build nations like that. We need to build a nation like that. A nation where people are there to uplift people. Naturally, the people are happy. Even without the government, the people are happy. Because that cord has been sown among the population. So, one man, going back to the man that gave Peter B some props, it is important who becomes the leader of a nation. Very, very important. So we have a reason why, till date, we still think that Peter B is the best. And we know the reason why we say that. It's not only us that is saying it, it's not only him. People from Ghana, other African countries, they were praying for this presidential election. They still look up to Nigeria. We never lost our mojo. Like I always tell you, at work, if you want to know people that will challenge the authority, you just check them. 98% foreigners and Nigerians. Because they are not going to sit down and give them nonsense when they are offering you services. So if we are not, if you are not taking that slavery tag where we work at in a foreign country in their own land, why would someone say that a whole country as Nigeria is slave to who?
It's
all
our
right.
inability. It's our inability to do the right things that is making us still go to these people to beg.
All right. Joel, for every yin, there's a yang. You know that,
Go
don't
ahead.
you?
Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead.
For every
Go
yin,
ahead.
for every yin, there's a yang. Watch
Go
this.
ahead.
You see the foundation. Yeah, foundation. Yeah, I'll pass swamp. Ndị Igbo Philip the swamp. No child. You see the foundation. Look at the foundation. The way ndị Igbo mere ebe a. Mechicha na ha swamp. Where the foundation, look at the foundation. Yeah, swamp. Far along your foundation. If you there. That's not one day China. The China can be where it's ebe na.
So you were one of the most vocal voices, Joel, when the demolition thing went in to go and because they were saying the building were unsafe, but you heard it, and I'm sure you understood the language more than most of us. Building superstructures in a swamp. What do you make of that, Joel?
Okay, I will look at it from two ways. Who approved that structure?
It was being built illegally. No approval.
No. One man. Let me tell you something. We are in Lagos State. You cannot build a block without somebody knowing that you're building a block. Who are you deceiving? And you are building such structure on the canal, and you said somebody just came and just started building it. No. You see, there was something one of us said here about rounding up people in the oil sector, the oil cabal. This kind of situations and these kind of things are the reasons why the person that put up that structure ought to have been arrested. Then they will tell us who gave him that order. Those houses we were even talking about, they were demolished, that had no CFO. Who took money from those people? We cannot continue punishing one side and allow corruption on this other side. It happens in Lagos State quite a lot. Look, one man, the other day I couldn't come in. We were talking about the quality of the houses that was being demolished, and some of you were saying, "Oh, this structure is bad." I don't think any of you have been into Lagos. Yeah, I don't know if you've been to places like Ibukemeta and you see the structures over there.
No, no.
You'll be surprised. You will know that those structures that you see there it's like London. I am telling you the truth. Or you go to all those East Solo area, or you go to all those old Yaba area, Abba, you will see structure. You will wonder where people live. So that is why I'm saying that, look, if we have to do things like this, it has to be done uniformly. There has to be a way to one man. When I was talking about the way Lekki was built, some of you were attacking me. I said, Lekki is less than 20 years old. If you go to Lekki and you have lived somewhere out, you could have for at least for once. I have stayed in Old Lagos before. I know there are open canals. Open canals, in most places, it's not like an evidence of a planned society. Okay, now that you are in a different area, a new area, with swamp, you started selling land there. Can you do certain things there? Landscaping, underground drainage system, or even sewage system, proper planning of what people are building in every aspect of the place. If you go to Lekki today, look, let me tell you, If you paint houses in mainland, they still look far better planned than Lekki, which is only 20 years old. So one man, we have a problem of leadership. That area that you see, that person that built in that area, in that sewage, ought to have been arrested. When you do that, and it's not just arrested, you prosecute the person, you send message to the next person. This thing happens on a steady basis. One man, you will see people build houses. I mean, this one happened in my area, where people were building, people were granted a permit to build on rail tracks. Government was collecting money from them. Until Fashola came in one time and now said, you know what, everybody is going. They started demolition. Over 10,000. It was a slum, one man. It was a slum.
All right.
So my thing is this, right? Nigeria has to be properly planned from the leadership down to the people. It is not just looking good. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, well. So brilliant, well. Stay with us, Joel. I want to play this clip as well. So I want to use this clip to bring Dewale, Prince Daddy, and I was going to say Simba, but his system seems to have dropped. So I want to use this clip to bring Dewale, Prince Daddy, and Patrick into the conversation. So this was the clip. This was actually we won't get the fullness of it now because it's 40-something minutes long. But I just want to give you a soup song, just to give you a feel of what the man had to say. Watch this. This is quite. I will put a link to it in the comment section so that you can go and watch the fullness of it. If I'm ever going to recommend a video to watch, I will recommend this one to anyone.
Mr. President wouldn't have said anything better. Which he said, look, we will cleanse this financial system. We will make sure that financial system works. So those are some of the comments of the presidents there about that system. Yes, they've gone ahead and taken some policy decisions. We'll talk about that impact. But about what you have heard him say now about the financial system, were you surprised at all?
Well, thank you very much, Amelin. I think Mr. President wouldn't have said anything better. Maybe I will start with the issue of subsidy first. This has been a very, very serious issue, or issue that has been so much talked of. It was maybe a motion without movement. It was just a talk show, and then government didn't have the political will to address the problem. I was privileged to serve as the chairman of the subcommittee 2008 and 2009 on the economic meltdown. I was one of the members, 3 of us governors and some other members with Mr. President as chairman. So I chaired the committee on subsidy, and everything about the subsidy regime, and then the scam in the subsidy regime was discovered by my committee. And of course, since then, recommendations were made, which unfortunately were never implemented, and it's very sad. I'm sad to let Nigerians know that from what I saw, we came across situations where subsidy was claimed on pipelines that never existed. We just claimed that I would have pumped X amount of, either finished products or crude, maybe from Kaduna, from Warri to Kaduna.
NNPC making this claim?
Of course, who else is doing it?
Oh dear.
Those that pump and those that are in the subsidy scam, they just fill papers, invoices, and they claim subsidy on it. In fact, there was an instance of a pipeline that was supposed to exist between Lagos and Warri. and tons of monies were collected on subsidy on a pipeline that never existed. This is Nigeria for you.
But I thought they were telling us that it is marketers and some other persons who are perpetrating the fraud. So NNPC is involved.
They are all involved in these things, all of them. All of them. And I must sadly also report that, you see, Nigeria subsidy, if it's that part of it that is actually goes for the subsidy, we go on subsidizing sub-Saharan Africa and Central Africa, because the bulk of these products are smuggled out of this country. Then who is subsidizing who?
Wait, that report that you spoke about NNPC, all of them being involved, was it submitted to the government?
Of course it was.
Government knows about this?
Of course, yes, they do. And attempts were made, but I'm telling you, it can be very frustrating in Nigeria to implement policies, especially where there are interests and a cabal that exists. Just similar to what you have as this bunkering issue. Something not, it can be stopped, but you can't stop it. It can be stopped, but the political will to stop it is not there. There are so many interests that are involved there. And that's what is leading Nigeria to where we are today. But at a point in time during the Jonathan regime, I know we hardly were pumping up to 1 million barrels a day. And the prices kept crashing. Then how do you manage the economy that is dependent on oil? So the subsidy regime, like I said, should have gone way back in 2012, 2013. Should have gone. Any person that is shouting subsidies are going to affect that, this is a selfish person. A person who is connected to the scammers that are killing this country.
What you've said is very shocking to a lot of Nigerians. Much as you said you were sad to tell, but yes, it's important that Nigerians know. And that means that all this while, the previous government and previous governments have been lying to Nigerians about this subsidy matter.
I think so. They didn't have the political will to take the decisions to remove it. All this, they say, IMF is pushing us, IMF is that, World Bank is, that is not the issue. In fact, I have one of my friends who is in the oil industry. We traveled to China with him, one of the presidents of Nigeria. He told me, my brother, because we were discussing the subsidy issue, say, I'm a member of the economic team of Mr. President. And when I went for a meeting, I told him, Mr. President, I called him by the side. I said, Mr. President, please remove this subsidy. He said, we are tired of making money. What? I'm telling you to God Almighty. He said, we are tired of making money, Mr. President. Remove this subsidy. Because he is a patriot and he's seen the scams that are going on there.
Goodness.
And he told me, he's alive today.
You talked about the recommendations that were made. The recommendations made in that report. What were the recommendations?
Well, the recommendation was to remove the subsidy. And some steps to address some of the problems associated to, making the product, expensive as it even lands. At a point in time, ships, a line of over 60, 70 ships lining up in the high sea, trying to come in to dock and then discharge in Atlas Cove the fuels. They spend an average of 2-3 months. And we pay demurrage. The country pays close to about $100 to $150 million every month. In the report, we suggested that there should be a floating barge, maybe that can carry fuel, up to maybe 4, 5, or 10, or even 20 ships. We can have a floating barge that can store that. And then we have barges coming to pick and then discharge at Atlas Cove. He said, no, because people are making money out of it. So I believe we have seen, God works wonderfully. We have seen a solution in a president that can do it. He can really do it because he knows the problems and he knows the solutions. And he's been a businessman. So, and he's from the commercial center of Nigeria. And he made Lagos what it is today as a medium-income economy. So he knows all the crooks in the country.
Help us understand this a little bit more. Won't your friend then say that they were tired of making money, understanding the scam? So did he tell you why didn't the president go ahead and remove it? Because if he had that first-hand information, he should have acted, the former president.
I'm sorry, my brother. The president may not have done it because of the entrenched interest. It could even be at the risk of his life. But at least the president of Nigeria is adequately protected. If I were him, I would have bitten the bullet and taken the decision.
So why,
Let hell fall, because the poor man out there is suffering and dying of hunger. And we are busy feeding on them in collaboration with foreigners.
But at the risk of his life may not be tenable because he's very well protected as president.
Yes, so I'm just wondering. Probably, I mean, the whole thing was maybe shrouded in something very cloudy that you cannot understand. Because why are you a worker? Why are you? You are there to take decisions on a daily basis. And this decision can be right or wrong. You have the right to take those decisions. And you see a good decision, you'll be afraid of it. Even the question of removing this devaluation. At a point in time when we didn't have enough, revenue coming in, we had that Paris Club, that during the Jonathan's time. We urged him to devalue so that more money can come into the system and fund, debts that we have locally so that the economy can move. But you are owing, you have a means of payment, you are saying, no, you will not take the decision. These are the kind of traps that we find ourselves.
We'll also talk about that bit, but just a little more on this subsidy, because I think my colleagues still have some questions on that subsidy before we come to the financial sector. So wouldn't it be appropriate for this president, this government, to then say, look, haven't seen the kind of mess, because if you use the word rotten for the financial sector, I wonder what he will say about the subsidy regime, because he will know a thing or two about it. Should he then say, look, it doesn't matter whether we're on the same party or not. We have to probe deep into this. And all of those who are found guilty, you have to face the music.
That would have been very excellent. But I must say, with all sense of decency, those involved, I believe, should not go free. Because there is no how a country like Nigeria, over 200 million people, you have close to about 90% under the poverty line. You cannot explain it. When one person is owning yachts all over the world and keeping all sorts of rubbish outside Nigeria, feeding fat on the death of our people, hunger of our people, people sleeping with their children without food, no conscience whatsoever. And I want to assure you that presently, what we have is the structure of the economy. You can hear the president talking about the economy and, of course, the challenges in the economy. Now, last year, my colleague, Mr. Kabwezi, who was my ED now, and I handed over to him when I was appointed minister, the DG budget, he alluded to the fact in a seminar workshop, sometimes last year, that 97% of our monthly revenue is dedicated to debt service.
97%.
And what does that translate to? Do Nigerians know the meaning of that? It means that you have only 3% of your revenue to service government activities, recurring and capital expenditures. So, but the point I'm trying to make is that today, what other alternatives is left for Tinubu to run Nigerian economy? Apart from the fact that what do you call it, the palliatives that we're talking about. And of course, the subsidy regime that we're talking about, the mere fact that it's a scam itself is enough to remove it. But then now the challenge is, where is he going to get the money?
So let's just
to fund government.
Let's go back a little bit,
Yeah.
Still on this subsidy thing. I know that some of the recommendations that had been made were that the refineries should work. At one time, the refineries were even privatized, and that was reversed at the same time. Yet, more money is going there to, what they call, turnaround maintenance of the refineries. What's the situation in that angle? Now that the subsidy is even out, would that even be looked at all?
Well, as far as we are concerned, we were part of the government. We saw how, contracts were awarded for turnaround of, the refineries, and all sorts of investment in pipelines. And so it's just a question of is doing what, and where are the deliverables after having paid the monies? Where are the refineries? Nigerians are not even asking questions. And there was, to my knowledge, there is no refinery that was ever turned around and did work. Even if it did, maybe it didn't work for more than 2 or 3 months and it went down again.
Even with all the billions that
all
were put for turnaround maintenance?
Yes, exactly. If you were doing that, where there are refineries today? How many times have you heard of Warri refinery turnaround?
Okay.
How many times have you heard of Kaduna refinery turnaround? In the first instance, why should they die? I have a Mercedes car I bought when I was a very young boy after finishing university, way back in 1982. I bought a Mercedes 200, a Kumbo. It's still there. The engine is never opened. I've just always changed engine oil and I'm still driving the car. Which means that if these refineries were maintained, nothing would stop it nothing would stop them from working up till now. But where are they today?
Let's bring in our colleagues in Lagos.
And that is even responsible for all these massive imports of finished products to come and finish our country. And they have no heart. They have no heart. These people they are just heartless.
Go ahead, guys.
I've heard this that.
All right. So there it is. A real bombshell by that chap. So the governor Yagudu. So at last they're starting to open up and tell us just what is going on, and it's a lot worse than we imagined. The guy said they were invoicing for pipelines for wellheads that don't even exist. And they're not invoicing the odd $5-10 million, endless hundreds of billions, just careless looting. So careless looting. So I'm going to bring in Prince Daddy, Patrick, and Simba on that space. But yeah.
One more, please. Let me just say something on this, please. Just real quick.
Yeah, I want to. Hold on. You will say it, but let me bail out to hand over to Thomas. So let me just acknowledge the people that have super chatted. Then I'll bail out, hand over to Thomas, and then Thomas will coordinate from there. So the supers are kicked off by Peace. Thank you. And then of course, as always, the tradition. Ayo fires off a volley of super stickers. So thank you. Not once, not twice, not even 3 times. They say, and that's the 4th one. So there it is. And as ever, when Kulata is not on the screen, it communicates via super chat. So there he is, prodding at the conversation, especially at Tunaija with super chats. It goes after Tunaija again with another super chat. I think this may be the first time ever. It says, I am feeling Pansat tonight. That's Kolata acknowledging Pansat on best behavior today. Prince Daddy, who with some regularity does it as well, in fact, increasing regularity, he rattles off a volley. So that's Prince Daddy once, and then Prince Daddy twice. So Liz joins them in that super space. So Liz comes in to make some Chinese commentaries. Pansat, he makes his debut into that space. So that's Pansat once, and then Pansat twice. And then George Blueshell, who oftentimes does, he does this time. And that's George Blueshell. Still can't get enough of Tunaija. Kulata fires off another round. So there it is. Keep them coming as I take my leave, as I say thank you, and hand over to the military administration of Major General Major General Thomas. So Thomas, to you.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Thank you so much. Yeah, I missed the platform from 3 days ago. Yeah. Do we have Patrick? You can fire up this video. Patrick, no. Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Hello, Thomas. General Thomas, I'm here.
Thomas, I'm here. Yeah. Yes. Can you just fire this?
Go with Prince Daddy.
Video with Prince Daddy.
Can I say something, please? I said I was telling one my name is just say something.
I was supposed to start this one though.
Adewale, yes. Let's start with Joel, yeah.
Oh, okay. So the issue is this, right? This interview is so revealing, very, very revealing. And I think someone was talking about making an arrest. I don't know who that was. Like those people should be rounded up. I think that should be the best solution for this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yes,
Yeah, they
let's
should be they
please
should,
don't.
they should be all arrested. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Uh,
Yes, General Thomas. Is there, I'm going. I don't want to go on.
come on now. Why are you following one man's
Let
template?
me just
General,
circle
come on.
something briefly, with 30 seconds at most. See, what I picked up from there is always going to circle back to one thing. You heard what he said about the presidency, that at least the president is protected. But even that is not going to be enough. And secondly, he also said with this impacting of foreigners, this is, and all the third point is the way he actually addresses that, like they are stealing with reckless abandon, like nothing is stopping them, because the forces that are at play is beyond what your everyday policeman can do or everyday military can do. And this is what I keep addressing. It's a sabotage. This is what is going on in the country. But it's okay until we wake up to that truth. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. This is Adewale. So, these are you good at come on national television and they want to be relevant. So, all they could do is look, subsidy is a scam. So, Nigeria should go out there and start discussion like this. Yes, he has achieved that goal. There's no bombshell in what he said. There's no bombshell at all. I hope everybody can hear me.
Oh yeah,
Hello.
yeah.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay. There's
Yeah.
no bombshell. This is a naked truth. Every single Nigerian, even we in diaspora, already know. We've talked about this all this while. We know because there's no way Mr. President received intelligence report on a daily basis, and for every political office candidates always have certain people that back them. I think they call them interest group. And whenever you see money pumping in for campaign, not just from the party, because party doesn't have money, so individual always make contribution. The money always cycle back. They plow it back into campaign because, of course, we cannot maintain, uh, control or regulate our electoral. Yes, the electoral law says certain amount should be what each political office holder should spend, but we've never been accountable for every penny being spent. So this money plowed back into that space and they use it to finance their election. That's why every now and then somebody unable to go to toilet, they go to the newspaper, buy entire page and put the picture there to celebrate somebody can go to toilet. Now that's your money talking. They know all these people because it's not secret. Governor Dapo Abiodun is also a marketer, isn't it? He led in independent marketer to Tinubu. Who knows what they discuss? Maybe they're trying to find a soft landing, right? But you know, the reason why the president or the previous president lacked political will to remove subsidy completely. Yes, we can all say Buhari removed subsidy by not including it in the appropriation bill budget rather. Is because he was laying that booby trap for his successor. Now, some of these actors are not foreigners. This is more or less Yoruba will say Tuba Fagburu, Buruwa Fagbo. That means if you pull, something is going to pull one another. Before you know it, the entire system is going to crumble. Now, and this is where I disagree with some people when it comes to uh, what we've been told before. Of course, NNPC was part of the cabal. They were in charge of every oil operation in Nigeria. They regulate. They're also player. to the point that they were even privatized. Now it's now a limited company, right? So there's nothing Husa Juguda said on that show that is new. The only thing that he brought to the public is that presidency knows about what was happening, and who would be so dumb if we say that as a bombshell because presidency receive intelligence every day. President is the minister of petroleum, so he knows every single player in that sector, both upper, downstream or upstream. So now the question now is: are these individuals going to be brought to book? My answer is, oh, I guess no. There's never going to be a public prosecution. As a matter of fact, there's going to be a soft landing. Now, Tinubu as a president, is he going to prosecute? Probably not. Sometimes you want to project certain power to show that you are doing something, but at the same time, you want to reward, because you can't actually say these actors should be penalized. So, politically, what you can do for somebody who is probably going to be seeking for second term or that wouldn't want a collateral damage against his political allies who want to make sure that, those actors were taken care of, but at the same time being rewarded in some way. There's no way, I've never seen that individual in this entire world that will say, you know what, I'm tired of making money. Please remove this. That is to tell you a lot of things being said have been embellished, but not that they are not actually true, but it's just trying to. You could see that journalist did a good job. Guess what he was doing? It was getting under his skin. This is a professional, trained journalist. You know what? You're saying things, good things that I want to hear. Please tell me more. Oh my goodness. Not that he didn't know, but he got under a former governor, a former minister, got under his skin and he was talking. But if he really wants the best for the country or he really wants that change that Nigeria desire, why didn't he name name? What is the name of your friend? Where we can start guessing who traveled with the president to China and in what year, this and that. But why not name names to say that your friend that was tired of making money to the point that his generations to come will say, you know what, you've made enough for us. Please take this thing away.
Can I say something, please? I don't think him mentioning those names will be necessary. There's a report on that. So he is speaking to the person in government. He is talking to Tinubu. He has the report on his desk. Act on it. That's simple. Act on it. If you are found, you were found culpable, you get arrested. It's on your table. Why would you allow the poor man to come and die for nothing by mentioning names? He has told you this is what is going on. He has given so much. He is not just making comments. He is telling you. He is posting figures. He is telling you what is going on. He chaired that committee that recommended the removal of subsidy. So at least we should cut him some slack. We should cut him some slack. He has told us what to do. He has told us where we have gone wrong. He has told us who the criminals are. He has also told us, hey, the papers are there. We can also have a paper trail up to 2022 or 2023 of those of them that have plunged us into this mess and get all of them arrested. The paper is on Tinubu's desk. So I do not think that making him or asking him to mention names will do him any good. I mean, he has a family, he has to protect himself. He does not have the security of the president. Why would he want to do that to himself?
Why not name names? If his friend deem it piles enough to say, you know what, I'm tired of making money. Why not names? After all, he's trying to turn a new leaf. So we can ask question. How come people are filling up vouchers against Nigeria so that We can hold people accountable. If the government chooses not to prosecute, people can ask questions. Question.
Oh no, but he has given us enough.
No, he didn't give us anything.
No,
He
no, no. He has
didn't.
told us there was a report. No, he has told us there was a report.
See,
Those kind of
please.
reports are not
See,
told.
any official report, you and I know it's not going to see the daylight. And we're not going to wait the government make it public. Look, name names.
Okay. If he does name names like
Yeah.
you prescribed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does he have the power to arrest? He does
No,
not have the
see,
power to arrest.
see,
Okay,
his
okay.
friend confided in. Sorry.
If you ask questions, right? Like, okay, he mentioned, for instance, he mentioned Joel. I start asking Joel. If I decide not to answer any question, what are you going to do to me?
Do you
It's
know
going to
there's
just
a way you can force the hand of government to act, even if it's just for, you know, to make it look good, the optic. You can force government hands to do something.
look with what he said here. We can force government hand. That's my point. With
Okay,
what he
see,
said
if
here,
the
we
government
cannot.
chooses not to make it public, what can you do?
So if he name names and the
This
government does not want to act, it's the same thing.
the independent marketer, they are not a ghost. They are not ghosts. They are Nigerians. They live among us. And guess what? Those marketers, the money they are breaking in is not for them only. Like I said earlier, this money always finds its way back into the purse of the political parties and all that. You can name them. We can start from somewhere. After all, it's about accountability, isn't it?
Let
But
me
I know it's
just
not
ask
going to
you
happen.
something. Joe, let me ask you something. Did you just hear any breaking news from this guy? Is there any breaking news in what he said?
Are you asking me, please?
Yes, yes. Is there any breaking news? What this
Any
guy just
breaking
said?
news?
Yes.
No. I don't have any breaking news on that. Do you have any?
What I'm saying is what this guy just said. Is there any breaking news? Is not
No, he's
is it
trying
not
to
something
find out
that
if it's a news to you. If it's something,
No,
if
no,
it's
no,
is it a news
no.
to you? That's what you are breaking news,
No.
yeah.
Look, Thomas, look. We all know that there is a cabal. We all know these things. The thing is this: somebody took his time with his committee to develop a report to get facts and figures. It is not just me and you saying cabals. In that document, it was paid for by government. The government, they asked them to do a duty. They did a duty and came back and told the government, hey, we have to remove subsidy. This. Look at our document. This is our report. The government refused to act on it. And you want to blame him? You cannot blame him. What else would you want him to do? He has done his best. In fact, for him to have even said it, it's a risk to himself. So that is my point. The person that have the power to make those arrests is the government. Now he has made these claims on TV. It is now it's like
he didn't mention
you say.
But did you
he
hear
didn't
what he
mention
said?
names, so
That
how would they
he's
make
worried
arrest?
that the president is even whether the president was even protected. The forces at
Yes,
play here is beyond just your everyday.
yeah,
That's why
that's the
he's not
thing.
mentioning name.
That's the thing. So he's not trying to tell you that the president is protected. But people like them, what do they do? They are not. So that is the point. So you cannot put him on the spot and and tell you, oh, this person. If he loses his life tomorrow, then that life is gone. What will you do? You will do nothing. You will come here and still talk, and nothing will happen.
It's
So the
part of
person
the
that has
sacrifice you make for your
no,
country.
no. He has made enough sacrifice in telling us
You
this
see,
is the
you
issue.
see.
So
Now,
the government
no,
will take it from there.
Joel, you supported Obi, right?
Yes.
So if Obi were to be the president and somebody come on national television like this and stop short of mentioning him, would you have accepted that?
How? I don't understand what you mean.
Would you have expect
I
Obi if he were to be the president to
yes.
prosecute to name names?
No, if Obi were to be the president, I expect him, if such report is on his desk, that he should prosecute those people. That is my expectation.
So
Nothing,
prosecution would
nothing
mean
short.
being public with it, right?
Look, if we, yeah, I have make it public. Make it
So
public of it.
if
But
you if
if it is
you
secret, if
if
it's secretly done, that is where you have so much corruption. Make it
you
public.
if you as a patriotic Nigerian right now, you are privileged to have known the name of these perpetrators. All right. Would you have
Mhm.
come forward? Would you have come to the public with it?
Look, would I have come forward? Look, the
You
issue
won't.
there is this.
You
I won't,
won't.
I won't, I won't, I won't.
Okay.
And I'll tell you the reason why. I'll
That's
tell you the reason
that's
why.
that speaks to the level of your patriotism.
No, I'll tell you the reason why. This is the thing. This is the thing, right?
You're
Would I
scared of
would I just hold on? No. Look, let me tell you something. You don't just go die over some fool's order, right? No, you have family people, you have family that you have to take care of. You have people that depend on you. My thing is this: you can still make your point, you can still make recommendations, you can still make reports, right? And this is part of it. If I were to be in government and I was given a duty like that to do, I will go there, do a yeoman's job, come out with my report, and present it to the government. You do not expect me to now go on my own and now saying, oh, this person did this. No, I have did my report and I presented it to the government. Let the government act. The government has the power, they have the wherewithal to make those arrests and prosecute those people. What is my thing? If I have done my job as a patriotic Nigeria by doing the job right, the
Joe,
government should take it
Joe,
up from there. That's my point.
your audio is so bad. We can barely hear you. Can you
Oh, for
adjust
real.
yourself? Yeah. Then come back, please. Yeah. Please, Daddy. Yeah. You are Adiwale here. Adiwale has the floor. Yeah.
I'm
Adiwale.
saying, yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
like I said, well, if fear and fear of being killed or exterminated is the reason why he would choose not to name names. I can understand. Nigerians are known to be. But the bottom line is this: the report or no report is not going to see the daylight. But it's not just the marketers only. The man said that NNPC, and we all knew when the Mele Kyari was going to the creek, um finding the tapped pipe, we all knew this was just optic. We all knew that he knew that every single one in NNPC knew that these illegal refineries and tapping of the pipe. We all remember when an entire ship was blow up when it was intercepted. So Nigeria knew. It's just that they don't have the how do I say, they don't have the capacity to to go out there and but because that is the only cash cow for these politicians, and they know. You see, and everything Tinubu say now regarding all these issues, I take it with a pinch of salt. Because we won't want the country to go up in flame. These people are connected; they are powerful. Yesterday, I was just watching a video of Abuja, the 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 the, the entire metropolis. I was looking at Azokoro at my time, and I was like, you see all these big buildings when you have the powerful people occupying, in this kind of a society. And I zoom my mind back into that kind of society that, everybody is all out for themselves. And I understand that the power play when it comes to the issue of making policy, governing, public policies, it's going to be tough. But I think Tinubu can make this more easier by ensuring that even the money being paid to these people can be recouped back. Because, it talks about how government Tinubu is going to make money, or his administration is going to look for revenue, which is what he's trying to do, making sure that the government is not wasting money, pouring water in the empty basket. Because when money is supposed to go into the cover of the government, is going into the pockets of few individuals that tells you. And I think I also believe that the militaries were part of the subsidy cabal as well. I want to strongly want to believe so. I don't know. I just feel it that military also, apart from the fact that they were into oil bunkering, I want to believe they were part of those people that were taking the money into their pocket. Oil bunkering, we all knew as being existed. I even have a family member that was into it for a while. He told me what it's all about. In fact, there was a time that he was arrested for almost 6 months. They were arrested not because of what they were doing, but because the owner of that ship, they were looking for him. The navies were looking for him to pay them, and he was in hiding. You see, so and military, when Asari Dokubo came out a few days ago and talked about how militaries were, it was because the military was taking the chunk of the money. They were pocketing some money, but the militaries were the one taking the huge part of the money, right? So every vessel being diverted to other West African countries, Ghana, every surrounding country, even up to Liberia, they have to take money from them. Even to the point that if they don't pay enough, they will sell the pirates to them, and seize the vessel until they pay up. So they know what's going on. Now, I just hope because this current government administration, when Tinubu talked about, um, spoke about the global warming when he was in Kano, the Arawa summit that he attended, which he was speaking to the domestic audience, I understand. But the bottom line is that I need to start looking at a different perspective because once this administration leaves, another people will come in, right? What if it goes back to the the same way of doing things? What it cleans house now, but it go back to the old ways. So I believe that he can, maybe look for different alternative energy and see if the country's natural gas and all that instead of just depending on the oil and all that. Yes, the man mentioned about the support of the international body. I mean, when you are to sell oil or petrol to the neighboring country, you have to go through their port, right? You have to go into the main, to their seaports to offload the items. So that means the government knows about it, right? And it's unfortunate, but everything that man said wasn't new. He talks about the safety of the president. Of course, we knew. See, it's only if you are new to the way governance is in Africa, not just in Nigeria. It's a very dangerous terrain to find yourself. Apart from the fact that you are dealing with the spiritual aspect of it, every day there's always a threat about somebody want to take you out. It's not about guns. It's not about. Sometimes, especially the West, they know how to take people out without even firing a shot. So when they know that they are dealing with powerful people, but not necessarily have to be. Even if you are guided by thousands of vehicles, they still want to get you. They will get you. I just hope the courage that Tinubu summoned to the point that because every now and then, for those who are even actually accusing him of being too vocal about removal of subsidy, I think what he's trying to do is to remind Nigeria, look, this thing has been taken out. It's not coming in, and continue to shout it out and all that, which to me is a very good strategy because you have to keep telling people this thing has been removed. So for now, it's going to affect you. And the palliative or no palliative, remember when the marketers went to Aso Rock, they pledged to, provide some public transportations and all that. I still want to believe those are also soft landing to
Adewale,
those guys.
Can I say
Adewale,
something? Can I say
you
something?
will say something. Hold on, please. Let me ask Adewale, do you respect Buhari that said he will remove subsidy is a scam and he didn't, and you respect Tinubu that said subsidy is gone and he remove it? Who will you respect?
If
Then, okay, then what do you call it? Two Nigeria can come in.
I want to believe that The reason why Tinubu kept talking about it is because there's possibility of that subsidy finding its way back into the budget. Because Buhari couldn't do it, he makes sure that it ends with him, of course, on his way out. I would rather respect Tinubu more by making sure that it doesn't go back to the budget than somebody who did it towards the end of his tenure. Because I strongly believe, remember, it was supposed to have ended before June. Then they shifted it forward because they didn't want to deal with the fallback, right? So they shifted it to the incoming administration. So I would rather support Tinubu for taking the bull by the horn and tackle it heads on than somebody who daily about removing or not removing. But I strongly believe
Yeah,
that if
yeah.
Tinubu were to be, being in office as of right now, that subsidy will still find its way back into our budget.
Yes, to Niger. Yeah. And to Niger, maybe you can have it with your
Yeah,
question, your assumption as well.
it's very interesting.
Sometimes hold on, please. Sometimes I don't understand, and this is to Adewale as well. How did they always divert the fuel to other country? I'm sorry, I could be. I, I don't understand. I don't understand. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
you.
Yeah, when the fuel gets into Nigeria,
Hmm.
they've already paid subsidy.
Hmm.
So when you get the fuel, don't you have the right to sell it to anybody you want to sell it to? Maybe outside Nigeria, maybe neighboring Nigeria, maybe in Nigeria. I
Ah,
still don't understand. If you guys can educate me, I don't know.
ah,
I still
okay.
don't
What
understand.
we were made to understand that the consumption, the level, I mean, the amount of consumption in Nigeria was certain, was it 6 million? 6 million. I remember. I don't remember that the figure, exact figure. But you see, when you claim higher number, you the government pay you based on the number that you quoted for them, and they believe you. They sign on the paper, but only to find out that a quarter of the amount that you quoted on your invoice is what Nigeria actually consuming. So the remaining ones, guess what you do with it? You take it out and go sell it to the other country and make more money on top of the one that government had already paid you. Are you with me, Thomas?
No, no.
Nobody should ask me to come and give any evidence in any court. Otherwise, whoever it is, nobody should ask me to come and give any evidence in any court. Otherwise, whoever it is, he will be in trouble.
You remember there was one Ijo man, no, not Ijo, Ondo man, Ondo Ilajeso, the custom officer. One time that he stopped some um, uh, truck going outside Nigeria. I think they were going to Liberia. I'm not so sure. Cameroon, I'm not so sure they were going, but he stopped them and he did a video and posted it on the social media. You remember that guy? Anybody
I
remember?
remember.
Yeah, I
I
remember.
remember. I remember. I
They
remember
just the guy
vividly.
they just released that guy now, not quite long ago. I think a few weeks ago. He was arrested for that video. He has been in detention since that time. They just released him not quite long ago. He did another video that he was out because his boss then in custom also supported him.
Adewale, sorry. So can we really exonerate Buhari in this subsidy scam?
No, you
No,
can't
no,
ascribe no wrongdoing. He knew, so he was also culpable for the fact that he was aware.
The citizens are also culpable. I think this thing that we
yes,
act
of
as if we
course.
don't know. The
Yeah.
citizens are culpable. We left the country the way it is. And remember, the citizens are supposed to be the ones, just as the House of Assembly is meant to hold the executive in check, the citizens are supposed to hold the House of Assembly in check.
Yeah, I totally agree with you,
They
Tinaja.
are supposed to be doing their duty, and we've left our country fallow for anybody to come and steal whatever they like. You know, other countries are doing a better job. And when I keep hacking on about this security, people think it's a joke. You can say whatever you like about Tinubu. On the ground in Nigeria, that guy is aware of security more than anybody. You look at how many cars that is following him whenever he's going around, because he knows what he's up against. That guy doesn't play around when it comes to his own personal safety. The only area where he really feels big time is when he goes to foreign territory, because he's not independent. This is the problem. It's not because Tinubu doesn't have the sense that security is important, but clearly the fact that he goes to foreign countries and opens his body for people to look into tells you who his paymasters are. These people are not going to do anything to change anything.
To Nigeria, sorry. Why can't they bring experts into the country? And let me land before you respond, please. Why can't any president bring experts into the country? There is nothing they are doing abroad cannot be replicated in Nigeria. I think what they are doing is secrecy. They don't want people to know what they are passing through in their body. Do you think that?
So they would rather foreigners know about it than home people?
No,
That's
it's
even
not
more
about
dangerous.
foreigners. It's talking about just expat, maybe Nigerians or foreigner, right, Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, to Nigeria. Let me quickly respond. The problem in Nigeria is the civil service also. Those people that work in government parastatals or agency, they are as corrupt or even more corrupted than the politician you voted for. We have to do that is why I said that first, Nigeria devolution of power must be there, and then we have to do a surgical operation on our civil service. People are so corrupt there, moving a file, and we still believe in the old archaic way. If you bring an expert, and those people, most time they won't cooperate with him, they will find a way to start sabotaging most time.
I don't subscribe to that. I think that our leaders have stood us down. It's just true.
We
have experts all over the world.
I totally agree with you. Not only leaders, also. What about followership?
Yeah, that the followers have been stood down by their leaders. It's a feedback loop. The followers are trying to get up, and the leaders step them down, and they too step down.
I don't think so.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Look at Tinubu now.
Can you also let me conclude so that you can have it together, and then you can give me an example?
Okay.
Let's Remy conclude. Yeah.
So, for example, when you look at the democratic sector in Nigeria, why are Nigerians so active during the election? What about post-election? Everybody docile. So they will sit down and they will continue to
Remy docile. That is too strong. That's too strong now.
Listen, they'll continue to point at accusing figure to their president. The first person everybody should hold responsible is their state governor. You have to hold him because he's the one collecting that monthly allocation. He's the one that suppressed the local government because they don't want the local government to function very well. And if they do like that, what are the people in that state doing? They will remain docile. And if every Nigerian wants to talk to point accusing figure to the president, like he's the one, their leader in their state. So when you look at it from that angle, a lot of Nigerians are very docile post-election. But this is the time you must hold your governor because he collected huge chunk of money. Look at all the South states. If not because of Wiki, we will not know they collected 10 years money.
30% derivation, yeah.
For 10 years, they are holding them. They collected all the money, and look at what did they do? Except Rivers. Look at Delta. Look at Edo. Look at Akwa Ibom. Where did they use their own money for? This is a huge amount of money. And at the end of the day, we all sat down and blamed the president that he's the only one that caused this problem for you in your state. And you talk about this Yagudu, the one you just said, the former governor of Bauchi State. I was listening to him yesterday because I was listening to the interview. And he now said even his friend knows about this and even went to say that they are tired of it. That is a blatant lie. How can you rat out your friend if truly is your friend? That is when I know that. Of course, some of what he's saying is true because all Nigerians know that there's a big corruption in that is taking place in that place. But when you now start to tell your friend, and when the reporter from Lagos started to handle him, he was not forthcoming again. At the end of the day, he too must be arrested. He cannot tell me that he doesn't know about it, does not partake in it. Yes, it's true. I'm sure he's also involved, okay? And when they start spilling the beans, his name will also be mentioned, and you'll be surprised. So at the end of the day, we have leadership problem, we have followership, but the only thing about Nigeria is that you need a courageous, bold leader in that country. Even if you rule for 4 years and you're able to put everything in perspective, we will remember you for life. Buhari really forced my hand a lot. In fact, I can't believe it, really.
Yeah, that's why I wanted Thomas to play that clip. Please, Thomas, could you play that clip that I teed up for you up there in the private section?
Which clip?
That's a
in
clip
the private section.
In the private chat, yeah.
Nobody should ask me to come and give any evidence in any court. Otherwise, whoever it is, he will be in trouble.
All right. So that's directed to Tinubu, right? I want you to listen to what he said. It's very, very important. Because
don't worry too much about that one, because at the end of the day, no matter what happens, nobody is going to call him to come and witness in any court in Nigeria. This is a former president, so we should just forget about that.
Yeah,
one.
please let me land. I've been listening to all of you talk. I didn't interrupt you, right? So what we need a new Nigeria. That new Nigeria we
Please
need.
don't go long. I was supposed to talk, and I can't bear waiting for you to finish. That guy's gone on.
Just
ramble on and on.
You want to go before me?
Yeah.
Yes. I will come to you. Yeah.
Okay. No
yeah.
problem.
Let's. Yeah. Pasat, I promise I will come to you after Tunaija. Yeah.
No problem.
Tunaija. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Regarding this in the citizens holding government accountable, an example of it is that some of the stuff Tinubu has promised to do when he was going to office, like this in upgrading the military, that they went to Chatham House to say, nobody is looking to hold them accountable. Even now, even the so-called diasporans that are supposed to be more enlightened about these things, they are not looking to hold them accountable on it. While Americans, if the American government promise increased defense spending, they go ahead and make sure that it gets done. But we leave our governments and leave our country fallow. And sometimes we say it's the ones in Nigeria. We overseas are also doing it.
To Niger, sorry. I know when you mentioned it the other time, you cannot just employ like that. It has to input it in the budget. Tinubu has no budget now. It's not that is not the way they employ people. You can't just say, and the one is okay, I have to recruit 500,000 soldiers. And then everybody should come and apply. It doesn't go like that. Which budget?
When you say it doesn't have the budget, you don't start paying them from the first day. You employ them first, you train them, and then you start paying them. And also,
the process of employment is not like that. That's not the way you employ people.
I just started talking. You not even let me say for 15 seconds.
You are mentioning it. This is the second time you are mentioning it today. This is the second time you are mentioning it today. That's why I'm saying this.
There's no need for you to be jumping into what I'm saying. I've just started 15 seconds. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if I said it, so what? The fuel subsidy, was it not removed immediately? Why do you just do this nonsense that you do all the time? They are saving money already. Instead of you to be doing the right thing, and and this is not a joke business. This is a very, very serious matter that has been plaguing us for centuries.
To Niger. You don't look for
they are trying to invest.
I don't understand it. We are supposed to be
holding our leaders accountable. I can handle to Niger. To Niger is not malignant.
Subsidies out. He took the first subsidies out.
Let me tell you one thing, to Niger, that I don't know. First subsidy.
Hold on. How is it that you are willing to accept first subsidy off, but you're not willing for him to do something that is going to actually protect your nation?
No, just wait. First subsidy is in the budget. It's not in the budget, and that was why if we remove it, if they put it in the budget, it's very difficult for him to say he will remove it like that. He will need National Assembly to do that. If you want to employ people, you are not employ one person. You want to employ soldiers in thousands. You cannot just come one day and say, okay, people come, I want to employ you. It doesn't go that way.
Let me tell you something. You can issue an order.
This is just less than a month.
Executive order would not.
No. You can issue the order so that the House of Assembly can start preparing. Look at this. hold on now. He's able to announce student loan and everything else, but not when the one that is going to protect you people. This guy is arguing that there's an excuse for it.
No, let me
I don't
hold
understand
on.
this kind of mentality, man.
Sorry, Tunaja, let me come in. You see,
Student loan is okay.
Hold on, Tunaja, let me just give you a tip. You see, one of the problem with military structure that we have in Nigeria today and why we have it is that there's a problem even with the recruitment process. So this man needs to appoint his own service chief. That service chief is the one that's going to put structure in place to ensure proper recruitment. He just appointed his service chief. You get what I'm saying? I'm sure that
I hear what you are saying, and I like that because it's better to say that than to say what Simba was saying. Like it was wrong to raise the issue. The issue is important. We, the people, have to be holding our leaders accountable so that they can do these things. Because this is not a joke business. This is for our children's futures. We can't just be sitting down and just allowing them to just be sliding away and sliding away and sliding away. If Tinubu goes ahead and does what he wants to do, does his security policy, believe me, I'll forgive him all his sins. Because that's something that all the leaders before him has never done.
You see, he says, which says, did you committed any sin against you?
All the money is taken from Lagos. All the money is stolen from Lagos. You think
oil money too. Niger.
Just that one. Just that one. And it's going to change a lot of things if he just does that one. But I worry because he goes to France and treats himself there.
Don't worry, Tunaja. He will do it. But that one need a lot of processing. It need a lot of process, like Patok is trying to explain to you. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should know him, but it's too early for you because this kind of recruitment is not something you can come in a day and say, okay, we want to recruit like that. That's what I'm trying to let you know. I'm not saying you should not hold him accountable, but it's too early to do so. It's not just a pronouncement. It doesn't just take a pronouncement like, okay, I will do student loan and all those things. No.
So I also want to contribute. Like you guys talk about making an executive order. Look at Buhari when he was the president. I read a lot of reports that even the civil servant, they don't obey the presidential directive. So he's so toothless to the extent that people does not obey his order, talk less of the one that's in the constitution.
You know why? Remy, you know why they are doing that to him?
Let me finish. I happen to have a short stint at the Nigerian Port Authority. I was working for a company, and what we do, we just source for contract at the Nigerian Port Authority. To my greatest surprise, they give us a contract. And to my greatest surprise, do you know who executed this contract? I'm talking about early 2000s. The engineer, the chief engineer at the port, I'm talking about Nigerian Port, the one at Cant, he's the one that is going to execute this contract. We have to go and borrow money from Mustang, from Monument Bank. That time, I always see this guy, the present governor now, that's Sanwo-Olu. He's the one that always approved because he's the director at that time in charge of this kind of stuff. So what I want to say is that the corruption has been there for a long time. The chief engineer will execute it, the same contract. We are not executing by ourselves. We just have to provide the money for him to execute. When we finish this contract, then we start taking the paper from one section of the department, the internal auditor, the accountant, the secretary. We bribe people up to the people that are just cleaners, not cleaners, cashier and the rest. So
did you notice
the civil servant is already everybody.
Did you notice that engineer might even be one of those that will eventually review your work and say it was well done?
It's not to my great surprise because I
the person that did the work is the one that will certify it as well done.
The salary I'm receiving is not a lot of salary, and according to my contract, if I bring a contract in like that, my boss is supposed to pay me 12% of the total income or profit we arise from that contract. But when it's that time, that woman will not give me 60. And I've been working for her like 4 months, and I've already executed about 2 or 3 contracts, and nothing about what she's supposed to pay. She doesn't pay. So I have to liaise with the chief engineer because he was a young guy, and I won't tell you where he come from Nigeria. But at the end of the day, I realized that he's the one that even raised the contract. They are the one that raised the contract. They are the one that will execute the contract. We just provide money for them. So it's, my God, there's a lot of money in that country. The monumental corruption there. So when you guys talk about, oh, this governor is not performing, that governor, if you want to be a leader in that country, there's no way you will not step on toes if you really want to perform. If you really want to perform,
one of the ways to separate them from the money, that's separate the money from where, because most of this money is not in Nigeria, it's in foreign countries. One of the policies, I think it may be controversial, that I think maybe the government should consider, is having an amnesty for all these funds to be brought back to Nigeria for investment.
Forget it. That money.
What do you mean forget it?
Let me tell you why you should forget it. Let me give you an example. Abacha loot. Abacha looted Nigerian money, stashed them in various parts of the country. Some of the money were returned to Nigeria after 14, 30 years. Sorry for my language.
I agree with Tunaja on that one. Sorry, Remy. I agree with you, Tunaja, on that amnesty. Sorry.
And even before they can return this money back to Nigeria, they give you a lot of conditions that this is what you should use the money for. It's not so easy as what you thought. That is just Abacha. What about all those generals and major generals that also serve under Babangida, Abacha?
Remy, listen, you are wrong. Do you know why? Even George Bush did it in America. They did, where people are hiding their money because they were trying to evade taxes abroad, and he gave them a deal: bring the money back, and we will look away, and you won't get taxed for the money you stashed away in those Cayman Islands. So even America does it. I mean, they did it before.
Exactly. And every Nigerian man will bring that money back.
No, if you have guarantee that they will not persecute you, yes, of course, to invest.
And then you put the stick there and say, if they don't, then when they are caught later on, the consequences will be very, very grave.
Exactly.
So you incentivize them to bring it back. Even if 20-30% brings it back, it's going to make a significant impact. Yeah. So I think it should be considered, because after all, they give amnesty to people that have terrorists and all the rest. It's not
like you have all these so-called foreign investments coming in, right? Then you know, you can have your own citizens partner with them with their stolen loot, like electricity, power. You know, just put your money into those key sectors that we want you to invest the money in. Then we look away. Everybody.
I'm waiting for.
But Tunaja, Remy,
I really want to, because this analysis is not good enough for me. I want you to convince me that truly these people will, even if they give them amnesty, they'll bring this money. I want you to.
Oh, listen. Let me tell you why. Yeah. No. Let me tell you why. Number one, we know where you are hiding the money. We know the accounts. We know who you are. So that is guaranteed. We already know who you are. So that's like Tina was saying. So bring the money back. It makes it easier. That way, I'm not negotiating with the government of that country. That's why it takes longer to protect those funds. If you are the one withdrawing the money, it's quicker and easier. If I have to go after you in a different country,
Babati, which one? If you are the one, you know that if they take you to court in Nigeria, it's very difficult to win your case, to win the case against you. So if you are the one, will you accede to amnesty, or you go to court? When you know fully well that in 99% of the cases you win the case, or the case will drag on forever and nobody will see the end.
Remy.
Mind you, Nigeria is not America. Nigeria is not United Kingdom.
General now. His case is
guys, hold on. One of the main reasons this case dragged long is because the government persecuting you are also being sabotaged from within. So if EFCC goes against you in court in Nigeria, the reason why you have this 2-3 year case is because even within the EFCC, they are getting self-sabotaged. That's why it takes longer. But if you have a government that's serious about going after you, trust me, it's not going to be that long if they have evidence against you. So it depends on who is.
But Peter B said he's not going to pursue the looters.
No,
does that make any sense?
No.
You should bring the one in.
Not present now.
You can't be.
No. I'm just saying, if Tinubu is not pursuing them,
you cannot be going after people. It doesn't work. You guys even know how money. It does not work that way. Just give incentives.
How does it work?
the first thing you have to do is to stop the bleeding. If you're okay, you introduce automation. Like I've always said that in government, you must limit human to human interaction when it comes to, let me finish, human to human interaction. So everything has to be automated. So if you want contract, you want if you want stuff with government, it goes through a portal. This so-called, let me go to an office and see one baba there. That has to be eliminated. You make your bidding, it's open. You apply online like everybody else. They will call you into an open space where everybody. So you have to be transparent and you limit that human to human interaction as much as possible.
Okay,
Everything
so
has to be
the
done.
people in charge of the automation, you don't believe that it can be there'll be a
Because
manipulation?
in America, let me give you an example. Like in America, like when I was living in Texas, I used to live in Austin because my girl used to work.
Man, you are talking about America. Talk about Nigeria, not America.
So I'm telling us how we can improve.
Corruption is in our DNA. They will circumvent that automation.
Can I finish? Can I finish? So you can understand what I'm talking about. Government contract in America, for instance, in Texas, it goes through many systems, many channels. So you have 10 to 20 departments looking at the same thing. It's just not just one person or two people looking at it. And they have to also report and look at each other, and it goes through the justice system all the time. So if I approve something with you, I must justify the reason why I give you the contract, and the justice system in that county must verify the pricing. Everything goes through a channel that is verified in real time. So stage 1, stage 2. So
let me bust your bubble, Baba T.
That is the best. So this idea of let me go and buy in one office somewhere, that has to be eliminated.
Baba T, let me bust your bubble a little bit. I've told a story about
we can do better.
Wait now. See, when you have crooked man behind system, no matter how you try to make it look or sanitize, the crooked man will always find a way to circumvent that
You
system.
are discussing individual. I'm discussing.
No. See, no. I'm not talking about individuals now. Have you ever seen an organized crime when you have different departments working together in a cahoot to loot, to take money out? You will think, yes, this person will oversee what you are doing. This one will audit you, but they will find.
I am never going to buy into this. No. I don't. Guys, I'm never going to buy into this hopeless scenario. Like no matter
it's
what.
Not about hopelessness. It's the reality, Baba T.
Systems.
It is not hopeless. There is hope.
Just people.
Thomas, when were you going to bring it back home? Bring it to me.
One voice, please. And I want to go to Pansat. I want to go to Pansat very soon.
I was listed to contribute. Let me just mention something. I think what Babati and Adewale are saying is possible. The main problem with corruption is what I call privileged assets. For example, if I want to create corruption today, I say, okay, only 2 schools are allowed to sell jam from all over the country. I bet you the people that are working in those schools become very rich. But if you say anybody can sell jam from, you can buy from a post office recharge card, you can buy from the POS there, you can buy from any bank. No, there's no corruption again. You liberalize the system, you remove that privileged access. But if you put power in the hands of few people in the ministry, then those people become powerful and they now milk the system. So in areas where we can remove privileged access in Nigeria, let's just make it possible. That area will be free of corruption.
Sorry, Patrick. So you all boil down to the parastatal again. How do we
liberalize? You liberalize the operations. For example, in parastatals, areas where you need to get approvals, you just don't limit the approval to one desk. Make it.
Patoski, use custom, for example. Use custom.
Okay, look at custom, for example. If you want to get clearing paper, you have to go through customs. Why can't banks issue clearing papers? Let courts be able to issue clearing papers. You understand? That's all.
One thing I like to know about the custom, at least the custom duty, you as an importer or whatever, you pay the duty to the bank by yourself.
Look at the way they made it. But before, when you go to pay maybe they pay to just one
Custom
bank
by
or they pay to
themselves.
custom
Oh,
office.
That was my point, guys.
Exactly.
that was
So
monumental
you must,
corruption.
it is what we are saying, what Babati, what Tadiwale is saying is that it's not just only system alone. If you say system to system, there are people behind that system. So
But
what we are
system
saying is, what we are saying is,
the major
what we are
problem.
saying is,
That is the
let's
major problem.
liberalize it. Let's liberalize it such a way
But
that there are no
Patoski, the same
privileged access.
customer that you are talking about, Patoski, you know that even the officials, let's say you are importing a vehicle that they're supposed to charge you for, let's say 1.5 million for duty. They can do it for you for 800.
It's because you go to custom to assess what a duty should be.
Even now that they
Like
are
the one
even
in
paying
Cant
to
now,
the
That's
that
what
bank.
I'm saying.
because
The
they are
money
the
is paid
one.
to the bank, but the custom people are the one assessing how much the money should be. Let that go to other hands. Let
I
the
think if we,
NDLE begin
I
to
think
do.
that one go
Let
to
custom,
automation, that would be better to
yeah,
make it more clear
let
and more
it
clean up for everybody to see.
liberalize it. Don't
So before
put
you
it in the
even
hands of
import the car to
people.
Nigeria, you already know exactly how much
Okay.
is going to
Exactly.
clear
All
it.
right.
Liberalizing it, don't you think that you are liberalizing corruption?
Yeah,
No,
Thomas.
no. You see, when you
Thomas.
liberalize it such a way that everybody
Guys,
Yeah, could you play that
please.
clip again for me? I want to talk about that clip so it could be fresh in their minds.
Oh, you already play it now.
Nobody should ask me to come and give any evidence in any court. Otherwise, whoever it is, he will be in trouble.
All right. That particular.
Before you respond, before you go on, guys, we'll be shutting down 9 hours on the sharp. 9 hours on the sharp. My oga don't call me say make I not pass 9 hours. So Passat, make it short so that everybody can have their say as well. Thank you.
Very well. Okay. So what I basically in order to bring a synopsis to this whole conversation, obviously talking about the individual corruption in Nigeria is just a waste of time. We know that corruption is endemic in the country in every aspect. If you close this trap, it's going to come up this trap. And most of it is because there is the people don't have access, better competition to do things, right? If you had ports for people to clear their goods here and there, many places, nobody's going to go paying, wasting their money, bribing anybody. There are no checks and balances in the government. For example, the president can be impeached. The Senate is a very powerful institution in our country. And there are no checks and balances, and it's done purposefully by these politicians. But the kind of new Nigeria we need, I'm afraid to tell everybody here who's on this platform, this panel, you still don't get it. We need a new Nigeria that works, where solutions are profiled and based on experience and other things.
But Tinubu has started a new Nigeria.
Anybody,
what is your ideal of a new Nigeria? Define it or explain it.
A new Nigeria is not something one person, it's actually like myself, will be able to say, okay, this is the totality of it. It's all of us, a mindset. People like Tinubu have no place whatsoever in a new Nigeria. There's nothing anybody's going to propose that's going to work. You may say,
has a place
if
in
you are, no,
Nigeria.
hold on, it's not, remember, I am talking tonight on national level and international level, period. I'm not
Answer
talking
now. You said Tinubu does not have a place
he
in
does
New
not,
Nigeria.
and it's not.
Does Obi have a place in it? Does he
I
have?
believe so. I believe so. Obi, it's one of those people who
Then
can. He's not a panacea, though, right? Obi is the beginning. Should be the beginning of it. Please, order, please.
But to be fair, though,
Babati,
come on, Tinubu barely can. He wasn't even in Paris to come and make speech
cannot
for
be
African countries.
bro.
Come on, man.
But more than that, maybe that may be the only thing we're getting from him.
He's not even there to sell Nigeria for crying out loud.
one voice, please, guys, please.
That he's not there
Let's
to
hear from
sell Nigeria
Passat.
because it would actually be in the second sell, as in sell Nigeria, not to pitch Nigeria. Tinubu is not a good actor, right? If he's functioning at the level, let's say when he's in his 60s, 50s, or whatever, we're in trouble. He's not a good actor. He's not for the people. He's crooked. He is. So he's sick. Right? Hold on,
Hold on, please.
let me land.
Hold on, please. I said, hold on. You still have the floor.
It's too long.
Yes, guys, please. Let me just advise everyone listening to Passat. Just take Passat as he said. Tinubu doesn't win any state in Nigeria. So don't let us question anything Passat said. Let him just speak. Then we just move on.
Thomas,
Please.
let's
No.
So
yes, yeah. Let's pass. If you deliberate, if you try to interrogate Passat, we'll be here till tomorrow.
Can you put a time limit, because you cannot just
Yes. Yes. Within 5 or 3, 4 minutes. Yeah, just sum it up. Then we go to other people. Yes,
that's fine. So like
yeah.
I said, I was gonna give you a synopsis of the whole thing. There's nothing we don't know. Are you guys? I mean, you're youngsters, that's true, but you're not kids, right? If you're gonna go to make something, you have to put in the right ingredients in there to make it work. You're not gonna do it based on sensibilities and all that, right? As you see Nigeria trying to play you here by trying to blackmail you and say, look, if Tinubu recruits so many soldiers, I'm gonna forgive everything he's done. And then when you push back at him, he reminded you that he fleeced Lagos. He put in his dirty hands in the public till and taking that money. So I'm not going to do that with you, because I am speaking to you from a national platform, international platform. We in the first half an hour here or an hour, we discussed how we can step up to lead Africa and to stand these Europeans down who wants to put us in slavery in perpetuity. How else are you going to do it? We have to build a new Nigeria, a new country that is based on science, education. Now, remember, I've spent about a minute or
See
so.
everyone tomorrow.
So
Bye-bye.
that is what we have to deal with. It's not about coming here talking, especially being tribal. There's no need for that. We all want the same thing. If you know who cannot do the job, you already know who cannot do the job. Believe it or not, it's been 3 or 4 months. Tinubu is in his administration already. What has it done for you? Tribal or otherwise? Nothing. He cannot do anything.
Passat, 3 or 4 months. What are you saying?
Well, the election took place in January. I mean, February.
Did they swear him in immediately he won the election?
Not necessarily, but he's been there. He's always been there. He's been there since Buhari.
Passat, just right? Sum it maybe in 2 minutes, please.
Okay,
so we can go on.
Though, how can people come here like to Nigeria all the time? We're talking about how do we tell this European, say, look, you cannot boss us around. You're not the boss of me. How? We have to do it based on science, based on practicable improvements.
Based on are you congenitally not able to just say what I said?
No,
it's based on security. It's not just science alone.
Security, I already said to you, if a head of state can go lay down in a foreign capital and then have intrusive operations, surgeries done on him with these people, then you don't know these people. If you're talking about military, how many times have we been invaded by foreign? Hold on. We have never been invaded by foreign.
This is health tourism.
Thomas, bring this guy to order. I'm trying to make a point here.
To Nigeria, I've said earlier
let him finish now.
Let him finish what you want to say, please.
So what I'm saying to you is that security is not just having soldiers. We've already gone through the gamut trying to tell you that how futile that is anyway. We don't stand a chance when you're talking about military combat with these people. But even 100 years ago, 200 years ago, you cannot go and have your head of state lay down in one of these European capitals. They are very advanced, both with electronics and otherwise. Any leader who's done that is gone. They won't do it themselves. You look at Tinubu, you want to protect him from what? He's already been laying down there, and they've got his DNA, they've got everything on him. And then they've planted some things in him as well. So he couldn't even have a conversation. talk about any other kind of stuff. They could push a button and it's gone. So now that is not what we're talking about. We are not advanced because we are not scientifically based. We need a new Nigeria with our youth who are very talented in every field. We need a country that has jobs. That's a security. Food is security. Health is security. Education is security. Not military security alone. We've never been invaded by anybody. Now, I'm not saying modernize the troops and get the ones we have, equip them very well. Take care of the ones we have now. Pay them better. Not how many armies. You know, the Iraqi Saddam Hussein, he used to boast he had the fourth largest army, Republican Guard. When the United States invaded that country, first of all, they lit up the sky. They had things that nobody knew about that are able to start burning up in the skies to light up the neighborhood. It took hours to rout that Republican Guard. They were gone. So the military might, Nigeria is going to take us 10, 20 years to reach that level that Iraqi Saddam Hussein had in 1991 or whenever that was, 2001 or something like that. I think it's 2001 with George Bush. So we don't have, you stand no chance with this people that could push a button and have robots actually fight you now.
So Pastor, you have to round it up in 1 minute, please.
Round it up. All I'm asking somebody like Tunaj, who's otherwise clever, I guess, is smart. You don't know GDPs, you don't know budgets, but you're proposing programs for our country. You want us to detach from and fight advanced countries. That takes up a lot of time when we come here to make debate. So I indulged today to say to you, and I think one man and others have admonished you, let's talk about practical things that we can do to unite Nigeria first, because in that unity, the strength we get from that unity, it's a soft power that's unrivaled, it's unmatched. If Nigerians could come together, we can place China, especially United Kingdom. That is our number one enemy right there. United Kingdom. It's nobody else. We'll have to be able to set our prices.
Thank you.
So I
have to move
on and on, but those are the kind of discussions that I'm not going to be participating in. I don't want to talk about clannishness, tribe, and all kinds of foolishness. Somebody like Buhari, like he threatened for my last remarks, he threatened Tinubu or whoever is coming in. It may be somebody else, believe it or not, when the tribunal come in here. That anybody who calls him to come and testify is going to hear it. I want to know what can he do? He needs to be dragged in. He has committed so many atrocities, monumental fraud for a very long time, going all the way back to his regime as petroleum minister, to what he's just done now with all this printing of monies. He played a very silly game because it doesn't matter to him which tribe he puts against the other. But he needs to pay, and we need to recover our money from him and all the monies that he put to Niger Republic and everywhere else. He cannot threaten a whole country and say anybody.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
He's a son
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's
just
do
respond
Nigeria.
15 seconds.
No. Do Nigeria, please. I beg of you, please. Don't mention
my name over and over again. Okay.
My brother, you understand what I'm saying? Please let it go. Let it go. You can make your comment. Don't mention Passat, please, because he will come back for the butter. You can make your comment.
I'm not going to mention him. I'm not going to mention him.
Make your comment.
See, for me, anybody that knows me knows that there's one serious issue that I keep talking about. The second one is transparency, by the way, just in case people forget. And the third one is a technological revolution. The idea, you know what happened in Russia the other day? That's signaling what I was talking about. Bigger nations with larger military sizes, coups tend to fail. The same thing happened in this in Turkey the other day, and I think Greece. There was a murmuring of something like it doesn't succeed if you have a sizable military. There's something about that that makes it very difficult for one tiny general to just come from somewhere and just say, "I want to take over the whole country." It's almost impossible for that to happen. So that's something that people need to be paying attention to. History is going to be proving some of all these things I've been saying to be accurate over and over again. These guys Wagner tried to do what they want to do. Guess what? Within how many hours they're going the other direction very quickly. That's how a sensible nation behaves. That's how a nation that understands the greater good behaves. Even their own, the coup plotter decided to retreat because he knows he's going to just shed these people's blood for nothing. Thank you. Why is everybody quiet? Okay, I can carry on now since Thomas has gone.
Remy.
Thomas is gone.
I was waiting. No, I'm here. I was waiting for Remy to come in.
They use their local language to share their experience.
Who is that? Yeah. Remy? I thought you wanted to come in, yeah. We don't have Remy. Yeah. Can anybody hear me also?
You can hear you.
I can hear you.
You can hear me. Yes. Adewale, yeah, just this respond, please.
I don't even know what I'm responding to.
Pansanta took us to the deep waters.
No, but Pansanta and the see, everything he said, some we agree with, some is just not, I don't know. But the bottom line is, without, I don't know. Two Nigeria said Tinubu went to Paris and he didn't do this, he didn't do that. Look, at the international level, international relation is deeper than what you guys think. It's deeper than all those public rhetorics and all those brigade speech, the likes of Hutus and Ramaphosa's and all that given. Sometimes they do that just to satisfy their domestic audience. But I think what Tinubu did was excellent by showing up, but not necessarily being heard, because being seen, you are being measured by what you say. So you want to make sure that you pipe low, because this is your first international outing as a president of the country. So you want to be measured, you want to be calculative, and also you want to get to know other head of state, get yourself familiar with, and personal relationship will build, will start, within that short meeting. So, and never can tell. Perception is everything. But I think the subsequent outing he'll be able to handle himself well, and I believe he will be able to. We all knew Tinubu is capable of making public speeches and all that. But I think what he did was just to make sure that it was seen, but not necessarily heard, so that whatever he wanted to do, he'll be able to achieve that without drawing unnecessary attention to himself or to the country per se. But by and large, he did excellently well. He handled it well, and hopefully next outing will be more successful than this one. But he need every penny he can get from these people, because Nigeria is broke, and sometimes this time around he has no choice than to get whatever he can get. But all the same,
yes,
great discussion tonight. Thank you, everybody.
So the reason why I was saying that
Prince Daddy has started again tonight.
Hello, Thomas.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah. Go on.
Oh,
Simba,
okay. You want
on.
me to talk?
Yeah, respond.
Yeah. This problem of saying Tinubu did not talk on this Paris meeting and all those things. To me, the way I just look at it, even before, when he made mention of that Paris meeting, initially we were all speculating he was going to receive the booster and whatever. After that, he said that he collapsed, he has been rushed. Now he got there. No, it was not it was not received by Macron. It was only minister that received it. You know, all this to me, I don't know why we are all engaging in all this kind of rubbish. To me, I see it as rubbish. And we always look for something to say about this man every time. Even if he goes to toilet, he will tell them maybe he will not be able to defecate, or maybe after defecating, he might be having constipation, he might be having diarrhea. You know, all these things. To me, it doesn't really make sense. This is his first outing as a president. Even all these people that talk there, I look at their speech and I cannot even look at anything. I can't see any substance in their speech. But you know, because people are talking about it, then we also join them. If you see what Nigerians are
Simba, come
vomiting,
on, man. Come
let me
on,
finish. You
man.
have talked
This is
to
bottom
Niger
barrel stuff, man.
on Niger Watch yesterday. Come and see what they
Simba,
are just talking about. Even
Simba.
if he goes there, he might be urinating, he might even be defecating, he might even collapse, he might even have sinner, he might be able to not, he
Simba.
might forgot so many things. You know,
Simba. How can
am
you
I
be
lying?
saying this
Am I
kind of
lying? All
thing?
this thing, you do Niger. Did you
He
watch
didn't.
Niger
You
Watch
didn't.
yesterday? Because you are a
See,
participant there.
there are many
Sometimes you even
leaders
anchor it.
there. No, I wasn't there yesterday. Actually, there are many leaders there. He didn't even make a speech on behalf of
It's
Nigeria.
not. It's not. Let me
He's
tell you,
our
we are
chief
just looking.
salesman.
To me, the way. Let me. I have rights to see it the way I'm seeing it, because
Of course you
everything
do.
that I said, I don't think there's any lie in everything, because it's a stage by stage by stage by stage. Even
But
now,
you are saying it's
after the
nonsense.
meeting, we're also talking. Why did he need to travel with our plane for private visit to London? You know, we are looking. We are just looking for things to say about this guy. To me, it is not necessary. If he goes out for the first time, he sat down there, he look at it, okay, oh, what are they discussing now? And even all these things that we are saying that you have to project our
God,
country. No, to
man, come on,
me,
man. Simba, come on.
it doesn't make any sense for us to just be making any sensationalism about everything that he does. And then what you say he will sell Nigeria. What will he need to sell Nigeria? The people, the Kenyan president, that was he selling? Is that the way to sell Kenya? Is that what you are expecting?
At least he was
Egyptian
present.
president did not talk there. There are so many African countries. We have over 53 countries in Africa. So do you expect all the 53 African countries to talk and all
You
those
know
things?
he went there
To
to
me, it's
speak.
just
Simba.
sensationalism. Doesn't make
Hey,
any sense to me.
Simba. This thing that you are doing, you know in your heart of
Hey,
hearts. He went there to speak. He didn't show up. He is the chief salesman of Nigeria. He is a businessman. He understands what making it
To
the right
Niger,
pitch
how do
represents.
you know? Hold on, please. How do you know he went there to speak?
Uh-uh. They have a chair for him. Oh. The chair, he wasn't
How
present.
do you know he can be there and not speaking?
Uh-uh. You know now.
Does he
The
need to
chair was
speak?
there. He had to send somebody to go and
And then
represent him.
what?
They were
And then
expecting
what?
him. So you, why are we trying to rationalize? Just say, okay, he
Hold on,
should have
hold
been
on.
there.
It's
It's
not the
okay.
it's
rationality.
fine.
Hold on,
Can I?
hold on.
The wall is not
To
going to fall
Niger,
down if you say that.
to Niger, how many head of states of country were in that meeting?
A
Africa,
few,
Africa
I
head
don't
of
know
state.
precise number. Yeah, this thing you and Pastor the way they want to
Hold
pack
on,
people out.
please. Oh, hold on. If there are few, did everybody speak?
Yes, all the ones present there spoke, of course.
How do
That's
you
why you're
know the
there.
other ones?
No,
No,
because that's
no.
the process.
It's
That's the
not everybody
procedure.
that spoke. No, it's not everybody.
No, you're allowed to. Everybody,
Okay.
any head of state is allowed to
No,
make a
it's
speech.
not everybody that was there spoke in that gathering.
Okay.
I
Can
don't
I
know
That's not the
about
interject?
fact.
that.
So the question,
But Tinubu was allocated to speak. Then
to
he didn't
Niger,
show up.
to
So I
How
Niger.
do
don't
you
know.
know he was allocated to speak? How do you know?
Thomas,
No,
eh?
Thomas, he
You
was
want me to start
allocated to
calling
speak.
Thomas
And
you
when
to
it comes
out
to his
again,
time,
eh?
they called him, he was absent. That was what happened. If they called him, he
Aha,
refused to stand up, he was absent.
Thomas, Tom-
So
Simba.
to Niger, what do you think? So what are you trying to insinuate? What do you
What
think
I'm
the
saying
problem
is
is?
that
What do
the
you think the
wall is
problem
not
is?
going to fall down if you say, okay, maybe he should have just been there. He's the salesman for Nigeria. He could have used that opportunity to make this in a kind of speech that will, let the world know that Nigeria is open for business. Or there's a lot of things he could have done.
Okay,
He
okay.
wasn't there.
Yeah, because
Well,
he
I
was
mean,
there.
I see
If
your
he
point.
wasn't
I
there,
see your
then
point.
that
It
means
was on a work stage. Then he could have used the
Yeah.
opportunity to. Yeah, I see the point. But
yeah, he was there.
uh,
If he wasn't
I'd
there,
like to know the reason why he skipped the presentation. I mean, not because, of course, he cannot speak. We know he can
he
speak very
cannot speak.
well. Huh?
He cannot speak. He didn't
Why?
participate in a debate.
I'm
He
sorry. Actually,
didn't go to
Adewale, there
people.
did I cut you off earlier, Adewale? I think my speaker was on.
No,
Who
you
knows what
do,
he's up
brother.
to?
You
Maybe
do.
maybe they were doing some work on
Yeah, I
him.
thought my speaker was on. But anyways,
We were
he said
hearing some things on
Pansat
the
said he
ground.
can't
That's fine.
speak. I'm sorry. Sorry.
We were hearing some
Yeah, that
noises
was
on the
me. I
ground.
Oh
said
That's
that he
all.
yeah,
cannot
I
speak.
think I mistakenly tapped my microphone. But anyway, sorry. Um, Pansat, we've heard Tinubu speak. He speaks very well. And when he speaks, it's more commanding as a leader, unlike someone that we know. Okay.
Who is that someone? Who is that someone? Peter
Uh,
Obiadi.
let's not go there. That song we're talking about. Let's not go there. Um, but I actually enjoy. I wish. Maybe, I don't know if I wish Tinubu should speak more, but whenever he does, I can see that commanding voice that he knows what he's talking about. I can hear a brilliant person speaking.
Prince Daddy, let me be honest to you. I don't listen to Peter Obi. It doesn't make any sense to me anytime he's speaking. I
I
don't
mean,
listen to him.
One thing
Thomas,
I
about
am
Peter
very
Obi
sorry.
is that
the
if
way you
I
go
don't
on,
listen to him.
Peter Obi
you
was
don't
around,
like
I
him.
don't
That's
listen to
why
him.
you don't
he would
listen
have
to him at
he
all.
would have
He
spoken very
can,
well.
yeah,
Would have
yeah.
represented the country.
Prince Daddy has the
We have
floor.
all this
Fansat,
stuff we're talking about
Fansat,
right
you have your floor,
now. No,
please.
no,
Let
I was
Prince Daddy
trying
speak.
to move the discussion
Fansat,
along.
please. I
No,
said please. I said please. Thank you. Prince Daddy.
yeah, thanks, Thomas. Yeah, so yeah, but one thing, I mean, these obedient people, so die-hard obedient followers like Pansat and maybe two Nigeria. I'll tell you, one thing I know for sure, I thought about it a few days ago. Peter B occupies a unique position in this world. It's probably one millionth of a percentage of the population of the world, because he is a man that became the governor of a state in Nigeria, the most populous black nation in the world. He became a vice presidential candidate. He became a presidential candidate. So Peter Obi's resume actually, compared to, for example, Barack Obama, is a superior resume. Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. He has accomplished a lot of stuff, and somebody was estimating his worth. That he's probably worth about 50 to $100 million. That's a lot of money. I mean, so Peter Obi is a unique individual in this world. His position in this world cannot be taken away from him. But it came down to a matter of choice and quality of a candidate. That's, to me, that's what it came down to. So me personally, it's never been a knock on Peter B, because I have nothing against him or any animosity, not at all. But the problem with Peter B is that I think is that people try to paint Peter B as this genius, this super smart guy that knows everything, and it's not. You know why? Not because we're making things up. We've heard him speak. We've heard him answer questions. I mean, his intellect is not the top notch. He does not have the highest
okay.
IQ in the world.
Could I push back on that, because you say that a lot, right? I have never heard anybody, and I frequent a lot of these platforms. I listen in. I pay a lot of attention. I've never seen anybody, or Peter Obi himself, which should actually be the metric here to measure that. He has never said at any time. Say, matter of fact, he said the contrary. I want to listen. I want to learn. Nobody knows it all.
Well, say, hold on. See,
You
that
understand what
the
I'm
floor.
saying?
No,
You
see,
say
I
that a
say
lot.
it
Why
is
not?
not. Is hold on, hold
Let me
on.
help you on this.
No, no. I don't need any help. I'm not saying. So Peter B is a crafty human being. What I'm is not about Peter B himself presenting himself as a genius. I said the people, the young people that that are. I mean, the young people that follow him they've not seen they don't have a frame of reference when it comes to
Like
quality.
Pansat, right?
I don't
Like
think anybody
Pansat.
has said P2B is a genius ever. I think it's a combination of factors: integrity,
No.
empathy,
Let me
and
no.
vision.
It's
And
not a
vision. All those
combination.
things are it's the combination. It's not
I,
like it's
Which
Einstein.
which
Nobody else
no.
which
is like that.
See,
integrity? Which integrity? Which
see,
Compared to the
just give which
others,
integrity?
seriously,
Peter Obi is a thief.
He's the king of the
Peter
streets.
Obi is a thief. Tinubu is a thief.
uh,
Atiku is
uh,
a thief. All of them are thieves.
Thomas,
listen.
Thomas, you started again. Oh,
Hey,
you see all the
no,
things you are doing.
Say
You should
the,
search your conscience. Oh, you both should be
With the
searching
most
your conscience when you
integrity.
say things. You
Thomas,
know,
Thomas,
But
let's
but
Tinubu,
our
that's the point. This
Tinubu and
debate
P2B are
right
not on
now.
the same level
This
of
debate.
I tell you.
the Agberodom
Why are
that
we?
they have.
Why are we talking
Come
about
on.
this? It doesn't matter. Even if all the kids, youngsters, think that P2B is something he's not. Why is that such a big deal?
No, it's not. Well, it's not a big deal, but you know, people will experience, know how to appraise certain things for value, and Peter, because of the media space, that the social media space, it seems to have more traction in a lot of ways, and is being presented to us as somebody of value, and is not. That's the
By
problem.
who's presenting it to you as
Like people like yourself, is an example
okay?
that
Well, I
thinks.
have never ever done that. What I've done,
What we
Bastard, come on now.
I
Come
just
on
said that
now.
if
Come
P2B
on
wants to
now, Bastard.
comment, I
Come
can
on
assure
now.
you that he would have spoken at that conference.
Oh
Right?
my
So
no.
God.
I have presented
No,
him
no,
if he was
Prince
better
Daddy.
than the other
This
two.
is
Prince,
how Peter
I
yes,
have.
denied
please,
and I
can
presented him
everybody
as the
hold on,
best
please?
choice, as the best choice
Can
that we have.
everybody hold on, please?
Yeah.
Please. If I said everybody, hold on, please. Passat,
Yeah.
don't you know we listen to you in all platform you always run to?
Well, present it. I'll give you
what are you talking
$100.
about?
I'll donate $100 for each clip, each moment that you saw me present. I'm gonna wait right here, right now. Present.
Passat, let's
Present.
just move on.
No. I'm
Let's move
challenging
on.
you. I would donate $100 for each clip of me
Okay,
presenting to be
fine.
outside of the discussion we're having.
So is it Peter B? So are you not a supporter of Peter B? Is that you're saying?
I am a supporter of P2B.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So when people talk about Peter B as being somebody of great relevance, or this genius that knows about politics, economics, and all these things, and we put Peter B on a scale and I praise him, I do. I mean,
Please, daddy, sorry. Passat,
Yeah.
you are more intelligent than Peter Obi. Peter Obi is a zero. If I don't even, I can't
Come
quantify him.
on,
Hold
man.
on.
Come on, stop it, man.
That
Come
is
on.
my
You know,
opinion.
these
My
things,
brother.
these things
Hold
you
on.
say,
No,
Thomas.
no.
Come on.
Let's elevate the
No. Tunaja, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
If if Passat is speaking, it sounds that somebody that has IQ more
Yeah,
than Peter Obi.
Thank you very much. But let me
No,
tell
I'm
you.
not patronizing you, Passat.
I understand.
Let's be
Hold on.
no. I'm not patronizing you.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? When you go, let's say you go into an
Come
elementary
on now.
right? You go into elementary school, the teacher may come out and say, hey, look, if you have 10 classes, I'm going to give you 10%. 10% of your grade is going to be based on attendance. 10% is going to be based on your homework. 20% is going to be on your midterm and finals and stuff like that. So you have the rubric of grading somebody, right? It doesn't have to, it's not purely academic sometimes. Peter Obi, I cannot shine his shoe when it comes to humility. Somebody being
Forget about humility. We are not going to hit humility, my brother. We are not going to hit humility.
But listen to me, Thomas.
I'm talking of somebody that has brain, IQ.
Let me finish.
Functioning IQ.
I'm almost done because I want to put a closure to this particular debate. We are both that, right? All of us here, we are both that kind of debate. We went through that process, so we got to see each one of these candidates.
See, I'm not sure. Well, listen.
The Waziri of Adamawa has his own and his own negatives. Obi has his positives and his own negatives.
Okay.
Especially when it comes to what we need now. Do we need somebody who's tougher, who could actually do what I was telling you, go there, seize all those oil wells, everything that's not producing for the country?
Okay.
There's an argument that capitalism is better, but in some cases, we're not matured enough to practice it. In essence, recover those assets. Maybe he can do that if you look at his antecedents as a governor, the way he governed.
And what is that antecedent that you'd like to reference to?
If you go to his state, right? Anambra State, when he was
erosion, the eroded land mass of Anambra State,
we have that problem in the entire South.
And also the
Prince to ask
Saludo cannot even generate enough from the state of Anambra to pay for common amenities or social services in the state.
Yeah,
listen,
I prefer.
Listen, let's not make Peter B as the Anambra, Peter B as the topic of discussion here.
Let's put a rest to some things. Number one, do not be perturbed by P2B supporters who try to elevate him to more than he is, right? That we have that idol worshiping in third world countries.
Okay. Okay, I'm glad you agree with me now. So I'm not making things up, right? So do you agree with me?
You are making a mountain out of a molehill. You're not making
please, Thomas, please, can I interject, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, since this election started, everybody, any commonest man that has a platform to speak, like me, they came out talking so much against, they use all kinds of words on P2B. And P2B don't even have time to respond in all these bad words they used to him. Look at what Thomas just said now. I came on this live now because of what Thomas said. I've been hearing a lot. How can Thomas say Pansat is more intelligent than P2B? Just because we have a platform to speak. Why are we so degraded? Even if it is your personal opinion, but for God's sake. You see, we in the South, the last week, 4 days ago, when people were having a platform here, people were saying the North is more tolerant in religion than the South. As in, I tried to come in, but Thomas not let me come in. He put me and removed me again. So I was listening by the side. How can you say this? The North is more tolerant in religion than the South. These are all the arguments people make. That is not true. Now, for example, can you call a northern politician the kind of degrading word people are using on a platform about to be in the North? You cannot do that. You can never do that. Eh?
Yes, you guys do that a lot. You said a lot about Buhari. Yeah, what are you talking about?
No. It is in the South. We in the South be more moderate, more liberal in Nigeria. When you say the Nigeria is more liberal, more educated, more productive in the youth, it is in the South. When you say it is more like you can have
Southwest.
I mean South, the entire South, because there is Islam in the South also, which is they do and Delta. They do and Delta, we have it.
See, let me tell you. See, I can tell. I don't know if you've ever lived in the North, but let me tell you one thing. Hold on a second. Hold on. Perhaps there are more educated people in the South than in the North. But let me tell you today, if you don't know, when it comes to the quality of the elite or the people, the upper echelon in the North, the Southerners are not any superior than they are. They are smart up there in the North also. They are smart. And that's, if you think about it, that's why they always dominate you people, because they know how to strategize, they know how to work together.
It's okay. It's okay. We what I'm saying is that yes, they know how to work together as an elite, not as the population entirely.
Are we better than they are in the North? In the South,
our elites don't have time for all that crap anyway. Do you know how many elites we have? They're gone. They're doing things.
Do you know
you have in the
South? Is that why Dangote, a northerner, is the richest person?
One boy. Let's not do it North versus South.
Igilo is speaking.
Yeah, Igilo is speaking. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, you are speaking. Hold on. You make reference to me earlier on, my brother. With due respect, you can't tell me what I want to say.
No.
That's my opinion.
I'm not telling you.
No, let me finish. No, please.
Okay.
Please hold on, please.
Okay.
If Obedient can call Tinubu drug dealer, they can call him is falling down. Is this? I have the right, every right to say anything I want to say about Peter Obi. You can't tell me what to say about Peter
You
Obi.
have to be right though. When they call him,
No, I don't know. You don't. I know. Everything Obedient talk about. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Everything Obedient talk about Tinubu, are they right? Are they not propaganding it up and down?
Okay,
Yes, that is your opinion. No, my brother, hold on, please. No, hold on. Hold no. I will let you speak. Let me land. You can't come here and tell me what I can talk about. Please. You can say anything you want to say. You can say Tinubu is a drug dealer. I don't care. So you can't tell me what I can talk about. Please.
He's criticizing you. He didn't tell you what to
Hey,
say.
you can criticize me, but don't tell me I don't need to say that.
When you have your opinion, that's true.
No.
You are then
No.
subject to criticism after you have your
You
opinion.
can criticize me, but don't tell me I can't say that.
That's what
I have the right to say anything I want to say.
He's not telling you what to say. He's criticizing.
No. He's trying to control what I want to say.
Thomas, I did not say so now. Pansat is trying
if I said
to
my
correct
brother,
you, but yet you are still insisting.
No, you don't correct me. I'm an adult. Don't correct me, please.
He just
If I
jabbed me
said
saying
Peter
that
Obi,
he's smarter than me. He says that's
yes, that is my opinion.
No, I'm saying Igilo came in here and he says, why would you say that Pansat is smarter than Peter Obi, right?
But when you talk,
that's an insult,
I know you have some.
Right? Because I don't think any human being is smarter than me, believe that or not.
Pansat,
but go ahead.
Pansat, hold on, please. So let me now. I'm taking what I said back. I know people on this platform. Pansat, I take you out since you said you are not intelligent than Peter Obi. I know people on this platform that have more IQ more than Peter Obi, that intelligent more than
Jesus Christ.
So that's why yes, and I own it.
What is Peter Obi's IQ?
I don't know, but I know it when you speak, sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Hold on.
God.
If you don't know somebody,
My brother, I don't care about
listen.
Igilo. I'm not here to play any politician.
Anyway, I
don't care about them.
Let's elevate the conversation. Move on to another topic.
Yeah. You are the one that normally paint them as God. I don't care about Tinubu. I don't care about anybody.
Samuel. No, Thomas. Okay, see, Thomas.
Let him land. Let Igilo land.
Igilo, you can't come here to defend Peter Obi. Hold on, you can't come and defend Peter Obi, whereas you're trying to disparage the people from the northern elite.
Thank you. Peter
I'm not
Obi
making
is a god.
reference. I'm just making references, please. I'm not trying to compare. I'm like to degrade or like to let's say to sabotage someone. No. I'm only saying that look, the South are very liberal in thinking. Well, because I'm not trying to rephrase. I mean, is it to let me say to like to bring up what people have said before, based on what is happening today. So I am saying that the kind of derogatory word that have been spoken against Peter Obi in this platform, if in the South they call our politician Okasane, but I say we cannot call this. Wait, sorry, 1 second. Yeah. Wait, please 1 second. I was trying to say that we cannot call those names. If we are in the North, we cannot call our politician this kind of name, including Tinubu himself, that we do be there called Tinubu. If we are in the North, we cannot call them like that. So, but trying to respond to what Thomas said, that Obedient are calling Tinubu drug lord. It was not our doing that Tinubu drug case came up. It was not our doing. It was not our doing that Tinubu was shaking and falling. It was not our doing. And it was not also Obedience that made up that song, hand they shake, let they shake. It's not Obedient. Obedient are just being, Obedient only respond to attack. If you attack them, they attack you. No matter who you are, but they have never come up. No, come on.
That is a lie from the
wait now, wait. Solely wait.
Everything.
Solely wait now. Solely wait.
But he's lying now.
So he's not. Wait now, Soli, come on. You cannot say I'm lying.
Excuses
You can say, wait now,
for
wait, let me talk.
insulting
Wait now, please.
another person.
Oh my God.
But one
Okay,
such
wait.
not to insult, but we have excuses for insulting other people. Who are you? They are not kids.
Yeah, Igilo, go ahead
They
and
are
land
not kids.
faster so that we can
Like
be
how
gone
can
from
you
here.
say,
Go
oh,
ahead and
don't
land.
insult my God? But you have so many excuses on why you are insulting other people.
So okay. For example, look at what
How is that
my
justice? No.
Look at what my humble, respected Wole Soyinka said. Obide had never spoken against Wole Soyinka until that day came up to attack the vice president. Then they came for him. They have never attacked him before. They have never seen it before. Look at Even Showore. What he said, Obide came after him. So Obide don't just go after you without something. Look at
They've been insulting. This guy was lying.
who have they insulted before?
They've been insulting.
When they make,
don't worry about that. Don't worry. Let him go ahead. You guys go ahead.
Tinubu,
for months before.
Okay.
But you will not see it because it's not your God
Soli.
they are insulting. The moment they are not insulting your God, you turn blind.
Don't call him God, please. Obedience is not God to us. Obi is not a God to us. Obi is not a God to us.
Don't worry about any of that. Just if you concluded, hand over to Thomas so he could go on.
Okay.
Where you're coming from.
Soli, let me learn now. Soli, let me talk now, please. So this song that is made, hand they shake, let they shake. We can all testify in this platform that it was not Obedient that composed that song. It was the confraternity of even the Western say he was the one that came out first to say he was not among this thing. Now the song went viral. Is it only Obedient that sang that song, for God's sake? Why are we always calling Obi so much names that is not? Why? How can you compare Pansa with Obi? If you hear the name that call it, if you want to make the platform for Tinubu APC, fine. We know that. Fine.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there, my brother. Don't go there.
You're wrong about that. I'm quite a formidable challenge for anybody. Obi is not smarter than
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Okay.
Don't make
This
But
is not echo chamber for anybody.
I'm not the measure. I'm not competing against Obi. Else I can
Igilo. Sir. Hold on, please. Please. I don't want you to go to that direction, please. If we make this platform Tinubu's platform, you that is talking now and Passat, I will not let you talk.
Why is that? I'm not against
anybody. No. Hold on. Hold on, please. Listen to what Igilo said. He said, if you want to make this platform Tinubu's platform, let us know. I'm now saying, if I make this Tinubu platform, you guys will not be talking here. You guys have been talking for a person that has been here for hours now. Nobody shut him down. He said what he wants to say.
President and Remy and Adewale, they all shut me down. But go ahead. What are we?
No. They can't shut you down. No, they can't shut you down.
You lied on me.
No,
they can't shut you down. You've been talking for hours.
Pansat, you've dominated this conversation since you came on board. You've dominated this conversation.
My ideas has dominated.
We agree with everything you said. Now you
Yeah. We know. I don't want to mention platform. We know some platform. You can't even mention Tinubu. They will kick you out.
Those platforms are merely for B.
I agree.
Those platforms are merely for B. Those platforms are merely for B. Those platforms were okay. They are OB mobilization platforms.
I agree with you that your ideas have dominated this platform. But see, for your ideas to dominate, someone has to give it the floor or the chance, and that's what the one-man platform is. It gives you the opportunity for ideas to flourish. So don't come here and say, or the other guys say, oh, this is a Tinubu's platform. That's far from the truth. Anybody comes here and they can speak their mind. We can disagree. That's okay. And I think that's the crux of the issue. The fact that we disagree with an opinion or about Peter B doesn't make us being against Obedient or Peter B. It's just a flow of ideas.
Right, it's actually arguing about P2B. I mean,
Igilo, can I ask you a question?
Context, we depend.
I'm all on.
Come here and start talking about P2B. Why? If there is something that Peter Obi, like I said, he would have made a speech if he was there, right? That's it. I don't want to spend my time talking about Peter Obi or talking about Tinubu or talking about Waziri of Adamawa or anything like that. I don't have time for that.
Pastor,
Yeah, I
Pastor,
want to talk about
in this
this.
platform,
Guys,
Pastor,
I told you guys I'm shutting down 9 hours straight. 9 hours. So, sorry, put your question to Igilo, then we shut it down. Thank you. Sorry.
Answer, what can I do you?
Igilo,
Sorry,
continue.
sorry to
Yes,
Kilono Fridge.
yes, Daddy.
I'm
I
talking.
think
You
that
can't hear
Adewale
me.
is asking
Yes,
me.
Daddy.
Yes, Daddy.
Adewale,
You're a
you did
special
not do
case
anything.
here.
Hold on. The next voice I want to hear is the
Igilo,
Sorry.
when you go
Sorry, put
back to
your
other
question to
platforms,
Igilo, then we shut down.
Yes, Daddy.
so
You're a
interrupt
bad
you.
man.
Oh, now, sorry.
Will you go to
Don't you
other
have your
platforms
question?
without
Sorry, don't confuse. He confused. He
same
shock him.
passion?
He said what?
Sorry, we can't hear you. We can't
Can
hear
you hear
you.
me? Can you hear
We
me,
can
We are
hear
guys?
not
you now.
hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear
Can
you
you hear
now.
me?
We
Yeah, we
can
can
hear
hear
you
you now.
now
Oh,
if you are hearing us. Yeah.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Hey, let's
Mute
Pastor,
yourself.
let's hear from him. Yeah, when you speak now, we can know we can hear. Sorry, can you speak, please?
Thomas is going to shut
Hello.
down with Solly.
Go to somebody else.
Sorry, are you using Obedient Network?
Go to
Obedient
somebody else.
network have
You know,
Obedient network is
I've
a
been to
radical network.
several, I've been to several platforms.
Obedient is a radical network.
One thing that distinguishes this platform is that even every dissent voice, every dissent opinion is, always welcome. And sometimes it get a little bit rowdy, get a little bit, chaotic. But I think I've never, for once, yes, people might be a little bit, on the edge sometimes because of what somebody said. But here, I've never
hello.
seen people being,
Guys, are you guys still available? So we make it 10 hours. So because I want to shut it down before. It depends on people. Yeah,
so
10 hours. If you guys still here, we'll make
okay,
it 10 hours.
you
Yeah,
speak your
because I think
mind.
people still have something to talk. And Mike is on the background. I know Mike wants to say something.
Yeah,
Yes, Adewale, yeah, let's hear from
yeah.
Adewale.
So,
We shut it down 10 hours. 10 hours.
whatever anyone said, I, don't- I kind of agree with Pansat a little bit about his submission earlier today, but it started going south after, maybe because we praised him for, at least for once, it was making sense and speaking to what everybody agree with. But one thing I can be sure of is that I've been to others platform. I've spoken at other platform. But when it comes to issue of who you voted for, who you supported, and all that, it's always bringing this little disagreement that people have. But I think we've moved past that. We, unlike before, that it was a really hot topic. Now we're talking about policies. We're talking about governance. We're talking about unity. We're talking about you know general topics that concerns everybody, uh, partisan politics apart. But now we're talking about things that it's going to project Nigeria to the next level. So, and most of the discussion lately has been around that kind of topic, unlike before when people talk about individuals and all that. I understand that some other platform they talk more about, uh, Tinubu or B and all that. But this is different.
Adewale, have you witnessed a platform? The 9 people on the, I don't want to, one man said we should not mention names of platform. The 9 participants on the screen, they are fully obedient. If I said obedience, obedient. And
We
if
cannot tell you
one
why.
person
I
Can
will
I
cannot
tell
finish,
you why?
please.
Thomas, thank you for
Cannot,
saying that.
I
Thank
will
you for
mention
saying that.
if
cannot finish,
you go
please.
to what do you call this
Cannot,
show?
don't mention name.
Why
One man
not?
said we don't want to. No, he said we should not mention name. That is
Oh,
instruction given to me. You know, I
oh,
have a boss.
Yeah, so this,
No,
yeah,
no, but,
we know this. We know
Adewale,
those platforms.
Adewale and Thomas.
Let me finish
We
now.
don't
Let
own a
me finish.
platform. I don't own a
Can I
platform.
please
I mean, why are
finish?
you even raising the issue? We don't own a
Can
platform.
I please?
Who else
Can I
No,
please
owns a
finish?
nobody's
platform
talking
here?
about you, Pansa.
Nobody owns a
Nobody.
platform here. So why are you bringing the
Can
issue?
I
Yes.
tell you why?
Can I
No,
please?
Thomas, I
no.
want
Can I
to
please
tell you
finish?
why.
I
I want to
haven't
tell you
finished
why.
what I'm talking about. No,
Okay,
I
finish
haven't
up.
finished.
Finish up.
If I
Finish
finish,
up.
then you can respond. Have you been on the platform or you are watching a platform? 9 people will be a radical Obi followers. And if one person, just one person, speak against Peter Obi, they will cause his family, they will bully that person to leave that screen. But people come here every time. They talk nice about Peter Obi. We will never bully them. We are very accommodating. If Kwankwaso supporter come here, we will listen to him. If Shore supporter come here, Ajali Koko is a Shore supporter. I am Adewale supporter. People choose their candidates. They come here, they speak. We never shut them down. Nobody will bully you out.
Thomas, thank you
This is
for saying that
humble.
too. This Iglo that was accusing, you saying the North, you don't have freedom to say anything you want about anybody. You just expose him. You
Yeah,
can't even go to any
but
obedient platform to even question Obi.
hold on, Mike.
So Iglo,
This
what are you talking about?
hold on, Mike. Iglo haven't come across him in any platform abusing anybody that doesn't support Obi. Maybe he's using a different name, but I haven't heard him except Pansa. Pansa is the only one that hide
we didn't say Iglo.
behind
Okay, let me respond to you,
behind
Adewale.
keyboard
Adewale, listen to this.
and be abusing everybody.
Listen to this. Now, Thomas.
For anybody that even debate against Obi, Chipasa will be telling Dr. Damage and all those, all those people to ban them, remove them.
Talk. You know, Thomas, there's something called a marketplace, the market forces, right? That's what's supposed to take care of those kind of things you're talking about. If the market figures that you, the way you claim to be here, then you're gonna get all the views. You're gonna get all the participants.
Iglo,
Right?
the Northerners are more
You
liberal than you. They are more liberal than your status.
Say that 9 of them or 10 of them are talking about P2B. The market is going to make them lose viewers if what they're saying there is not true. But I know if you're talking about the platform that I think you're talking about, they boast of 1,000, 2,000 people sometimes. Even look at what is his name? You say don't mention any platform, but I know the platform you're talking about. I don't adhere to any platform. I go to the platform that we all go to over the weekend, Saturday. I don't agree with his moderation policies. I don't like the way
because they allow some non-obedient to come in once in a while.
No.
Yeah,
You know the funniest.
he allows
No.
He allows people who are
chastised them, but you, Pansa.
I haven't landed. I'm not coming to me. So when you come to me,
you out.
All right, when you come to me, there's something you have to understand. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I'm not tribal, right? But in order to arrive at that Pan-Africanism,
I never hear this kind. That's the heaviest lie I heard this year. So
I have dedicated myself to stamp out the Southwest myopism, right? They're very myopic.
The godfather of tribalism just came here and told us.
Oh, this boy right here, this Mike. I cannot get a word in here. He won't let me talk. This issue they're raising.
You can't tell us heavy lies now.
What you see from me,
I can't say I'm not a tribalist.
My war on this our Yoruba brothers who are very myopic. As a matter of fact,
just contradicted yourself.
In 1999, that article is prophetic. Go and Google it right now. It's called "Yoruba is a Problem with Nigeria" by
Really?
Lamido.
Says the people that always want to burn it down, burn everything down. The solution to all problems is burn the country down
for a long time.
So he penned
that article.
That's the problem.
And it tells you exactly. Down. I mean, if you read that article and then go see when he wrote that article and see what played out in this election.
Who wrote the article?
Sanusi Lamido, the former emir of Kano State, former CBN governor. Just Google it as we're talking.
The best friend of the Yoruba people now are the people from the north. They are their best friend now.
No. There's no best friend.
Now, not be the best friend now. Forget
all
that same
There's no
that
best
same
friend, my friend.
who are
the
looking
same Lamido where write that thing. You see the best friend out
now,
there of Tinubu. So all those are
yeah,
just drama.
he's there. They're all in it together, you know. All, and then we have our own elites
So Korocha was not part of
who
the elite, have you?
who are
All
there.
those
We mentioned Ojo Carlo, right? He's part of those people.
thank
So,
you. Iglo. So what do you have to say about that?
all
Of
these
course, we know
people,
now. That is why.
So the Igbos are
That is
best friends
why.
too. We are best friends of the
That is
Igbos too now.
all these people
by
are
selection. By selection.
By who?
By
Which,
selection.
okay, the northern one too is by selection too now.
but when you come to it though, the Igbos, the youth, right? The young people, they have their politics in order. So now when
Sure. Sure.
That's why they lost the election.
more of us,
Sure.
you people here, especially on this platform, right? And those who listen to you,
That are always
we
trying to
want
burn
you
the
to
country
cut
down.
it out and join the rest of the youth from Edo State, from all over.
South.
Join who?
Southeast.
You're telling us to join who?
And that
You from where?
and bring the country
Southeast.
together.
No, we are not foolish enough to be. You can't be joining foolish people, man. No.
Pushmen like this Mike right here.
We can't be joining losers, man. You guys are losers.
Platform, he shouldn't be
How can you lose the election and be telling me to join you?
So that's
listening to lies.
That's the answer. So
And be
I
listening to
my problem with you, like I said,
Panster,
Think very well.
Panster, don't advise us to come and join you,
Hold on,
your
man.
youth. You
Mike,
guys are losers, man. You
almost
guys.
you have to mute this guy right here. You have to. You know
No. I'm telling you,
know
you
that
are
he's
you are
laughing,
advising
right?
us. No, if they will mute somebody, it's you that will mute, man.
He doesn't
But you are ridiculous there.
intellectual.
Mike, calm down. Mike, calm down. Mike, calm
No.
down.
You tell your uncle Pastor to come down, okay?
So please mute
Tell your
him.
uncle. Some of you have been here propagating bullshit all day.
And
Okay, Mike, wait.
Mike. Hold on, everybody. Hold on,
They've been
everybody.
talking all day. So it's my turn to talk.
Hold on, please. Hold on, Mike, please. Let's mind the word, please. Let's hear from Mike. Don't even let Mike speak.
Okay, it's my turn to speak. Pastor.
Look on. Mike, let's hear from Mike. Yeah.
So Iglo here is just he's super hypocrite.
Are you
And
drunk
then
tonight, Mike?
Panster here is just a pathological liar.
Right?
Panster just told us he's not a tribalist.
Are you
Come
drunk, Mike? Are you drunk?
Okay, Iglo.
Mike,
Let me. No. Shut up. Mute yourself. It's my time to talk.
It's
Just mute yourself, man.
The something is there.
Oh, Thomas, put this guy in the background, man. He's a grown man. I can't discipline himself. Yeah. Iglo, you accuse of Northerners of people not being liberal, that no one can say anything about them, this and that. I've been on Northern platform, Northern people. When they debate, you can talk, you can present contrary, argument, and they are okay. They have discipline, emotional intelligence. They allow you as long as you are civil. But when it comes to the southeastern platform, obedience, social obedience, all these things, you can't even politely. You can't even even if you're on the same page, even if you're on the same page with them. I was even seeing obedience attack other obedience because it wasn't obedient enough. Imagine
to tell you how liberal we are.
Wait, don't come on. I've seen even Tunaja was being attacked. Tunaja get attacked and is obedient to because they say it's not obedient enough. And they threaten him, they threaten his life. It's not obedient though, just because he tried to be a little bit not be too extreme obedient. And you are telling me that the Northerners, you can't, they are the most down, on liberal, they are will not allow you to criticize, talk. That's a lie, man. The people that are very extreme. In fact, I think if anybody even go to the southeast and say anything about Obi or negative or just criticize, he won't survive. They will take his life. I know that one for sure.
Do you know that last week?
No, I'm telling you the truth. I can show you a video. I can show you a video of Southeasterners when Kano was arrested. They were pulling Northerners out of vehicles and they were beating them, killing them. Northerners in the southeast.
Forget that matter. No.
It's true. I'm telling you. That's something that will happen in the north maybe 50, 60 years ago. The Northerners have become civilized. They don't do that anymore. The only place in Nigeria that people are still backward, where they will attack you,
You know, they're still tribalistic or heavily tribalistic. It's the southeast, and then some little bit some south,
the
some
southeast,
most
the
south have
southeast,
been south Igbo they behave along with you, some of them.
the south,
Good
the
night, everybody.
But the
southeast, the
southeast,
south,
let me
the
tell you,
southeast is the southeast.
listen. Statistic will show you that nobody, no, if you go to southeast, it's the only part of Nigeria where you won't see other tribes living there. That tells you that you guys are the most tribalistic people in that country. You guys are non-liberal at all. You
This
don't tolerate other
conversation
people.
Mike has every night.
You guys,
You are very extreme.
you do the most tribalistic thing, but
Talking this
try to
nonsense
portray
every
that you
night.
are not
And
all the time.
Thomas, I
As if
guess
So
people
you like
can't
to
see
make
hear
we
your
that,
eyes.
divide
right?
the
That's not what
country
we're talking
now.
about, right?
And now
Let's divide
that
the
we've been
country.
asking you to let's divide it now. But why you guys have been the
Let's
one
divide the
afraid? In fact,
I
Iglo, do you know that? Do you know that
don't see anybody
Southeasterners, you guys have been the one keeping the country together? You know that?
No,
Yes, you are.
that is a fight. That is a fight.
Let me tell
Going on now.
you
Let's
why.
divide the
Let me tell
country.
you why.
You
You
guys
want me to
have
tell you why?
fun. I'll see you the
But
next
even
time.
Pastor will agree with me. Igbos, the
I'm
Southeasterners, you guys have been the one keeping Nigeria together.
okay,
And
fine.
you guys
No,
always
it's a
come
lie.
here to.
Mike, this
That's why you guys will tell us that you are the most Nigerians.
your time. I mean, why are you wasting your time now?
I'm not lying. Like you guys have
Mike,
been the one keeping
how are
Nigeria
you?
together
Mike,
because
come
it's
here.
so hard to split that
Now,
country because
Mike,
you guys are
how?
everywhere.
Okay, no problem, right? No problem. I mean, there may be a little truth in what you're saying, but that's not what we're discussing.
Yeah, this glow is there. Actually,
now-
let's split the country, and I'm trying to tell you the reason why we can't split the country. It's very impossible.
Fine.
It's because
For
the way you are
example,
talking now. It's because the way you are talking about.
Iglo, listen now.
Daddy, Remy, and Solid,
Iglo,
Mike, Iglo.
Yes, daddy.
I'm out of here.
when we say okay, let's split. When Yorubas like us say okay, let's split the country, and then we say we are doing Yoruba nation, and all the Yoruba in the Southeast they say okay, they left the Southeast, came to Southwest. Why you Igbos? Why can't you leave the Southwest and go to Southeast? Just pack. So that way once your pack and move to your enclave. Now we know that we are ready to split the country. But you guys you are all over the place. It's so difficult to split the country because we don't know what to do with you. You are occupy everybody's place.
Those ones are the few
And you
business
cry in
people.
everybody's
If
place.
we divide
And
the
then
country,
wait.
it doesn't mean that people will not still be in your country. No.
No. That's not the way you start. You first everybody move to their territory first, and then from there we split. And two, another thing is how come you don't when they offer you your when the government offered Nnamdi Kanu the Igbo country, he refused it, he rejected it.
Because the Igbo country has a more larger map than what he was being offered. That's the truth.
Oh, you must take Ijo land, and you must take Yoruba land, you must take Calabar land.
Of course.
Wow.
So you are the one keeping that you are not ready to go. You are the one that's not ready to go.
You are not ready. You are not ready.
Igbo nation is not Biafra. Biafra embraces of the south, and southeast.
You say let's split the country, right? And me, Yoruba, say, okay, wait now. Okay, what you're telling me now is you say let's split the country. And me, Yoruba, say, okay, I want to go. Okay, I'm ready to go. But you are telling me right now that you're not ready to go.
You are not, Mike. I mean, Yoruba say they're ready to go.
No, me and you, we are talking here now. Me, I'm telling you that I'm ready to go. But you are not ready to go. So why are you telling me let's split the country?
I have been fighting to go since 1960.
You have never fight to go. There's never been a time the Igbo say they want to go. All they were telling you. No, that 90 what?
63, 64, 65, 66.
You don't know what you're talking about. 1963, you are controlling country, nepotizing everything.
We've been fighting to go. Eh?
It's a lie. Yes. It's a lie. There's never been a time in Nigeria history. Go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead, Sully.
Sorry for interjecting. If you are really fighting to go, the 5 Western states is enough for you to go.
Can you guys?
You don't need to take South South or any other.
We can hear. Yeah. Just solid. Let's hear from Solid. Yeah.
Hello.
Solid, go on now.
Hello. Can you guys?
Are you using Obedient Network? We can hear you.
Can you guys hear?
Ah, God. Solid, maybe you are at the end of the world.
Actually.
Can I interject?
Let's hear from Remy. Yeah. Let's hear from Remy.
I'm sorry to interject you. I've been listening to you for a while that you want to go since 1963, 1965. So if you are really willing to go, when we are getting the independence in 1960, that would have been the best time for your leaders that time to say we should carve out a country for themselves. But now, in the present day Nigeria, if you are really talking about Eastern region with the same language and with the same similar ethnic culture, I think the 5 Eastern states is enough to go away by themselves. The South
Sure. They can't survive on their own now.
The South did not speak the same language with you. Anybody from the South that he thinks is more Igbo than South, he can relocate to Enugu, Anambra, and the rest. And then you can go away with your 5 states. It's fine. Now it's left for the Yoruba people. If they are comfortable with Nigeria, they will remain. If they are not comfortable, they can go their own way. So you can't tell us now today that we are rivers, we are this, we are that. No, it's not done that way. And mind you, if you are staying alone as a country, you need a visa to visit the rest of Nigeria. And Nigeria,
of course,
Nigeria can kick all of you out from any part of Nigeria to go back to your southeast.
Of course, but remember, I am not southeast. I am not Igbo.
You are lying. Why do you have Igbo accent? Why is your accent so Igbo?
So where are you from then?
I'm from Cross River State.
It's a lie. You don't have Cross River accent. You think you are fooling us? You think?
He's just joking.
Oh yeah, speak your language. Speak your language.
Look, wait. I am from Cross River State, Ogoja.
You have Igbo accent. Hey, pronounce Gatorade. Pronounce Gatorade.
No, Mike. That is
pronounce Gatorade. We know where we come from.
We are not here to lie. I'm from
pronounce Gatorade.
Wait now.
Mikey, calm down now. Somebody say it's not an Igbo. You want to Igbonize him? It's not an Igbo.
You guys don't represent Igbo, man.
So let's assume it's not an Igbo, but he likes the Biafran cross. So you can leave your Cross River and go to Enugu, Anambra. They will welcome you.
No, I don't have to leave. I don't have to leave.
But Igilo, you sound like Igbo.
Yes, because we've been living together for a long time. Okay, we have boundaries.
So you are Igbo now. You have blood of Igbo inside you.
Yes, we are all like that. Okay, see, even River State, they speak.
Thomas, can you hear me now?
Yes,
I can hear you now. We can't hear you before. Your laptop is like rationalized laptop.
Hey, what's wrong with my mic?
We can hear you. We can hear you now.
Solely, we can hear you speak. If you
but it's like my audio is delayed. Oh, okay. Igilo, you said that the South East. No, Biafra is not just
Southeast. Yes.
Igbo land that it comprises of the Southeast and the South. Do you know that when you were having your Biafra war in the Southeast, it was all it was all the other tribes that allowed the Nigerian army to come through and come and capture Biafra because they were tired of the Igbos.
It was a surrendering.
All the minor tribes in the Southeast.
No.
They even took their land after the war, so they took their property.
So you can't say that it is part of
it was not true. It's not true. It is we party. It is we that took Igbo party after the surrender. It was we that took the Igbo party, not Igbo taking our property. You understand? That is not true. That is not true.
Igilo, sorry. What you are just as insinuating here is that we as Yoruba, let's assume we want to go away. Then we can first go to Republic of Benin.
And they were bullying them.
And then we force them, we conquer them as a country to follow us.
History.
That's so funny.
That was there. Okay, fine. Whatever it is, somebody must conquer somebody. Even in Yoruba land, you understand? They were conquered. Ogun State was conquered.
So you want to go and conquer the South South?
That was there. Now it's not going to be like that. Come on.
So you want to go and conquer the South South? You want to conquer
the
as far as you go for carry AK-47, you don't
the second in command. The second in command is from my state, Cross River State. It was the second in command.
Do you know they banished Philip Effiong from? He never went back after the war to Cross River.
Do you see us in the Southwest?
He spent the entire life in Enugu.
In Southwest, are we trying to conquer anybody? It's not every time conquer.
You have been already be conquered by the Fulani Hausa. Where are you going to conquer again for? They don't already conquer when I finish. Where are you going again?
Where they conquer?
I was not finish now for
I will start finish you during the war now. Nobody will start destroy you. Nobody will start defeat you in the war. Nobody will start finish you during the Biafran war.
Hausa don't conquer Kwara, conquer Kogi.
Hausa don't conquer you during
So,
1970, 1966 and 1970.
There's no Hausa land from our land.
They conquer you now.
No, we are not conquered.
They don't beat you during the
They beat us, no problem, but
they
they
don't
could not
conquer you
conquer any
now.
state.
That's conquest. They ran through your whole land. They conquer you. You surrender.
Conquer means
No,
taking over your land.
When they conquer you, means you lost the war. That's conquest.
If you lost the war, it's not conquer. You lost the war.
No, it's conquer. Go and look your definition.
We did not lose the war. We surrendered. We surrendered.
You surrender. They conquer you.
We call for negotiation.
Sorry. I think Iglo is just, I see a tribe that are confused and greedy. You want to go away, but you think your 5 states in the southeast is not enough for you. And then you want to force other people from the south to join you. And you know they are more powerful than you guys. They will never join you.
First of all, I am not a southeast. I am a south man from
No. You say you're part of Ogoja and Cross River. You speak the same language. You live like that. Yeah. So can't you are southeasterner too? Because you want that republic, right?
That's even worse.
I want the republic.
Yes.
I want republic.
If you want the republic and the Ogoja people who don't like you, they kick you out. Go to Anambra and go and join them there. We are not going anywhere.
Well,
if you are so powerful, you can go and meet Tumpula aside Okuba and fight it out with them.
Even Asare Togobo himself is part of a Biafran fight on his own capacity. I'm serious.
Go and talk to him like that and then conquer him. You are so powerful. Fight with him. Back to your you know what you are agitating for, you know it's not so easy for you to get it. And you yourself, you are not ready to leave that country. You are all over Nigeria. You are all over Nigeria. So at the end of the day, you are even the tribe that the other regions of Nigeria welcome wholeheartedly, which you in your region, you don't welcome the other tribe in your own region.
Because there is nothing in that land to look about.
So when there's nothing in that land, why do you want to go?
You always have excuses for the bad things that you do. You know, and it's always some kind of trying to make it seem holy or saintish. You said because there's nothing to look around. Imagine we say
there's nothing in your land. Why should you go to other people's land and take whatever they have there? They welcome
you. See, the truth is that me myself from the Niger Delta South, we don't like the behavior of people, the kind of arrogancy.
First, denounce the Niger Delta. You are not from there. You cannot be fighting two things. Are you a Niger
Wait
Delta?
now, come on now. Thomas.
I don't want to confuse
Thomas.
Yes.
I have been coming here, and even you remember the last time. Will I lie again say I'm from here where I'm not from here? Come on now.
Yes. We don't know what you are today. Today you are from.
But remember, there is nothing like Niger Delta 50 years ago. Nothing like Niger Delta. It was Biafra. Nothing like Niger. It was Eastern region. So if I say we were Eastern region before, where is Eastern region? Eastern region is the Igbo and the Efik, Anang, Ijo, Urubu. That's the Eastern region. It was a political demarcation that brought about Niger Delta because they don't want the Biafra region to be so powerful again. So they tried to separate us from the Igbo. And that was what they did. So I am saying.
And what about Yoruba and Midwest? So
no, forget about Yoruba.
No. Listen. The Yoruba, we have the western part, and they carve out Midwest because from Bende before, old Bende, you always align with the West, and then we have Midwest. So are you trying to say if you go to Benin today, you will see a lot of people bearing Yoruba name like Ojo and the rest. So are you trying to? If we are talking about agitation of Yoruba people, have you ever seen the agitator of Yoruba people say, "Oh, you Benin people, you must come back to Yoruba land"?
Do you know that Benue State, Utupo is part of my place. We speak the same language. Idoma, Two-Face is part of my place. We speak the same language. We only trek to the place we like and we farm, we boundary. Yet they are called the North, but we speak the same language with Idoma, Utupo, Igede, and they are not.
These people, do they speak Igbo?
They speak my language, Ogoja, Iyala.
Do they speak Igbo?
No, but they have Igbo people there also. In fact, the Benue State.
That is the question I'm asking.
No, they don't speak Igbo.
So will you force them to join your agitation?
No. We
So
don't
why
we
are you
don't force them.
why are you talking about Eastern regime?
No,
Eastern
I am saying Eastern region was the first. It was the first name known in the southern Nigeria, not say south. There was nothing like like a south. 50 years ago, 40 years ago, nothing like south or like Niger Delta. So Niger Delta was the pattern.
Igilo, hold on. Let me just say, Remy.
Yeah.
That is why Nnamdi Kanu should be put in jail for life.
Yes.
Why did I say that? He has bastardized the brain of some people. You remember Nnamdi Kanu said in his own word, he said anybody anywhere they are tying to rapper, they are Biafra. Do you remember he said
Yes,
that?
yes,
And
he
some
said that. He said
people,
that.
yes, and some people don't want to be with you. And you said they should be with you by force. So do
Thomas,
you see what Nnamdi Kanu has done?
if that is the case, Bangladesh people they are trying to rapper. Sri Lanka people are trying to rapper.
Yoruba to the type to rapper.
It's true. They
Nnamdi
are trying
Kanu
to
said.
rapper.
Nnamdi Kanu said. Nnamdi Kanu said. Kanu said.
Good morning. You see, like the guy, I don't know who is the person. Is it Igbolo, Igilo, or something like that?
Igilo,
Let me
AGI, Igilo.
thank you. You see, the way you speak with so much arrogance, this is the reason why the South South always have this, because whenever you want to add the South South to your struggle, you don't consult the people. You assume as if all of us will support you. I guess you guys want people you can lord over and control. No. When if that want to happen, we will decide where to go. Not you will force
That
us to
was
follow.
the issue. That was the issue that caused the problem between the South South and Ojuku, and it
Let
was
me
the
say
same thing
something.
to that
From the
happened
way you
with
hold on,
Nnamdi Kanu also.
hold on.
Hmm?
From the way you speak, first of
Hmm.
all, you need to be honest first. You are not from
Okay.
South South. The way you speak alone, you are from the Southeast.
Okay.
You
This is my
understand me?
name.
I have
This is my
friends who are
name.
hold on.
This is my
Can
name.
I
I have friends who
This
are
interject?
is
from
my
Port
Can I
name.
Harcourt. You
interject?
don't speak like that.
This is
Can I interject? You understand that you
No,
have
no,
to
no, no. Let him
UFC
land. Let UFC land. Let UFC land. Solid
Don't
now.
speak like
UFC
The
that.
guy just came in now.
If you want
Let
to,
him
if you
land.
want to drive far, you need to consult other people. You don't make it all about yourself and want to force us to follow you. It's impossible. I know the reason why you guys want and Niger Delta to follow you, because we own the oil. It is all about the oil and gas. You want control over that. Because if you look at it, let's be honest. If you remove Niger Delta, there's nothing there in the southeast. There's nothing except palm fruit and few other things. There's nothing there. You want our oil and gas so that you can decide on other smaller ethnic group what they are going to take and all that. No, it's not going to happen. If we want to leave Nigeria, if it comes to that, we will form our South South will form their own country, not with the Southeast. At least we have, like, I'm from Edo State, we have common value with people from Delta State and all that. So we'll go with those people, not you. Sorry.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, because it's so annoying the way he speaks with so much confidence, as if you can just maneuver every other tribe to follow you and you can do whatever you want. No, it's not like that.
What is Salo?
Well, I think his argument was that during
Yeah,
Ojuku's
that's
time,
normal.
they had Biafra, and Biafra extended all the way to the south. So that's what he's still claiming to, as opposed to the 5 eastern states. Is that not
Yeah,
the case,
okay, let me say.
Igilo?
Yeah, during the Biafra war, there were just a few states in the south that boldly support them. Like us from the Edo State, we didn't support that war. We didn't.
So is Edo
yeah.
State part of Biafra?
If wait, let me just as people will say during the Biafra war, Edo never stood with the Biafra war because they were not fully even in command. There was none of the Edo son that was in command of the Biafra war, unlike we the South. Yeah, but we have somebody second in command, Effiong, who was second in command. But there was that fear. That after the war, we are seeing signs that Ojukwu was planning to conquer the South. We were the Niger Delta. But remember, during that time, there was nothing like South or Niger Delta. We are called Efik, Anang, because Calabar and Akwa Ibom were still harboring the same state together as Calabar. Okay, then we are all joined together. We from Ogoja, Cross River State. We normally come from Ogoja, Ikom River Nile to come and trade in Calabar market through canoes. So we transit through that sea all the way through my grandparents to Calabar. So we have that accent of Calabar altogether and the names. So there was nothing like South or Niger Delta then as a region. Okay, the Niger Delta was just known as premium delta, which is used for a trade word for the petroleum extraction in that region, but not as a name for the region. It's just for the market deal of petroleum only. So we are known as the Eastern region, comprises of the Calabar, which has Akwa Ibom and Calabar today, Abia State, Enugu.
I think like Edo State was known as Midwest State. Midwest.
Edo State was Midwest State, car from
Edo and
Yoruba.
Edo State and Delta was
Midwest State. They were all Midwest State. You understand? They were then together as one state, were a large region. Okay, but I'm just trying to say the people that really stood for the Biafran war, the state Calabar, which is Akwa Ibom today, is a very large land, very large people. We are together in the Biafra war. You understand? So even the Delta State people too, part of Delta, which is called the Anyoma, we are also part of the war. You understand? Okay. Now, currently now, the geography has changed a lot because of the politics of Nigeria. After Ojukwu lost that war and he ran away to exile, and Effiong handed over to Nigeria and whatever, that bitterness was still there because there was no better formation of the country, of the Biafra, to even to try to assimilate the people or try to compensate them. But the point now is that we are not saying we want to go. I told you I am from Cross River State, Ogoja, but I still love, based on the happenings in this country, believe me, I'd rather go as a Biafra man that will still continue to be in Nigeria the way it is now. Okay, because it seems to us that we are being conquered all over by the Northern. I'm sorry to say, but that is how it is, the policy of the North. But if
you are
Biafra
the one seeing it that way, because all you want to do is conquer. Your mentality is conquer. So any small thing that happens to you is
thank you. He's the one who sees it that way. I am from the so-called Niger Delta. I don't see it that way.
The only one.
Sorry, Igilo. Sorry, I'm not disrespecting you. I think you don't really know who you are. That's what I'm hearing from your voice. I'm sorry, I'm very sorry for saying that. No, you can't be on the two sides.
Is
you
it
have
for
to choose
claiming
one.
Biafra? No, I cannot.
Yeah, for claiming Biafra.
But do you know?
That means you are Igbo.
No, I must not be able to be Biafra. I must not be able to be Biafra. Biafra existed long ago.
If you say so, that means you are lying. Me, I'm not a Biafra. Okay,
yes,
I'm an Edo man. I will remain a Edo man.
Yes, you are a Edo man. You are an Edo man, but that doesn't make me to deny that I'm not part of Biafra. Igbo is not the only people that are Biafrans in the South.
Do you know
Igbos are not the only one Biafra? What are you talking about?
Yes, Thomas, let me ask Iglo something. Iglo.
Okay. Yes, Daddy.
Do you know why do you know that what led to that war was the disagreement between the Igbos and the minorities in the old southeastern region, the South people? Do you know that?
No, that
You didn't know?
that was not what led. That was not what led to
Okay,
the war.
let me educate you. Let me educate you.
Okay.
Do you know that when Gowon and Ojukwu went to Aburi, right? And
Yes.
Ojukwu told Gowon in Aburi, he made the agreement in the clause that
Yes.
Gowon must not divide that they will not divide the eastern region, right?
Yes.
And before Aburi, you know what happened? There was a movement by Isaac Adakaburu where they wanted to divide from they wanted to create another because they saw what happened in the western region when the present day Edo State and Delta, they break away from the old western region, right? And then
Yes.
the minority in the east wanted to do the same thing, but Ojukwu crushed them during Ironsi's regime. So now, when Ironsi was killed, when Gowon took over, when they went to Aburi, Gowon didn't know too much about the politics in the southeastern region. So now, Ojukwu now trick Gowon, kind of make Gowon agree that he won't split the eastern region because Ojukwu already know that those southeast people, going to approach Gowon. But Gowon agreed. But then when they came back to Nigeria, it was those people from Rivers, your people, those minority people, they were the one. They were led by the permanent secretary at that time, who was Prince Akinzwa, who became the Oba of Benin later. He was the permanent secretary. They were led by him. They went to approach Gowon that Gowon should turn down that agreement that he will never split his eastern region. And then Gowon first told them that he can't change it because they already agree in Aburi. They were the one that kept on fighting President Gowon, and they told Gowon that okay, Gowon should organize another meeting.
A conference.
Exactly in Nigeria. So they decided they would do it in Benin City. So when they invited Ojukwu refused. Ojukwu said no, he's not coming. In Aburi I stand. I'm not changing anything from Aburi. And when Ojukwu refused, and then the people now told Gowon that so Ojukwu doesn't want to talk, that Gowon should give them should divide the eastern region. So that's when Gowon divided the eastern region, created River State, and what did they call that Cross River, that area? He created another.
River.
Yeah, like that. He divided and then create the present day South. Exactly. So when Gowon divide do that creation of states, that's when you cannot declare Biafra, and that's when the war started. So just to tell you that you are the minority in those people in that region were the reason why the war started.
Actually, the truth is that there was that fear because Ojukwu, just as I said before, Ojukwu's behavior was showing that kind of, that movement that because what Effion told him was that, what are you giving my people the assurance that after we conquer
Forget Effion, man. Effion didn't have any say.
Well, okay. By and large, that.
Let me tell you. Okay, you keep saying because Effion. Do you know that Gowon's vice president was also from Akwa Ibom?
You say what?
Do you know that?
You say what?
Gowon's vice president. I forgot his name, sir. The guy's also from Akwa Ibom. You know that?
I don't know.
So Ojukwu's vice president and Gowon's vice president are both from the same place. So don't use that excuse as you didn't know that.
I know that Ojukwu vice was from Akwa Ibom.
The Gowon's vice president during the war says from Akwa Ibom.
I don't know his name actually. Was it a military man?
Sorry. So you guys should stop using that because Philip Effion from Akwa Ibom. Those guys were soldiers in the Nigerian army looking for work because that time most of the soldiers from the eastern region all moved to the east during that time. Both the ones from the south side because the violence was going on between northern soldiers and the eastern soldiers. So Effion needed a work. He needed a work. So you could just pick and say, "Do you want this job?" And he took the job. So don't use that as a reason to convince us that the
Mike,
South were down for Biafra.
Mike, is it Joseph Akinwale?
Yeah. Let's hear you.
Yeah, where? Yeah, that's the vice president of Gowon. Yeah,
He
The
had a
truth
Yoruba
now,
name too. His name is
yeah,
also
it's mixed.
Akinwale.
It's mixed. Yeah, it's
Okay,
mixed.
the
It's
truth,
Edet.
mixed up.
the
Okay.
truth, the truth now is that fear has dominated the southern part of Nigeria, which is the south side. The Niger Delta. If Nigeria is dividing today, we are not going with the Igbo, and that is the stand of the majority of the elders in the south side because we have more land, more space, more people, more state to come together, and we are unique. Remember, do you know that in the entire Nigeria, the south side, which is the Niger Delta, there are only people who don't speak one language yet. They have never had problem with themselves. Yep. We don't have any
Do you
issue.
know why?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know where the Southeast are not trying to persuade you guys to join them?
Yes.
Do you know the
Yes. Yes. We
Southeast?
know.
They
We
are,
know
they are,
why.
they are landlocked. They
They
need
are
your
not
water.
landlocked. They are not that too
They are
much landlocked.
landlocked. No,
Not
they are
100%.
landlocked.
Not
But
100%.
we can say they are landlocked.
Yeah, they
They
are
need your,
landlocked.
yes, they are
95%.
landlocked.
Hold on.
Yeah.
95% landlocked.
Hold on.
95% landlocked.
Igilo.
So they need
Yeah.
your waters. They need your waters. They need
Wait,
your food.
can I ask Igilo a question? So
Not just the
Yes,
water.
yeah,
Not just the water.
yeah.
Not
Igilo,
just the
hold on,
water.
let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Because Thomas was talking about the land mass and access to ocean, but there's something deeper here. Because if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu when he was out, he always he tries to make this cultural connection that you are all one. So how do you feel each time they make this cultural or historical connection that you are for all from the same place, you are all Igbos? How do you react to that? Like you being called the same as like you are Igbo and you, because they always talk about if you tie two rappers, you are one, the cultural.
Okay. What he's saying is that the nearest person to Igbo man is a Calabar man, Efik man, Anyoma man, Urubu man. That's why first thing, that is the meaning. Secondly, we have tradition, resemblance together, the cultural, the dance, the cap, the dressing together.
That's true. That's
That is
not true.
okay.
The
Fine.
culture of the Ijos, the Yorubos, the Sheki, particularly Shekiri, even the Benin, they're even more similar to the Yorubas and to the Igbos.
Yeah,
yes. That
what
one
I'm
is
asking
true.
is that do you guys believe that you are the same people?
We are the same when if you say that because of the nearness to each other.
No.
Understand?
No. Let me get what I'm saying. I am a Yoruba man from
Forget about the geographical. I think
Thomas,
that's what you are talking about, Babati.
Thomas, hold on. I am a Yoruba man.
Okay.
We have Yorubas in Benin, right?
Mm.
But we are the same. But they live in Benin.
Yes.
So what I'm asking you is this. I'm not asking you about close proximity. Are you literally the same people? Do you believe that? The way they claim that it is.
But there must be something that link you to somebody that you think people are the same now, right? Either by culture.
Yeah, both Africans.
No, that one. Yeah, Africans, they call them one. So the tribe, like, are you? Because they say you are Igbo too. Because
we are not. We are not the same by language.
Okay, there we go.
We are not.
So they're different. So they're different people.
We are not the same by language. We are not the same by behavior. We are not the same by character. But we are the same by.
They say you are Igbo. That all these things that you're
no, we are.
So
okay.
Ideologically, is that you're saying that's your connection, your ideology?
Yes, there's a connection in the
connection through brainwashing.
No, not through brainwashing. Not through brainwashing. Look.
Igilo, just about the question. Are you Igbo?
I'm just trying to.
No.
I'm not Igbo.
Okay, so you're different people.
Yes, I am.
If I'm looking at Igbonize him.
No. Come on. Now we name the Kanwa. Okay, the current reality. The current reality. The current reality now.
Forever. That guy. The
current reality now is that if we are going to join Igbo, there will be a strong negotiation right now. And that was why Nnamdi Kanu could not ride along in the South because he
Don't
failed.
worry, they will
He
dominate
failed.
you.
He
They will
failed.
dominate
No,
you.
no,
You
come
know.
on now.
Don't
Come
just
on.
try it.
Igilo,
Hold on.
I
Let me
have
say
had,
something. Let me say something.
sorry, listen, I
Yeah,
have had,
listen. During this, okay, let you see. You say you got we are one. During the Senate nominee, most of the Southeasterners they didn't vote for Fabio.
That was politics. That was
Hold
politics.
on,
That was
hold on. No,
leave that
that's
one.
part
Leave
of
that
it.
one. Leave that
That's
one. Leave
politics.
that one.
They
Leave that
did.
one.
I won't leave that. It's part of. If you said we are one, you should have done something.
Are you not
And it's
hearing them
one
saying?
listen.
Are you not hearing them saying? My
Okay,
brother
let me
from the
say
South,
this.
as my brother from the Southeast.
Hold on. We from the South, we all gave our votes to our South brother, which is Akpabio. We do that because we are one. But you guys said you are one with us. You go with the Aunsa, the Soka Aunsa you hate so much. So I'm not going to buy that here.
You see, Southeast, they are the reason why the North became so powerful too. It was Azikwe,
Labour
was the
Party.
first one that was
Labour
started
Party.
aligning
Labour
with the
Party
North
voted
and
for Akpabio. Labour Party senators. Now I say keep this thing away because this is politics. Labour Party voted for Akpabio. It is only Uzojo Kalu. That is okay. Wait. Let me shock you now. Do you know in Nigeria it is only the Igbo that can stand face to face against their politician so deadly? They fight against any of their politician. They go against anybody, whether you are rich, whether you are who. They don't care. They come
how
for
did they
you.
go after him? By running their mouth, shouting.
They shout online. They don't go
By
after.
singing, shout online.
Look
I
at
don't know why you guys think you are warriors by shouting online. Keyboard warriors.
Abia State
Online warriors.
being a total mess. Abia State. If you guys stand up to your leaders, Abia State will not be like that. So don't come here and tell us you guys fight more than us from Edo State.
They fight from the diaspora.
Well, anyway, let's see how the
Of
country
Finland and London.
Yeah, all we want.
Igilo, because I have heard how they address the South. You are seen as their little brother, like just jump along. Who are you to even like? They don't consider you as equals. I have seen that firsthand when we were discussing this so-called collective, like the unity of that place. So you're not even seen as somebody to even negotiate with in the first place. Like just join what the big brother is saying. You are so. So that's why I was asking the question of how close are you guys really? Just trying to clarify,
As of today, we are very far from the Igbos. As of today.
You know, the Igbos say they are Jews. Do they consider you a Jew too? Are you a Jew too?
Well, what I Jews though, I don't even know why this is it like cultural.
We are very.
Do they call you guys Jews too?
Mike, let me tell you something. Mike.
He's hearing you now. He's hearing you.
Yeah.
Our Southeastern brothers, they practice some of the greatest injustice in their country. Okay, for instance, let me use Nnamdi Kanu for instance. That they have killed a lot of their people. Whenever you speak with these people online, they will say, just release Nnamdi Kanu. He has not done anything. That thing pissed me off so much. What about the people he killed? What about the family? Don't you think that is injustice?
Nnamdi Kanu did not kill them. They fought
they don't about themselves.
Against Nigeria.
You think that one is bad? UFC. What about Ujuku? Ujuku that sacrificed like 3 million of them, and he abandoned them. He abandoned them, left, and when he came back, they gave him hero welcome. They see him as a hero. I mean, like they still worshiping. I'm like, okay.
Thomas is going. It's 10 hours.
Their inability to hold one of their own accountable. That's my
I know. Yeah.
Thomas is going.
If you're gonna study
the
Thomas is going. It's 10 hours.
Let me tell you what Ojugu did now. Ojugu told them.
Let's go on.
They will fight the last
you guys are enjoying it. Let's go on. Yeah, I think. Yeah, Mike, let's hear from you.
Ojugu said we fight. He said they will all fight the last man. He was motivating them. Say they will all fight the last Igbo man. Say the last Igbo man we really want to enjoy Biafra, and he was giving stick to men and young boys to go and face machine guns.
Why are we allowing men to corrupt us with this? It's love for the Igbo people. It's corrupting. It's got me talking about them in this way. Mike, why are you killing against our people? to just talk to us. No, seriously.
No, I don't already now. We have to. You need to educate. You need to educate these brainwash ones like the Iglo now. So we have to save them now. We have to save them. All the brainwash one beyond anything.
Then they are beyond conclusion.
Iglo, yeah, we have to help Iglo now. They don't brainwash us to level with you, man. One guy, we need to help him. Try to redeem the guy.
I saw his.
Before he become the next victim.
I go migrate on Yoruba land. I go migrate on Yoruba land.
Hey, Iglo, before you die, I won't save you. You know what I mean?
I'll be Bo fan. I'll be Bo fan. I'm Yoruba Nation fan. I tell you, I'm Yoruba Nation fan. Die hard of the Bo, die hard of Yoruba Nation. Take it or leave it.
Iglo, before you go die for Kanu,
Mike, the only issue I have with them is the way they play the politics. I don't understand why they keep making the same mistake all over and over. And if you tell them how to do it, they will tell and bash me. I'm like, this guy, why do you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again when everybody knows it does not work? But that's
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
Is Obi doing well in his petition?
No.
Why do you say no?
Are you following? Forget what they tell you on the obedience space. Forget all those propaganda. If you actually follow the case, it's even ridiculous.
What the Igbos do you now?
Because they don't listen to anybody.
I go to say they don't go win case.
Forget what they're telling you on obedience. If you actually pay attention to what the case itself is.
We are not hearing from obedience team. We are hearing from the lawyers, from the legal team directly, not from obedience space. Hearing from the legal team.
Who do they represent?
So they represent OB, not obedient.
Follow the case yourself. Like just
how are you following the case where you cannot see anything?
Source. My brother, follow independent media source, not some.
But Martin, let's be fair now. I mean, you guys say they should go to court. Now they are in court. You are still the one.
Exactly.
Exactly. Leave them alone now. Let them do their court now.
OB is doing well.
He asked
OB is doing well.
He said, "Is he doing well?" And I said, "I gave my opinion. I think not." So I'm not. That is my opinion. I don't think it's good.
But do you know that Obi is not against Tinubu? It's against the INEC process.
Which means what? Which means
he has been saying it. He has been saying it repeatedly.
No. Wait. If I'm against somebody that connect election, I am indirectly against the person that won. What are you? What are you talking about?
But do you know that it is not only Obi that is against the process. It's not only Obi. Atiku, international community, even Nigeria itself, we ourselves.
Which Nigeria?
Youth. Oh, Mike. So do you love the process that just concluded?
Your man lost, bro. Your guy. That's the whole point.
Why do you guys always think obedience are Nigerians? Like are the only Nigerians?
Because we are
why
the youth, bro.
Why do you guys think you guys are the only Nigerians? You say Nigerians mandates as if obedience are the only Nigerians.
That's what I was successfully did. Like, listen to me. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you discuss politics in Nigeria, you have to see it. We have over 300 ethnic tribes in Nigeria. So when you discuss politics, always try to imagine how others see the same thing you are seeing. Don't look at it from your own viewpoint only. That's the reason you keep losing. They have other ways too.
They always look things at in their own way.
We have been praying. We have been praying that the day the Igbos and the Niger Delta, South, and the Yoruba youth will come together, Nigeria will be a better place for us. I believe so.
They can't come together.
It's not possible.
We've been praying.
Once again, no, stop praying. It's a waste of time. Trust me. Keep wasting the point. The way Yoruba man will see what you call the truth, it's a different way you will see the truth in your own side.
Completely different.
Everybody, but how come? How come? It's a question. How come the Yoruba will call the whole South Igbo, including me, the Calabar, the Efik, to call me all Igbo? How come?
Who call your? Do we call your Igbo? Yeah.
They call us not here. I mean the Yoruba. They all see us like Igbo.
No, that's a lie. Let me tell you something, bro. When somebody come from Isoko or Robo, you walk in the street of Lagos, both Igbos, both Yoruba, they will say, see this Warri boy. You understand? Even though they are not from Warri, you understand? If somebody come from
Calabar,
come from cross Akwa Ibom. They go say this is Calabar boy. Even Igbos we call him Calabar. You understand? We generalize like that. You know, it's not like we don't know, but we just use the popular. You understand?
tribal.
Tribe in that line to just
Gilo,
generalize like that. You know?
Gilo, here's my point to you. It's my point to you, sir. We all know no tribe can win by itself. You need to vote from other people. Now,
Sure.
if you want my vote, you must appeal to my interest. It's not what is right; it's what is necessary to win. You get my point. So, how well are you appealing to other people's interest? You can't say, we are all suffering. We are no. Forget we. It must be targeted interest to each tribe, each region. What do they want in the north, in the south? So when you are campaigning from the east, you can't have an instant perspective on the truth. It has to be appealing to the people you want them to vote for you. I don't know why you keep missing that concept. It's very simple. That is the reason why people will go pick somebody from the north because he needs their vote. Then he has to play the game. You must learn to play the game.
Anyway, the Igbos have been very far away from politics, so they're just trying to catch up now, and it's taking them too far, taking them very much far distance to catch up. But we are not even talking about the election. We are talking about, first of all, the tribal healing, the regional healing in the south. That's what we are talking.
There's no tribal healing. Embrace the different. Listen, anybody that says, we are one, we are south, is all lies. I told you guys here months ago, all these meeting conferences. No,
there's never been a southern...
embrace the different. We are different people. Let's embrace our cultural different diversity. Embrace it. Don't shy away from it. Don't say it does not exist. It does exist. But how do you make it work? How can I live with you peacefully? Is what you should be debating. Not this euphoria of one Nigeria and one South. There's no one South.
You know when people use this term saying the Yoruba sell the South, it's a lie. There's never been one South, or there was never a southern region except maybe when British were ruling, when they decided Southern Protectorate. But there was never, since Nigeria became Nigeria, there's never been southern region. There's always been
either South region. How come there's another region?
There was a northern region because we agree they didn't that time. Of course, most of the north didn't really. They were not participating in the whole project.
It was not west and east, Abi.
No. The northern protectorate when British left, the northern were not really into the as far as
my point.
They were not really into the politics of Nigeria. So that's why they didn't divide that time.
Once again, why do they have that unity? Because of their culture. You can rule them easily through proxy, through their leaders. So, but in the
East, they not.
Yeah, they not.
Back in the days, like you have.
It's not true, man. It's not. Not really.
True.
I'm giving you.
Listen, there were. Let me tell you guys the truth. Even when it's not, most of you guys don't even know Nigerians very well. During that early day, there was even agitation of separating the north, like creation of states. It was all over the country. Trust me.
I was giving.
Listen, man. Wait. When British, this whole agitation of self-control was already there, right from jump. It's just like the new. We just not hear much about it. In the north, there, that Bono area, that Canary area, they already wanted their own some kind of free independent and everything. Even go and read Go-on's book now. Even when they want to start creating states. Most of the north people were already agitating. Even that middle belt area, all those jobs, other area, they didn't see themselves as people as the north. So the whole agitation for the moment the British left, the old minorities in Nigeria, people started agitating for even freedom. Even within Yorubas, the Egbas, because that was the promise the British told them that the Egba will be a country on its own. Even the Ijaw, when the British were dealing with the Ijaw, they told them, okay, when they don't live in this Africa, they will help them create a country of their own. So many of those empires already had that vision of being on their own, having that self-control. So it was inevitable that Nigeria was going to be into pieces. You understand? Like creation of states was going to take place.
You know, Mike. They still blame our own ruling house because it was my own family that signed away Egba to the British to Lagos Protectorate.
Egba and Oyo were not on the same page.
So they still blame us like for signing away our freedom. But my bigger point to Gilo is that you see what Mike is saying, you see what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if you want my vote, if you want Mike's vote, you see what you have. You must do. Nobody will hand it over to you. Case in point, look at what Akpabio was doing. Even though it was the party picked him for Senate, the man has to still campaign, go to Kings. It was not like, it's my turn. I'm going to sit there because I'm from the east and you just give it to me. You still have to make moves. You still have to go listen to everybody else. You still have to, campaign.
Bro, Amati, let me tell you the reality. The way average Southeasterner think.
How many times will I repeat they don't care about any other tribes' opinion? They don't care. They don't want to know. Listen to me.
You can't win,
Listen
solid.
to me. Just always listen to me.
That means you can't win then now. You're not going to win, solid.
Babati,
Exactly, but they don't know now. That's why they keep making the same mistake over and over and over. They don't listen to anybody, but everybody must listen to them.
No, that's the reality. This is
happen.
You guys don't know the Southeast. This is the mentality of the Southeasterners. When they want to participate in anything with you, they want absolute control or nothing at all. So they don't want to participate in Nigeria where they have to be sharing power equally or be. They don't want that. That's why they're saying we just want to break up. You understand? Because they don't want to be in that politics of we are sharing. They don't believe in that. That's just not their nature. In anything, they want absolute control, absolute domination. That's why they have to do that force coup to eliminate all the leaders and just take over completely, because that's just the way they operate. And that's why they realize that, okay, that one is not going to work within the context of Nigeria. So the best way I can live where I'll be in full control is to create a new country where nobody will be able to challenge me. That's why they would decide to create country with the minorities in the south and eliminate the Yorubas. You understand? Because they could easily say want a country, southern Nigeria, to be his own country. But no, because they know if the south become one country, the Yoruba will be a challenge to them. And they can't absolutely dominate the Yorubas. So they have to cut the Yorubas out. And then sometimes they will look at the Benin people and say, that their Oba is too powerful. It will be a problem. That's what they will say. They will say something like, wait. They will say something like
60 years. This is your
60
years.
If you don't listen to them, it means you hate them.
I'm telling you, based on how Namdekano will say it, even he himself, he will say the South except Edo, because, and then later on they will say, okay, we need to when some Benis will say, okay, we want to, they'll say, okay, but we have to eliminate your Oba. We don't like the Oba thing. We don't like it. You understand? Because they know that the people follow their Oba a lot. So they want a country where they'll just absolute domination. That's just the mentality of the Southeasterners, and that's where they do everything else, business, everything. In market like this, they want absolute domination of that thing. Everything, just absolute control. They don't want to share anything with you.
The thing is that the current discussion now is that how can the South come together to form in a country of self-independence?
No, that's not happening.
We just told you. Listen,
it's not going to happen.
There's no. Listen to what I'm saying, my brother. If let's not be delusional. There's not going to be a South-Southern unity. We can work together. There can be partnership. But what you are preaching in terms of unity politically, where you can come together, is never going to happen, because one part will always go back to the north to make deals. There's never going to be a time where you're going to have the three geopolitical zones in the south make a political deal and they will hold up option towards the elections.
They always stab each other in the back, man.
That is just the way those three are built. I don't know why. But
it's just about politics, and just the politics of divide and rule of the north.
It's a lie. Stop blaming the north for your own problems.
I want people forget.
You can't say the north is the reason why you are divided in the south. No, northerners have nothing to do with your so-called.
Mike, let me ask him. Theodore Orji in Abia State, that family has been ruling Abia. Is that not divide and conquer? Has anyone challenged them?
No.
They're just ruling. It's the same thing all over the country. Those who are ruling are ruling. So what are you saying? The thing is that the North are more calculated the way they do their things, and also they listen to other people's opinion. The South is not just their way is their way. They don't give a fuck. They don't care how you feel.
If you notice, UFC, I don't discuss the business or whatever. I just stick to the politics of the Southeast when I discuss Southeast, because it always baffles me when they discuss politics. I'm like, you just made the same mistake last week, right? Look at what happened to Orji Uzor Kalu in the Senate. The guy was crying a few weeks ago, like, oh my God, this guy now went and voted for the North. Yet, Next week, you say he wants to become a majority leader. After the party again twice in a row, the same person will still demand that they give him something.
Thank you. Look what they are doing. Look what they are doing in APC. They are not contributing any vote in that party, but they want.
But they will be demanding for stuff. Like I don't.
Thank you. There are no votes. You have to bring something to the table. This is politics. South got that Senate president because we gave APC almost 700,000 votes. The whole of Southeast, it was just about 100 or something, about 120. So, what are you saying?
Say they don't want to give you a man. They don't want to give you a man.
It's about politics and numbers. It's a numbers game.
So
if
how
you don't
how they even gave them the deputy speakership? It bothers me. I'm sorry. Why North Central that actually gave APC 3 or 4 states didn't get anything? Why it's not a matter of being tribal or anything. Just look at the numbers. North Central gave you 3-4 states and they didn't get any major posts.
Because let me tell you what is going on in the Southeast.
Deputy Senate, deputy speaker. I mean,
Southeast in Southeast, APC has been made devil incarnate, and what APC has done in the Southeast for the past 8 years, PDP didn't do anything for the whole of 16 years. Nothing they did there. Because if you think I'm lying, ask the guy that has been speaking here since. Let him name one major project that the PDP government did in the Southeast. None. What I understand then, the Igbo don't want progress. They just want to see their person there. Yes, they don't.
My brother, come on now.
No.
That is very big.
No, sorry to say it, but when it comes to infrastructure they need, they don't. Because when I talk about build this, do this, they'll say that's nothing.
But they said it's not enough. They said it's not enough. Niger Bridge, second Niger Bridge.
That bridge, since I was a kid, I've been hearing them crying about that bridge. Second Niger Bridge. I'm like, what is second Niger Bridge? They've been crying about that bridge. Finally, Warwick built it. Next thing, what's the second Niger Bridge? I only go back to use them. I'm like, you got, man, come on.
Give them it as if nothing.
That's why I'm like, if I'm Tinubu, I wouldn't even bother to try to place them.
Yes, here's the point.
Exactly, and that's what is going to happen.
Even if you build 1 million things, it will never be enough. That's just the reality. You can never satisfy that kind of mindset.
But like me, what I want, let me tell you something. I don't want my person to be president. I don't care. I want development. I want good infrastructure. I want security. I want that's all. Infrastructure and security. That's what I want. Every other thing, I don't care. Whether the person is from Edo State or from Imo, I don't care. If you can provide these things, I'm good. Whoever becomes IG or whatever, national security, that's not my headache. My own is for the deliverables. I pay attention for the.
But Igilo, I think it will be a long road for Nigeria to behave, and think.
Igilo is not here. Igilo is not here.
It's not Igilo. Yeah, you are UFC rather. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
for Nigeria to think this way, that where you come from doesn't matter. It's just what you can deliver. What is your competence? What can you bring on the table?
Thank you. That's what I care about.
What can you bring on the table? Yes.
Do you know
should be our...
Thomas earlier on, I was listening, and was it Pastor talking about within the new Nigeria, a new state?
A new Nigeria, yes.
Tinubu is not part of it, and when they asked him, "Is it be part of the new Nigeria?" He said yes. I'm like,
but Babati, that's what I tell you. If you want to interrogate, don't interrogate Pastor. Just everybody keep quiet. Let him just run through. And let's just move forward. Pastor that came here that Tinubu didn't win any state in Nigeria. So you want to take anything that person say serious?
The double talk.
Thomas.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people hate El-Rufai. Listen, in this current administration, I want them to bring back Fashola and El-Rufai, because those people they have proved they can deliver in whatever they do. They have a result. They have what they can fall back to. Say, okay, look at my record. I want two of them, and I want them to give them some of the best ministry to handle, because fashion number one is Fashola. Look at all the major roads he did them. Second Niger bridge, 2 bridge from Nigeria to Cameroon. A lot of
Lagos Ibadan Express Road. My brother, I drove on Lagos Ibadan Express Road, November to December. I was amazed. I spent 50 minutes from Lagos to Ibadan. 50 minutes. When I went to Nigeria, it's almost 90% completion. And I know by now it will have been completed by now.
You are right. Thomas, the 2 people I mentioned, they are not from my state, Edo State. It's not that we don't have people in Edo State, but none of them have proven to me that they can deliver anything. Sorry. We have people, but none of them have proven anything, except maybe Oshomole, but he's not a senator. So, we Nigerians, we should pay attention to those that can deliver. We can no longer do this technique, this man. No, because they don't. No. Okay, in Edo State, we have had about 2 Minister of Works from Edo State. Go to Edo State. Go there, nothing to show for. We have had 2 Minister of Works. One Aneni and the other one.
That is why we are preaching for regional government, where there will be no need to demand that your own person be in Abuja. If you have your own prime minister in your own region, then you can focus on whatever you want in your own region. There will be no need to always have.
Babati, why don't we blame governors?
Thank you.
Why don't we blame our governors? In the southeast, is it Hausa that is ruling them? In the southwest, is it Igbo that is ruling them? Every region in that country, they are the one ruling themselves.
The powers, listen to what I'm saying. Those you're discussing the powers they have that they've not maximized. I understand that. But there are key sectors that I believe that those powers should be given to this. Okay, let's go by your own logic. Let's give power, electricity. There are still things that are still exclusive to the federal government that, if given to the states, they will be forced to work. Let me give an example. If you say, like they've done now, each state should now provide their own power, electricity, backed by the federal government. Do you know what that does? You can no longer blame Tinubu or Abuja. It's going to be your governor. So force them to work. What they have now is power.
That has been done.
That's been signed before.
So those key sectors, security, okay, you can have state police. So that will force. If I'm campaigning to become governor, I can no longer say I'm going to give you road and water, because no, Ogbeni, you have more responsibilities now. So
more than that, yes.
That way, if you don't have security in your state, or you don't have power in your state, you can't blame one Igbo guy or one Fulani guy for not giving you power. It's going to be your own person
from the federal, yeah.
So take that thing away from the federal. Oh, well, we don't have light, we don't have water, we don't have road, we don't have Take that from the federal government. Is my point.
Okay, let me take the issue
Igilo, sorry, let me say this. When people shout about constitution, we know our constitution is not that good. It needs amendments. But the ones we have now, Igilo, Babati, if our leaders were to be a good leader, Nigeria will still be a better place now.
Yep.
Yes, the constitution we have now. If we have good leaders, Nigeria will still be a better place.
Thomas, the most disappointing part of Nigeria, in my opinion, is the South. With the kind of money these people have been getting, that 13% derivative.
The derivation.
Look, that maybe okay. Acquired bombs, maybe those ones they've tried a little bit, but the other ones, I'm like, my God, the kind of money you are getting in that region, you should be not Dubai, but something like where everybody wants to move to.
Close to Lagos, something close to Lagos.
Okay, let me tell you the reason why South are not developing. You see, when you hear the word rubber stamp legislation, it mostly exists in the states. In the state, all you have is just rubber stamp. because most of the speakers there, they are in the pocket of the governor. So they just do whatever the governor says. There's no check and balance at all. None. They don't exist at all. So that's the problem.
But my brother, there should not be even friendship with the legislature and the executive. They should be fighting each other for the goals of the people. But when the governor liars with with the legislator, nothing will be done. Nothing.
In Edo, for the past
Nothing
how
will be
many
done.
years? For the past how many years, they have not really seated. They just go the
Oh
governor.
my God. Nigeria is
Misplaced.
a sham, man. It's a sham. They said the governor chased away some legislator as there are some legislators sitting.
No, remember those days, Thomas. I think people forget how much we've matured. Not so much if you look at it, but we've matured a little bit. Back in this, the early part of 2000, they used to stab each other in the House of Rep at the state
Yes,
level.
stab each other,
It's
of
like
course. They will use
no, they
mace.
just
They
beat you
will
up.
use mace, eat each
Thomas,
other.
oh, thank you. Thank God you guys remember. I will say this.
Oh
People may
man,
hate Buhari, but one thing Buhari did in the last 8 years, Buhari didn't have like he didn't disturb any opposition. He allowed opposition and
Mm,
everybody to do what they
mm,
want. It
mm,
was really pure
mm,
democracy. He didn't
mm.
really hold any state their money or whatever. He just allowed everything to run as it is. In a real democracy, that's how it should be. But you see, Nigerians want to, but let's be honest. Our people need iron fists. Sorry to say this. You cannot rule Nigeria and be nice. It won't work. Nigeria, yes, we are
almost.
Nigerians.
I want man right.
You can't run Nigeria and be nice. You will be gone. I would say whenever they are hailing you as a politician, that means you are doing something wrong. That's just Nigeria for you. You are not doing the right thing. You are doing something wrong. When people are hailing you, that's Nigeria. One
Oh
thing
my
about
God. I like that, my brother. I like that your last statement.
yes, I know our people. They
and
come and
and that's why
cry
I
foul. No,
never.
not listen to that.
And that's one of the issues I have with Obi. Like, it's too nice. Like, they're gonna overwhelm him. Like, if he becomes president.
No. Obi is not nice. He's just pretending. Let's put that.
If
Let's.
you be pretending,
He's just pretending. He's not a nice person.
Atibeleke Jayi, that
He
guy.
just he just
If were to be Obi the winner, you will see the true color of Obi. Obi is just being clever by half now. Just this humility, like Baba Deboye,
Yes,
humility,
yes,
some,
daddy. Yes, daddy. Yes.
just that the
and
humility.
people like that are very dangerous.
Oh, you don't know their mind. You don't know
Yes.
their mind at all. Mm, They would dealt with you like somebody said it on the obedient platform
You
now
guys,
that you guys don't know Obi. Obi is a stubborn man. And
Thomas,
I said, yes, this guy could be, yeah.
did you guys discuss Mr. Demolish everything today? I know I missed it.
Ah,
In fact, the way it's
I-
going, if cash not taken, the guy will destroy the whole state. the guy.
So that is it the Kanu governor?
Karen government just
Listen, that one is already creating enemy to himself. You see what? See, I respect. I mean, not like Tinubu when he was campaigning, but one thing I respect him about, he said he's going to practice open, like anyone can come in government, and what
Mhm.
that's what he's doing, very open to everybody. You understand me? No, let me deal with the vengeance. Let me no. He's just being fair to everybody. But you see that this thing. You see, it's like you go and appoint what do you call it? Pick someone from obedient to become governor. They will practice revenge politics. You understand me? Those Kwankwaso people, they are like zombies. They all okay. He's still governor now. He's still wearing that red cap. Just imagine. Don't you have your own personality? Still wearing the red cap as if he's a zombie. So they are just no. Those people they will rule Kanu for this 4 years, but I believe by the next 4 years they will be gone. You can't rule a state like that.
No. Is that the guy won't finish Kano people?
I was a fan of
uh,
Conquest,
but
but the way they behave after this election is just too bad. You don't do like that. You don't destroy, because in Nigeria, whenever they destroy, they don't build, they don't replace. You can't just go there and destroy more.
where is the money to build?
Thank
Where is the
you.
money to build? Even to build. Yeah. My brother, this subsidy. Do you know how much we have paid on subsidy? Oh
See,
my God.
Thomas, since 1999, there's only one president that practiced continuity. It was Buhari. The rest, they will start from where they are. They will start another
Yes,
project.
yes. They start another program.
Yes,
Abandon the their predecessor. What they call it?
project. Yes.
Successor. They call it.
So
My
if you look
God.
at Lagos, continuity is what developed Lagos, because once this one stop, the next one will start from there. They don't just go ahead and start another project. No, we need to practice more continuity in Nigeria so that we will see visible project.
And they said Tinubu as they have the footprint for Lagos for 50 years already.
You see,
How they want Lagos. I watched the documentary, my brother. If they can achieve that thing I saw in that documentary, 50 years, Lagos in 50 years. If they can achieve it, my brother, some people we have to leave Lagos. They
see,
will chase
Thomas,
Yoruba, they will chase Igbo, they will chase everybody out of Lagos because nobody will able to afford Lagos. What I saw in that documentary.
Thomas, see,
Yeah.
the way Nigeria is now, right now, in the federal, let me say this: there are some areas of, let me say, infrastructure. We should have at least 50 years plan, so that whenever any party comes in, they will follow that same plan that everyone agreed to.
Template.
Yes,
Yes.
template.
You see, that's the thing, though. The way Nigeria is structured, like America is almost like an autopilot. The system is just even. That's the reason why even when Trump comes into government, it can't stop almost everything.
Thank you.
Almost 90% of anything that is in government is already there. You can't just come and change it. But Nigeria is based on personality, body language of the leader.
Body language, tribe, where I come from, my people.
I mean, look at NT now. NT is now working all of a sudden. Like the same NT
NT is
that
not
was
working.
it's just
Baba see, when I saw Tinubu, I saw NTA. Even channels join NTA, Arise join NTA. NTA. Ah.
Thomas, you are
NT
Yoruba man. You are Yoruba man. Sorry.
No. My brother,
NT has about 150.
Baba T,
Yeah.
if president of Nigeria wants to work, he will work. I think Tinubu is right to work. Can you imagine they go and dig NTA?
Thomas, when it comes to NTA, let me tell you something. Femi Adesina, let's be honest. Femi Adesina failed Buhari government. He was too archaic. He was too backward. He didn't think. If you look, it is this guy that revived MTA, not Tinubu. What they call it? Is it Dele Alake or whatever? That's the guy that is doing all these things.
He gave
He's
them
the
their
one
best
passing all
interview now because he gives them exclusive news. They are breaking it before everybody else. So he wants to put them. They are very active on social media. Before any news spread, they debunk any rumor. They will not wait. They would remember how they said the Tinubu was born in Guinea. They're like, no. Before it can come, Al Sudani, no. So they counter everything online before it becomes any story. They are very proactive. Like Buhari was just too passive. He was not.
Buhari now. Do you know after how many years Buhari finally talk about the Sudani something? He just kept quiet as if he's from Sudani or he's from Jubilee. He has been buried in the shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Even I at the point I'm like, maybe they are telling the truth though. Even I was like, the eye.
Baba too. What they get here?
They got me.
In Africano.
They got me because the man was also looking younger.
But see, they almost got you, huh?
because the guy was looking younger, fresh. I'm like, wait a minute, this
They
boy.
said his Aisha boyfriend from
Yeah.
Sudani is just, oh my
Wait.
God.
Sir, most of you fall into that BS. I'm not going to lie. They believe that thing from the
I'm
one.
telling you.
Ah, my brother, a professor always come on this platform. I wouldn't mention his name. He still believed this thing till last month. I
No.
listened to him in one platform. He
Okay.
still believes that Buhari is not Buhari, a
Listen.
professor.
Okay, let me say,
Ah,
I'm not even a professor. If a professor can believe that, then he need to apologize to the institution he went to and return the certificate. Believe me.
So let
oh my,
let,
Nnamdi Kanu, that guy,
that
that guy is a great guy, yo. He
Let me tell
control
you.
people.
that
Let me
man
tell
should
you
not
what
be
is causing
that
all
man should
this.
not be released for
It
his
is just hate. You know, when you hate someone,
I know.
whenever
UFC.
whatever they
To
say,
be honest
say
with
no
you,
matter what.
nobody they should not release Nnamdi Kanu for the next 4 years. We don't need that guy now right now. No. We don't
No. See,
need
Thomas, let me tell you now. If Tinubu do that, he has set himself up for failure. The North will revoke.
Really? Why did you say that?
Now, let me tell you something. If you know, if
Do you know if they release him, he will pacify the Southeast.
no,
They may endorse his presidency.
let me tell you something.
endorse
If you
for
do that, it will affect the what they call it, the Tinubu presidency. Sorry, it won't be able to win re-election. A lot of the Northerners will not like it. The elite. I'm telling you this now. Nnamdi Kanu is a trap set for what they call it, Tinubu. Believe me.
That's why did you release him?
Yes.
Hmm.
And Tinubu should not fall for that trap. If he release that guy, sorry, you mark this word today. He won't win re-election. I'm telling you this.
So imagine allowing him to releasing the guy and you allow him to travel back to the UK. Do you know the kind of tension you have been at this time now? You think it was worse before? After losing the elections to Tinubu, plus him being getting released, my God, the crowd, in fact, if times 5 of what you had before. No, you don't want that, man, Thomas. You don't want that right now.
But why don't they just let the judiciary take his
Because let me tell you something.
Tinubu to lead it to the court?
I do go online. When it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, go and read all the comments from the north. They are not nice. So if we do that, most of them won't. Sorry, I'm saying this now. They won't vote for Tinubu again. They will pay politically for that. Believe me, it's a trap.
But USC, why can't Tinubu just let court take his, you know what I mean? Don't leave it to the court. Don't interfere. Don't interfere. Nothing. Just let court take his court.
Thank you. That's what
Yeah.
you should
And
do.
if the court release him, fine. If they jail him, fine.
Good.
They should wash his hands like Pilate that washed his hands out of the death of Jesus Christ. He just wash his hands out
Just
of it.
it should allow the institution to do whatever they want. He should not involve
They want to
himself.
do, yeah.
And I think maybe his third year in office or fourth year when it's finally settled. But not at this, not your first few months in office. No.
Because the reason why I'm saying this, let me tell you this again. Even if the Tinubu government release Nnamdi Kanu, I will say this again. They won't still vote for Tinubu.
Now we know that. We know that.
Thank
We
you.
know
So
that, of course.
it is not viable politically because it will be a loss to him. There's no need to pardon him or nothing. Allow the court to do
See
their
how they
job.
used to set themselves up. So now it's not coming out.
It's not coming out, so my brother. It's not coming out soon.
So Solly, fix your
Sorry,
mic.
your network is not good. Yeah. Do you know what I heard from some obedient
So I
network,
don't know what
Babati?
happened. I don't know what happened.
I was listening to some obedient. They said they were even expecting Tinubu to announce the release of Nnamdi Kanu on his inauguration speech. Inauguration speech. Like how he announced the subsidy is gone. They were excited as Tinubu will listen at the first day. I
Okay,
said, come on now.
Thomas, what do you want? You want them the kind, or you want president? Like, you are all over. That's what I'm saying. Anyone will coach.
Somebody
That's what I'm.
Sorry, we are sorry for you. You want to speak, but we can't hear you.
Maybe you should come back in or something.
Yeah, yes. He has went out and come back again. It's still the same name. Yeah, maybe
It's just
Amsterdam, maybe
so.
Monty Haki, System in Amsterdam. Yeah, Babati.
So my own thing, I've always said it before. This myth of people hating the South is a lie. It's muffled, but we can hear you. It's muffled. Like,
We can't hear you. No. It's so bad, man.
yeah, like
Yeah.
this idea maybe they hate them or they don't want to give them presidency. It's mostly a for offer. That's the way I can put it, Thomas. It's just self-inflicted there.
Inflated, yeah, yes. It's
Like,
like somebody enjoying himself.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why are you doing like oh, every Monday we're going to sit at home when you know you are a business hub. You are affecting your own economy for what? One man in
Babati, I've listened to some people. They said, if they are sitting home, do they come to your territory and tell you to sit home? Some people are justifying it that if they are sitting home, people sitting home, we own the sitting home. We are the one killing ourselves. We are the one sitting home. We are the one doing it to ourselves. So why are you guys bothering yourself? So if you hear that, what can you do? There's nothing you can do. Yeah, somebody is being paid. He said he's not being paid. That everything on him is good, and you are using Panadol for somebody's headache. So I think that is what is going on in that space. You can't win the battle.
we all like. I also want for them to have a president from that side of the. To be honest with you, and like I've said before on the platform, PDP is where they should have demanded they get a ticket for presidency. That is their home turf. That is their base.
Yes,
So if
you're right.
this kind of energy that they are giving out now, the energy should have been turned towards fighting within the PDP to get the ticket.
I don't know why they can't even solely zone it to the southeast with what southeast has done for PDP in the last 23 years.
If you want zoning, you must play politics behind the curtains. There, forget just saying zoning. There are things you must do.
I say micro zone into the southeast.
Remember at the height. This was at the height of Ipobia, whatever. Remember, it was Obi that came in that calmed the things down a little bit. If you remember, at the beginning, they didn't believe in Igbo presidency. They were like, we don't care about, we don't want to. You remember, it was boycott the elections in Southeast. If you remember,
yeah, I remember.
So look at that mindset, and you also want to clinch the ticket in a party in a major political party. So they were not politically in that position to even bargain or make deals as a collective.
Babati, God will spare our life, and you and I, we will live long.
Amen.
I don't think in this our generation, Southeast will be a president. Go and write it down.
I don't know
This generator, unless they change drastically, the Biafra something die. Pata I'm talking about you. Die. That if you ask any Igbo man on the street that do you want Biafra, 100% of them will say no. No agitation anywhere, no Simon Nepal anywhere, no any groups. If that doesn't die, Babati, go and write it down.
Yeah, but
it will not happen.
I'm watching the way because everybody knows once Tinubu does his 8 years, it goes to the north.
It goes to the north.
When it comes down, to be honest with you, when it comes back down south, if based on you see how the south are the way they are putting themselves politically, they have frog jumped the south is now on the tolling pole now. They have kind of leave them. So when it comes back down, if they play their politics well in the south, if you I'm telling you, if you put a Southeasterner against somebody from the South, people will vote for people from the South.
Yoruba will vote for South. Yoruba will vote for South.
Yeah, they will vote for South. You are right.
So you don't have no
Hausa Babati. Hausa will vote for South.
So I mean, Akpabio is doing very. If he can just play that game where he brings.
Look at what happened in that premise. That's Akpabio something. Look at what happened.
One person
is that not
I mean,
the
Akpabio went to Ono of Ife. I'm like, guy, are you running for president or are you running for president? The guy was campaigning like he was running for president, though. But where was Ojuzo Kalu crying over the place?
Thank you. That's why whenever I use the word that the Southeast need to understand how to play politics, they will say, "What do you want us to do?" No, I say, see, in Nigeria, all the tribe have their own elite, whereby most of the people that normally vote, they listen to these people. They go in their direction. That's why you need to lobby these people, meet them, negotiate with them, spend a lot of money to do these things. Then they will give you their support. You can't just sit on your and believe people will just hand over power to you. No, you need to go for it. You need to work hard for it before you get it. It is as simple.
And you build bridges.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You
it's not
a lot of
that. I have 2 factories in Naba. I have 4 factories in Lagos.
Yes.
Who asked the question?
And another thing, let me tell you something. Another thing I observed about the Southeast. I don't hate these people, but one problem, they are leaders. Their leaders are coward. When it comes to the issue of not like in the nation, like national issue, they don't. It's hard for them to make decision. Look, for instance, when it has to be about IPOP, go and look at his response. He was trying to see.
it was just dilly-dallying all the way. It was just dodging it, no concrete. There was no concrete way to answer. Yes.
Just imagine now they ask Buhari about Boko Haram, how to deal with Boko Haram. Well, if we just start, it doesn't show leadership in anything. You have to be harsh. I will say this: anyone that will become president,
I'm waiting for that question for Tinubu. What did he think about the Yoruba nation? I'm waiting for that question for him.
Thomas, let me tell you what, he has already done that already. If you observe, you look at the way they suppress Igboho. You think
and with his body language, everything. Oh my God!
Because you know why? The Southwest leaders, they gave the federal government go ahead to deal with that guy. They didn't play politics with it. They said,
No. They give them Badger. Just go and deal with him.
Yes.
No, they don't do say it's our Homowani, is our son, is our son.
You.
No.
You see,
yeah, you know what happened to Igboho? It's not we can attribute it to some big Southeastern and Southwesterner that just say federal government go ahead, because I know federal government will consult big people in the Yoruba land before they did what they did. Yeah.
You know, in all of these things, you know, the federal
and even UFC, sorry. And you do know that they even send warning to Igboho himself. The big people in Yoruba land, they send him warning, several warning. That because guy, calm it down.
Yes, in Nigeria, all these leaders, they understand the ethnicity that we are different. So whenever anything is happening, they normally reach out to the leaders there. Okay, what do you think we should do? They wait for the direction those people want. If it's okay, take care of that issue immediately. They will do. The federal government will respond. But you see, they are drawing their leg because they don't want to offend anybody.
Right. But UFC, if you notice, the politics from the South is they always try to appeal to, oh, we are all Nigerians. We should all want the same thing. We are all suffering. I'm like, no. They say the way you see poverty in the East is not the way they see poverty in the North. Everybody sees things differently.
No. So, let me tell you something. When Nnamdi Kanu started, I was part of the group because then it was attacking the leader. It was based on the Nigeria government. Then when it switched, started attacking other tribe, I step away. Then one thing I observed, when Nnamdi Kanu started, when started doing all this rubbish, all the leaders there, people like them, Abiribe, whatever they call it, and Osita Shidoki, they were all over the Nnamdi Kanu, think they're going to benefit politically from that bullshit. But what happened? It backfired. Because Nnamdi Kanu has his own goals. It backfired. Where is the Abiribe now? Nowhere to be found.
So they were trying to make him like their own political weapon where they can use.
Thank you. And it backfired.
Yeah. But you can't compare. You see, but that's what I'm talking about culturally. Look at Sunday Igboho. Sunday Igboho was doing very well when it started to security. People was everybody, even I'm like, yeah, security. But when it became Yoruba nation, even the king said, Omawa, showing cash Omawa, Farabale. They called him to.
They warned him. They warned him. They warned him.
That Benin deal was to save his life. Oh, I'm telling you, that was organized by the Yoruba. That's not forget BUHARI, because ideally they would have gotten rid of him. But that was just just go and cool over there for now. But the Southeast does not have that much. The leadership head is not that strong where somebody will just listen to one. It's based on who has the momentum and who has the followers. In Yoruba land, I might not have the followers, but if I'm an elder, even if we have your billions of dollars, I'm still above you. So it's
Babati, I hear from you now before.
Let me tell you the difference between the old region. You see, like in the Southwest, when it comes to issue like that, okay, they will see, okay, you know that issue of what they call it, can easily benefit few people, whereby maybe we want money and all those things. It benefits few people. You see, no, the majority of Southwest leaders, they see that no, this will affect us politically. Let's conquer this thing immediately. They do that. But when you come to the Southeast, you see, in the negotiating table, sometimes the leaders there, they always put their interest first before the interest of the general Southeast people.
Of course. Yeah.
And that is the problem. They put their own personal interest first. So you cannot blame other tribe for that.
That is why the approach of the leaders in Yoruba land on Igbo is quite different.
Yes.
They don't want to lose that. They don't want Yoruba to lose that political relevance.
Thank you.
If they go to the route of Igbo.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Because they saw the bigger picture. You see, I would say this. Most Nigerians, when they think, they just think local. They don't think wider.
So UFC, why? Because if you notice again, they are making the same mistake again.
Yeah.
I saw this new House of Rep member come out from the Southeast. We are demanding the release of. I'm like, this again. Your tone of voice is even off. You can't make demands like.
You see one thing about them, man. They should have known that this Nnamdi Kanu thing cannot benefit them politically, but they are still doing it. And tomorrow they will come back and cry and try to blackmail everybody that we Nigeria hates them.
No. It was the same guy. It was the same guy that was. Remember that guy that said, "Oh, I'm so impressed with Tinubu that caught back."
Tinubu, yes, my president.
Yes.
President.
The Labour guy.
Yeah, he now came back to say he demand. It's just to carry sympathy that okay, guy, I'm still one of you. So
yes, thank you. Just trying to blame. Yeah.
So yes, I am. Yes.
Do you know how they bat him on Twitter? They almost kill him on Twitter.
You see, I have never seen.
You know, obedience now. They will bat you like.
In Nigeria, ethnic group, I have never seen the ethnic group who hates the truth more than the Igbos. Anyone with them that speak the truth, they hate that person a lot. What they call it? A former governor who is now governor of Anambra State, Soludo said about Obi. He was right. It was the truth. But you see, a lot of people now hate the guy because he spoke the truth.
Do you know what? Do you know the one funny thing? He even said he called Obi personally that, "Bros, you can't win this election. Calm down. Let's unite." He said it. He said he called Obi personally. Do you know how far he can, for him to even say that, I call him, we talk as brothers, that this battle you wear, you can't win this battle. Why don't we settle for something else? Then we come and negotiate later. He said it. What everything that Solido said, what is the changes? The guy, is there anything changed about what he said?
But Thomas, let me say this now. You
Yeah.
see, if the Southeasterners are smart, because they have already proved what they want to prove, that politically, mostly in the PDP, that they have, like, they are powerful. What Obi did now, the elite over there, they should use this power now to negotiate in the PDP, how to get the coming presidency, how to get the ticket. You understand?
UFC, my brother. Atiku is still gonna run in that PDP next time, and I'm telling you, that guy is gonna die there.
Come on now.
Do you know how I know? Do you know how I know it's gonna be? They had their meeting, reconciliation meeting, like last week. The man was one of the co-chairman of the after messing up the party. After looking back, you can say, I'm sure in that meeting they must be thinking, we should have given Obi this ticket too. I'm sure everybody in that party is taking the same thing, you know. But he was still there in the same meeting, as party members, and no, it's going to run again. I'm telling you, he's going to run again in next 4 years.
Really? Oh my God!
One thing I observe, the Southeast political leaders, they lack this ability of galvanizing people to their side. Tinubu has that ability. Even, I'm not going to lie, Atiku has that ability of galvanizing people. You understand? Find a way, no matter what. You always find a way to buy. Let me use the word buy now. Buy people to his side. But there's no, like, currently, I can't point any leader in the Southeast that can do that. There's none. Sorry. There's none. But in the Southwest and in the North, there is.
Yes.
Let me add the South. In the South, Babio, look at what Babio did. He was able to at least
look at the kind of coalition he built. Even the chairman of the chairman of his committee to get the Senate was from the North. I was campaigning for him, like, listen, we need to look at how we built coalition amongst everybody, South, everywhere. Where was Kalu's coalition? This guy, because you now lost that opportunity, you now went behind the scenes to go and make a deal with the first-time senator from the North.
Yeah.
Why do you think
all the governors... Kalu is doing a Miloko.
If you notice, Thomas, all the governors from the South that were the APC, they were there for that election.
Also, wait. The thing is that also he didn't support Tinubu in the presidency.
On TV now, the guy was. I watched him on channels saying that Lawan is his friend. That since APC does not want to give the Southeast anything, he was going to support Lawan, because that they would listen. That they from the South too we rather lose it to the North than give it to Yoruba people.
Just imagine.
Yes.
God. That is mind-boggling, man.
They will prefer that since they want to zone it to the Southwest, that they will, instead of voting for the Southwest, they will prefer that they go to the North. The guy says on TV.
I listened to,
and yet now want them to now give you Senate presidents. Really?
I listened.
Man never campaigned for Tinubu in his state when he came to his state. It wasn't there with Tinubu live on TV. Never campaigned with him.
I listened to what they call it, Wiki. One thing Wiki said in his interview, he said, anything that will benefit South in the federal government, he doesn't care which party that person is going to support. That's what I want.
That is politics.
That's politics.
That is politics.
It should be about.
Look at who came out. Look at who came out for.
Politics is a game of interest.
Look at who came out for Akpabio. Even people that don't like him, all these elders, everybody came out for him to support him.
They support. Even the governor of the state is even PDP of
yes, and the governor support all the senate from the state vote for Akpabio. And it's only Akpabio is APC out of the three.
Exactly, yes. but your own people know, but there's no major group supporting you for your own stuff in South. They say that they
don't know how to play politics. I think they are playing politics of bitterness.
We hate Kalu. We hope they don't know we don't hate Kalu. But you don't have anybody else now. Even the other guy.
You see what thing they still they go do now. He won't force some senator to decamp to PDP now. That's what he's doing now.
So pretty much he's been anti-party then.
That's what he will do. He's going to anti-party and he's going to go to jail. They will renew that case.
But he wants to come to the let me tell you, no. What is going on now? They are trying to find a way to get a good committee in the Senate. Maybe ask leader.
And Akpabio will never give them
other positions. So they are just trying to fight for other positions.
They will dash it to all those senators from the north central, north, because those people vote for Akpabio.
It's just leadership.
Wow.
Wow. Thomas, this guy, interestingly, if they are giving that to Southeast, come out for straight to Tinubu government.
Yes.
That's the plan. Even that's what the former governor of Zamfara want to do, because they don't have full confidence about Tinubu. They thought maybe he's coming to come and amend a lot of stuff. That's why from north. So see Wemako now. Wemako is very close and to Tinubu. He votes that guy now. He votes that Zamfara state guy. Wemako votes for him. And Wemako is a close friend to Asiwaju. He just scared. Maybe Asiwaju want to take fully in charge of the APC. But I don't think the man will do all those things.
No. Tinubu can't take charge of APC. No. APC is bigger than that now.
It's bigger because this is a federal. This is not state.
But that's what I'm saying. They are just scared because see how it's.
Hold on.
There's so many times it thinks out of actual to go and campaign.
The politicians at the federal level, they are not scared of anybody because they understand.
Listen to what I'm saying. What was very scary, Thomas, was very scary to me was how close the vote was. It was 65 to 40 something now. It was like a blowout. This guy has 5 people voting for him. That was
the first time.
I'm like, wow, really? 45?
And they wanted to break the Senate rule. Just imagine.
First time go. They don't care.
Why do you think?
Why
do you think?
Even the Senate presidency supposed to come to Edo State, but Oshomole just won a first time.
If I say Oshomole,
if Oshomole was senator, the Senate president would have come to my state. Yeah, we would have secured that Senate.
No. What the South senator, Southeastern senator did in that vote, I don't. Babati.
They believe their own.
No, Babati. There's another big picture you guys are not looking at. I've made comment on this before. I think people thought maybe I'm being ethnic or whatever. The Southeasterner, they knew the Southeasterner senator. Don't let me say the Southeasterner. The Southeasterner senator, they knew that anywhere Akpabio is, the Southwest will line up with Akpabio.
100%.
Because Akpabio is Tinubu's boy. Akpabio, I don't know if you guys forgot, Akpabio stood down for Tinubu in the primaries openly.
It was the first now.
They knew Akpabio.
Yes. It was the first. It was the first
It was the first person to step down. Anywhere, I will tell you this guys, this for free.
Anywhere Yoruba people align with, Southeast Nana will not go to that side. They will like to be in opposition. Forget about Akpabio. The fight is against the Yoruba. People don't even, if I say this, people will just think me I'm being ethnic. Anywhere Yoruba people line up with, the Southeast Nana will not go in that route. Go and check past record. Go and check past record, my brothers. Go and check.
Yeah, that's what they don't go where they don't even want to. That's it. I don't know what will happen.
Let me ask.
They will go
What
opposite
happened?
area.
Did you guys way back? Did you guys betray them or something? I don't understand what's going on because I don't.
I don't know. They will never align with anywhere Southwest Ghana will align with. Never.
I'm telling you, because in Amani support Asiwaju, they don't allow that man go back to Senate.
But that was who he wanted. Now, Kenny Namani was what Tinubu wanted for Senate president, but they didn't vote
I'm
for
telling
him.
you.
Why?
Yes.
That's my point. They came sabotaging themselves. I don't understand.
Imagine Okosha, see how he puts himself. If I fight that battle of Senate president, if I fight that battle. But politics, they don't calculate the politics right. I don't know why they
My brother, let me tell you something today. They knew after these 8 years of Tinubu, if it is possible, he's going to the north.
He's going back to
after north, he's coming back to the southwest.
Again, yes.
That jealousy, my brother, I'm telling you the facts. You may not think in this direction. Just think very
well.
wide.
We fight for the primary and Southwest we win. That's the thing we do happen.
That is it. That is it. So I don't know where Yoruba and the Southeastern and we go come together as we call ourselves South.
Until they align with us, that's the time they can win tickets. That's because Northern never trust anybody apart from Yoruba as for now.
Yoruba never.
As
it's
for
only
now,
Yoruba.
they never trust anybody.
Never. So that's what I said, Mama T. You know what I said? I don't think in our lifetime an Igbo man will become a president. I'm sorry.
We are
it will be very difficult.
Kumi, this is the problem I think that they're having. Anytime, you know, I said earlier that you must be appealing to other tribes in the country.
Yes.
But here's the problem. If you're a beloved Igbo candidate, once you make any attempt to reach out to other tribes, your own people will label you as a sellout.
Yes.
But why? Is it arrogant or proud? I don't know.
You cannot be too egocentric and yet you want to. You will not be appealing to everybody else now. You must be like, look at a man like Soludo. People already love him outside of his own area.
I love him, my brother. Miss Soludo, if I will not vote for any Southeastern, if Soludo comes out today.
That former governor in Ebonyi, that Ebonyi governor. They are very loved in other, but their own people don't like them.
Because of they are aligned with other tribes.
Because they are aligned with other tribes now. That is it. And they are speaking against Obi. Anybody that speaks against Obi is a saboteur.
And me, to me, I don't see anything where Obi really do like that. I can't lie. I don't really see anything they did in Anambra State that making. I mean, those people, they just confuse people.
No. You know, they call something the error is fair. I think they just like him. I don't know. I said earlier. I said people want to kill me. They said. I said I can't listen to Peter Obi. I can't listen to him.
Thomas, hold on.
Yeah,
you are wrong. Do you know why you are wrong? Let me tell you.
Why?
Yeah, half of people that voted for Obi don't give a damn about Obi.
Yes.
They are more anti-establishment, anti-APC That's why he got that much of vote. It's not because they love him necessarily. Trust me. They
Especially all these people from Edo State,
yeah, all those anti-APC, anti-Buhari. So it's not because he's that wonderful or anything. No, trust me. So you have the anti-establishment vote, you have your religious vote of the Muslim thing. That's why he got that much vote. Left him without those two, he won't get that much vote.
I think you are right. I think you are right.
You remember what happened to Good Luck now? People don't like Buhari, but they just hated Good Luck so much. They're like, that subsidy thing, just like anybody but Good Luck was what. Remember that 2015?
Yes.
So
Anybody but
so it wasn't because they love Buhari that much. It's not because they love Bill. No. It was more like anti-Buhari votes. We just hate the establishment. We don't like Tinubu. We don't like all these APC people. That's what the reason he got other votes. Left, no.
Oh my God.
If he runs again, trust me. If he runs again, I'm telling you, he will not get that much vote. I can guarantee you that. If he runs again,
if they run an election today like this, it go out before you get to the
Babati, guess who is on the background? The chairman himself. Alexander Gomez.
Wow, really? Chief Gomez.
Babada.
What are you people doing at 3:53 a.m. streaming?
We are working. I'm working. So yeah, I'm working. Chief Gomez.
I am working too.
Good morning, folks. I'm just about getting ready for work. I saw you guys live. I said, wow.
Yeah.
Go. We are here. Wow. How are you, my brother? How are you, sir?
I am okay. I'm still half asleep, but I'm okay. Babati, why is it so difficult to get through to you? Why are you being an enigma? Why is it so difficult to get through?
I'm sorry. Like you see me coming on here. If I'm on call, I'm just gonna stay here with you.
You can't be busier than I am. I run over 25 facilities. So and anyone can reach me. Why is it so difficult? I get through to Fashola faster than I can get through to you.
Oh
can't be right.
Oh my goodness. I apologize. Okay, leave your number private. I will call you after. Just because I'm on call till about 5 in the morning. So, but leave your number in the private. I'll reach out. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. All right. God bless you guys. You guys are doing an amazing job. Huh?
Yeah. Thank you, Baba. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So you are in trouble, Baba T. You are in trouble.
I
know.
Gomez said they can reach Fashola faster than you.
Oh my God.
I think we have to call it a day. We have to call it a day now. We really, Baba T, that dollar you are making me, I'm the one keeping you awake at work. You have to send me some.
Thomas, there's someone here. Allow him to speak. Jude, you can speak now. It's your turn to speak.
No, man, I'm not gonna speak. What is wrong with this Benin guy? What is wrong with this Benin guy? Stay quiet. I'm not gonna speak.
No, speak.
Why you don't want to speak? You can speak now.
No,
I thought maybe
I'm just listening now. When you have all these APC guys on the panel, I cannot speak.
We are not APC guys. We are not APC guys.
No, I'm not APC. Me that are from now cause we were from com, so I'm not be APC. I'll be even though our governor is APC.
My brother, we are not APC.
Wait,
I know
you guys are talking about all this Tinubu guy, what he is doing as success, and Igbo man will never be president in your lifetime. Then it makes no sense to be,
I thought we think.
Thomas, hold on, Thomas. Let me answer this. You see,
UFC, shut up. UFC, we're not gonna go back and forward. We have been on different panels. We're not gonna go back and forward.
Let me tell you something. I'm from Edo State. Since I came on this platform, you have never seen me change my position. The problem I have with you, tomorrow you are Cameroon. Next tomorrow, we are
Oga, they acclaim Cameroon because of the fucked up nature of this country called Nigeria. Our country is fucked up. Let me tell you for a reason. Nobody is claiming Nigeria anymore.
Not in Nigeria today, sorry. Pick one place and stick to there.
No, I cannot pick one place when Nigeria is falling. You guys are falling behind. What the heck is this guy talking about? The country is in chaos and we want to come and protect. The country is in chaos and we want to stand and protect what is happening.
This guy, Thomas, this guy, remove him. He's from Cameroon. He's a Cameroonian.
Why should he remove? You see how APC's guys go around and say, "Oh, remove him." You see how the nature is. They call themselves in the mode. See, these are the kind of people that want to rule Nigeria. When you disagree with people like this, they want you to be removed out of the panel. Very deserving set of people. You have to shut up.
Hold on. Oh, we have been having a good conversation. Don't let us end it in a fight mode now.
Why is this guy gonna tell someone to remove me because I have a different opinion like him? Are you kidding me?
He was just joking.
Even if I'm not Nigerian, am I not supposed to? Even if I'm not Nigerian, am I not supposed to tell my own opinion? What the hell is going on?
Almighty.
Asking Nigeria a few days ago.
No, you shut up, UFC. You are a mumu. You see this guy where you can come. Now, mumu, you be who
you can't claim Nigeria now.
No. We are all UFC. Hold on. Almighty, we don't insult people here. We don't. That is what we. That is the least thing we do on this platform. You can put your position. I kick you out. I put you in the background because you are trying to. No. We don't insult people here. We talk with respect. We address issue. That's what we do here. We don't call people momo. No, we don't do that here. If you want to do that in other platform, you can do that. But here, I think if anybody has been listening for 1 minute, one thing we don't allow here is insults or calling names. No, you can state your position without calling names or insult people. We don't do that. We don't do that. That we don't portray that here. We speak eloquence. We speak to issue.
Why would they say
Yeah,
is he from Cameroon truly or what?
He's from Cameroon.
I don't know. Maybe they know each other. You know him.
Yeah,
Maybe they are coming from one platform.
Listen, he's part of the people that support IPOB because he's from the Amazonian side of Cameroon. So it's a separatist. He has all the separatist view, yes. So because sometimes he will say he's in Nigeria. The next time you say he's in Cameroon, can you just pick one side? I'm in Nigeria fully.
You know, historically that party was actually technically Nigeria before they
Nigeria, yeah, because they removed it. Yeah, go with the Bakassi, wherever.
So you can. Some people are just maybe
the man is Nigeria. He's just trying to. Yeah.
No, it's not.
Which Cameroon? They are not Nigerians.
The things he said about Nigeria a few days ago. No, a Nigerian cannot say that. Sorry. Yes, Nigeria has never done anything for me, but still is my country. I won't say those things I said.
Well, we can't be shrine for our country now. Now we're doing the team Maryland because our family, everybody is there.
That is just my problem with people. The negative words on that country. If even God use our negative words on that country, that country will not prosper at all.
The country don't favor them. The country don't favor them.
There's a guy that is always critical of Nigeria. So he's in Nigeria currently. Did you know what he tweeted recently? Yesterday, I was surprised. He said, "I'm not going to lie. I know I do criticize Nigeria. A lot of things have changed." Some people, they are in abroad. They believe nothing is going on. No, things are going on.
Those ones are the most dangerous, though. The ones abroad are actually the ones.
The ones abroad, that's the most problem. They are the most damaged. But see, I testify when I went to Nigeria now. There's daily infrastructure everywhere in Lagos.
Wow. Even UK commend Buhari that about a lot of improvement is going on in infrastructure in Nigeria.
Mumi, my brother. I got to Ajoki Pen Cinema. I missed my way. I don't know anywhere anymore. Agege Pen Cinema. You know that police station in Pen Cinema, Agege. If you see that big bridge coming from Ikeja, going to Jushaga, to Fagba, I missed my way. Wow.
But let us consider something. No? When you are in a state of in one state for 15 years, there is no development in that state. So someone no go get angry or no, he's not gonna get mad. Let us be honest. I think that's the position from southern.
We have our problem, we have our challenges, security, but if they do something, let us say they try. They try. If they finish the projects in Ikeja, Ikeja will be like a small, maybe small. I don't want to use London. Just if you see the mass product infrastructure going on in Ikeja, that's Ikeja that you know, that computer village side. If you see the infrastructure going on there, the bridge they are building there now.
Do you know a good business you can have in Ikeja right now, close to that terminal, that train terminal? If you have money, you can build a park and ride over there.
Wow.
Where you can park your car, take the train, come back and pick
your car, take train, then yeah.
That's a good. You always make money. So they
are
doing a lot in that axis. So
I got to Oshodi. Oshodi is like they have motor park. They everywhere was. I said, really? Is it Lagos that I left some years ago? No.
Lagos changed. Big change.
No. Ogun State may not change, or your state may not change, but Lagos that I saw
hold on, don't remind me of my useless governor.
I try to task you now. If it's more London here.
Onigo.
Maybe that guy. I don't know. That guy is a big guy now.
Just useless. And you know, he was the former chairman of the oil marketers.
They went to
like governor, right?
You just following everywhere. Everywhere you will see.
Even the conference in France is there.
Everywhere Bele face like Patai with everywhere Bele face.
And this senator elect Yari.
That's your next governor. You know, it's from the EY area now.
Yeah,
I believe why he moved from Lagos to
I believe that guy is very
the guy will focus on Songo. You know, they've abandoned those areas. They've abandoned. People ignored Lagos, Ogun West now. So it's their guy now in the Senate now. When he becomes governor the next 4 years, he will now focus his stuff on all those areas.
What are you talking about, Babati?
No, Yayi now. You know, Yayi you can call yourself.
They are still Egbado now.
Okay.
What?
So
yes, what is the difference?
It's their turn now. So and Yayi's prince are from there. So that's using the button.
Yeah, I think that is where he left Lagos to Ogun State, just to get familiar with the terrain.
Prepare himself. They are worried now. Songo is worried.
They are worried. Yeah, they are worried.
So people are telling me that Thomas on this woman, if it's Ogun State, don't discuss Lagos. Do you even know our history together? Who are you to even tell me I should not discuss your Lagos? So I just laugh about all this discussing all this. You should not discuss. No matter if you are from Ogun, don't discuss your state. Where do you think people from Egba came from? We came from Oyo now.
What is the difference between us? We are still one. We are still one Yoruba now. We are still under one umbrella of Yoruba now. It's either Egba, Yewa, Oyo, Ibadan, anywhere, Kwara. Ilorin, anywhere you are coming from. So if we count ourselves as one.
So I'm like in Ogun State now. Yayi running, nobody cares. All they have to where is your parents from? Where are they from?
Where are they from? No. We are still Yoruba.
That's what they have to ask. That's what they have to ask you. Once you can answer those questions, you can run for anything in Ogun or anywhere in Yoruba land. Nobody cares where you are born. It's where your parents are from.
Yes.
Yes. No. Yoruba is a quite different tribe. We don't care about your religion. We don't care about we don't care you are a Christian. You are a Christian. No, we don't roll in that side. We don't roll. Guys, we have to shut down now. Thank you, guys. It has been amazing. Babati, send me my shakole. We've been keeping you busy for your call. Send me my shakole. I will send my account number. Yes, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Praise Daddy. UFC, thank you. Babati, Omo Balola, thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, guys. We have come to the end of the session again. I would say is the love that brought us here every time. Yeah. If we don't love that country, we won't be here. Anywhere you are affiliated with, if you are obedient, you are Batifier, you are articulated, we are everything you are. What we are here for is the betterment of that country, nothing else. So I would say thank you, everyone. Carry the conversation in the conversation. I said peace. Thank you so much. I leave you with this.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make I go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.